Boom. At this moment, with a loud bang, Emperor Shi's law domain collapsed. All the independent space planes left by Emperor Shi turned into powder, and the vast tomb was exposed outside the surging sticks. Immediately, the starry night sky was exposed in front of everyone's eyes, and four groups of divine light suspended like the sun and the moon released endless imperial power, suppressing them. The Emperor's coercion? No, the God Emperor has come in person. Everyone, let's fight together. Run the law together. Lu Huang and others ran the law in unison, and the divine light all over his body roared like a giant dragon, shrouding the body of God and resisting the pressure of the God Emperor. It was just a coercion that forced thousands of God kings and a group of gods on the field to use their laws to resist. It seems that there are still many strong ones. It's all human. I can't imagine that today, in addition to the old monsters. In God's domain, the human race can cultivate such good seedlings. So many gods are so young, I want to be a potential figure of a hegemon. A deep, deep voice came out. The bodies of the various god emperors in the void gradually appeared, walking out of the four groups of sun and moon divine lights. In the demon moon, where the demonic energy was rising, walking out was a demon God Emperor holding the phantom of the demon god with 5 arms. It is short in stature, with a demonic eye open between its eyebrows, and the demonic energy between the opening and closing of the demonic eye is overwhelming. Its left face is as delicate as fat, and its appearance is like a girl. The powerhouses of all races are horrified. They are the god emperors of the demon race and the Zerg race. Behind the demon god emperor, there are thousands of demon races, forming a demon race team. It turned out that the demons did not participate in the Emperor Shi's tomb, because they were waiting for this moment. Then, there was a handsome man with 2 tentacles on the top of his head. His deep eyes had 6 pupils, 1 red and 1 green, like a turning jewel, overlooking all living beings. Another god emperor body, the emperor god monster spider. Behind this god emperor, there is a mighty Zerg team. The third god emperor was actually an old man. He was leaning on a cane, with white eyebrows, a hooked nose, and pale blue scales and feathers on his face. If it weren't for the coercion of a god emperor exuding from him, he would have thought that he was an unknown old man. God Clan, Dragon Vessel God Emperor, Qinggue Yuan. The last one, with a tiger-backed waist and a rough human face, has 2 heads and 6 arms, and each arm holds a divine awl, an iron pestle, a long mace, and other weapons. There is a god wheel hanging behind it, and its feet are stepping on the rolling suffocating sky river. Every time the god wheel rotates, there will be endless undead trapped in the 6 reincarnations wailing from under its feet. The Asuras, the great emperor of the 6 paths. The deity of the god emperor, each of them is a genuine deity of the god emperor. Lin Chen believes that the realm of gods is almost swept away now, but facing any god emperor, he still has an unfathomable feeling. God Lord and God Emperor, obviously there is a huge gap. The Divine Domain team and the last Shura God Lord couldn't help but be ecstatic. The strong people of the Dragon and Phoenix tribes were pale, like fish on a chopping board. The God Emperor is not someone they can call. Now that the God Emperor of his own family does not come, whoever is born has a huge advantage. The 6th Dao Emperor of the Ashura tribe was the first to speak. Whoever has obtained the inheritance of Emperor Shi, stand up. Me. Lin Chen hovered in the air, holding the god of war spear in his hand. The clouds were light and the wind was light, as if he had placed the power of The God Emperor on nothing. Emperor Lu Dao said indifferently, hand over everything you got from the Emperor Shi's tomb, this seat will spare you not to die, how about it? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly, there is no such possibility. Oh? The great emperor of the god race, the old man Chen Guiyuan's eyes lit up, as if squinting, trying to understand everything about Lin Chen, but found that all detection was blocked by his golden armor. This son is Lin Chen, who challenged my divine realm. It's really extraordinary. Chen Guiyuan understated it, but gave a very high evaluation. For every supreme powerhouse who has become a god emperor, which one is not? One of hundreds of millions, chance, game, tempering, and luck are all indispensable. It is extremely difficult for a god emperor to recognize a younger generation. Brush. The two soul fires behind Lin Chen disappeared strangely. Suddenly, an inch of light shines on the world, crisscrossing, and the spider silk that snakes like a dragon instantly spreads across the sky, encroaching on the world, blocking everything. The Emperor God Spider with tentacles stepped on the spider silk and lowered slowly, with 6 pupils staring at Lin Chen. Is that you, destroying my army of millions of Zerg? Stop talking nonsense. The demon god emperor of the demon clan stepped out in one step, full of suffocation. This son's life, this emperor wants it. The 4 god emperors coincidentally aimed at Lin Chen. If ordinary gods are targeted like this, I am afraid that the terrifying pressure of god emperors alone will shake his soul to shatters, but Lin Chen does not change his face, which surprises the 4 god emperors. It seemed that a deadly battle was inevitable, when Lin Chen was clenching the God of War spear. The God Emperor who stands at the peak of the 4th dimension, why should he be so harsh to my old students? When the gentle voice of the old man reverberated in this world, the heavenly and earthly web clothed by the Emperor, God and demon spiders disintegrated and broke without a sound. At this moment, all the strong people in the audience were horrified and their scalps were numb. The 4 god emperors stared at the space-time behind Lin Chen. There was no trace of that space, as if an old man's phantom appeared out of thin air. Lin Chen turned around suddenly. He looked at the old man with a momentary absence. The old man was dressed in commoner clothes, with a thin face, a splayed beard, a broad forehead, and warm, jade-like eyes with firmness, and he looked at Lin Chen calmly and approvingly. There was no sound when he appeared, and even the God Emperor did not notice when such a powerful person appeared beside Lin Chen. When I saw this old man appear, the first person whose expression changed was the God Emperor Chen Guiyuan. You're still alive. Chen Guiyuan couldn't help but take a step back. A look of panic appeared on his face. If it is said that Emperor Lin Tian is Hao Futian's right-hand man, he represents the pinnacle of extreme martial arts. That person is Hao Futian's right arm, representing the pinnacle of Wenji. Emperor Gongming Fangjiwu. Lu Huang's eyes showed disbelief. Emperor Gongming. His will is still in the world. The face of the 6th Dao Emperor of the Azura tribe changed slightly. Fang Jiwu? Are you still alive? The Azuras are not afraid of any opponents in the world, they are the gods of battle, but they are full of eternal awe for them. Fang Jiwu's divine soul didn't even glance at the 4 god emperors, his eyes stayed on Lin Chen for a long time. Feeling Fang Jiwu's gaze, Lin Chen muttered to himself, just like them, they have been watching us. Then, Lin Chen slightly cupped his hands. Sir. Fang Ziwu said gently, children, do you really know what you are going to do? Lin Chen's eyes glowed, and he nodded solemnly, very clear. Very good. Fang Jiwu smiled slightly, flicking his sleeves, proudly. Today's encounter, this old man stopped you. Lin Chen's mind is complicated, but now every second will be one, he can only solemnly clench his fists. Thank you, sir. After saying that, Lin Chen stepped on the orange light, and the law of movement was like changing the shadow, leaving in a flash. Everyone retreated together with Lin Chen. Among the 4 god emperors, the first to erupt was the god spider. It bared its teeth and grinned. Why should a dead old thing stop this? Emperor, just a remnant of the soul, break it for me. The sky seemed to be splitting into an abyss, and in the bottomless giant mouth of the abyss, a massive stream of rotten poison was tilted, like an endless sea of poison. Wherever it passed, the space turned into nothingness and attacked Lin Chen's direction. Fang Ziwu raised his hand lightly, his fingertips dipped slightly in the air. Stop. All the poisonous seas stopped in an instant. At this moment, the pupils of the Emperor God Monster Spider shrank. Fang Ziwu slowly lifted into the air and made a move. Phelan. Far in the world of the gods on the other side of the 4-dimensional universe, 5 continents. The vast 5 continents of the god realm suddenly changed. The entire 5 continents of the god realm suddenly trembled violently, and the vast sky faintly revealed an endless legal net. Break. Fang Jiwu pierced through the void with one finger, and there was no earth. Shattering aura. Boom. 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 The 4 god emperors were hit without warning in an instant, and a storm that devoured the sky and devoured the earth was blown up hundreds of miles away. When Qin Guiyuan smashed the void and stabilized his figure, his face was full of horror. How could he still have such strength? Is he really still a remnant soul? Beneath the Emperor Shi's tomb, the white-robed old man in the divine realm was shocked. He actually mobilized the law of the entire god realm. What a concept! Equivalent to the 3,000 avenues of the god realm, can he use it at will? This is the strength of Emperor Gongming Fang Jiwu. As expected of an existence equivalent to that of Emperor Lin Tian. Fang Jiwu said with a free and easy smile, the legal net of the god realm was originally created by me. My last bit of will can't stand the toss. Let's fight quickly, at least make you lose your ability to fight. At this moment, all the geniuses of the God's Domain team froze in place. They heard another shocking news. The legal net of the gods was actually created by Fang Ziwu. Fang Ziwu looked at the direction where Lin Chen was leaving, and sighed. Looking both sad and happy. My eyes are full of blue sky and the past and the present, Kenner Tsao. Grievance Xiong Eru. You go, don't look back. Feng Sheniai flapped the fierce wind, like the roar of a wild dragon, sweeping thousands of miles. The terrifying speed of destroying the dead, such as Xingmaru jumping, flashing and moving. Lin Chen's speed even made everyone unable to catch up with him. He was so anxious that he rushed back to the star territory at the fastest speed. After crossing the Styx River and entering Jiujia Mountain again, a small part of the Hui clan people were reflected in Lin Chen's soul perception. Lin Chen fell very fast, and the Hui people were startled at first, and then they were ecstatic. It's Mr. Lin Chen. Great, we are saved. The Hui clansmen were ecstatic, and the concealment was removed from the gorges of the continental plate, one after another. Feng Sheniai flapped, Lin Chen stopped, and said seriously, are you okay? Where are the other teams? No problem, all 5 teams were killed. Our Hui clan also evacuated. It is the team of the Azura clan. But several senior gods were injured, and that Shangguan elder sister When the Huai people rushed to answer first, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. How is she? I'm sorry. The wounded elder, June, walked out of the crowd with guilt, grabbed Lin Chen's shoulder, and burst into tears. I'm sorry, in order to cover us, Miss Shangguan blocked too many Azuras. Elder June's eyes were slightly red, and he stuffed a silk scarf into Lin Chen. It was Lady Shangguan who ordered me to bring it to you before the battle. The heartstrings tightened, Lin Chen's eyes swept across the blue divine light, the Fengshen wings rolled up, and the whole person moved again. A quarter of an hour later, Tiang Xinjiu. When Lin Chen arrived at Tiang Xinjiu, he was devastated. Lin Chen's soul was suddenly released, and there was no life in the entire Tiang Xinjiu. Just when Lin Chen couldn't find the figure in his heart, his eyes swept away, and he suddenly froze in place. The broken star tower towering into the clouds in the distance is still standing. Just above the top of the tower, it seems to go straight into the galaxy. There is a head hanging on the top of the vicissitudes of life of the star tower. The blood of the gods dripped slowly, the hair fluttered in the wind, and the woman's lips were bloody, hanging quietly in the air. Lin Chen's eyes seemed to have lost their light. The red-stained scarf floated down, engraved with the words of a woman Shoujuan. Wenli, now I am leaving, Yang Lui. I have promised you, and it is difficult to be home again. When Lu Huang, Yi Qinggu, and others arrived, Shun Lingshuang's pupils shrank, her expression unbelievable. What they saw was that Lin Chen was holding Shangguan Yun's head in one hand, and the golden gun in the other, walking from the ruins of the star field. Lin Chen's demeanor was so calm that he couldn't bear the slightest turbulence. When his eyes looked directly at everyone was horrified. And they stood there and didn't dare to move for half a minute. He casually threw 2 space rings to Lu Qixin and Shun Lingshuang. With the team, we will meet in the Four-Realm Sea. When Lin Chen dropped a sentence, he walked away. Shun Lingshuang turned around and asked in a trembling voice, Master, where are you going? The golden god of war suit is fully charged, 100%. Get the set features. Never wear, power exclusive. Ultimate god of war, the strongest power, depending on the host's innate conditions, the only power to crush the heavens, until the peak of the power that the four-dimensional universe can withstand. Lin Chen's answer floated from a distance. Azura, the imperial capital. The graceful flying black light is like a twinkling star, like a long river, straddling the starry sky, and after being moved many times, it descends near the star field. Luo Binger, who was above the long river of stars, looked around and frowned slightly. I lost it again. It seems that I have been away for many days. This direction is Azura Realm? The fairy under the veil had a hint of doubt. This human race has the aura of the light soul. Has he ever been in contact with the light soul? Azura Empire. The white and clean shrine stretches for tens of thousands of miles, standing outside the Jiuzhong Realm Sea, in a vast realm. Like a piece of sure phantom carrying the ancient divine power, faintly disillusioned above the sky. The Azura supreme divine light, which stretches for thousands of miles, shrouds the entire realm and will never fall. How majestic! Whether it is a god king, a god master, or a god emperor, none of the gods can remain calm in front of this realm. The stronger the creature, the more instinctively aware it is that it is not a creature, but a whole group of people. It is the origin and civilization of the Azuras. The gray-white continental plates have spawned countless strange-shaped vegetation and creatures. Having obtained the divine light of Shura, the supreme god of Shura in all dynasties, every stone and tree that can be seen everywhere in the Shura world has the hardness equivalent to that of a human artifact. Such a natural environment provides an endless source of weapons for the natural fighting nature of the Asuras. Whether it is the hardness or strength of the space barrier, the Shura realm far surpasses any other realm in the outside world. This world is completely natural, with the 9 realm seas horizontally, the divine desolate star territory vertically, and the divine dragon realm in front, which is almost the best place to hang in the 4-dimensional universe. The more chaotic the Jus Hongjihai, the more stable the imperial capital of the Asura tribe. Inside the imperial palace, there are 18 walls of gods, with white bones and skulls hanging. Heavenly Phoenix, True Phoenix, Divine Dragon, Myriad Beasts, Human Race, God Race, the heads of the most powerful creatures hang on the wall of gods. It is a relic of the Asura tribe who plundered or slaughtered when they invaded other tribes. The Asuras have a natural passion for the heads of living beings, and regard the heads of the enemies as trophies forever, offering sacrifices and taking the heads only by beheading the famous god kings or god masters of various ethnic groups can they get the competitive places to enter the imperial capital. The Asura imperial capital is divided into 4 regions, the strongest of the western regions, like a mysterious mist shrouding it. In the northern region of the imperial capital, a group of Asura god lords gathered, either with 3 heads and 6 arms, or with 9 eyes and 8 feet, or transformed into a human form. All of them were full of suffocation and unruly faces. On the table, a green-haired Shura god lord grabbed a handful of divine beast crystal cores, put it in his mouth and chewed it up, pressing his tines with a crackling sound. It casually said, "The dragon clan has become more and more rampant recently. I go to their secret realm to get something in a fair and honest way. It's a face for them. They dare to yell at me and force me to kill one of their ethnic groups." Jin Zun was wearing a touch of human blood, and Shura, who looked like a blue-haired boy, raised his glass and drank, and sneered, "Hey, you old ghost, you just killed a group of dragons. Don't worry, there are not many dragon masters. What are you screaming about? Listen to what you mean, there are a lot of spoils on hand. Walk around the Shura secret realm and fight for a fight. I just finished fighting, fight your mother. Don't you dare? Reach down to see if there are any eggs left. If you don't have this species, don't brag about it." The nobles of the Asura tribe were arrogant, as if they were ready to fight at any time. The Asura imperial capital brings together the strongest of the entire Asura clan. Only the strongest can have the qualifications to enter the imperial capital. This is the true lair of the Asuras. For thousands of years, no other race has ever truly stepped foot here. In the ancient times, there was a god-emperor who led the strong men under his command to try to break through the Asura tribe. The former god-emperors of all ethnic groups, when they attacked the Asuras, were attacked by the Asuras before they entered the imperial capital, and they were smashed to pieces. They didn't even see the gods of the Asuras, and they died. Not even a wisp of divine soul remains. The blue-haired boy laughed and said, "Are you idiots chasing infighting? If someone takes advantage of the chaos, won't you be taken advantage of?" Another Asura god lord with a savage dragon horn on his head sneered, "I think you have been pampered for too long, too afraid of death? Will anyone be able to step into the eternal Asura capital?" Fong Fong chewed the divine dragon crystal core, and the green-haired old man smiled meaningfully. The only human race that has the ability and the possibility to hit here has disappeared between heaven and earth. Talking about this, the strong men of the Asura tribe suddenly became silent. And their eyes turned to the supreme hall of the shrine. Inside the palace, there was a statue of a human race. In the Beiqing shrine in the corner of the Azura imperial city, there is a statue of a human being cast in the shrine? The blue-haired Azura looked like a knife. After staring for a long time, he suddenly said, "You said, how Futian has not even reached the realm of the ancestors. Why did the high-level people pay more attention to him than the Qin Huangzu of the human race?" The green-haired old man said indifferently, looking at the amazing overlords. Of all ethnic groups in the past, they are all superpowers who can create miracles, reaching a height far beyond the reach of ordinary humans. The rough Shura, with the savage dragon horn above his head, said solemnly, "How? Futian, but he can make every person who follows him create miracles by himself. In terms of structure, he is the first of the human race." The green-haired old man narrowed his eyes. Fortunately, if such a strong man comes out with a second one. Boom! A sound like a thunder blasting the sky spread all over the sky, like a thousand dragons roaring, agitating Liuha, and the space as strong as the Azura imperial capital was also torn apart. Ripples appeared in the sky of the entire north palace of the imperial capital, stirring up the wind and clouds. The space barriers seemed to be penetrated, and cracks burst forth, as if there was an abyss opening. What's the situation? Could it be that which venerable master made a big fight? Which Azura ate the guts of a leopard and dared to do it in the imperial capital? All the Shura figures in the North Palace flashed, and when they swept into the sky above the clouds, they were startled. When all the Azuras of the imperial capital looked up, in the sky shrouded by the divine light of Azura, at the end of the 10,000 zhang crack, what pierced the sky of the imperial capital was actually a magic spear. The green-haired old man's pupils shrank slightly. No, it seems to be the breath of the human race? The divine spear came into the world like a divine dragon, completely piercing the endless Azura divine light of the imperial capital. The divine spear turned into a beam of golden light and fell from the sky. Laugh. Boom. 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 The territorial veins of the imperial capital, which were as strong as divine iron, were torn apart in an instant, and they were suspended in the air. The Azura godlords were shaken back thousands of miles, and they all looked horrified. Between the dust and smoke, a figure slowly stepped out. He came step by step, his imposing aura was unparalleled, holding a golden spear, as if possessed by a god ancestor. Shining golden light shot from his eyes, dominating the world. The law of power is like a dragon and a phoenix entwined. Every step he takes. The imperial capital is like a big earthquake. How did he get here? The Shura heavenly eye of the shrine is at least hundreds of millions of miles away. How can such a long distance step into the imperial capital without disturbing a single Azura clan? At this moment, the entire Emperor Shura was boiling. Thousands of gods roared, and tens of thousands of Azuras rose into the sky. And the boundless evil spirit covered the galaxy and swallowed the sky. All the Azura god lords stared at him stubbornly, their expressions horrified. How many years? No one has ever set foot here before. The young man in front of you is the first. It is also very likely that it will be the last one. Chapter 2169, God's tribulation comes to the imperial capital, fighting 100,000 god kings. The leaders of the gods stared blankly at the young human race in front of them. For many years, no creature has dared to step into the origin of their Ashura god. God Lord? No, this human race doesn't seem to have the cultivation level of the God Lord. The Shura gods were stunned, and even once wondered if they were wrong. It is simply that even the cognition has been completely subverted. The person who broke into the Ashura imperial capital in front of him turned out to be a human race who was suspected of not even in the realm of God Lord. How is this Nema possible? More than defying the sky, it is simply a scene that makes people dare not even think about it. Throughout the history of various ethnic groups, how many god kings can influence the status of a race before becoming a god lord? Except for the last dragon race, Lin Chen dragon lord, who created bloodthirsty supernatural powers, and the 8 wilderness sword lord, who created the 8 wilderness immortality exercises. There have been 2 eras and millions of epics, and there has been no such amazing talent exist. Moreover, the 2 of them were only half-footed into the divine master peak of the divine emperor before they achieved this achievement. With their personal power, they influenced the power of all races. But the human race youth in front of him has not even reached the divine master? God King? Not to mention, Nema God King Shoei can single-handedly infiltrate the Ashura Empire? To let a God King infiltrate the Ashura capital, this is definitely a great shame for the Ashuras. Human, you are courting death. A tiger-backed Ashura god lord suddenly swayed in the air, the wind roared, the air flow reversed, his sleeves fluttered, and the 10,000 zhang poisonous dragon formed by the power of the 2 fighting gods fluttered through the air, biting and pounced away. The war god's armor was slightly lifted, and Lin Chen swiped with an expressionless expression, with his fingertips flashing like a silent streamer. Click. When the Wanzhong poison dragon broke apart, the latter's face was unbelievable. The neck was split open, the body and skull were separated, and in an instant, only a wisp of spirit was left and fled in terror. Many Ashura leaders trembled and their faces were horrified. Instant kill. An Ashura leader, who was comparable to the 4th-level human god, was so easily obliterated by a human god? It's the law of power. This child uses the law of pure power. Shani? No, at least the law of power above Tani. Boom. 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 Bei Gong tilted, and Wan Dao divine light carried the killing intent to the sky, tearing apart the sky. The Ashura imperial capital instantly rioted, and tens of thousands of Ashura god kings rioted, striding through the air, levitating in the sky, and surrounded the North Palace. One after another, the power of the fighting gods, like evil dragons, dashed through the sky, or rode on the mounts of divine beasts, or the Ashura kings. With slaves of the Phoenix tribe came one after another. The suffocating and killing intent released by the God King Ashura in the sky is like an endless storm of the universe, as if to swallow up the world. Just a moment of shock, the green-haired old man immediately grinned, human. No matter what your origins are, if you dare to break into the Ashura, you are courting death. Back off, he has caused the anger of the Ashura kings and fighters. The Ashura kings of the entire North Palace have gathered here. More than 100,000 Ashura god kings, as strong as God Emperor, may not be able to break out of the circle. If you are under the siege of 100,000 Ashura god kings, even I will have to drink and hate on the spot. Dozens of Ashura leaders were frightened, moved, and retreated thousands of miles. Roar. There is a human breath. How did he bypass the imperial capital? Formation. Kill, must kill him completely. This is the great shame of my Ashura tribe, and letting him stay for another moment is the eternal stain of my Ashura tribe. Brothers, follow this king. In the Ashura imperial capital, the murderous aura was monstrous in an instant. crisscrossing, and the beam of 10,000 layers of fighting gods shot up into the sky. All the Doshan light pillars are surrounded by one, covering all the escape routes of Lin Chen. Suddenly, 100,000 Azura god kings appeared. You must know that the backbone that determines each clan is the number of powerful gods. Because the number of powerful god kings can directly threaten the god lord, god emperor. At this moment, the dragon realm, the god realm, the phoenix realm, and the god emperors of all ethnic groups were all awakened, and they all peeped at the Shura god realm with surprised and doubtful eyes. It is rare in history that such a terrifying number of Azura gods and kings have acted together. Lin Chen's eyes were calm and cold, as if looking at a group of corpses. Those who are hostile to the host, Azura Imperial Capital, all Azuras. Activate the God Slayer talent, consume God's gift points. Turn on the talent of God's Rebellion, applicable target, all Azuras. The higher the divinity, the stronger the gain. The host activates the ultimate genius talent, the effect, breaking the defense is instant kill. Scope of application, all creatures below the god Lord. OM. The golden talisman exploded from the top of Lin Chen's head, and one red and one blue beams of divine light reflected in Lin Chen's pupils. Lin Chen's cultivation level broke 4 realms in a row, and his divine soul transformed to 5 major consummations, and finally slowly stabilized. OM. A beam of divine light of hundreds of thousands of meters suddenly shone across the entire Shura god realm and came across Azura Nebula kill. Tens of thousands of Azura god kings launched an attack. Immediately afterwards, the cloud sky split open, and several thousand sized Azura giant palms shattered the void and crushed it straight at Lin Chen. God buried. It is another powerful blow condensed by tens of thousands of Shura god kings. 6 causes kill the sea. The 9-layer monstrous waves rolled with surging and majestic killing intent, and the evil spirit contained in it disturbed the soul, and could easily kill any peak god master. This kind of scene, even the leaders who are stronger than Shura can't help but turn pale with astonishment. You must know that an ordinary Azura god lord can rule at most 1,000 Azura god kings. An Azura leader, if he can cultivate to the pinnacle of the god lord, can rule over 3,000 god kings at most. And the scene of the 100,000 Azura god kings shooting together is far better than the Azura leaders have never seen before. Only those Azura god emperors who have fought epic battles in history have this handwriting. In this scene, only the god emperor could stand against him in court. Lin Chen held the golden war spear, and the majestic blood thunders hissed like a coiled dragon, flickering and flickering. Golden god of war set, the characteristics of the god of war, the strongest god of war. In the process of continuing, it has reached the limit of pure power that the host can bear at this stage, and it has reached the realm, 1 of the 10 laws, the law of power, the realm of Tianyi. Note, if the host uses the god of war suit beyond this specification, the golden god of war suit will burn the life of the host. When the law of thunder and the law of 5 elements lingered around the tip of the spear, the blood-colored thunder mark swept out along with the god of war spear, and the radius of 100,000 miles was full of Lin Chen's blood. Thunder. God robbery. When Lin Chen spit out 2 words indifferently, the system automatically triggers instant light splitting. The host uses the instant light and shadow, and the designated combat skills are divided into 4 parts, which consumes 13,080 God endowment points. LOL. Boom. 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 The terrifying law of power is one force and 10,000 methods. When the blessing enters the blood thunder, the rolling blood thunder penetrates the fighting god energy of the 100,000 Azura god king. The 100,000 divine kings in the North Palace area were beaten all over the sky by him, and the formation was scattered for the first time. The commanding gods were stunned. What kind of domineering power it was! Comparable to the God Emperor. This shot of God tribulation exhausted 90% of Lin Chen's law and divine power, and the consumption was terrifying, especially astonishing. However, his divine power of law is making up for it at an unprecedented speed, and it even becomes stronger. Because, the godhead of Shura natural enemy, is spinning at 1,000 times. 10,000 times the speed of any previous time. Azura's natural enemy godhead is being triggered. Host, please note that. Because the number of Azuras is too large, the energy obtained by the godhead is too amazing. If the host's law and divine power is not quickly consumed, there is a risk of death by explosion. Almost in a blink of an eye, the tip of the god of war spear was once again surrounded by a blood dragon-like thunder and the law of the 5 elements. One shot broke through the attack of 100,000 Azura god kings. This time, the sky of the Azura imperial city split into a sky-shattering crack. Boom! Laugh! The blood thunder whistled, and the sky collapsed. What? The Shura leaders were surprised. With such a terrifying offensive, he could launch the second time without even breathing? Not good, defend quickly. This human race is really a goddamn monster. Boom. 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 The majestic and meandering blood thunder continued to explode. The law of power penetrated the defense of the Azura god king in the sky, and the jade like thunder marks turned into scattered, penetrating all the god kings. Lin Chen's eyes were fixed, and as soon as he fired a shot, he looked directly at the Azura imperial capital, and the boundless soul was released as if he was looking for a certain target. Above the long sky, silhouettes like frost and snow drifted down, and the 100,000 Azura god kings were completely scattered. Pfft. Some of the Azura god kings vomited blood, some were entangled in blood and thunder, and some retreated 1,000 steps and suffered internal injuries. What a powerful force, unseen, unheard of. Is this person a rare body refining god king? It's not just body training. After the law of power broke my attack, his law of the 5 elements actually invaded the body of this king. Holding a spear, Lin Chen walked slowly, and went straight to the core area of the Shura Emperor without looking back. As if 100,000 Azura god kings are not worth mentioning. The Shura leaders couldn't help laughing. The 100,000 god kings are not so easy to kill. That is the power that God Emperor should also pay attention to. Not to mention that they are the powerhouses of the Azura clan powerhouses. What? Looking forward to the second wave of the 100,000 God Kings offensive, the Shura commander suddenly shrank his pupils, his body trembled slightly, and stared at the Azura God King in disbelief. This scene made all the Shura leaders seem to have seen a ghost. When tens of thousands of Shura God Kings stabilized their bodies from the void, they looked down at their divine bodies. When the blood from the corners of his mouth flowed onto his body, it cut across the cracks that burst open in his body. Massive attribute light balls keep falling. Their eyes are full of incredible writing. All the Azura God Kings have been in the army and horses all their lives, and they have looked at each other and ruled hundreds of thousands of Azura true gods. How many gods and kings he fought fiercely, and how many powerhouses he had. Beheaded, before he was granted the place to enter the imperial capital, he became the most powerful person among all Asuras. And you can know by looking at the heads of god kings, god masters, and even god emperors hanging all over the city of Shura Emperor. Every Asura god king who entered the imperial capital is a bloody history. Known as the beacon of civilization at the top of the living beings, it is paved with the ferocity of countless mountains of blood and corpses. The Asuras who made this history are not weak. However, the powerhouses who created all this are just a shot. Their bodies began to burst into pieces. Their souls are broken and scarred, unable to escape. Everything began to dissipate into dust. Commander Bei Gong Shura, who witnessed this scene, trembled suddenly, his scalp tingling. 100,000 Asura god kings, could it be that? They do not want to believe the facts in front of them, because even if they witness it with their own eyes, how dare they believe it? This is absolutely impossible. The God Emperor fought the possibility of being injured at most and wounded 100,000 Shura god kings. But he only used 2 shots. Asura filled the sky, vanished, disappeared in an instant. For the creatures below the God Lord, in some respects, Lin Chen is more enchanting than the God Emperor. The Shura leaders were completely stunned and froze in place. The young man in front of him is wearing a golden armor, his helmet is cut and cast with 4 dragon feathers and golden horns, and his breastplate is carved with the face of a candle dragon. His shoulder armor is shaped like a row of dragon teeth, and when the cloak on his right shoulder flutters in the wind, it reflects the indifference in his pupils. The leg armor is cast like golden lacquer, enveloping it within eternal splendor. The massive Shura god king turned into pieces, annihilated into powder, and dissipated around him. He walked down from the corpses of the countless Asura god kings, flying in the sky, and the golden spear coiled by Shilong was held in his hand, as if in the heavens and the earth, no one could match. He was holding a woman's head in his arms. How peaceful the woman looked when she died, how tragic the scene of the Asura imperial city was at this moment. It seems that he killed 100,000 Asura god kings, which is so worthless to him. Not worth mentioning. Lin Chen's pace was very slow, but it was like moving across time and space. After a few steps, he came to the green-haired old man. Cuckoo. The green-haired old man's throat rolled with difficulty, his throat made an owl-like cry, and the cold sweat was pouring out, and he was so scared that he couldn't stand still. Lin Chen stood in front of him and asked indifferently, "Where is Shura's 99th Legion?" The green-haired old man trembled. "The 99 Legion? Yes, it belongs to the eastern region of the imperial capital." The Asura commander of the wild dragon horn, Sali Nijian, warned, "You aren't you afraid of the revenge of the Asura clan god emperor?" Sigh. Flying in one breath, like a shooting star. Lin Chen pointed, and the flying fingers, blessed by the law of power, completely crushed the Asura commander of the wild dragon horn into powder. And even his soul was shattered. Picking up the god of war spear, Lin Chen looked indifferent. "It's just a group of paper tigers. It doesn't matter if you kill Shura." The breath of this divine power mind method is Tai Ifu Tianju. The Shura leaders fell into an ice cellar, and the cold light was piercing to the bone. They saw that the hell of Asura was coming towards them. In the past, the Asura tribe was the hell of other tribes. Now, he is the hell of the Asura. Just like that one, the man who was shaped into a statue and stood in the imperial capital to warn all Asuras. He is back. His students are as dazzling as he is, everything is so unexpected, and they return like lightning. When a large number of attribute light balls were absorbed by Lin Chen, the Shura leaders felt horrified. They noticed a terrifying fact that Lin Chen's law and divine power were as inexhaustible as they were inexhaustible. His divine power of law was restored in a blink of an eye. Tai Futian art, a human race with a large-scale instant killing method, a strange magic gun. It turns out that he is the troublesome person notified by the leaders recently, Lin Chen. Quick, run away. How can the human race have such a monstrous character? Dozens of Azura leaders show their magical powers, and at the juncture of life and death, no one will keep it. Some Azura leaders turned into giant phoenixes and flew away, some like a dragon rising to the sky, flashing for thousands of miles, or like a wisp of smoke, disappearing strangely. The speed is extremely fast, and all those who have cultivated into a god master are proficient in all kinds of life-saving means. It's not you that I, Lin Chen, are looking for, but that doesn't mean you can survive. Lin Chen stomped his foot, and the law of power sank into the sun, moon, galaxy, and exploded in an instant. Boom. 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 The earth veins of the entire North Palace were completely blasted, and the surface of the earth, which was as hard as an artifact, was shattered like thin paper. Innumerable. When the golden light of the Huang god of war bloomed from the ground, hundreds of millions of silk threads gushed out, intertwined vertically and horizontally into a network of laws, rising from the ground of the imperial capital to the sky. The Dao silk lines condensed by the law of winding are surrounded by the infinite energy of the law of power, with the characteristics of the law of movement, such as the commander of Shura who spans time and space and blasts towards all directions. This trick is the red rank intermediate level unique skill that Lin Chen obtained by refining the divine bones of the constellation gods. Even if Lin Chen used the two major talents to temporarily improve his cultivation, it would be impossible to use the red rank mid-level killers one after another, all thanks to the excellent effect of the godhead of Azura. Natural enemy. Snapped. Snapped. The innumerable bondage entangled a large number of Shura commanders. They were horrified, and this move actually moved half of the North Palace. And even they couldn't escape from its range. The great destroying star palm. Lin Chen snorted coldly, and when the palm of his hand turned the rotating roulette of the vast galaxy, the instant light-splitting shadow was activated, and a palm slapped the void. Boom. Endless starlight radiates in all directions, the huge star wheel rotates high in the sky, and when the diffuse galaxy appears in front of the Shura commanders, they fall into endless despair. The host killed more than 10 living beings in the gods, and completed the final version update requirements of the Tiandao genus collection system. The specified attribute value has been consumed, and all functions will continue to be retained during the system update. This gentleman is not reconciled, he is only one step away from the peak god. Master, why did he fall here? My order should be the Shura God Emperor. Why did you fall here, the great Shura Supreme God? Please save your people. Heaven shouldn't kill my Azura clan, it shouldn't. This group of Azura leaders let out a hoarse roar from the extremely fast spinning roulette wheel, and finally melted into blood. They never dreamed that their own would die in the Azura Empire. The origin of the Azuras would be the place where they perished. Who would have thought of that? Shura leaders choose to sign. If they resist desperately, dozens of Azura leaders may survive. But they chose to flee in a panic, but Lin Chen seized the gap and broke them one by one. When the fighting spirit is destroyed, the so-called god of battle becomes a Real paper tiger. Many Shura leaders in the Western region, Southern region, Northern region, Eastern region, and Shura God realm were completely shocked. In a very short period of time, they sensed the aura of the annihilation of 100,000 Azura God kings and dozens of Azura leaders. Pulling out the God of War spear, Lin Chen stepped out and moved thousands of miles. Wherever he went, any Azura clan that blocked Lin Chen was swept away by him. With one shot. Below the Divine Master, no scum is left. Above the Divine Master, one shot will kill you. The combat power displayed by Lin Chen is already very close to the powerhouse of the God Emperor realm. However, he is more terrifying than the God Emperor. God Emperor does not have the instant killing method of ultimate heavenly rebel. The northern territory of the imperial capital was completely killed by Lin Chen to the point of grief everywhere, and blood stained the sky. When the Azuras from the eastern, western, and northern regions arrived, the sight they saw even made their minds stagnate. The earth cracked and the shrine collapsed. Between the smoke and dust, there are also the corpses of the Lord Shura. A blue-eyed Azura god king muttered to himself, "Why is there only the corpse of the Azura god?" Another Shura commander's mouth quivered. "I'm afraid, it's because below the God Lord, there is no qualification to even have a whole corpse left." The northern region of the imperial capital, the Azura blood is everywhere. And the Azura tribe is not seen in the sky. This is the imperial capital of the Azura clan. Who could have imagined that it would become so much in a single moment? With the background of hundreds of thousands of Azura god kings and thousands of Azura leaders in the northern region of the imperial capital, even if the human race dispatches 3 god emperors, it is impossible to win. Therefore, in history, all the god emperors who attempted to attack the Azura clan's imperial capital were all alarmed by one party, and were immediately besieged by the entire Azura clan in the capital and perished on the spot. However, this time, the Azuras of the imperial capital had just recovered, and the casualties of the Azuras of the northern regions of the imperial capital directly exceeded 70%. At least more than half of the Azura leaders were scared off, and they didn't even have the courage to resist. This is the human race. Lin Chen. Another Hao Futian has appeared. We all underestimate him. He is by no means the strength of the God King and the Lord. There is no doubt that he is a powerhouse at the same level as the Shura God Emperors. He must not be allowed to leave alive, otherwise today, we will surely become the eternal shame of the Ashura tribe. Boom! A golden light flickered, and it smashed the north palace of the imperial capital and divided the ley lines. Its north palace completely fell, and a figure appeared in front of the Azura tribe. The space roared. He was wearing a golden armor, a golden spear in his hand, and embraced the woman's head. His whole body was like a dragon and phoenix, flying, and his momentum was rising. A pair of divine eyes bloomed with golden light, causing the nearby Shura commander to retreat 7 points. It is the law of slaughter of the human race. I can't let him continue to kill. The law of slaughter of the human race is very similar to the characteristics of our bloodline. The more you fight, the more life you kill, the more unstoppable his law of slaughter will be. Lin Chen looked around. The Azura clan gathered in the sky. The number was too large to even count. This is the true main force of the Azura clan, the background of the Azura imperial capital. No matter any strong person sees this scene, it is difficult to keep calm. Only Lin Chen, his eyes are as calm as the ocean, and an unprecedented wave of anger is brewing in the calm. Huh? Isn't this head the woman who went to the Star Territory some time ago? Suddenly, a faint exclamation came from the Azura clan in the sky. Boom! Lin Chen's eyes were thunderous, and he instantly locked onto the Azura tribe. Who was the leader of the Azura tribe in the eastern region? Your mother. The Azura commander was horrified for a moment. What is this? Guy staring at me for, do you say? Finally found you. Lin Chen showed a fierce smile. It stared at Shang Guanyun in Lin Chen's arms, and his heart was trembling. He came to avenge that woman? Nima's crazy. How could a human woman come to the Azura Empire? Sigh. Suddenly, the space cracked, and a stream of light as thin as a hair broke through the void above the imperial capital and shot directly at Lin Chen. The endless imperial might, like the overlord in the Shura, stands proudly in the world like a king, descending to the heavens. All the Azuras present were ecstatic. The god emperor of the Azura clan is about to leave the customs. In the high altitude of the western regions of the imperial capital, when the target was found, the aura of Lin Chen's law became stronger, and the killing intent was brewing to the extreme. In an instant, from the high altitude of the eastern region, a huge phantom figure stood with its hands behind its back. Its eyes revolve like the sun and the moon, its figure traverses the sky and the latitude and the earth, like holding the heavens in its hands, and stepping on hundreds of tribes. As soon as the majestic figure pointed to the sky, the streamer as thin as a hair instantly burst the entire sky. Wherever he passed, the vacuum fell into endless darkness, and the power of the fighting god, contained in it, was like that of an emperor, making all its laws eclipsed. Lin Chen's eyes twitched, the god of war spear spun lightly, and he held the spear with one hand and swung it up suddenly. The golden rainbow pierced the sky, the law of power spanned the sky, and the Azura god emperor's finger was smashed head-on. The power of the god of war spear was twisted like a golden dragon, and when the two forces were shaken, they exploded. The jade-like divine light scattered in all directions, and a cloud of mushrooms that shone tens of thousands of meters of brilliant golden light rushed to the sky, and Lin Chen stepped back 10 steps and stood still. Fengrui's unparalleled fighting god power was smashed by Lin Chen, and the aftermath of the attack swept across Lin Chen's side and swept across his face. Under Lin Chen's eyes, there was an extra trace of blood, and the divine blood slowly flowed. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This guy was repelled by Lord God Emperor. Judgment is coming, let this rampant and ignorant human race pay the price. Besiege him. We will cut off all his retreats, and we must not let him have the slightest chance to retreat. Lord God Emperor, please kill this son and return the honor of my Ashura. Seeing that Lin Chen was repelled, the morale of the Azura tribe in the imperial capital soared and roared wildly. It's Lord God Emperor who has left, I'll be saved. Go and join the army. The remaining Azura god kings in the northern territory gathered crazily towards the western territory. At this time, a drop of divine blood fell from the scar on Lin Chen's face, dripping to the ground. Boom. 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 When a drop of divine blood fell to the ground, its might was like a crack in the sky, smashing through the earth's crust, collapsing and bursting, debris flying, fire waves billowing, and winds roaring furiously. The crust at the junction of the western region and the northern region was smashed into pieces and suddenly filled the air. In a radius of tens of thousands of miles, a thunderous earthquake broke out. Ultimate Heavenly Rebel Trigger, Ultimate Heavenly Rebel Trigger. Thousands of surviving Azura god kings, who were trying to gather the army, were shaken to pieces by this drop of blood from Lin Chen. My day. At this moment, the entire Asura army came to an abrupt end. Even the Shura god emperor in the void was stunned by this scene. The Asuras were completely frightened. This Nima is no longer the category of shock, it is the level of fright. When Lin Chen was wounded, a drop of divine blood fell on the surface of the imperial capital, and it was as heavy as 1,000 mountains, as if a terrifying natural disaster had come, and it shattered thousands of Shura god kings in an instant. The blood of the god emperor is not so enchanting. I really opened my eyes to Nima today. Can the human race really give birth to this kind of monster? He looked like a god of war. The mighty Shura army retreated hundreds of miles in unison. With this retreat, the history of the Asuras seems to have gone back thousands of epochs. The Asuras in the imperial capital were actually afraid of a human race. So fucking scary. A drop of blood shattered thousands of Asura god kings. Throughout the ages. Who has this background? This son can't be allowed to act recklessly anymore, or else a few supreme gods will be alerted to leave, and this emperor will have to be held accountable. The Asura god emperor's eyes were filled with divine light. When its body appeared, Lin Chen saw the body of the Asura god emperor for the first time. It is 3 feet tall, covered in scarlet scale armor, 6 arms and 2 heads. And has 2 severed heads, one looks like an old man, the other looks like a teenager, but the 2 heads have the same consciousness. When it locked Lin Chen, killing intent skyrocketed. The time-space distorted battle god storm gathered in the palms, and the 6 palms slammed out. The 6 huge Asura palms, covering thousands of miles, carrying the power of the majestic fighting god, shot them all at once, hitting Lin Chen's left and right. A strong orange light bloomed on his legs, as if the sky was suddenly rising. Lin Chen waved his spear to meet him. His eyes were condensed, and the law of mobilization of the soul was used, and the entanglement law of thousands of strands rushed towards Shura's giant palm like a legal net, delaying its offensive. With one hand, he swept the 3 giant Asura palms with a single shot. The law was like 10,000 dragons covering the sky. When it was smashed, Lin Chen did not use his spear. In front of the remaining Shura giant palms, the 2 sides intensified, and the fight was inextricable. This is Lin Chen's first battle against the god of war. The sense of oppression that God Emperor gave him was far greater than that of any opponent in the past. His fighting consciousness and fighting skills were like endless stormy waves. A little relaxation seemed to be swallowed up by this huge wave, and even Lin Chen's gloomy state of mind recovered a little sober. In the past, Lin Chen was able to mobilize his soul to help during the battle, which was twice the result with half the effort. But now he can't use it, all the attention of the soul must be focused on the fight with the Shura God Emperor. If it weren't for the 5 major consummations of the soul, I wouldn't even have the qualifications to keep up with its battle Ling Boi. Lin Chen carefully put away Shang Wanyan's head, and when he held the gun in both hands, his eyes were dark and sharp, and the gun was even more powerful. Obviously, the Asura God Emperor in front of him should only be the first level God Emperor. God robbery. A spear was swung out, the blood thunder exploded, and the light split into shadows. The vast blood thunder snaked like a dragon. It changed its shape for the first time, and all gathered at the position of the Shura God Emperor. Like a dragon slaughtered. Divine Tribulation was originally a super large-scale red rank intermediate level exercise, but at this time, Lin Chen relied on the law of the supreme power of the Golden God of War to reverse its attack form. The Shura God Emperor, who was surrounded by Lin Chen's sacred tribulation, was delayed for the first time. God emperors and God masters are indeed two kinds of creatures. It is no wonder that since ancient times, there have been almost no God masters who can truly fight against God emperors and escape from the hands of God emperors. They are already the best monsters. Lin Chen stepped on the soles of his feet, the orange sky mat fused with the law of movement, and the figure flashed and moved thousands of miles. Wherever he passed, the space fragments were scattered and split apart, causing a storm of time and space. What I want to kill, the God Emperor, can't stop it. The snake body commander who was in the army suddenly felt numb in his scalp. It's over, this lunatic is coming for me. The snake body commander wanted to escape, but he had no choice. In the world, where else is safer than Emperor Shura? Where else is safer than a place where the Asuras, the main force of the imperial capital, gather? If it escaped, maybe Lin Chen seized the opportunity to attack with his backhand. As an Asura leader, its cultivation base is at most equivalent to the third level god. If it escapes from the imperial capital, it is not confident that it can escape in the hands of Lin Chen, who is on the same level as the God Emperor. Lin Chen smashed the Asura army with a shot, with a magnificent momentum, and the golden spear light ripped apart the void. The army suddenly panicked. Under normal circumstances, even if there were 4 or 5 God Emperors, it would not pose a threat to them. But it was Lin Chen. They have seen Lin Chen's terrifying methods, and if they touch it a little, it will kill instantly. No matter how many times they watch it, they will feel terrified. Fighting with this kind of person isn't Nima courting death. Just when the Asura army was sluggish, suddenly, a huge and vast golden wing suddenly unfolded. Clang! The god of war spear was blocked, and a series of golden lights spilled out. Hey, how can you continue to kill my Asura clansmen on the territory of my Asura clan's imperial capital? Lin Chen's Asura natural enemy, Godhead, revolved extremely fast, and his eyes instantly became cold. The second God Emperor Shura was also born. It was a handsome and straight middle-aged figure. It came slowly, with a height of 3 feet and 2 pairs of golden wings hanging from its shoulders. It flapped slightly. Cracks easily like shards. Jin Lai, have you come out too? As for the others, don't you plan to stand by and watch? The 6-armed God Emperor stepped into the air and stood on the other side of it. God Emperor Jin Lai shook his head slightly, and said in a secret voice, "The old man disapproved of that long ago, but I didn't expect them to act behind the back of the Supreme God in private." The 6-armed God Emperor frowned and said, "What's the matter? How dare you go against the Supreme God?" Wait a minute. Its demeanor gradually became stunned. Could it be the forbidden smell of the birth of the immortal dragon city? God Emperor Jin Lai nodded and said, "Yes, other God Emperors secretly acted to encircle the immortal dragon city. I don't even know how many God Emperors have acted. The 4 supreme gods fought against Hao Futian and others in the past, and now they have not fully recovered from their injuries and are in retreat. If the 4 supreme gods are disturbed and come out to see this scene." God Emperor Jin Lai couldn't help frowning. The 4 supreme gods of the Asura tribe, each of them are the existence of the sky. Even if it is placed among the God Emperors of various races, it is still the strongest grade. Nonsense. The 6-armed God Emperor angered. This group of elders is really crazy. They dare to carry 4 supreme gods to engage in the strongest artifact of the human race. How could I, the Asura clan, be able to control it? No. Emperor Jin Lai's eyes were like lightning, staring at the golden armor in front of him. It looked at the god of war spear in Lin Chen's hand and whispered, "The strongest artifact of the human race may be right in front of us." The six-armed god emperor was startled, and when he turned to look at Lin Chen, the pure power in his body started to soar again. The six-armed god emperor was stunned. His pure power is still skyrocketing? God Emperor Jinlai said solemnly, "This old man has never seen such a heaven-defying and bizarre artifact, which can actually give a god lord the fighting power to challenge a god emperor. The host has reached the limit of strength that can be carried by the cultivation base and realm at this stage. If you continue to use the golden god of war set to increase pure power, you will fight at the cost of consuming life." Lin Chen's hair on the temples was slightly pale, and his extremely young lifespan actually began to decline for the first time. When the golden light of the god of war spear flashed, Emperor Jinlai's pupil shrank. It sensed that Lin Chen's law of power suddenly broke through a certain boundary. God Emperor Jinlai murmured to himself, could it be that he still intends to use the body of a god master to fight against my two god emperors of the Azura clan? Boom. The void shattered. Lin Chen once again used the law of movement, and the movement speed of the orange sky padding technique actually soared due to Lin Chen's increase in strength. The two emperors share the same glory, and they form a team with Lin Chen again, and they fight the two emperors of the Azura tribe alone, and Lin Chen does not even fall behind. When the battle in the imperial capital intensified outside the godly desolate star territory, an unprecedented scene is being staged in the territory of death that the gods of all dynasties call it. The vast giant dragon that swallows the sky and the earth occupies the starry sky, and every dragon scale shows the brilliance of the dragon, like a miracle of the dragon family. The five-faced divine phoenix, which burns immortal and inextinguishable, flapped its wings, and Defeng's head swayed with a unicorn-like flame, and his eyes were like stars, staring at the enemy in front of him. The giant insect gods, with the swarms of insects, all occupy one side, and the poisonous gas is like a tide, hanging high in the sky. There is a demon god emperor who holds a roulette wheel in his hand and steps on the galaxy. And the most depressing part of the battle circle is actually a group of Azura god emperors with fierce aura. They all hold up a universe, as if the four-dimensional universe contains the mysteries of their universe. The dragon, phoenix, zerg, demon, Azura, and the highest-end combat power of all the tribes actually dispatched more than half of them. The god emperors present are rare in all ages. Except for the strongest of all races, they are almost invincible existences standing in the sky and the earth. Every god emperor may not appear once in tens of thousands of years. Now the god emperors of all races are gathered together, with a solemn expression on their faces, as if they are facing some Xeon existence. Boom. 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 Time and space vibrated, and when time seemed to have stagnated, a terrifying crack opened in the space, like the sky between the galaxies. Within the abyss of time and space, a dragon head was found. It was a stalwart and crimson dragon head, a crimson dragon all over its body. Flying out of the interstellar spacetime cracks, the dragon scales were shining, the dragon claws were more than 1,000,000 miles, and the vastness was extremely vast, like a galaxy moving. Its dragon's back is like a city, with a length of hundreds of millions of miles and a width of tens of thousands of miles. It is as vigorous as red iron. A pair of dragon eyes, like two black holes, absorb all time, space, cause and effect, life. There are signs of reincarnation, and there are hundreds of Millions of true gods' blood, bones, and the monstrous evil energy that is faintly gathered. From birth to death, from death to reincarnation, everything is included in it. The dragon's tail swayed slightly, filled with the might of an invincible divine ancestor entrusted by the sky. The divine emperors present all felt a strong sense of oppression, as if in front of it, the flow of time would also slow down. Great Dragon City, galloping across the starry sky. No matter how many times you watch it, you will feel that it is all the miracles in this world. Sure enough, only the gods and ancestors who stand at the apex of the four-dimensional can create a 10th-order fetish, the immortal Dragon City. The god emperors of all ethnic groups exclaimed in amazement, fighting intently and engrossed. The god emperors gathered here to encircle and suppress the only 10th order ancestor in the four-dimensional history, the immortal Dragon City. Immortal Dragon City has spirituality. When it passes through the void slightly, the dragon's eyes look straight ahead, as if he did not take all the god emperors present in his eyes. Suddenly, the space fluctuated, and the black-robed boy, with an 8-headed winged snake growing on his back, stood with his hands behind his back, blocking the immortal Dragon City. The god emperors, who were stronger than the Asuras, couldn't help but lose their voice. One of the 12 devil emperors? Evil demon Heavenly Emperor. The morale of the god emperors of the demon race soared. The 12 demon heavenly emperors of the demon race are equivalent to the 9 great dragon emperors of the dragon race, the 8 great demon phoenixes of the phoenix race, and the 4 supreme gods of the Asura race. Every demon emperor is the highest combat power of the demon race, the leader of countless demon kings. The evil demon Heavenly Emperor smiled strangely, immortal Dragon City, even if you are immortal, you can't become a real creature. Don't you want to be a real life and have the feelings that life has? It stretched out its hand and said earnestly and earnestly, follow me. The demon emperor, my demon race, can make you a real creature, give you life, get rid of your bondage, and no longer be bound by the dead Qin Huangzu. Boom! Immortal Dragon City let out a disdainful snort, and the rolling starry sky storm rolled up, shattering the sky and cracking the ground, whizzing past, almost knocking the god emperors back. The god emperors were horrified, and with just one breath, he almost knocked back the god emperor. It is just a piece of equipment, and it has such a powerful power. The immortal Dragon City said in a loud voice, the devil is also worthy? What kind of stinky dung is it, worthy of talking about our lives being returned to life? The heavenly emperor foul demon's expression became gloomy, in the words of your former master, it seems that you were toasting instead of eating and punishing you. Immortal Dragon City glanced at it condescendingly and sneered unceremoniously. Who asserts that my lord is dead? This sneer, like a thunderbolt, caused the hearts of the god emperors to set off a turbulent sea. Even the foul demon Heavenly Emperor was no exception. Emperor Qin's ancestor, is he not dead? In the Asura imperial capital, a chaotic battle circle was chaotic. Every energy fluctuation released in the battle circle caused the surrounding to fall into an infinite time stagnation. Suddenly, a golden light gun that split the galaxy and divided the heaven and the earth bounced past and fell into the edge of the Asura army. Hundreds of Asura god kings who were affected instantly turned into pieces and died when the golden light flashed. When all the Asuras saw it, they were all horrified. If an ordinary god emperor fought, how could the Asura army be timid? But it was Lin Chen, and his attack was so strange that the fierce Asura tribe also had a psychological shadow of fear for him. Above the sky, in the curved sky dome, layers of cloud light exploded. Lin Chen stepped on the orange light, and his figure moved across the constraints of time. Wearing the armor of the god of war, he swirled his spear swiftly, piercing the god of gods' wings of the god emperor Jin Lai with one shot, and the six-armed god emperor held the giant axe to open the sky, slashed down with his head, and slashed open the sky. Boom! When Lin Chen swept the spear and shook the divine axe away, the law of power swirled around Lin Chen's body like 10,000 dragons, breaking through the heavy space barriers for him. Time and space were smashed into nothingness by his thunder dragon, attacking the opponent directly. Jin Lai Emperor, slash. Two pairs of thousands of golden wings swung like a blade, and the golden sword light from the beheading from millions of miles fell into the sky. Boom! Boom! Lin Chen punched through the void, and the six-armed god emperor raised his arm to block it. The power of the fighting god was like a universe of its own. Lin Chen smashed it into pieces, and a piece of the god's arm flew out on the spot, turning into a bloody glow. A large number of attribute light balls fell from the body of the six-armed god emperor. When the god emperor was injured, the attributes were more than 100 times more than when the god emperor died. Similarly, being slashed by the terrifying golden sword light, Lin Chen's whole body dimmed and retreated hundreds of miles. Damn, this kid is really a lunatic. The six-armed god emperor clutched his broken arm and scolded angrily, exchange life for life? Could it be that he wants to perish with this seat? The golden wings sprinkled the feathers of Shura Shenhui, illuminating the imperial capital, and the Emperor Jin Lai was suspended in the void, staring at Lin Chen. The intuition of countless battles tells it what Lin Chen is plotting. Get 199.8 million divine gift points, 9 million divine Taoism points, 98 million divine soul points, 39 million divine rune energy, 18,800 top level suit essence. The attribute light balls scattered in the Shura Empire were brought into Lin Chen's body along with the injured attribute light balls of the God Emperor. Characteristics of the Golden God of War: the strongest power the host has exceeded the limit, and the lifespan continues to decrease. The five-color divine light of the five elements law is entwined like threads, making up for Lin Chen's injury. Although the fighting spirit is getting higher and higher, the paleness of Lin Chen's hair tips is becoming more and more obvious. Lin Chen looked down at the palm of his hand in surprise, and there was a mass of white light in the palm of his right palm, like the faint brilliance released by the bright and pure white moon. In the long night that seemed like 1,000 horses, there will eventually be a little light, condensed in Lin Chen's palm, which was formed by the lives of the dead Azuras. No, to be precise, their withered lives were condensed by the talent of gods and gods. Every time Lin Chen kills a true god, regardless of race, a little light of great wishes gathers in his palm, but before, the light was too weak for even Lin Chen to notice it. The great wishes of the gods, what is the effect? When Lin Chen was in doubt, God Emperor Jin Lai suddenly said, "Your lifespan is passing by. Human Lin Chen, your cards have been exhausted. If you keep fighting like this, you have no chance of winning." Lin Chen suddenly smiled charmingly. "Really, if I only have this kind of strength, how can I fight with you all?" Boom. The space vibrated, and the stagnant time that was ripping apart the space time due to the melee of the God Emperor turned again. A round of crimson ons like a red sun rose from Lin Chen's God of War spear. And it was as powerful as a god of domineering eternity. Consume 39890 divine gift points, use talent, eternal transformation. Incomplete. God robbery. Lin Chen swung away with a shot, and between the instant light and shadow, blood and thunder roared like hundreds of millions of dragons, shrouding the two god emperors. It's this trick again. It seems that you are really exhausted, and Jin Lai is absolutely dead. Six-armed wild dragon pestle. A piece of divine pestle that crushes the sky and crushes the earth is engraved with the afterimage of a wild dragon, and the golden divine light, flying like snowflakes, shatters time and space, and wants to break up Lin Chen's sacred tribulation again. The two god emperors were surprised to find that their attacks were dissolved and annihilated. 7 or 8 out of 10 powers from within the range shrouded in the divine catastrophe? Not good. Quickly use Doshin Qi to defend. This human race has a backup move. The two god emperors retreated thousands of miles, golden light wings shrouded them, and the six-armed god emperor waved his heavenly arms and unfolded a huge beam of light to protect himself. The divine calamity swept across the sky, and their battle god Qi defenses were broken open again, and everything melted away. Even when Emperor Jinlia's azure divine wings began to shed their feathers, the two great emperors were shocked. A beam of golden light traveled thousands of miles, moving the void. Lin Chen looked like a ghost, and rushed to the front of the six-armed god emperor. Blood. The god of war spear swung down abruptly, penetrating the divine body defense of the six-armed god emperor, and strangely, there was not a trace of divine blood spilled. Not good. The six-armed god emperor felt that part of the blood in his body had been drained, and it was very difficult to even operate the power of the fighting god. It waved its huge arms that reached the sky, tried all its strength, and suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's god of war spear. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen didn't use the spear, and when he let go of the god of war spear, he smashed the void, strode a meteor, and slammed the opponent's huge body with a fist. The airflow was mad, and the space was like a barrier. Skin, blood, flesh, bone change. The host continuously activates the eternal transformation Dao and continues to consume a large amount of divine gift points. The host is still using the law of power beyond the limits of cultivation and body, and continues to reduce lifespan. Every punch of Lin Chen is accompanied by an incomparably domineering Tao transformation, and the law of power penetrates the opponent's defense time and time again. The six-armed god emperor's skin, flesh and bones fell off and smashed into nothingness. An inch of flesh, bone and skin was actually beaten up by Lin Chen at a speed visible to the naked eye. When this scene was reflected in the Azura army, countless Azuras seemed to have seen a ghost. What kind of attack technique is this? The body of the god emperor of the Azura clan is almost destroyed. Zheng. A wisp of golden blade slashed, containing infinite murderous intent, cutting Lin Chen's head straight. This move is even more terrifying than any previous move, and it uses a blow from the battle god realm. Hua Yu. Lin Chen was not afraid. With the laws of power, stars, 5 elements, and thunder in his palm, he used a move of big destroying star palm and blasted it. LOL. Boom. When Jin Lai God Emperor pulled back the six-armed God Emperor, he was shaken back by Lin Chen's palm, and the starlight exploded, turning into an energy frenzy of annihilation, and the power of transforming the way that the crimson inch light dances, like a demon possessed, wrapped around its wings, braving a series of blue smoke. Sizzling. Its proud divine wings, under the influence of the power of self. Transformation Dao, were actually partially mutilated, and its pupils could not help shrinking. Everything happened so fast. How terrifying, this human race still hides such a killer. The scalps of the two Shura god emperors were numb, if let him come again. The two great god emperors never dreamed that they, who dominate the situation of all ethnic groups, would face a human race that was full of calculations. And was also a god, and there was a worry for their lives. The faint six-path roulette spins like a gossip, and the six-path roulette wheel is like a six-path reincarnation blessing. It covered the wound on its chest, and the bottomless circular crack was like a black hole, and the stalwart Emperor Shura's body actually appeared. Incomplete and irreparable damage. Mother, Gongming Dharma Emperor is really merciless. Shaka's eyes are dark and deep, however, the guy from the Protoss is even more difficult than me. Gongming Dharma Emperor can be more terrifying than targeting me to surround him. The figure kept traversing the void, moving between the stars. Shaka became more and more contemplative. I didn't expect that the rumors about Lin Chen turned out to be true. This son of Lin Chen is really sheltered by the supreme powers of Hao Futian's past team. Shaka breathed a sigh of relief. Like the rest of his life, fortunately, it was the remnant soul of Emperor Gongming that descended, not the remnant soul of Emperor Lin Tian. Shaka sits in the imperial capital, and has sensed the faint breath and traces that appeared in the god realm not long ago, especially about Emperor Lin Tian. Lin Chen challenged God's domain, intending to take a stand and call on all the powerhouses in the four dimensions who resisted the Protoss. This move was appreciated by Emperor Lin Tian, and the remnant returned to recruit the old department, and Wanli Shenzhou protected Lin Chen. If it is not Emperor Gongming, but the remnant soul of Emperor Lin Tian, who descends on the godly desolate star territory, I am afraid that it will be shattered even stronger than other Shakas. Only when you reach the level of a god emperor can you know some high-level information. On that day, after Lin Chen was safely escorted away, Emperor Lin Tian fought against the two emperors alone. The battle was so tragic that it even forced the gods to send out god emperors with higher realms. Otherwise, without the internal interference of the Protoss, god emperor in Wuchen and another Protoss god emperor of the Yi family would probably have destroyed Shenzhou on the spot. Because of this, the two god emperors have also fallen into an endless retreat to heal their injuries and paid the price of most of their lives. In contrast, Gongming Fa Emperor fought the four god emperors in the first battle, and the four god emperors each had their own ghosts and guarded against each other. Emperor Gongming's intention is to delay and protect Lin Chen, but Emperor Lin Tian's battle has always only been 5 words: destroy all enemies. It's not the remnant soul of Emperor Lin Tian who came, it's the good fortune of this emperor's unfortunate trip. Shaka was about to breathe a sigh of relief, and when he approached the imperial capital, he was completely stunned in the void. The Azure Do world, which is listed in the void like the 72 constellation divine bows, unexpectedly bursts open in the center of the space. Cracks that stretch for dozens of feet, as if time and space are still. Someone opened the shelter of the Shura-Do world? Could it be? Sakya thought of a near impossible fact. The Shura-Do is a barrier forged by the Asuras to resist the external cosmic storm, and it is also a vital line of defense used to prevent someone from sneaking into the imperial capital. Now someone has opened a hole? Could it be that someone dares to break into the Azura Empire? Who has the ability and courage? Shaka was shocked and angry. No, it's not just opening a hole, if you just Tear it apart, it will definitely alarm the Asuras in the imperial capital. 10 pillars of the White Emperor Shenqing, surrounding the cracks, imprisoned all spatial fluctuations. At the same time as breaking a hole, seal the spatial fluctuations with the artifact carried by the space law, and flash into the fighting world with a speed that transcends time, so that it is possible not to disturb the Asura in the imperial capital and sneak into it. Ignoring the White Emperor Shenqing, Shaka rushed back outside the imperial capital. I saw, the cloud rolls over the Een and the wind, and the blood of Shura is everywhere. On the high walls of honor outside the imperial capital, there are no longer the skulls of the strong men of various races, but the skeletons of the Asuras. Moreover, each skeleton is actually the lord of the Asura tribe. Asura imperial capital, there are Asura bones hanging all over the city? Shaka's scalp was numb. What happened? The imperial capital is fighting? Standing in the Asura world, which is invincible for eternity, there will be battles? Who dares to ignore the regulations of the 4 supreme gods of the Asura tribe? Shaka turned into a stream of light and swept into the imperial capital. The northern border of the imperial capital. High in the sky, as soon as the Wanguhua Dao came out, the 2 god emperors didn't even bother to stop Lin Chen, and retreated quickly. Lin Chen, a human race, still hides such a terrifying killer move. Damn, this emperor's divine blood and divine bones were annihilated by a quarter by him. Even if he repairs it back, I am afraid that his cultivation will go backwards. Especially the 6-armed god emperor, who was angry and frightened. If it wasn't for Jin Lai's presence, it might have been severely injured by Lin Chen just now. God Emperor Jin Lai said in horror. Yanxia, that move just now is probably a power that the human race has never seen before, right? I have never seen a human race with this kind of power. It is definitely a miracle beyond the 3,000 avenues. The 6-armed god emperor Yan Mia's mouth trembled, cold sweat poured out, and he was extremely terrified when he thought about it. He has the upper hand in a pair of 2, if the emperor faces him alone. If it was one-on-one, wouldn't it have a life-threatening concern? For the arrogant Asura god emperor, how could he be forced to such a degree by a human race god lord? The eternal transformation of the Tao, the transformation of all the power of the 3,000 Tao laws, as long as everything created by the 3,000 laws can be transformed. The Asuras are also a kind of creature born under the law of the 4-dimensional universe. Although other races do not cultivate the law as the Tao, everything in them is closely related to the law. Today, with the golden god of war suit, Lin Chen briefly possesses the law of power to counter the realm of the god emperor. Under the premise of establishing and being able to break through the opponent's defense, and then using the transformation path, you can obliterate all traces of the opponent's existence. If it is a complete eternal transformation Tao, I am afraid it is not as simple as injury and loss. The 2 god emperors were injured, and the dropped attribute light balls and attribute treasure chests were ingested by Lin Chen when he was running his mind technique. The host obtains the red rank talent treasure chest, open it and obtain gods and great wishes talent fragments, February 10th. The host gets the suit treasure box, open it to get dream reincarnation suit. Parts dream helmet. All parts have been automatically fused. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the complete dream reincarnation suit. Life and death are boundless, and dream bubbles are floating. Set features, the strongest illusion, reincarnation illusion. However, Lin Chen didn't even bother to investigate all the newly acquired Attribute treasures. The orange light under his feet was like a cushion, and his figure moved. While the two god emperors were thinking about it, Lin Chen rushed towards the Azura army. Boom! The golden shadow pierced through the void, and the god of war spear smashed into the center of the Azura army. More than 100 Azura god kings were pierced and shattered into pieces. Everyone, don't let him break through. Let's fight. What are the fears of the Azuras? You come with me, eh? Where are all the soldiers? I quit it. Your grandma, who is fighting this lunatic. Crush, we must rush, and he must not be allowed to act recklessly. In the Azura army, there was chaos, some rushed, some retreated, completely in chaos. The snake-body Shura looked terrified. It's here after all. All the 99th Legion obey the order and fight to the death. As soon as it gave an order, many Azura god kings were like the sun and the moon, and they stood up one step at a time. When the momentum was great, the snake-body commander twisted the tail of the snake and quickly retreated. Boom! 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 A bunch of swirling spear winds shattered and smashed a large number of Shura god kings, and swept away many god lords. In just half a breath, Lin Chen broke through the blockades of many Azura tribes and turned into a golden light of orange light, with 5 fingers sticking out, as if capturing a dragon, and grasping the face of the snake body commander fiercely. Lin Chen held the head of the snake body commander, and raised an emotionless smile, which was icy cold. Caught you, commander of the 99th Legion. When Sakya returned to the capital of Azura, there was blood all over the place, and his eyes were devastated. All the corpses of Shura who fell to the ground and died were actually the Lord of Shura. Its battle god realm power was released slightly, and its eyes penetrated the space, witnessing that scene in awe. In the mighty Shura army, wearing a golden armor and holding the head of the snake-body commander with one hand, even the thousands of troops and gods in the Shura Empire couldn't stop him. Lin Chen? Actually, it's him. Shaka was completely shocked. When it saw Lin Chen from the Emperor Shi's tomb, he was just a god king. Now, it has actually hit the Shura Emperor. Still fucking alone? Is this Nima alone? Shaka froze in place. Suddenly, the commander of the snake body was full of suffocating chi like a dragon, and burst out with fierce fighting god chi, smashing Xingyue, and slashing at Lin Chen, but it was only a moment. But Lin Chen, who was surrounded by the law of power, but in the blink of an eye, a golden light flashed like snowflakes, easily shattering all its counterattacks. Damn it! The commander of the snake body screamed. The body of the god was blazing bright, like a scorching sun hanging high, when the desire exploded. Bone. Blood. Skin. Boom. Lin Chen slapped it with a palm, and smashed its body into a layer of skin. The flesh and blood evaporated, and no slag was left, only its Azura soul remained. This scene caused countless Azura leaders to numb their scalps. Too monstrous. You must know that the self-destruction of a god master will cause chaos in time and space, and most god emperors cannot stop it. Lin Chen slapped it down, and actually knocked it out. The corners of the 2 Shura god emperors in the void twitched slightly, and they couldn't even reach the level of Lin Chen. This palm is simply Lin Chen's treatment of the god emperor level. With 5 fingers in the air, Lin Chen grabbed the spirit of the snake body commander with a cold expression. In front of me, you are not even qualified to explode yourself. The snake body commander with a body close to the transparent body was terrified and hurriedly said, Lin Chen, listen to me. Attacking the Tiang Xinjiu is not what I want. Take it. As Lin Chen thought about it, the White Emperor Shenqing outside the Shura imperial capital turned into a wisp of light and took it into the palm of his hand. A piece of White Emperor Shenqing expands the space domain, and the unique space plane absorbs a world of heaven and earth, and incorporates the soul led by the snake body into it. In the independent plane of Baidi Shenqing, the world constructed by the laws of space is vast and boundless, with stars twinkling in the sky, and every bit of starlight contains Lin Chen's ultimate law of stars and the law of the 5 elements. The snake body commander is in it, like being reversed by the 5 elements. Ah! The shrill and painful scream echoed in the White Emperor plane, the starlight penetrated its soul like a sharp sword, and the pain was even more than 100 times as if the internal organs were displaced. It's too cheap to kill you with one palm. I want your soul to be tortured forever, until it perishes. When Lin Chen's icy voice answered the White Emperor plane, the snake body commander showed despair. No. Lin Chen, listen to me. Why does Lao Tzu listen to those bastards? If I choose to enter the Emperor Shi's tomb, how can I have such a catastrophe? God shouldn't kill me. Let it roar. The White Emperor plane seems to always have only its own voice. When he finally won the goal of revenge, Lin Chen's eyes recovered a bit of aura. The Azura army is brewing a new offensive to counterattack Lin Chen. Boom! A divine might descended, sweeping the imperial capital. All the Azuras, the superiors and inferiors from the bloodline kowtowed, and their souls trembled. This breath far surpasses any great emperor that this commander has ever seen. Difficult, don't tell me? Many Azuras dispersed like a cloud of smoke, and they retreated, knelt down on one knee, and gave way to an avenue. Lin Chen, who was in the center of the army, his pupils reflected the azure blue divine light of the rebels, and he turned back suddenly, his eyes like swords. Right in front of the Azura army, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air. From the virtual to the real, as if it did not bring any space ripples. It seems that this person has appeared here across time and space. I've seen adults. Even the venerable Lord has left. Your Highness, Brahma, why are you here? Jin Lai, Yen Mia, and Shaka, the 3 great god emperors, saluted from the sky one after another in awe. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the juvenile in front of him. Only one of the 4 Azura supreme gods can make God Emperor Azura show this attitude. It was dressed in gray, like a 17 or 18-year-old human race. With eyebrows like swords, white hair like snow, and 3 eyeball-shaped talismans carved on its broad forehead. The appearance and aura seem to be unremarkable, but behind its shoulders there are 4 space-time vortexes about 10 feet in size. Every time and space vortex is derived from a vigorous and simple Shura arm. Carrying 4 arms, its gray-white eyes stared at Lin Chen, and it walked slowly to within 100 feet of Lin Chen. Azura Supreme God Brahma. Since the Azura god Zu Luahu, one of the 4 strongest Azuras, the Emperor, who reigns in the 4 dimensions. Brahma's face was flat. This time out of the customs, I spent thousands of years of hard work. The strength of the fighting god that was lost in the past has finally recovered 6 or 7 out of 10. Next, it should be a critical moment to restore to its heyday. Unexpectedly, it will be you are a junior. Disturbed. Its voice has an illusion of confusing time and space. Even Lin Chen has a kind, it seems to be in the past and future to issue a final ultimatum to himself. Brahma's tone was slightly unpleasant, and the Azura god emperor present was all cold and stabbed in the back. Lin Chen took a step back. The law of power on the god of war spear was brewing to the extreme, and the strongest blow could happen at any time. Boom! Lin Chen took the lead and stabbed with a spear. The law of power was like a swirling storm of blood and thunder, hitting Brahma directly. The host uses divine tribulation to activate instant light splitting. The host consumes 65,000 divine endowment points to activate the way of eternal transformation, incomplete. This is the strongest shot since Lin Chen used the golden god of war set. Brahma stood still, and the Shura arm above his left shoulder lifted slightly, pressing down lightly. Zheng. The god of war spear let out a soft sound, and the blood and thunder storm with the power of the 5 elements came to an abrupt end, and was stopped by Brahma. Then, the time and space vortex skyrocketed, and the second Shura arm stretched out, turned into 100 Zheng divine arm, and attacked Lin Chen directly. There was no earth-shattering aura, and no vision of the heavens and the earth, but when the Azura's arm attacked, all the divine power, divine beauty, space-time universe eclipsed, all forbidden in an instant, and then began to shatter and wither. It seems that there is a large piece of the universe, which was silently destroyed by this palm. Under this pressure, Lin Chen was so proud of his strength that he couldn't even move. Sigh. Boom. 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 The golden god of war suit burst open instantly, and Lin Chen was crushed to pieces by Brahma's Azura arm. Lin Chen's figure disappeared like a bubble. Brahma's eyes, which had been silent for a long time, finally flashed a ray of light. Interesting, human race shouldn't have this kind of artifact. Fantasy afterimages, everything seems illusory, more perfect than some god. Emperors I have encountered who are proficient in the law of illusion and the law of floating. The eyeball on Brahma's forehead opened the first eyeball and grinned, it can pass the time a little. The hazy gray light bloomed and freed from the eyeballs, and time and space were abruptly forbidden. Boom! The vortex of time and space appeared out of thin air, and a vigorous and quaint Azura divine arm crossed the sky and rolled down. Boom! 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 The space debris exploded, and the imperial capital fell into boundless darkness. Millions of miles away, the aurora of the Fengshen or the black light of the god of gods costume exploded at the same time. In a space, Lin Chen's figure was blasted out, and when he vomited blood and retreated, the Brahma god emperor once again showed some appreciation. Its eyes traveled through time and space, staring at the Fengshen wing behind Lin Chen, and praised, "Wonderful, with such a low level of cultivation, you can avoid 2 moves without dying from this seat." One person. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth bleed, and his expression was solemn. There is no doubt that this supreme god of Shura is the strongest enemy Lin Chen has ever encountered so far, no one. Its cultivation base may be in the realm of the 4th level god emperor, no, the 5th level god emperor. With a casual blow, there will be the supreme existence of smashing countless universes, destroying the avenues, stopping time and space, and the law of annihilation. It is almost equivalent to Emperor Lin Tian and Emperor Gongming at their peak. If there is no force-suit characteristics to switch back and forth for cover, Lin Chen would have to die on the spot with just the previous 2 palms. It seems that there is only a desperate fight. The golden god of war set flashed, and the god of war spear overflowed with infinite brilliance. The host uses the golden god of war suit to obtain the suit feature, the strongest power. Consume lifespan again, pay attention, the host's body, soul, law, is about to fall into a state of self-destruction, it is paying 10 times the price of exceeding the limit in exchange for power. Lord Brahma, please let me wait for the guilt and meritorious deeds. Jin Lai and Yan Mia stood up at the same time and dared to ask for life. Brahma shook his head slightly. No, this person has already planned to die. After a little step, the stars moved, and the supreme god of Shura came to Lin Chen again. It stared at the unfamiliar and familiar figure in front of it, and in a trance, it seemed to see the high mountain back then. That one, the high mountain that the supreme god of Shura cannot cross. Even if he didn't become a god ancestor, he became the eternal nightmare of all Asuras. Unfortunately, Brahma suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Human. Lin Chen, you are not him. If it were Hao Futian, he would never have done such an act. Your feelings are beyond your reason, and you dare to kill me in the Shura god realm single-handedly. Although you are somewhat similar, you are not him after all. Zheng. A roar of a dragon roared out of the Azura god realm, alarming thousands of Azura gods. Before Lin Chen had the chance to fight to the death, a divine sword, cut and cast in darkness, unfolded above the Azura imperial capital out of thin air. The sword hilt has 2 wings, one is missing, and the long dark sword body is engraved with a dim light, like a night dream, beautiful and solemn. The sword's edge opens up the world, stops time and space, and falls between Lin Chen and the supreme god Brahma. Jiangtong Jiuyo, the darkness is boundless, the law of the great Dao is cut up, and the gods are cut down. Could this sword be? The 3 Azura god emperors were stunned. This sword is the embodiment of the divine body, not a divine weapon, and the holder is only one person. The one, not inferior to the existence of the supreme god of Shura. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. The black dress is fluttering, the beautiful stars like dreamy star marks. The beautiful girl has long hair, her hairpin is carved with a phoenix, and a pair of crescent earrings hang on both earlobes. Absolutely. 2 strands of black veil fluttered from her pure white wrist. Her figure was as graceful as a rainbow, and her snow-white toes, which were as delicate as bamboo shoots, were adorned on the sword handle, and she fluttered. In today's world, it is hard to find such a stunning sight. Lin Chen subconsciously lost his voice. Yao. Yaoer? Huh? The woman in the black dress was surprised, looked sideways, and looked directly at Lin Chen. Have you ever seen someone similar to me? Looking at her starry and beautiful eyes, cold and secluded, Lin Chen instantly woke up. No, she's not Luo Yaoer. Even though her appearance was exactly the same, Lin Chen sensed a completely different aura from her body. That is innate, different from the essence of the soul. The woman in the black dress was very interested, looked at Lin Chen, who was in shock, and said to herself coldly, "It seems that you are not looking for the wrong person." Brahma's face unexpectedly opened all his divine pupils, and his tone showed a bit of surprise. Empress Luo Binger? This matter is an internal matter of my Azura clan. You trespassed on my Azura clan's imperial capital. Could it be that you want to make your clan an enemy of me? Whatever you think. Luo Binger pulled up the void black sword, the sword edge surging with a dreamy and beautiful light. Today, I want to take him away. Let me see who dares to stop me. You are courting death. Brahma's expression was icy cold, and killing intent enveloped the entire imperial capital. It's your Azura people who are courting death. Luo Binger held a sword in her hand and danced lightly, showing a smile for the first time in the world. What about calling out the 3 who were in retreat together? Why not single out the 4 of you? Luo Binger waved her hand, and a dark ray of light flashed across the sky. LOL. In an instant, the Shuro world above the imperial capital was torn apart by a huge abyss, and the time and space were reversed. Countless Asuras were stunned. The three Asura god emperors opened their mouths slightly. This Nima is as strong as a ghost. Tear apart the barrier of Shuro at will? Even the demon heavenly emperors at the back of the demon race don't have such strength. You go first, I'll find you later. A cold and pleasant voice entered Lin Chen's mind. After she finished speaking, she pushed gently, and Lin Chen was pushed into the abyss. Between the stars, Lin Chen was sent out of the Shuro god realm. When they left, the two peak powerhouses in the four-dimensional universe instantly clashed, and the entire Shuro Emperor set off an unprecedented earthquake. When the world's top powers fight, the specifications are so strong that even the three god emperors dare not miss half an instant. Lin Chen, who was sent out of the Shuro god realm, fell into an unknown galaxy. In the godly desolate star territory. Lin Chen was shocked. Who is this woman? In terms of appearance and temperament, how can there be such a similar person? In today's world. Luo Yaoer, Luo Binger? What is the relationship between her and her? Lin Chen knew that the soul in the sea trembled, and an unprecedented sense of weakness emerged like a tide, which almost overwhelmed Lin Chen. The talents of ultimate heavenly rebel, Godslayer, were instantly lifted, and Lin Chen's power limit was reduced to 1/10 of the previous one. When the golden god of war suit was lifted, Lin Chen's face was so pale that it seemed that even the last ray of blood had been sucked to death. Even the Dragon Lord's blood in the body was drained from the previous fierce battle, and it was extremely difficult to release it to fight at this time. Too many god kings and god masters have their attribute values refined. I need to find a place to retreat first, and use the phantom clone to gradually refine the attribute values into the body, otherwise the body will burst open instantly when it pours into the body. The current Lin Chen is extremely weak, all his laws are like dim starlight and candles in the wind. The godhead of Shuro's natural enemies, running beyond the load, gave Lin Chen enormous power, and using the golden war god set to waste his lifetime and time again made Lin Chen more like a lonely sail under the precarious wind and rain. Lin Chen was about to get up when a nebula suddenly exploded from the void above his head. Dozens of figures stepped out of the nebula, and they were actually a group of true gods and a dozen god kings, led by men in blue clothes and beautiful women in red robes, with 3 and 4 levels of god master cultivation. I didn't expect that such a wild star field would encounter such a surprise. It's really an eye-opener. This sun's law has extraordinary power, and at first glance, he is a person with great opportunities. The two adults are really discerning talents. The subordinates of his subordinates exclaimed loudly, and after that Tsing-yi, Divine Master, put his hands together, he laughed loudly. This seat has been in the desolate star field for many years, and it has always moved 10 steps. After the last 10 steps, when the breath comes, there must be a strong person who will come with injuries. The Tsing-yi Divine Master squinted his eyes, and his eyes signaled the two Divine King's subordinates to test the depth of Lin Chen. Every region of the godly desolate star region among the major galaxies was divided into groups. Luo Binger acted hastily when sending Lin Chen away, and did not give Lin Chen any cover. He is respected as the Master of God, and since he is a respected master, he is still very cautious in strengthening such a state, and has never acted in person. Lin Chen's pupil shrank, and his scalp was numb. It is not the group of true gods in front of them, but a group of obscured dark red rays of light behind them. It hides in the dark and endless void of a silver continent, jumping out of the space category of the desolate star territory. After sweeping across the Azura Empire, Lin Chen's soul power was in a particularly strong state of improvement, and he actually sensed some breath hidden in the void. This God Master is being followed and still doesn't know it at all. The mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Lin Chen's expression was solemn, and he pondered in his heart, such a mysterious hidden method is not the strength that a God Master can have. Not a god, could it be a God Emperor? In Lin Chen's current state, the divine power of the law is exhausted, and the use of any suit has to pay a terrible price. If it is not used, a 5-level God Master can take his life at any time. If I encounter another God Emperor again, I am afraid that jade and stone will really be burned. The pale Lin Chen looked calm, grinned and said, I can't help but say that I want to kill, it's too reckless. What if I'm not hard enough? What should I do? If I provoke myself? Lin Chen tried to delay time. The Tsingy Divine Master said indifferently, no one has ever dared to doubt that I am not strong enough. There is a God Emperor behind this seat, who kills you like a slaughtering pig and dog, no matter what your origins are. Someone Lin said solemnly, you actually know that? Look back, there really is a God Emperor behind you. I'm notoriously honest, and I won't lie to you. The Tsingy Divine Master sneered, I suspect that there is something wrong with your brain. Nemas, it's hard to be an honest person. Lin Chen casually threw out a navy ring, give me a face, make a way. The Tsingy Divine Master flicked his sleeves and sneered, I'll give you a hammer. Superior. With a single order, the 15 divine kings erupted with unparalleled law and divine power, picking up the stars and taking the moon, as if they were raising their hands. Lin Chen's soul slammed into the void, squeezing out a trace of law and divine power, the law of floating, the 6 worlds are vain. The law of floating, which is as white as smoke, swells wildly, and the space floats and dissipates instantly, like an indeterminate cloud. A group of god kings suddenly lost their bearings, spinning like a quagmire. Their eyes were dazed, and they couldn't even stand in the void. This move is at least an intermediate level red level exercise. It's really not a simple boy. The Tsingy Divine Master sneered, unfortunately, the user is too weak, and this seat is broken. As soon as he pointed away, the gleaming light of his fingertips was like a long rainbow breaking the sun, and one finger cut off Lin Chen's 6 realms of vainness. The beautiful woman in red robe lifted her lips slightly, and danced her hands. 10,000 fires burned the sky. The fire rain of 10,000 feet shot down in an instant, swept thousands of miles, and the sea of fire spread all over the field, forming a head of fire dragon to pounce on Lin Chen. Boom! 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 The palm prints of the spinning starlight smashed the sea of fire, and 3 phantom lights bloomed, and the phantom clones descended into the sky and swept towards everyone. The 3 phantom clones are the limit that Lin Chen can use now. The remaining phantom avatars also need to refine the attribute value of violent disorder. Separate? What a wonderful avatar, this king can't tell who is the prosthesis. When the crowd exclaimed, that Tsingy God Lord stepped out in one step, as expected, a superb sword with a sun and moon pattern engraved with purple. Electricity lingered and flew into his hand. In an instant, the sword light swept Xiaohan, and the sword chi ran for thousands of miles. The Tsingy God Lord came with a sword and slashed Lin Chen's 3 phantom clones. Lin Chen turned around and fled, and even the divine power of the law that urged the movement technique was not restored, and he swept away out of thin air. Don't let this kid escape. It's also a red rank intermediate level exercise and a wonderful avatar, so there must be a big secret. Everyone chased after them together, and the phantom clones guarded the main body, as if they were attacking and retreating, as they lured everyone to a silver continent step by step. The crisis is getting closer and closer. Lin Chen's cerebral cortex seems to be heating, and his soul is trembling. It's now. Lin Chen's newly recovered wisps of law divine power instantly activated. Layers of dazzling orange light appeared under his feet, stepping on the orange sky mat, carrying the moving law. The whole person jumped like a star pill and disappeared in a flash. Roar. Before the Tsingy divine master could react, a roar resounded through the starry sky. A giant palm of the law that covers the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies rolled its head down behind everyone's back. The giant palm of the law is tens of thousands of acres in size, bursting with the roar of ghosts and gods, faintly conveying the coercion of the power of the law. Ah! My arm. The power of the law? It's the God Emperor. My Nima, there really is a God Emperor. Oops, I can't move. When everyone lost their voices and was horrified, the giant palm of the law suddenly fell, and the Tsingy God Lord was smashed into the sky with stumps, and the soul was crushed to pieces. Only the beautiful woman in red robe seemed to sense the incompleteness of the giant palm of the law, seized the gap, abandoned the divine body. The divine soul left the body, escaped into the void, and turned into twinkling stars, flying away. Among the powerhouses, only the beautiful woman in red robe survived. I saw that the giant palms were gathered and ingested from the air, and the incomplete God King, God Bones, God Blood, and the flesh and blood of God Masters were absorbed into the sky. A figure with messy hair appeared from the void. He opened his mouth and sucked in the wind. He swallowed all the flesh and blood of the gods in his mouth. He chewed the flesh and blood of the gods, and his mouth was full of gagaka chewing sounds. His mouth was full of blood, and his red eyes had a hysterical rage. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed in the distance. It was him. It is the Mad Emperor in the tomb of Emperor Shi. The Mad God Emperor, who was chewing on the flesh and blood of the God Lord, turned his eyes, and his eyes fell on Lin Chen. An instinctive bloodthirsty and brutal gaze locked on Lin Chen. The weak Lin Chen, like a lonely sail in a storm, was immediately targeted by a powerful and ferocious hurricane. Almost at the same time, a light screen appeared in front of Lin Chen's eyes. The final version of the Tiandao pickup system, the update is complete. Although his state is far from his heyday, he is still a God Emperor, far surpassing all God Masters. Lin Chen didn't dare to waste his last divine power to use his body technique easily. It was unrealistic to want to shake off the opponent at this juncture. If Lin Chen's golden god of war suit was in his prime, he would not be afraid to meet this crazy God Emperor, but now he is at the end of the shot. If he really fights, he will die. But if you give up the battle and flee, it is the real death and no life. At this time, the light of the system flashed before his eyes. The final version of the Tiandao genus system, open the law attribute, corresponding attribute, and control the law faster. Enable divine body function, the host can forge the supreme divine body. Refine the body at a faster speed, and break through the life limit. Enable enhancement optimization, when the host strengthens any magic artifact or attribute transfer enhancement target, it is 100% successful. Final rune series, Phantom Rune, consumes 500 million god-level rune energy. Upgraded to the final Phantom Rune, the effect. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Right now, there is still a chance. This mad God Emperor, as a former God Emperor, sensed in advance that there was a God Emperor to encircle the tomb of Wang, escaped by instinct, and sneaked into the desolate star field. He couldn't maintain enough rationality, neither could he calm down to recover his wounds, nor could he ask a pharmacist to refine medicine to restore his physique. In addition, the era of his existence is too long, and now that he is absent from the desolate star territory, the era has already changed countless times. The coordinates of the secret realm, the power connections he once knew, no longer exist, and he can't find resources to restore the wounded body. In this way, he came up with the idea of the gods and kings of various places in order to kill and devour the gods, and use the most primitive and most effective method to restore his wounded body. At this time, the Mad Emperor was full of blood and energy, and the unstable Law World power released a wisp of residual power from time to time, blasting the space to pieces. Compared to the Emperor Shi's tomb, when Lin Chen first saw him, he was stronger. Now, he is eyeing Lin Chen again. The Mad God Emperor tilted his head, shaking slightly, his hoarse voice full of curiosity. Human, Junior, you have an incredible smell. Under the messy hair, his bloodshot eyes widened slightly, and he grinned. You are more delicious than other gods. Lin Chen calmly took a dozen steps back. Just relying on this trump card is not enough. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, the chance to kill the god Emperor is a rare opportunity. Compared with the previous decline, like a dragon swimming in the shoal, now he is more like a tiger poised to fight back. Between the opening and closing of the palm, a splendid splendor like a dream blooms, and a piece of pen that rotates like a wheel is born. The translucent and beautiful pen is beautiful, the pen is 3 inches long. And the brush edge condensed by pure white fox fur looks like snow in the spring. The end of the pen is also engraved with a beautiful and elegant celestial fox pattern, which shines brightly, and there are strands of faint purple brilliance on the tip of the pen. The host uses the fantasy reincarnation suit, charging 12%. Features of divine outfit. The illusion of reincarnation is dominated by the spirit of the host. The stronger the spirit, the deeper the illusion. All of its cultivation, bases, laws, and souls can transform billions of dreams, illusions, and illusions, whether true or false, false and true, endless dreams, and illusions. Obtain the attached divine equipment, reincarnation pen, feature, dream bubble. 50% of the top-level suit essence held by the host has been consumed, and the recharge reaches 35%. The attached divine suit and the reincarnation pen will open the second form. In an instant, 2 strands of light, dark purple and red, entwined on the tip of the pen, and time and space changed on the tip of the pen, like a stroke of history engraved on its tip. Thousands of years of prehistoric times, but one stroke. Second form feature, reincarnation painting universe, one stroke creates universe, one stroke reincarnates. The reincarnation does not stop, the illusion is eternal. At this time, Lin Chen's appearance has changed greatly. The arm armor is like jade, light as Hong Yu, and his legs are carved with purple ripples. Chen's spiritually glowing eyes. On the purple helmet, the 2 wings of the helmet are as agile as fox ears. A jade belt is tied around its waist, and the light purple light armor is engraved with an agile celestial fox. If the golden god of war suit is domineering, the ultimate function suit is elegant and dusty, and the god of war suit is magnificent. That dream reincarnation suit is so eerie and charming, dreaming of reincarnation. Boom. Boom. The void shattered, and the mad god emperor who stepped on the space swung his palms. The 6 blades of the blade open up the sky, dividing the galaxy, and the thousands of miles of law world power rolls and rushes, like a galaxy. Reversing, slicing down, like 6 blooming flowers on the other side. Lin Chen held the reincarnation pen in his hand, and when he swiped it, a glaze-like phantom appeared. Boom. 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 A large field of law shattered Lin Chen, and his figure exploded like a bubble. The mad god emperor is like a madman, and his fists are blasted out in succession. Where the boxing wind passes, it crushes thousands of stars, but with dozens of breaths, it crushes everything within tens of thousands of miles. Lin Chen was destroyed again and again and again and again. Cunning Jr., dare to play this seat. The mad god emperor kept roaring and roaring, fighting to the point of madness, constantly releasing the law world power that illuminated the sun and the moon. This time, Lin Chen can be said to use the strong to attack the weak. Lin Chen's spirit is already in a state of improvement, but the other party's spirit has long been crippled and has lost his sanity. And Lin Chen has the dream reincarnation suit in hand, the stronger the soul, the deeper the illusion. However, it can only be said that Lin Chen occupies an invincible position. And it is still impossible to kill the opponent. Once approached, the random attack of the Mad Emperor's counterattack is far from what Lin Chen, who is now seriously injured, can withstand. Between the voids, Lin Chen's brush strokes sprinted away, as if depicting a blue wisp of a grand picture. The scenery of heaven and earth suddenly changed. Everything in the past, like a tide, appeared in front of the crazy god emperor. When his offensive stagnated, he saw a memory that he had forgotten, and an ethereal and stunning red-clothed woman appeared in front of him. Those he loved, those beliefs and children he had abandoned, the afterglow of those times, everything came before his eyes. For the first time, a trace of pure spirit appeared in the eyes of the mad god emperor. When he hugged his lover, tears welled up in his eyes, it was so real. Chinger. I'm sorry, I'm damned. I shouldn't be greedy for that desolate. Gods, can you forgive me? I promise, I'll never leave you again. The mad god emperor recklessly embraced his lover, only at this moment, he seemed to feel that he was truly alive again. Sigh. Suddenly, a bright red blade pierced through the heart of the mad god emperor. The woman in red in his arms burst into tears, and between sobbing, she stretched out the blade. I forgive you, but children. The woman in red was about to cry. Chinger, you. The corners of the mad emperor's mouth trembled. Then, the head, shoulders, legs, and soul of the mad god emperor were crazily pierced all over his body. And the blade that seemed to be the woman in red was actually an arrow, swirling around by the gods. In the distance, there is another Lin Chen. Feng Shen's eye flapped slightly, he was wearing the ultimate function suit, standing opposite Lin Chen. This moment, like a historic scene. Twin gods shine together. The fantasy reincarnation suit and the ultimate function suit exist at the same time. Final Phantom Rune, 7 shadows in 1, the 7 phantom clones owned by the host can choose to be integrated into one, creating the strongest clone. The clone can synchronize all the strengths of the host, can use all means of the main body, and apply to any kind of suit. At this moment, Lin Chen held the reincarnation pen in his hand and hung the mirror of reincarnation behind him, looking directly at the Mad Emperor. Incarnated as the phantom avatar of the ultimate wind god, left and right with the main body, surrounded the Mad God Emperor, and continued to attack. Final Phantom Rune, 7 Shadows in 1, the 7 phantom clones owned by the host can choose to be integrated into one, creating the strongest clone. The clone can synchronize all the strengths of the host, can use all means of the main body, and apply to any kind of suit. The strongest phantom rune. It is to create a phantom clone that is equivalent to the main body. This means that Lin Chen can use 2 suits at the same time, and the 2 Lin Chens in the true sense are fighting together. The Mad God Emperor hugged his lover tightly. With a broken soul, this time. For the first time he regained some sense of reason and memory, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Mad God Emperor murmured, "Thank you, Junior, let this Emperor see her again." Lin Chen shook his head slightly. The world is like a dream, the world is like a fantasy, this dream, you can sleep forever. When the Mad Emperor sank into the illusion, the phantom avatar of the ultimate wind god pulled the bowstring, and tens of thousands of arrows of the god wind pierced through his body, piercing his soul again and again. The host Shenlong launches Godhead Great Destruction and devours the target. Lin Chen's dragon master burst out of the air, opened the dragon's mouth, and a dark red vortex emerged, inhaling the wreckage of the Mad Emperor's divine body. In the endless bubble illusion, a generation of great emperors rested forever. When the Mad God Emperor died, a large amount of pure white divine light poured into Lin Chen's palm like dreamy glass, and turned into a part of the great wish of the gods. When the sky-filled attribute light ball falls, there are also several dazzling attribute treasure chests. However, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Lin Chen, the god of extreme wind, and Lin Chen, who is dreaming of reincarnation, looked at each other. Lin Chen, wearing the ultimate function suit, stared at Lin Chen himself. Under the curved space-time dimension, a strange scene flashed through the reincarnation illusion. I don't know whether it is the past or the future, a scene of dream bubbles is presented in front of us. The arrow of the ultimate function bow touched Lin Chen's forehead. That killing intent is so piercing, so pure, so cold. If Lin Chen took another step forward, he had no doubt that Lin Chen would shoot himself with a bow. That moment was very short, fleeting in a blink of an eye. The phantom avatar in front of him still communicates with his own mind, and there is nothing wrong with it. Illusion? When Lin Chen muttered to himself, the energy in his body suddenly skyrocketed. The terrifying attribute value was transformed into an unprecedented divine power, which was injected into his divine soul, Tai spacetime, and divine body. Oops, the phantom avatar is 7 in 1, and there is no avatar that refines the attribute value for me. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, swiped his fingers, and the ultimate function suit was lifted. Including the phantom avatar, that Lin Chen was stranded in the holy world. 7 phantom avatars stood beside Lin Chen. The host obtains the red-ranked talent treasure chest, and opens it to obtain the talent fragment, Eternal Transformation, 1820. The host obtains the red-ranked talent treasure chest, and opens it to obtain the talent fragment, The Great Wishes of the Gods, 3 out of 10. The host gets the treasure chest of the highest suit essence, open it and get 10 million top suit essence. The host obtains the treasure chest of the divine body blood, and opens it to obtain the blood of the 5 elements of Tianyin. Boom! Lin Chen's body soared with a terrifying aura, destroying the dead, as if thousands of universes exploded, and the nearby star space trembled violently, as if welcoming some end-of-the-world natural disaster. The blood of the god body is being replaced, and the 5 elements of heaven are being forged. Oops, realm and soul, bloodline, body refining, breakthrough together. Lin Chen's eyes were full of bloodshots, and the majestic blood energy and vast attribute values of a dragon impacted his whole body, and he passed out on the spot. Before the coma, Lin Chen's time and space broke through the realm of cultivation and law at the same time. The law of the 5 elements breaks through the realm of Tianyi, and the host is promoted to the first level of the gods. It's not over yet. The breakthroughs that followed were insane. The law of stars breaks through the realm of Tianyi, and the host is promoted to the second level of the gods. The law of thunder breaks through the realm of Tianyi, and the host is promoted to the third level of the gods. When Lin Chen was in a coma, the momentum of breaking through the realm was like a broken bamboo, unprecedented. In this battle, Lin Chen swept across the Azura capital, killed countless enemies, and even killed a god emperor. With the cultivation of a god king, he killed a god emperor, and the harvest was truly heaven-defying. But at the same time, the price is extremely high. The battle with the Azura god emperor in the Azura Empire is all about burning life to fight. If it was normal, with Lin Chen's cultivation at that time, even if he had the 100% charge of the Golden God of War suit, it would not be enough to fight the 2 emperors. He was completely the result of fighting for his life with the momentum of his life. Lin Chen's lifespan, which was exhausted, was once again made up for by breaking through the realm, and it was stronger than any time before. The lifespan of the God Lord is stronger and longer than that of the God King. The 7 phantom clones supported Lin Chen with different defensive ranges. And Lin Chen, who was lying quietly on the Silver Mountain, was getting an unprecedented accumulation of breakthroughs. As time passed, Lin Chen's divine body underwent rapid and earth-shattering changes. The host's body refining power reaches the limit, 500 billion barren power. 10 stages of flesh shell awakening. His accumulated injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Chen's blood was gradually surging with the splendid divine light of the 5 elements. Sun, Moon, Shen, Hua, all of which are included, as if a drop of blood derives the divine power of the 5 elements, creating a world. The bloodline is improved, and the host casts the 4-dimensional top level divine body, the 5-element heavenly derivative. Tianyan 5 elements body contains the qi of the 5 elements, the power of Tianyan, and can generate the 5 elements of Tianyan qi during cultivation, which is endless and endless. The limit of life bloodline has broken through, and the host has broken through the limit of 1,000 billion waste power. The power of body refining reaches trillions of barren power, and the host controls one of the 10 laws, the law of power. Tempering of the soul, congratulations to the host, the promotion of the soul, the 4 major achievements of the soul. In Lin Chen's time and space, there is an additional law that snakes around like a group of dragons. The real law of power. The former Lin Chen used the law of power with the blessing of the Golden God of War suit. But now, his body already has the law of power. There is no doubt that the current Lin Chen once again uses the Golden God of War suit, and even if he does not overrun his lifespan, he can still obtain a combat power that is enough to rival the God Emperor. God Emperor, it is no longer so vague for Lin Chen. I don't know how many days have passed, and suddenly, right above the silver continent, a crack in time and space opened. When the graceful figure in the elegant black dress descended, her figure swayed and she almost fell. When she came to Lin Chen's side, she screamed in surprise. He actually broke through. This physique is a 5-element celestial body that is not inferior to the Dao Hongmeng sword body. It was Luo Binger. She actually retreated from the Azura Empire. When Luo Binger leaned over and lay beside Lin Chen, she stretched out her crisp white jade hand and clasped his fingers tightly. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her eyes were slightly closed, and her lips were lightly opened. In amazement. The breath of the light soul really remains on him, and it has a restraining effect on my increasing dark soul. Luo Binger approached Lin Chen, and her icy eyes were rarely relieved. In this way, at least I won't fall into self-destruction. Just when Lin Chen opened his eyes and woke up, his body moved slightly, the snow jade in his arms was soft, and the beautiful Luo Binger was lying on his side. She leaned on Lin Chen's body, curled up like a cat, cold and arrogant, but soft. Luo Binger's breathing was particularly steady, which made Lin Chen stunned. She actually fell asleep? Rao is also stunned by Lin Chen's experience. How could such a powerful being in the world actually sleep? He was in a coma this time, but his spirit was still awake, but Luo Binger was asleep in the true sense. With his eyes down, Lin Chen looked at Luo Binger's profile. She and Yaoer were so similar, they were carved out of the same mold. People can't help but think elegantly, what is the relationship between the two girls? Confusion. Huh? My cultivation base. When Lin Chen looked around, he found that he had broken through to the 3rd level of divine master consummation. It is only one step away from the 4th level of the God Lord. If it weren't for that mad God Emperor, even if I made a fuss in the Azura Imperial City, I would have been promoted to the 2nd level of the God Master at most. This time, it was a blessing in disguise. Lin Chen's heart throbbed when he looked at himself in time and space. The 3 most powerful and vast laws and divine powers are like heaven, like a vast star field entrenched in time and space. God Lord and God King, a qualitative change in the true sense. When Lin Chen looked at his own body again, the divine blood contained the divine power of the 5 elements, and the divine power of the 5 elements was transformed into magma, rolling in the divine body. A drop of divine blood seems to contain vast galaxies, and hundreds of billions of stars sink and rise. Divine Master Realm, divine body cultivation. What a strong physical body, this is the 5 elements heavenly derived body. Lin Chen could clearly feel that, with the law of the divine body urging him, he could achieve earth-shaking changes. It's no wonder that Lin Chen was able to easily leapfrog challenges in the realm of God Lord with his physique. Lin Chen agreed. This 5 elements heavenly derived body can even cultivate the 5 elements heavenly derived qi. In terms of rank, it is no less than Lin Chen's Dao Hongmeng sword body. When Lin Chen was curious, Luo Binger in his arms suddenly opened his eyes. The dark pupils, like the endless starry sky, were brilliant and mysterious. Her eyes, like the bright stars under the night sky, are beautiful and beautiful, not only embellished by starlight, but also dark and mysterious in the universe. Those eyes without emotional fluctuations went straight into the depths of Lin Chen's soul. It is as strong as his soul now, and it is like falling into the boundless universe. Brush. A ray of purple light disappeared, and the dream reincarnation suit subconsciously activated. Lin Chen struggled to escape from Luo Binger's soul, and his eyes regained aura. His figure quickly took a few steps back, and Lin Chen's expression was solemn. Who are you? Luo Binger, are you serious when you take a few steps back? Lin Chen. Lifting up the soft blue silk, Luo Binger's lips parted lightly, and said, "Indifferently, if I wanted to kill you, you would have already died." Lin Chen shook his head. "You won't know until you hit it." After finishing speaking, Lin Chen's phantom clone stepped into the air behind Luo Binger, keeping an eye on her at all times. Although Luo Binger saved his life, Lin Chen clearly felt that she had a strong purpose. For the powerhouse of this realm, one has to be on guard. The delicate jade legs with thick skin overlapped. Luo Binger raised her slender legs and rested her cheeks with her hands. "Put away your posture, I have no hostility." In her ignorant eyes, there was a rare trace of interest, and she looked at Lin Chen. "I have to say, you may not be the strongest I have ever seen, but you must be the most reckless one I have ever seen." Shan Chuang Imperial Capital, you haven't considered the consequences? Lin Chen shook his head slightly. "Some things, the important thing is whether you do it or not, the result is not important." Looking at Liubua, Luo Binger said, "No wonder Brahma said that you are neither like him nor like him." Lin Chen said seriously, "You didn't come to chat with me, right? What's your purpose of saving me?" Her beautiful eyes glowed with a dreamlike light. Luo Binger said earnestly, word by word, "I am looking, my light." Light? Luo Binger nodded slightly. "Yes, I pursued the breath of light from the desolate star region, and you have traces of its existence on your body." The Empress's soft and sweet fragrance lingered on the tip of her nose. Luo Binger moved her lotus step lightly, staring at Lin Chen's eyes. "The two of them were close at hand," she said seriously. "Probably, it has something to do with you seeing someone exactly like me." "Yaoer?" Lin Chen was shocked. "Do you two really have any connection?" "Yaoer in your mouth may be what I'm looking for." Luo Binger's expression wavered, the corners of her lips lifted slightly, and a smile of peerless youth bloomed. "Take me to her, I need her very much." The four-dimensional universe is boundless, and it is as strong as the ancestors of the year who never really spy on the whole picture. The three-dimensional universe is as numerous as the sand, even if the gods have the power to destroy the three-dimensional universe. The number of three-dimensional universes can far exceed the number of the gods today. It is impossible for Luo Binger to search for all three-dimensional universes without any clues. "Do not." Lin Chen directly rejected it. Holding it with one hand, the god of war spear started out of thin air. The tip of the spear pointed at Luo Binger. Lin Chen said earnestly, "You must tell me the reasons why you are looking for her, otherwise this matter will not be discussed. The other party is enough to match the existence of the supreme god of Shura. And it is impossible for Lin Chen to reveal a bit of news before he understands the purpose of his visit." "Are you threatening me?" Luo Binger's eyes narrowed, her slender hands clenched tightly, and the curved time and space cracked inch by inch, and the world began to vibrate violently. She has been based in the four-dimensional universe for so long, and she has never been dared to speak to her in such a tone. Seeing Lin Chen's broken eyes and thinking of what he had done in the Azura Empire, she couldn't help shaking her head helplessly. "That's it." Luo Binger took a few steps back and leaned against the stone wall. She pondered, "With your strength, sooner or later, you will be promoted to God. Emperor, but you are qualified to know all this. Judging from Lin Chen's combat power and potential, sooner or later, he will be able to reach this level and know more truth. Since he wants to find the soul of light, he has to reveal some truth." For the first time, the Empress of Liju Huanyu showed a dignified expression, and Xiantu fell into memory. At the beginning of the birth of the universe, there was chaos, only light and darkness persisted, which is the root of the four dimensions. Light and darkness are one body, there is light, it is dark, and it is light. Because of darkness, the two achieve the balance of all four dimensions. Create the fourth dimension, open up everything in the prehistoric world, and when the four-dimensional universe expands itself, it generates all things and races. Luo Binger explained in a succinct manner that it was clearly the mystery of the birth of the four-dimensional universe, but she seemed to have crossed time and space, and she remembered it very clearly. However, one day the original light and darkness were discovered by the first god ancestor of the human race, Qin Huangzu, who wanted to forcibly subdue light and darkness, setting off an unprecedented war that affected and alarmed all the god ancestors in the world. The four god ancestors started a war of siege and suppression from the very beginning, attacking light and darkness together. The initial light and darkness of the four-dimensional universe were separated by form and spirit and pulled away. Luo Binger's expression was complicated, and she said faintly, the light and darkness of the separation of form and spirit, separated from the container that holds it, cannot exert the best power, and eventually split into two souls, one light and one dark, one light soul and one dark soul. The power of the twin souls is powerful, but they have lost their bodies. They can only escape and leave, and they do not possess complete wisdom. Later, in the struggle between the gods and the ancestors, the first dragon between the heavens and the earth and the Qin Huangzu of the human race persisted until the end. The twin ancestors took action and destroyed one of the four-dimensional universes, creating a gap in time and space, leaving the light and soul nowhere to be found. And the dark soul is reincarnated, and finally chose the human race with the most wisdom and emotion. After listening for a long time, Lin Chen looked solemn. Are you the dark soul? If so, she said that she has the breath of light soul. Does she mean Yaoer? In the initial light and darkness of the four-dimensional, it is unexpected that Yaoer contains such a huge secret. It is no wonder that she can influence the reincarnation of the human race in the entire three-dimensional universe by herself. However, Lin Chen caught another problem. Luo Binger said that light and darkness were separated after being pulled away from the body. Then what is the container of this main body? Luo Binger nodded and pursed her lips. Yes, I met Hao Futian when I was in human form. He didn't take away the power of the dark soul, but left his mind to me, and let me cultivate into a human race. The power of the dark soul is too great. Although I have turned into a human form, the more I cultivate to the later stage, the more unable to control myself. Now that I use the dark soul to fight, my reason is about to be eroded. Therefore, I need to rest regularly to suppress the power of the dark soul. Lin Chen suddenly realized, no wonder she slept beside him before. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, I'm afraid Lin Chen wouldn't believe it either. It's hard to imagine that as a god, or the strongest in the fourth dimension, he would actually need to sleep. Luo Binger said sternly, I need a light soul. She can calm the dark soul in my body, so that it will not erode my sanity. Otherwise, I will return to the appearance of a pure dark soul. Lin Chen said, I still can't believe you. You said that the light soul can suppress your dark soul. How can I make sure that you will not invade the energy of the light soul itself? Luo Binger frowned and said, the four-dimensional light and darkness are all one, and no one can destroy the other. If the light is extinguished, the darkness will also disappear. The same is true. If the darkness is destroyed, the light will not last forever. Human, you have no choice. If you don't believe it, this emperor can turn his head and leave now. Luo Bing'er has no emotion, like an iceberg that will not melt for 10,000 years, but don't forget, I have used more power to save you before. And I will fall into a deep sleep faster than any other time. Showing off her strength as an empress, she pulled Lin Chen's collar. Once I'm exposed, the four-dimensional Xeon God Emperor will surround my body. Extract the energy of the dark soul, and the light soul will not live long. Either take me to see her, or we die together. You can take a gamble. Grabbing the Empress' icy wrist, Lin Chen suddenly said, "Are you threatening me?" Luo Bing'er's indifferent voice echoed, "You are forcing me to threaten you." Lin Chen was once again lost in thought. To gamble or not to gamble? I never give my life to someone else to make a decision. Lin Chen thought for a moment. System, all the essence of the suit, upgrade to the ultimate function suit. The host consumes all the essential attributes of the top suit, and is improving the ultimate function suit, charging 58%, 65%, 70%, 85%. The ultimate function suit has increased to more than 95% at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it is still racing. Lin Chen has decided that the ultimate function will serve as the second fully charged suit, which can be attacked in advance and defended in retreat. If Luo Bing'er had any abnormal behavior, the body plus the clone, the absolute speed of the ultimate wind god and the power of the golden god of war set cooperated with each other, it would not let him fall into a passive state. Lin Chen thought over and over again, and said seriously, "Okay, I will take you to see her, but your strength must be restrained. Without my permission, you cannot perform your cultivation, otherwise our cooperation will break." Immediately, Luo Bing'er said very simply, "No problem, it's a deal." It would be better to say that she could not get what she wanted. With her current situation, every time she used a cultivation base to fight, she would speed up her sleep. Lin Chen stepped into the air and stood up. "Before that, I have to go to Jiahai." Luo Bing'er looked behind Lin Chen with great interest, as if she had insight into the endless darkness of time and space, and saw that ray of fire. That was the last soul fire left on Lin Chen. It is dull and dull, more illusory and transparent than the previous two soul fires, as if it will go out at any time. Even if Luo Bing'er discovered it, it didn't react at all. It seemed like a pool of stagnant water, like a dead thing, like the last lonely sail in the sea, silent and silently supporting. I'm afraid only under special circumstances, the owner of this soul fire will show up. As for now, it doesn't even know that it is being stared at. I'll go too. Luo Bing'er suggested that the two of them go together. This time, Lin Chen stepped on the orange sky mat and used the law of movement. The goal is to return to the boundary sea. When he stepped into the triple realm sea again, looking at the vast and endless divine fog, Lin Chen sighed in his heart. Last time, with my strength, I stopped at the 4th level sea at most. I don't know if I can reach the 8th level or the 9th level with my current strength. Triple boundary sea, Tianlong Island. In a vast city, the voices of people are full, and the gods are gathered. A large number of slaves of saints and servants of saint kings, and even slaves of true gods, were pushed onto the streets and sold publicly. Two figures strolled down the street. As soon as the two appeared, they attracted the attention of many people. When he arrived at Jiahai, Lin Chen realized that more than half a year had passed since he fell asleep when he broke through the realm. Some obscure eyes quietly looked at Lin Chen and Luo Bing'er, and agreed in their eyes was about to move. Hee, if you're not afraid of death, just come. Lin Chen sneered at will, releasing a ray of coercion from the law of Tanny. It's the Lord of God. He's a grandmother, and scared me to death. This kid's life is fluctuating so young, he's actually a god? Fortunately, I didn't make a move just now, otherwise I'd have to rest. Speaking of which, that little lady is so beautiful, even wearing a veil. You can feel that fairy spirit, brother. I really can't stand it. The true gods who tried to covet Lin Chen all scattered in a hurry, sighing and regretting. When Lin Chen came to Tianlong Island, he needed to buy Jiehai Chaoyu jade. The four-layered boundary sea was covered by the infinite chaotic tide of space, and he must need this when entering. Unless he has the absolute combat power of the peak god emperor, he is stronger than the chaos tide, and the probability of being lost is extremely high. When entering the auction hall, a graceful white robe blocked the way. The white-clothed young man in Yushu Linfeng took a paper fan and said with a slight smile, "The two of you have come to buy Jiehai Chaoyu." Lin Chen frowned and said, "Speak quickly if you have something to say." The white-clothed boy bowed his hands. "Yu Longhui, the only son of the owner of Tianlong Island, this year's Jiehai Chaoyu has been sold out. It's a pity." He smiled like a spring breeze and was very kind. "If you two want it, please wait until next year." Luo Binger suddenly said, "You still have something to say." The white-clothed son changed his words. "This fairy is really a smart person. Although the Jiehai Chaoyu at the auction is sold out, I still have a few on hand, but this son also needs to enter the fourth realm sea. Xinyu is definitely not short." His elegant and clear face could not hide a hint of obscenity and greed, and he looked at Luo Binger's beautiful and swaying figure. "If the fairy is willing to go down to earth for one night, it will not be a problem. Can you think about it?" Self-reporting his identity and enticing him, this young master of Tianlong Island is very smart, and he never robbed him as soon as he came up. Lin Chen smiled. "I don't know if the fairy will come down to earth, but I know you will have dinner later." Go down to earth for one night? Luo Binger, who was under the veil, looked at Lu Bo with her beautiful eyes, and suddenly said, "Yes." Lin Chen? The young man in white suddenly laughed. "Brother, you should wear this hat." Luo Binger squinted at Lin Chen, her lips lightly parted, and she whispered, "Would you mind this kind of answer? Didn't you say that the human race has a feeling called jealous? What kind of feeling and expression does jealousy look like?" "Yes." Lin Chen, "You are playing with fire." Luo Binger, "Then what do you want to do?" Lin Chen, "I choose to cheer for you, outside and inside." Luo Binger's beautiful eyes waved, and when she stared at Lin Chen, the corners of her lips lifted slightly under the veil. "You care about the person who is like me, and your feelings for her have come to me from now on." Lin Chen's heart has no turbulence. As the Lord of God, he has already stood at the peak of life, and he can clearly feel that Luo Binger has no human emotions. She is more like a powerful being with wisdom, but no emotion. Lin Chen said blankly, "Since there is no Jiehai Chaoyu here, we won't bother." When he was about to get up and leave, Yu Longhui stretched out a white paper fan. "You can go, but this fairy can't." Luo Binger looked at Lin Chen sideways. "You said, I can't take it lightly. You can do it." With eyes like swords, looking directly at Longhui, Lin Chen said solemnly, "Go away." The elegant Yu Longhui smiled playfully. "Don't think that you are the Lord of God, this young master will be afraid of you. As for the power of the three realms, see today, crouching tiger, hidden dragon, you can be careful not to capsize." Boom. The space was distorted, Lin Chen punched out, the air collapsed, and the Ground shook. He's in a hurry, he's in a hurry. Yu Longhui was ecstatic, he was waiting for this time. Jia Haichaoyu is usually reserved for big powers. Even if there are not many, there will be no shortage of key people. This kind of people who suddenly came to the Three Realms Sea to buy, usually. The Lone Ranger. They, Tianlong Island, like to do this kind of killing and stealing goods the most, and they are specifically ambushed in the Triple Boundary Sea. Ordinary god kings, they don't even look down on it. What he did was the young god of Lin Chen. Wan Yin destroys the sky. Yu Longhui swayed his fan gently, and with a sudden wave, hundreds of millions of notes were like a gust of wind and rain, whistling away Lin Chen, blasting away from the void, and the turbulent law and divine power blasted the space into waves of sound. What about the law of power? I haven't even reached the realm of transformation, and look at the flesh and blood that my law of sound destroys from the inside. Just when he was complacent, the scene in front of him collapsed, the fist that suppressed the heavens shattered time and space, and when the space collapsed, the entire auction house was blown away. Boom! The fierce and terrifying power penetrated the defense of the law. Yu Longhui vomited blood and flew upside down, his face full of horror. How is it possible, with this young master's third-level god masters cultivation, this son is so young, and at most a first-level god lord, this young master can't even take a punch from him? When Yu Longhui looked down at the blood hole in front of his chest, his pupils shrank slightly. He is the same as me, a third-level god? No, his laws of power are weird. He pointed at Lin Chen tremblingly. Your power law shouldn't be so strong. It's actually far more than trillions of barren power. The next moment, the afterimage disappeared like an orange light, and when Lin Chen moved the void, he swept his palm and stretched out his hand to hold the void. His 5 fingers shattered the mighty power of suppressing ghosts and gods. And he pulled his palm back. Within a radius of 10,000 feet, all the laws and divine powers were shattered by the laws of giant dragon-like power. The space was drained, and Yu Longhui flew upside down towards Lin Chen. Go. Holding Yu Longhui with one hand, Lin Chen jokingly said, since you've offended me, Lin Chen, call out the best player on your Tianlong Island. The auction site of Tianlong Island was bombarded, affecting many true gods. And everyone scattered away, clearly looking into the distance and was shocked to find that the young island owner of Tianlong Island was being held in his hand like a chicken. Where is this person sacred, and he has such strength? This king remembers, it seems to be Lin Chen. Hey! My day, when will this lunatic return to the Triple Realm Sea? It's not right. I remember that Lin Chen is the strength of the God King, and the other party's ordinary God Master is also very difficult. Yu Longhui is the third-level God Master. There were heated discussions all around, but without exception, the gods retreated one after another, and no one dared to come forward to help easily. Lin Chen? The corners of Yu Longhui's mouth trembled. You are Lin Chen, who challenged the realm of the gods a year and a half ago, and made a big noise in the Triple Realm? Impossible. How could you step into the realm of the gods in such a short period of time? Before he finished speaking, Yu Longhui's pupils shrank. Hearing this name, his mind came to the rumors that had recently spread to Jiahai. A strong man of the Azura tribe once revealed that nearly a year ago, in the legendary Azura god realm, the Azura imperial capital was attacked by a human race, killing the imperial capital and severely hurting its vitality. Unprecedented event. Throughout the ages, no one has ever been able to do it. This person is also called Lin Chen. When he first heard about this, even Yulonghui couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Killed the Azura Empire alone? Even those who write books don't dare to let go of themselves like this. But now it seems that, judging from the fact that he can't even blow himself up, it doesn't seem to be groundless. My mother. Yulonghui's teeth trembled. How did Nima mess with this? Ancestor. Luo Binger looked at Lin Chen with great interest. His pure power has reached 117,000 universe power. The highest level of pure power in the fourth dimension, cosmic force. 100 million barren power is enough to blow up an ordinary three-dimensional universe, and it is also called by the God Kings, the power of a universe. The cosmic force is the apex of the four-dimensional universe refining body. The body refinement God King has an extremely long life. If he cannot break through the bloodline and control the law of power, he will stop in the category of 5,000 universes. If he cultivates the laws of power, it will be 10,000 universes. Lin Chen reached the realm of the law of power with meat shell awakening and refining the 5 elements of heavenly expansion. But the real qualitative change in the law of power is from Lin Chen's Tai Fu Tian art. When pure power is cultivated into a law and incorporated into Tai time and space, the law of power is the same as other laws, 10.7 times stronger than the same level. Lin Chen only initially mastered the law of power, and he reached 117,000 cosmic forces. The cultivation of pure power, the more terrifying the more you go. The realm of God Lord is no better than the realm of God King, especially after 10,000 universes. Every 10,000 universes represents a law of power. 100,000 universe power is enough to match the 5-layered God Lord. Luo Binger was slightly amazed. Every law he controls is more than 10 times stronger than the law of the same realm. It turns out that this is his Tai Fu Tian art. In terms of potential, he has created a path that is not even comparable to me. The current Lin Chen, without using any suits, is almost invincible under the God Emperor. As strong as Luo Binger, I couldn't help but look forward to it. If such an existence step into the realm of God Emperor, what will it be like? Again. Don't hurt my son. The cold drink that sounded like a bell shattered the sky, and several figures of the gods broke through from the depths of Tianlong Island. Lin Chen was a little surprised in his heart. He never thought that there were so many gods in the 3 realms: sea crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Even one of them is a 5th-level god. Back then, he and the people from God's domain fought so fiercely in the 3 realm sea, and these old foxes didn't show up, which shows how deep they are hidden. Father, save me! Yulonghui screamed mournfully. Seeing that his son was crushed by the opponent, Tianlong Island Master, who was wearing a tiger robe and a dragon crown, finally realized that he had kicked the iron plate. The owner of Tianlong Island bowed his hands respectfully. Your Excellency. Everything is negotiable. It's the dog that offends you. Whatever you want. Just say it. Lin Chen laughed jokingly. What do you want? What I want, can you afford it? The owner of Tianlong Island said sternly. The old man also has some connections in the 4th realm sea. The implication is that there are also people in the 4th layer of the sea. And Holang Shower should not go too far. Lin Chen's shoulders trembled, the 5 elements all over his body shone brightly, and a dark red vortex burst out from his palm. In front of everyone's eyes, the young island master evaporated instantly, and countless people changed their expressions in shock. The host uses Godhead, Great Destruction. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly, and he smiled domineeringly. And evilly. What I want is the entire 9-realm sea. Yulong Hui's whole body was swallowed into attribute values by the great destruction godhead, and a silver divine bone fell into the void and was taken away by Lin Chen. My son. Tianlong Island Lord growled lowly. The elders of Tianlong Island trembled. Island Master, are we still fighting? The owner of Tianlong Island wiped his tears. A few fights, just one son, the big deal is another one. Elders. As soon as the words fell, the Tianlong Island Lord was like a deflated balloon, like a group of people with shriveled skin, and it was actually a clone. Elders, fuck, the island owner ran away. Luo Binger, is this what the human race said about being able to bend and stretch? Lin Chen, the old fox who can stand in the triple world sea, is very slick. Even if it is his own, if the cost of saving it is too high, he will choose to be an abandoned child. This Tianlong Island Lord, in terms of combat power, is slightly weaker than the 5-level god that Lin Chen encountered before. It must have been suppressed in Bishongji High before he fell into the triple realm sea. Then what? Your Excellency Lin Chen, everything was a misunderstanding. It was their father and son who provoke you. Brother Lin Chen, this old man is just here to be an elder Kaching, don't kill the wrong person. All the elders shivered and begged Lin Chen for mercy. Lin Chen said sternly, where is the inventory of Tianlong Island? I have no hobbies, I just like to inspect it. The elders looked slightly happy, and respectfully led Lin Chen to the major secret territories of Tianlong Island. Every god lord and elder did not dare to act rashly, and even Yulong Hui's strength was pinched to death as easily as Lin Chen pinched a chicken, not to mention them. On the way to inspect the secret realm, Lin Chen gained 12 more divine bones, 10 red-level exercises, and 1 medium-level red-level exercise. Luo Binger asked curiously, didn't you inspect it, why did you accept it? All? Lin Chen said solemnly, for inspection, it's normal to move around. Luo Binger, it makes sense. When opening the last gate of the secret realm, Lin Chen found a piece of dragon horn from the pile of divine jade that was piled up like a mountain. It was blue and clear, like coral, and a series of human talismans surging in the dragon horn, like a wandering dragon. The characters of the human race and the dragon race were violently twisted, and they were intertwined with each other, endlessly, like the fusion of two civilizations. This thing is also the only thing that can arouse Luo Binger's interest. She stared at her eyes for a moment, and suddenly said, there are such strange things in the world, this universe is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Lin Chen picked up the dragon horn and asked curiously, there are traces of the integration of the dragon's supernatural powers and the human race's unique skills. Is there anyone else in the world who can achieve this level? Luo Binger pointed at Lin Chen, this thing needs at least the cultivation level of the Dragon Master and the God Master to be able to open, and your body also hosts a Dragon Master who is retreating and has a good cultivation level, and the bloodline of the body contains the human dragon. The blood of the two clans may be able to spy on the mystery of this thing. Lin Chen slashed his fingertips, and when a drop of divine blood fell on the dragon's horn, the fierce dragon's might rolled up, and the light was brilliant. Boom! From Tianlong Island there were bursts of dragon might that ripped apart the sky, and even several elders of the gods of Long Island were under the dragon might and almost knelt down. The light clumps swam, and the dense ancient clumps formed a vast information of the exercises and presented them in front of everyone. When the elders looked up, their pupils shrank and they froze in place. Red level advanced practice, Tianlong Fusher, used by humans with ancient dragon blood. This unique skill integrates the laws of humans and the magical powers of dragons, and combines the strengths of the two. It has the power to divide planes and destroy dimensions. It has power. Those who use the law can be even better. The founder, Zhen Chuyu. Note, the characteristics of this exercise will depend on the dragon bloodline the user has. Red rank advanced. The elders of the God Lord present have never seen this level of practice before. God realm cultivation technique. After reaching the red level, each level up is a qualitative transformation. Red level low level exercises require at least the enlightenment of the gods before they can be created by themselves. The crimson rank intermediate can only be created by a strong God Emperor. Realm. Every volume of the crimson rank intermediate cultivation technique that still exists in the world represents the brilliance of a strong God Emperor. If the powerhouses of the God Lord realm can obtain a volume of crimson rank intermediate cultivation techniques, it will be enough to make most of the powerhouses of the same realm proud. High-level red rank, only standing at the pinnacle of the God Emperor, those legends who have amazed the entire era, can create the unique skills of all ages. There are records in history, the first generation of Wushan, the God Emperor of the Sword World, the God Emperor of the Sword World, the Emperor Yi Tian, the Emperor Lin Tian, the Emperor Gongming, etc. As for the top red rank, no one has ever seen the true face. The island owner actually hides such a rare treasure. Red rank advanced exercises, doesn't it mean that the owner of the founder is at least the existence of the peak of the God Emperor? Jun Choyu? Impossible, if it is the pinnacle of a generation of God Emperors. Why haven't we even heard of this name, and such a person has never appeared in the history of the human race? Lin Chen was amazed. The bloodline of the dragon family determines the power of the exercise, and the laws of the human race determine the upper limit of the power. It's a domineering exercise. Doesn't it mean that this scroll of exercises can be used by people with different bloodlines and can exert different powers? Lin Chen looked at the name of the founder, and a beam of light suddenly shone into his eyebrows, a figure that once appeared in Lin Chen's mind. It was a very distant memory. When Lin Chen was in the holy world, Lin Chen disguised himself as a dragon and accepted the blood test of Taishi Ancient Dragon. He once challenged a man in white clothes that beat the snow. His appearance was illusory and gentle. Jade can't see its true face, but reveals a domineering over all races. The founder of this scroll is the master of the phantom at that time? Lin Chen's heart trembled. If so, what is his origin? When taking this volume of exercises, Lin Chen disbanded the power of Tianlong Island, which surprised Luo Bing'er. Luo Bing'er said, "Kill these god masters, you can get their god bones. Why did you let them go?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "The battle power of several gods is more useful than god bones." Luo Bing'er was very interested. "Why do you think that these gods of the grass will be used by you?" Lin Chen, "It's because of me, Lin Chen, who specializes in the back. After all, who doesn't like to pick people's heads during a melee?" Luo Bing'er, your interests are really wide-ranging. At the junction of the three worlds and seas, the raging waves accumulated. From countless space fragments formed a chaotic giant wave. The chaotic tide of space is a huge space barrier that exists in the future of the triple boundary sea. The space in front of him was chaotic, and Lin Chen once again sighed at the wonderful vision of heaven and earth born in the four-dimensional universe. With his current strength, being involved in it would also lose his direction. A piece of green jade rose from the palm of the palm, and a long and stable path was immediately opened up in the chaos sea. The two stepped into it and disappeared. From the moment Lin Chen stepped into the four-realm sea. In the ninth realm sea, on the stone tablet of a certain island, a long red ribbon danced, like a sleeping oriental dragon opening its eyes. Akaya is like a flame, burning quietly in the darkness of thousands of horses. Brighter and brighter. Compared with the three-layer realm sea, the fourth-layer realm sea is more depressing and strange, and the fog of gray light is shrouded all day long, as if the end can never be seen. The four-layered sea, the silver sky island, the thunder and fire above, the curved space and time condensed rain clouds, and raindrops like swords fell, breaking down the island from time to time. Brush. A silver afterimage flashed into the island, and the originally silent Ing Kong Island burst into a few beams of divine light. Someone sneaked in. No, there are foreign enemies. The afterimage was like frost, and a blade of light carried an indifferent, killing intent. The opponent raised his hand and his fingers moved as fast as divine light, and instantly grabbed the blade. Lu Qixin, who flashed out of the sky, moved slightly. 2 fingers stop? The other party jokingly smiled and said, "Check heart, the swordsmanship has risen." When he saw the person coming, Lu Qixin was extremely pleasantly surprised. "Brother, you are finally back." It was Lin Chen who took over his sword technique. The shadow of the green and jade-like figure swept across the sky. Tang Jianghai fell to Lu Qixin's side, and before he could speak, he instantly drew his bow and aimed behind Lin Chen. "Who is it?" In Tang Jianghai's divine eyes, a round of insight into the law of origin is turning. Your people are not bad, and the cultivation base of the fifth layer, God King, can also slightly perceive me, who is sealed the cultivation base. An indifferent and sweet voice echoed, and a mysterious woman in a black dress stood behind Lin Chen. Tang Jianghai's pupils shrank. She had never seen such a powerful existence. Maybe she hasn't really revealed her cultivation yet, but the infinite darkness of the universe that her breath conveys seems to be able to engulf this four-dimensional spacetime into nothingness. Lin Chen raised his hand and said, "Jianghai, she is her own for the time being. As for everyone, why do I only feel that there are only a few people on the island?" Tang Jianghai put away the divine bow, smiled indifferently, and pointed to Lu Qixin. Except for his request to stick to this place, everyone basically went to the fourth realm sea, or even the fifth realm sea to experience, and kept in touch at all times. Nowadays, with the 9-turn divine king pill that you have refined before, Brother Lin, more than half of our people are divine king cultivation bases. And even if they are placed in the fourth realm sea, they are not weak. God King, placed in the 3-layer realm sea, is already the top combat power. Even in the 4th-layer realm sea is a powerful backbone. Similar to the hidden forces such as Tianlong Island, there are no more than 3 whole 3-layer realm seas. Generally, they will be expelled if they offend powerful forces in the 5th layer and 4th layer realm seas. But usually they don't dare to be born easily. If Tianlong Island casually slaughtered the triple realm sea, it would arouse the anger of the group, and instead would recruit a siege. Hearing this, Lin Chen was amazed. Killing the Azura Empire by themselves, they can still believe so firmly that they can come back alive. In some respects, it is more terrifying than the iron will. In the fourth layer of the sea, most of the powerhouses of the human race, the gods, the dragon, and the phoenix exist, and the fifth layer of the sea is dominated by the Asura. Master, you are finally back. Shenling Shuang, like a shooting star, rushed into Lin Chen's arms, causing Lin Chen to stare in pain. The apprentice in his arms cried until the pear blossoms were raining, hugging Lin Chen hard, crying, "You scared me to death, I thought you would never come back, woo-woo." The apprentice's pink fist slammed Lin Chen's chest hard, and the space shook. His energy was like a dragon, and the waves were shaking hundreds of miles, causing the two people beside him to be shocked. If it wasn't for Lin Chen's extremely strong body refinement, these few punches wouldn't have been shattered. Lin Chen rubbed her head, and said helplessly, "It's the master's fault, the master guarantees that there will be no next time." Tang Jianghai looked at the two big men hugging each other, with strange eyes. She used to think that Lin Chen and his apprentice had an unusual relationship. No one except Yi Qinggu knew about Shenling Shuang's disguise as a man, and everyone even thought that he was an illegitimate child from the Wushan mansion. Lu Qixin, who has always been indifferent, faced Lin Chen like a hot-blooded child, and said excitedly, "Brother, the gossip that came back from the Five Realms Sea, I heard that you single-handedly overturned the Asura clan's imperial capital and forced you to reach the Asura supreme god. It's gone, is it true?" Although he knew that Lin Chen went straight to the Asura capital, it was unimaginable to force the Asura supreme god out of the customs. You must know that it is the apex of the four dimensions of the world. The 12 demon emperors who are stronger than the demons. Although they are as famous as the supreme gods, they are actually in the same realm as the supreme gods of Shura. There are only 2 demon emperors. Lin Chen smiled casually, "We will discuss this matter later, and gather everyone in the team for me. We will disclose the coordinates of all recorded fetishes in the ancient gods." Tang Jianghai was stunned for a moment, and the glamorous and moving Xueyu appeared a little dignified. "Brother Lin, regarding this matter, there will be a desolate and ancient divine artifact born in the fourth realm sea in the near future, and it will be 3 at the same time." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. 3 pieces? The value of each piece of desolate ancient artifact is comparable to that of an imperial artifact. It is rare in the world. How can 3 pieces of the 4-layer sea be born? Tang Jianghai said seriously, "It's absolutely true, this news is still published in the God realm, and it is the accurate news released by Yu Guishue, who is said to be the #1 mathematician in the God realm." The jade hand wiped away the tears, and Shenling Shuang also smacked her tongue. "That lady is really amazing, she is a monster in the world." She actually used the scraps in her hand to deliberate and calculate the desolate and ancient gods recorded in the other scraps. Coordinates. The skill of an operator is undoubtedly the level of a god-level operator. Since ancient times, mathematicians have not become gods. Even if the realm becomes gods, the arithmetic of deducing heaven's secrets cannot reach the height of gods. Once the mathematician becomes a god, it is extremely terrifying to be able to understand the God King, spy on the God Master, and scrutinize the fate of the God Emperor. Luo Bing erased her eyelashes. "Yu Guishue? She's still alive." Lin Chen pondered. "I understand, it's Lin Xingchen. He knows that he has only obtained half of the ancient gods, and the other half is in my hands. He is busy collecting the half of the ancient gods in his hand, and the other half of the ancient gods that I have are flawless to him. Considering that, it is better to let the first mathematician figure it out." Announce the news, and weaken our strength in advance. Lin Chen looked at Shen Lingshuang. Where's the little goblin? Shen Lingshuang said, the three gods were summoned. She sneaked back to Ye's house with a group of people. She wanted to inquire about more news inside the gods' realm. This time, the news of the impending birth of the ancient gods was secretly spread by her. Lin Chen looked into the distance, and seemed to sense that there were several powerful law auras passing through the sky. This aura was far beyond the ordinary powerhouses of gods. Lin Chen suddenly said, this time to snatch 3 ancient artifacts. Who is dispatched from God's domain? The 3 looked at each other. Shen Lingshuang said earnestly, the God realm, the top 10 geniuses. 10 geniuses. The immortal legend of the world of the gods, the legends of all dynasties. The absolute apex of the entire 4-dimensional god world. Lin Chen said curiously, good guy, the Comer is not good. Who is the top ranked genius? Shen Lingshuang's face was solemn, and after taking a deep breath, she said, word by word, the 10 geniuses of the god realm will all come. Shen Lingshuang, the top 10 geniuses will all come. Lin Chen, all to deliver? Everyone? Tang Jianghai said solemnly, Brother Lin, each of the top 10 geniuses has the means to save their lives from the 3 gods. Even the God Emperor would not dare to covet them, so don't act rashly. Lin Chen smiled knowingly, it's rare that the top 10 fat sheep in the god realm, oh no, the 10 geniuses gathered together, this opportunity is hard to find in 10,000 years, it's a pity that I won't go there. Luo Binger glanced at him, let's talk about it first, before I see Guanghuan. I don't have the energy to make a move. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, as long as you don't play tricks, you'll be fine. Master, if you really want to go, take advantage of it now. The Jade Slip records the coordinates of the ancient gods who were born in the 4th realm. See. It is the news that Sister Qinggu brought back from the Protoss. Shen Lingshuang carefully handed a space jade slip to Lin Chen. Taking the jade slip, Lin Chen patted Shen Lingshuang on the shoulder and said sternly, help me gather everyone, this time the big one is coming. Brush. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen obeyed the law of moving, and disappeared in place as fast as teleportation. Luo Binger shook her head slightly, her black dress seemed to be transparent, and gradually disappeared. When the breath disappeared, there was not even a slight fluctuation in the void. When the 2 left, the 3 of them were left with a wry smile. The moving law is like 2 sun and moon revolving around Lin Chen, and Lin Chen once again felt the power of the 10 laws. His law of strength and law of movement have not yet reached the realm of attainment, yet he possesses such overwhelming strength. If he climbed to the realm of divine or even heaven, he might be able to reach the speed of light dozens of times, hundreds of times, or even 1,000 times in the 4-dimensional universe, and it would not be a problem for hundreds of breaths to cross the sea of the 1st realm. Today's Lin Chen can easily cross the 3-dimensional universe, easily surpassing the speed of light by tens of thousands of times, but he is bending 4 dimensions, and he needs to use the ultimate function to surpass the speed of light. Spreading out his palms, Lin Chen carefully explored the spatial coordinates left by Yi Qinggu, and checked the ancient gods, and found that the obtained ancient gods recorded 22 kinds of fetishes of the ancient times. Suddenly, Lin Chen asked, Empress Luo, if I want to revive a few god kings whose souls have disappeared, true gods, what means do I need, and are there any wonders in the world that I can rely on? Luo Binger, who was hiding in the divine mist, suddenly showed her figure and followed Lin Chen's figure, calmly. She picked up a strand of blue silk on Xiu's shoulders, and said, flatly, if you have the original soul imprint of the person you want to resurrect, it's not difficult. Achieving the realm of the God Emperor, incorporating the original soul imprint into the realm of laws and keeping it warm, and then refining the pills that make up the soul, for it can be done step by step. Lin Chen frowned. Original soul seal? Glancing at him, Luo Bing'er said, after the demise of the god's soul, luck will return to the universe. Only when the four-dimensional universe is destroyed will the last trace of the original soul mark remain, which is the last proof that this god has survived. It will only survive for a moment. Between heaven and earth, the higher the cultivation base of death, the longer it will exist. Luo Bing'er changed her words. However, the original soul imprint can only be seen by stepping into the Emperor's soul. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. Emperor Realm Divine Soul. In other words, the original soul imprint of Shangguan Yun Luoyu and others has disappeared. His divine soul has only reached the 4 major consummations of the divine soul, and he has to reach the 5 major consummations before he can hit the Emperor Realm Divine Soul. The difficulty of attaining the divine soul of the Emperor Realm was second only to becoming a divine emperor. When Lin Chen became a divine lord, he had to kill an unknown number of Azura divine lord divine kings, or even a divine emperor. To achieve a god emperor, or an emperor realm spirit, why not kill the god emperor? This is too unrealistic. Lin Chen pondered. If you want to revive people who do not have the original soul imprint, how do you do it? Luo Bing'er simply said, to completely control the law of fate, the law of cause and effect, the law of time, and the law of space, the 4 laws are complete. Then, surpass me, to be precise, surpass the original light and darkness. Lin Chen was stunned and said, a god ancestor that surpasses all 4 dimensions? No. Luo Bing'er affirmed, the light and darkness of the heyday is not something that a god ancestor can deal with. If you want to achieve your requirements, you need to be higher than all god ancestors in history. Lin Chen. Between Luo Bing'er's icy brows, there was a self-mockery. How can the original soul seal be a humble thing? Only by completely controlling the 4 dimensions can it be possible to find the original existence from the vast river of time and space and the endless laws. A trace, turning the universe upside down, changing fate against the sky. 4-layer sea, purple heart sea of fire. This place is the place where death is absolutely forbidden in the 4 realm. See. Usually, even the God King and God Lord will not approach this kind of place where the bird does not shit. Except for the madness and madness, the sea of purple heart flames that burns everything is empty. The boundless flames of the gods burned thousands of ways, and those who were lower than the realm of the gods were in danger of life if they approached rashly. The 3 spaces burst open at the same time, and one after another powerful men stepped out of the space passage. They are old or young, and vicissitudes of life, full of wind and frost. All of them are old monsters above the realm of gods. Oh? The famous cave-old monster in the 4th realm sea, you are here too. In terms of fame, you can't compare to Yutsong Shuzi. You are one of the top 100 ruthless people on the black list under the God Emperor. The top 100 on the black list is a fart. Be careful not to stab the boat in the sewer and stick a knife in the back until your mother doesn't recognize it. They greeted each other, arguing with each other, and there was a confrontation and temptation before they fought. Knowing that there are ancient gods born in this place is enough to show that They can obtain information from within the realm of the gods, and the means are by no means ordinary. In the void, there are still a few faint gazes locked here. Even these old monsters who thought they were doing a good job of keeping secrets didn't find out. OM. 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 Unexpectedly, the space is derived from the vast purple clouds and clouds. Like the avenue bordering the universe, there is a sense of oppression that the world is the strongest and I respect it, descending to the heavens. Within Zixia Yunguang, 3 teams slowly walked out. The Lord is here. Seeing this, many old monsters immediately became dignified and refreshed. The previous bickering test stopped instantly, and they held their breath and stared at the 3 groups of people. The first young man on the left, his pace is slow, his body is thin, and his handsome face is so pale that he leans on crutches and wears a gray robe. Like spit out his internal organs. It is completely sick, and it is completely ignored by the outside world. But in the eyes of this group of old monsters, they are all horrified. In his pair of gray pupils, endless disasters are brewing, such as the flying ash disaster that smashes the flesh, the karmic fire that burns the soul, the black natural disaster that devours the flesh, and so on. It seems that the thin young man is a moving natural disaster that destroys the universe. The old monsters were terrified. Although they seemed calm on the surface, they actually set off a storm in their hearts. How terrifying, that thin young man is simply too strong to belong to the category of God Lord. What is the blacklist under the God Emperor, all the rubbish in the rubbish against this young man? The cultivation bases present belonged to the 5-level gods, and they were all overlords. It was hard to find an opponent under the God Emperor. But against this young man, they didn't feel that they had any chance of winning. This is the 10th of the God realm, Yi Xianming, belonging to the 3 major gods. What a powerful breath, the old man and him looked at each other and almost couldn't move. An old monster said in a trembling voice, "It's only the 10th and it's so monstrous." What kind of monsters are the first few? Standing at the forefront of the 3 teams are 10 legendary immortal figures. The top 10 geniuses of the God realm gathered together, even if it was called by the supreme powers of the 3 major gods, there were few such scenes. Every powerhouse in the rear of the team is not only a fierce and famous god in the realm of the gods, and the unparalleled gods who swept the same realm in all directions, but in front of these 10 people, they seemed so bleak. Like a firefly and a bright moon. Difference. Just looking directly at Yi Xianming, the 10th person in the God realm, most of the old monsters lowered their heads one after another, their hearts pounding. They didn't dare to look directly at them for a second time, and they couldn't even release the power of their souls to investigate. The other 9 people, shrouded in different degrees of divine light, sheltered one side, suppressed the ancients, and if they wanted to see their true colors, I am afraid they would have to pay a lot of money. How terrible. The same as the Lord of God, it is simply powerful to another level. Some of these old monsters who traverse the sea of boundary, some of them are the peak powerhouses of the 4th layer of the sea, from the 5th layer of the world sea, the 6th layer of the sea, and they are famous, but now they can't even look at them directly. Before the battle, even before the battle even started, the old antiques of Jiahai were stunned. Damn, are we really going to snatch the ancient fetish with this monster? That's all, it really isn't the existence I've been waiting for. Really, Nima has seen a ghost. Didn't he say that the top 10 in the God realm came, and all 10 monsters came? It's not right, it's very wrong. The ancient artifacts are indeed precious. But there is no need to provoke all the top 10 geniuses. It seems that the ancient gods born this time are extraordinary. More than half of the old antiques thought about it again and again, and quietly retreated. The birth of the ancient gods this time is probably not the level they can participate in. There are also half of the old monsters with solemn faces, a look that remains to be seen. Those figures who are famous in the world have left. This kind of demeanor is rare in the world. What is legendary, what is immortal? Just as soon as he appeared, he was shocked by the crowd, and even the gods did not have the courage to look directly at his edge. The 10 geniuses of the god realm are truly worthy of their name. OM. OM. Suddenly, 2 chaotic clouds of Xinxia pierced through the cloud dome, and many eyes were cast away. Dragon-like clouds swirl around the sky, as if there is a real dragon that walks clouds and rains, swallowing clouds and mists. Between the layers of clouds, there was a natural yellow dragon flying in the sky, causing a sea of flames to fly, and roaring with rage. Ha ha ha, I have come out again. Go to your mother's seal, I have been sealed. Under the sea of burning hearts that cannot see the light of the sun for endless years. A wild laughter leaked domineeringly, shaking the sky, and the earthy yellow dragon turned into a middle-aged man in armor, with tiger eyes and eagle eyebrows, with dragon patterns carved on his body and a single horn on his head. Divine weapon, Wanjun Panlong horn? This emperor-grade divine weapon has the strength to be as good as the second or even third level god master. It seems that it has been condensing wisdom for many years. When everyone's hearts were shaken, another Xinxia, which was surrounded by 7 layers of 5-colored rays of light, gradually condensed into a ball of light, and finally turned into a beautiful woman with delicate jade body and white as snow. She has a very beautiful charm. She wears only a few strands of Iro silk and satin. Her eyes are full of autumn water. She patted her chest and swayed. The divine weapon of the emperor, the 5-soul divine banner. Divine soldiers have already gathered their minds, and it is not common to transform into human form, but the only one who can match the realm of gods by turning into human form is the emperor-grade divine weapon. The beautiful woman in the palace costume transformed by the 5 souls, and God smiled softly, you must have come to subdue us. The soldiers of the gods were born for the strong, and whoever has the ability to win, we will follow. Whoever leaves. In fact, the 2 divine weapons of the divine rank have ghosts in their hearts, and their eyes hide their cunning and scheming to take advantage of the chaos. The strongest power of the divine weapon really needs the human race to exert its power, but they have been sealed for many years, and they will definitely lose a lot of freedom if they recognize the master immediately. They still want to live happily for a while. Get out. Hee hee, it's up to you, whoever gets it first counts. The wind and clouds suddenly rose, and the storm of the law destroyed the galaxy, and its power alarmed more than half of the 4-layer sea of the area. The number of gods present exceeded 2,000. When everyone released the power of the law, it seemed to fill the sea. At the moment when the big melee was about to break out, everyone did not expect that the void was slightly distorted, and the time and space under the curved dimension changed like a vortex. A most charming and elegant figure appeared like a dream bubble, and in front of everyone, he reached out his hand to probe, and inhaled the 2 divine weapons in human form into his hands. What? One of the 10 laws, the law of power? The 2 divine weapons of the divine grade were horrified and hard to resist. After being suppressed by the terrifying law of power, they twisted slightly. And finally turned into a dragon-shaped horn and a colorful flag. At this moment, the entire battle situation fell into a strange silence. Even the legendary top 10 geniuses couldn't help but be slightly stunned. How dare someone dare to steal 2 ancient artifacts quietly under their noses? Everyone looked at them intently, and the man was wearing purple light armor. With wings like ears, a graceful appearance, a long pen hanging from his waist, and a tall, straight and slender figure. Behind him, there is a mirror that reflects the endless cycle of reincarnation. We just unknowingly fell into an illusion? Where is this person sacred? How can he hide thousands of gods and even the top 10 geniuses of the gods? How did he get in, and what he just cast is one of the 10 laws of power? Jiahai has never heard of such a person? A very strange person. The old man has never seen such a realistic fantasy. When the group of heroes was shocked, the teams of the 3 god races were equally puzzled, even more shocked than them. The servants of the 3 gods have far more eyes than those of Jiahai. They felt that the mysterious person in front of them had extremely young life fluctuations, and there was an illusion that he had just become the 9th level true god at most, but in fact his cultivation was second only to the top 10 geniuses in the god realm. What kind of monster is this Nima? The youth of this son simply surpassed many geniuses in the divine realm of all dynasties. Such a young master can definitely have his place in the realm of the gods, and it is absolutely not a problem to be promoted to a member of the 3 major gods. Why would he appear in a wild place like Jiahai? The seemingly sick Yi Xianming laughed strangely. Your way is really wild. Although you grabbed 2 ancient artifacts, but you have the ability to escape with them? Escape? The man smiled. I have the ability to challenge you, why should I escape? First startled, Yi Xianming coughed coldly. What a nameless madman speaking. Do you want to challenge me? The young man smiled politely. It's not a challenge, it's killing you. Yi Xianming laughed in anger. You want to court death? Look down on me, Yi Xianming? The young man smiled gently and said the harshest words in the gentlest tone. No, I'm not looking down on you. I want to slaughter all the 10 geniuses of the god realm here. Lin Chen's words instantly silenced the countless powerhouses floating in the void. Killed the 10 geniuses of the god realm? What an arrogant person this Nima can say. For other powerhouses, it is also difficult to look directly at the top 10 geniuses in the god realm, but in Lin Chen's eyes, they are in sight at this time. Huh? One less? Lin Chen wondered. Next to Yi Xianming, the 10th in the god realm, was a young man wearing a unicorn robe and a sapphire belt around his waist. His appearance is feminine and handsome. He wears 5 bone rings that are as black as hell on the 5 fingers of his left hand, and the flowers of the other side of death bloom under his feet. On its left and right sides, the black and white acupoints of yin and yang twins revolve, with the breath of the law of endless reincarnation, the soul storm that reverses the time and space of yin and yang, and absorbs the dimension of the universe into the general god realm 9th, Chen Huan. Behind Chen Huan was a black-robed youth with long hair and a shawl. He stepped on the knife, his face was tough and stern, and there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. The divine sword on the youth's waist is like a scorching sun, and the red veins on the hilt of the sword burst out with the whining of thousands of gods. Stepping on 1,000,000 feet of sword energy, each blade of sword energy is brewing a law of the Tao of the sword, splitting the sky, thousands of feet. God is invincible. The sword intent derived from the divine sword seems to have opened up a door to the way of the sword. His sword is a divine weapon. Since ancient times, only the top 10 geniuses and a very small number of special bloodline gods have been able to subdue the emperor-ranked gods with the main training of gods. God Realm 8th, Deng Huangshan. Zheng. Deng Huangtian suddenly stabbed, his sword intent was like crossing the void, and he slashed at Lin Chen with one knife. The long river of sword chi that appeared out of thin air was like a dragon, as long as 100,000 zhang. The powerhouses of all parties suddenly changed color, and with this knife alone, there are only a handful of divine masters who can survive on the scene. It is the space law of the realm of transformation, combined with the law of the sword and the power of the emperor's sword. It is a knife that crosses the void, killing people in an instant. A bright moon rises slowly, moving the void. The law of the moon unfolds the beautiful dusty moon, locks the sky and locks the ground, and the frame restrains Lin Chen's figure. I saw a fairy dress that was as bright as the moon flying, and a charming shadow came from the sky. A hexagonal star flickered between the eyebrows, and the divine light of yin and yang opened and closed. The appearance of the woman in the moonskirt is pure and beautiful, and her wonderful eyes reveal a soft and moving expression, but from time to time there is a cold murderous intent. The 7th God Realm, Yi Lingyue. Boom. 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 The moonlight moved and shrunk, like a spinning moonlight. When all Lin Chen's retreat was blocked, the majestic sword slashed and slashed down, causing 1,000-layered flames. The abyss-like fissure of the sword chi split open the space of the sea, like an abyss, lined up in front of everyone. Shocking. Hiss. The 10 laws of space, the law of movement. How terrible, if you want to kill his life, but in an instant. Most of the Jihai old monsters gasped slightly. Is this Nima the Lord of God? Lin Chen's words angered them, and 2 of the top 10 geniuses launched a deadly attack to besiege him. However, Lin Chen's figure was like a dream bubble, and when it was fragmented, it disappeared cleanly. Illusion within illusion, the law of illusion? When Yi Lingyue and Deng Huangtian were surprised, a pleasant voice echoed. You haven't hit him yet. I'm afraid you still have an illusion above the law of illusion. You really have 2 hands. Dare to grab something under our eyes. The girl was dressed in a thin singy tulle, with a charming smile. The corners of her eyebrows on both sides had blue scales, and a pair of dark blue pupils turned a bewitching dragon shadow. The 6th God Realm, Chen Chi Huang. Lin Chen clearly saw the true face of each of the top 10 geniuses. Although their temperament, appearance, and shape are different, the most important thing is that they have sapphire blue scales and feathers on their bodies, or cheeks, or shoulders, or arms, more or less with the blue scale feathers. Unique to the Protoss, some like feathers, some like scales. The powerhouses of the divine realm behind the top 10 geniuses, although each of them is the best among the divine masters, do not have the scales and feathers of the divine race. No matter how hard you try, the latecomers will never become them. There is no place for them. Lin Chen smiled with great interest. It turns out that the real Protoss looks like this. It seems that the Chenjun Lin who was killed last time has not really transformed into an absolute Protoss. As soon as these words came out, the delicate and beautiful Chen Chihuang's face froze instantly, and her expression was extremely gloomy. My cousin, you killed him? The 3 gods are the absolute rulers of the gods, and the number of gods who actually become gods is only 10,000. The rest are all affiliates of the three gods and climbed up later. They pretended to be the gods, but they were actually the dogs of the gods. The dogs that trampled all beings under their feet were the superficial strength of the three gods. And the three gods are the real masters of the gods. The 10 geniuses of the god realm are the strongest among the three gods. The powerhouses of Jiahai retreated slightly, becoming more and more frightened. They who have seen the peak of the younger generation of the god realm with their own eyes are very aware of the horror of this melee. When the team of the Protoss surrounded Lin Chen, the war was about to break out. Hum. 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 A beam of divine soul light was pink divine light, burst out of the sea, and suddenly lifted into the sky, rising slowly from the endless sea of hellfire. The strong light of the divine soul, such as opening up the universe and creating the birth of all things, shocked everyone's divine soul. The third desolate ancient artifact is about to be born. Above the sea of fire, the lotus of the soul emerges in the void. It is beautiful, and it is like a blooming universe of the soul. For the first time, Yi Xuanming's sickly face showed a hint of excitement. This throbbing of the divine soul, could it be the legendary soul? In the team of the god realm, the geniuses took a step forward and surrounded the divine soul light pillar and Lin Chen. A few people with a heart have found that in the Protoss team, in the shroud of the splendid and immortal gods, only the rays of light from 9 silhouettes appear strong and domineering. Of the 10 geniuses of the god realm, there are only 9 of them? An old man in a blue shirt said solemnly, that extremely enchanting number. One in the god realm didn't come? Another old antique asked curiously, you're talking about the Lin Chen who once amazed the realm of the gods? No, it's not him. The blue-shirt old man pondered, the legend of Lin Chen only existed for a very short period of time. Later, there was a talented person who reigned in the realm of the gods and ascended the throne of the number 1 in the realm of the gods. By the way, the old man remembers that his name seems to be. It's called Ji Tianchen. Inside the beam of light, a delicate and slender baby girl floated out, with fleshy fingers in her mouth, and she turned her spiritual eyes to look at all the gods present. Even Lin Chen was slightly stunned. This baby girl gave him a very strange feeling, as if a part of her body appeared. It was as if a part of the body was looking at him. Not only Lin Chen, but everyone. It's actually a soul, or a rare emperor-grade soul, for 10,000 years. For the 6th time, looking at the existing records of the four-dimensional universe, this is the 6th time that an emperor-grade soul has appeared. If you get a soul, you can coexist and die with the soul, and the two souls fuse, and the soul will become a part of the soul. It can cooperate with the soul to cultivate and become a part of the host. It can be perfectly transformed into an avatar of the soul, with the realm and ability of the soul of the main body. Souls are the top 100 four-dimensional sacred objects in the four-dimensional books, and they contain the boundless power of the soul. There are the best, and the emperor. The soul can transcend the 4 dimensions, 5 elements, and 6 paths, and can integrate into the soul of any creature, inherit some of the creature's abilities, coexist with the host, and become the incarnation of the soul. It is equivalent to obtaining an emperor-grade soul, and the soul has a good helper who is absolutely loyal, coexisting, and can also help the host to condense the soul, kill the enemy, cultivate the soul, and so on. Most importantly, it grows. It can grow together with the selected host. What realm is the host's soul? What realm it is, and it can even reach the height of the emperor's soul. There was once a young man whose talent was abolished. When he was young, he became a crippled person in the Holy Realm, and his family was destroyed. The other party has one emperor, 100 masters, thousands of god kings, and he is famous in the realm of the gods. And Hao Futian was the last time he obtained an emperor-grade soul. No wonder the 10 geniuses of the god realm gathered here. It turned out to be for the soul of the emperor. I am afraid that even the god emperor will fight against such a fetish, and do everything to snatch it. Suddenly, the soul baby girl opened her mouth and smiled coquettishly. Her eyes were like blazing sun, shining into everyone's sea of consciousness. Soul, and broke into everyone's soul, without any hindrance. In an instant, everyone's heartstrings trembled wildly, and the top 10 geniuses as strong as the gods were no exception. Lin Chen was shocked. This soul is actually breaking into everyone's soul. Memory unimpeded? What a powerful method. If this move is used in a divine soul attack, it is simply a sneak attack. Everyone's memory is at a glance. Only Lin Chen stayed out of the matter, wearing the fantasy reincarnation suit. Even the soul did not know his soul body. The soul's talent is intelligent, and its spirituality is extremely high. In the blink of an eye, it understands the history of the sea, the human race, and the gods from the memory of everyone. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, and he waved the reincarnation pen. Depicting the eternal annihilation of the galaxy, the brush stroke galloped away, and one starry vision after another quietly appeared in the world. Someone Lin secretly thought, pick? Lin has always maintained the initiative and handed over the choice to others, which is definitely not his style. Some old monsters were ecstatic inside. The soul is picking a suitable host. Chen Chihuang said through voice transmission, do you want to use the soul to squeeze out the consciousness of the soul? Its soul is not strong enough to be comparable to the soul of the emperor. Yi Xianming said solemnly, no, don't act rashly. Although the soul is not strong, it does not belong to the 4 dimensions, 5 elements, and 6 realms. It can completely eliminate the aura of our own spirit and make us unable to detect it. It is easy to escape. Deng Huangtian, who has always been sharp and decisive, put his sword into the sheath and let go of his soul. If the soul of a peerless quality can be suppressed by virtue of his cultivation, but a soul of the emperor is stronger than a god emperor and cannot force it to yield, instead it will cause it to escape. Then, the soul baby girl turned into a baby boy. The pink-tooted small palm slapped the sky, and the majestic divine soul giant palm shattered into the void, shaking the sea of fire. Immediately, the old monster from the Sea of Jiao lost his voice and said, it's the old man's soul-killing palm? Everyone gasped slightly. What a perverted ability to learn. One of the top orange-level combat skills was learned in such a short period of time. It's fun, have fun. The soul smiled happily, and turned into a baby girl again, continuing to read everyone's memories. Everyone tacitly understood, made eye contact, alerted and warned each other. As if to say, whoever scare the soul away, will be bombarded and killed by the crowd. This time, it's time to compete for luck. There is no way to take it by force, so the only way is to let the emperor's soul automatically choose the host. Everyone hovered in the air, waiting for the soul to be chosen. The memory of each god's soul is as vast as the ocean, and all the memories of the life he has experienced, the life of cultivation, and the life of fighting, will be embedded in the soul. Seeing that everyone let go of the memory of the soul continued to expand its exploration, just as it found a memory that made it curious. alchemy pills, taking medicines. The soul was flowing like a child, and couldn't help wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth again and again. Decide. The soul suddenly shouted, and smiled charmingly, you, alchemy pills, whoever refines them better, leave with whom. This sentence directly caused thousands of waves. Alchemy? Whoever is better at alchemy, who will the soul follow? This scene made the faces of some geniuses who were not alchemists especially ugly, and even had a hint of rioting. Dang, Huangtian's eyes are cold, he is not a pharmacist, if he wants to be captured like this, it might be better to just do it all the time. His hand silently pressed on the handle of the knife. Hey, Dang Huangtian, what do you want to do? Yi Xianming laughed strangely, do you want to die? Let me tell you, if you dare to move your soul, I will be the first to do you. Dang, Huangtian is neither salty nor light, if you are not afraid of war between the two clans, just give it a try. Yi Lingyue sneered, the two clans are at war? You look down on yourself too much. The top 10 geniuses are not monolithic. If they hand over the soul of the emperor to others in this way, it means to strengthen their competitors. At the level of the top 10 geniuses in the God realm, there are absolutely not many divine objects that can change their strength like a reborn emperor. Grade souls are extremely important. Who can get it? The ranking among the top 10 geniuses must change. A few of the top 10 tigers in the gods are not the top 10 geniuses in the gods, don't worry. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, I also agree with the medicine refining competition. In order to avoid all of you having no objection, someone from Lin, exclusively sponsor 2 imperial artifacts. If anyone can get into the top 3 by virtue of the quality of the pills they have produced, you can take these 2 imperial artifacts away. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen flicked his hands, and actually lifted the 2 pieces of 5-soul divine soul banner and Wanjun, coiling dragon horn, that were temporarily sealed with the law of power and the law of entanglement, into the void. Lin Chen smiled in agreement, you don't have to use refining medicine, the finished medicine pills that everyone took out directly can be considered as participating, right? He also pretended to glance at the soul, and the soul was very good, and said in a milky voice, yes, the best quality is the winner. All the geniuses took a deep look at Lin Chen, what the hell is this guy doing? The soul's innocent and lovely eyes reveal a hint of cunning that is difficult to detect. After a full meal, the emperor's soul still carried it very clearly. It is determined to find the most powerful alchemist. However, all of this fell into Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen's proposal temporarily eased the tense atmosphere. At least it gave other geniuses a chance to breathe. Even if they didn't win. In the end, at least they could exchange for an imperial artifact, which was definitely not a loss. Besides, who said this rule has to be followed? If there is any accident, if you can't get the emperor's soul, you have to let your opponent get it. There was a bit of thought in the eyes of the gods and talents, and they all had their own ghosts, and they agreed for a while. Everyone stepped into the air to levitate and landed on a floating sky island. This is still the scope of the Flameheart Sea. The tumbling divine flames are blooming like blossoming fire lotuses, and they are stronger than the gods who must also activate the law to defend. A group of divine light of the law fell into the island, and the emperor's soul floated over the flame island, always keeping a safe distance from everyone. It would be even more difficult to concoct alchemy here. When a cauldron came down, the cauldron head was cast like an iron dragon. With 2 dragons and phoenixes entwined in the show, the divine might burst. And the void twisted, conveying the coercion of stagnant time and space. This pill stove actually contains the law of time. Still an imperial weapon. The white dress is better than the snow. Erin came here on the snow, wearing a piece of fairy clothes like a colorful rainbow. Her eyebrows are picturesque, like a crystal snow chunlan, a pair of wonderful eyes glittering with ice crystal-like brilliance, cold and beautiful, the center of the eyebrows. It is also dotted with a Protoss scale of a 9-cornered ice flower. Let's start. When it comes to refining medicine, except for Yang Meng and a few old monsters in the god realm, no one can match me. The voice of the woman in white was piercing to the bone, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts as if a cold gust of wind was blowing. The 5th in the divine realm, Deng Bingsui. When it comes to refining medicine, she is indeed recognized as the number 1. In the world of gods today. Chen Chihuang's peach eyes flickered, and she looked at Lin Chen. This man's skills are sky high, and he can steal 2 ancient artifacts without knowing it. If it can be used by my god clan, its value is no less than that of an emperor's soul. It's just, this number 1 person. Why does my Protoss have no records and impressions at all? Chen Chihuang was lost in thought. She could never imagine that the person in front of her was Lin Chen, who challenged the god realm back then. Lin Chen used each suit, and the temperament that came with it changed so greatly that even though they had the same appearance, no one of the 3 Protoss recognized him as Lin Chen, and they agreed that he was a hidden world. From Jiahai. Strong. Boom. Dozens of other alchemy furnaces came, and among the old monsters from the Protoss team in Jiahai, there were also master alchemists who did not believe in evil and came to fight. Then, the ground gushing golden lotus, the fragrance of medicine overflowing. A variety of rare and rare 9th-order medicinal materials, the best heaven and earth treasures, and rare treasures, were sent into the elixir furnace like flowing water. To reach this level, at least the god-level pharmacists of Taishan Beidou are present, and the competition is the background of medicine refining. The baby girl transformed by the emperor's soul was flowing with laziness, and her eyes were shining, as if she liked every kind of medicinal pill that was being refined. Seeing this scene, the corners of many alchemy masters' mouths rose. The soul is hooked. It is the body of the soul, and only by refining the elixir related to the soul, can it be attracted to the greatest extent. Even the probability of 1 in 10,000 is worth fighting for. If you can win the favor of the emperor's soul, you will wait for the same sky. Suddenly, a graceful and beautiful voice entered Lin Chen's ears. Your Excellency, you must have other goals for this proposal of refining medicine. Why don't you join forces with my Chen family? Lin Chen glanced at it, and it was Chen Chihuang who was transmitting his voice. Feeling Lin Chen's gaze, Chen Chihuang smiled and continued, if you are willing to join forces with my Chen family, this young lady can guarantee your infinite divine jade in your life. How much you want, my Chen family will provide you. Lin Chen suddenly said, do you have a lot of divine jade? Chen Chihuang raised her chest and said with a hint of pride, in the entire God realm, all divine jades come from the hands of my aristocratic family. Whether it is the top grade, or divine jade, the dragon veins are actually controlled by our aristocratic family. How many divine jades there are in the realm of the gods is all decided by my family. These words even shook Lin Chen's mind. Before fighting with the demons in Jiujia Mountain, Lin Chen tried his life to get back 1 or 2 semi-superior, divine jades. Together with Emperor Shi's emperor's possession, there were only a few pieces. of top-quality divine jade, one of which was absorbed by Lin Chen and the others when refining the divine bones. Now it can't stand up to the other party's words? The roots of the three god races are far deeper in the god realm than in any previous era. Lin Chen smiled. Do you want me to bow down to your Protoss? Seeing his move, Chen Huang continued, no, with your ability, you have the ability to become the elder, Kaching of our family. If you join, we will give you the status of a god emperor. How about that? Lin Chen's expression was calm and his tone was indifferent. I, Lin Chen, will take all of what you occupied. What? Chen Huang's heart trembled slightly. Lin Chen? Lin Xingchen? She said in shock, you are Lin Chen, who made Emperor Lin Tian born? This sentence caused 1,000 waves, and countless eyes were watching Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Is it the Lin Chen who declared war on God's domain, who was chased by hundreds of thousands of true God's army from God's domain and could escape safely? It turned out to be him. No wonder I always feel that he is familiar, but it is the monster that hit the godly desolate star territory from the triple realm sea before. What a ruthless young man, from the way he suppressed the divine weapon in an instant. It is enough to show that he has the ability to be one of the top 10 geniuses in the god realm and is a powerhouse at the same level. The old monster of Jihai was amazed. Each of the 10 geniuses of the god realm looked at Lin Chen with a suspicious look. Recalling the news of Qin Junlin's death, Chen Huang's pretty face was cold. It turns out that my cousin was really murdered by you. When she heard the news of Qin Junlin's death before, she still couldn't believe it, and couldn't imagine that a younger generation who didn't even have the realm of God Lord would have the ability to kill Qin Junlin. He even thought that another strong man killed him and transferred it to Lin Chen. Chen Huang sneered, I don't know how to lift things up. Since ancient times, no one has dared to disobey the god clan, who is as strong as a god emperor in front of my clan, but it's just a man's arm as a chariot. What can you do as a Lin Chen? When he felt the shock of everyone, the emperor's soul gurgled his eyes, and looked at Lin Chen curiously. It even miraculously found that it couldn't read Lin Chen's memory completely, but could only read fragments of memory. Dream reincarnation suit, continuous activation feature, dream bubble, half true and false. Lin Chen revealed part of his memories, and the speed of the reincarnation realm turned faster and faster. Everyone has never noticed that in the Sea of Flames, star palaces and palaces are erected out of thin air, and the dazzling Sea of Fire is gradually replaced by a dreamlike purple divine flower. A terrifying illusion, like a net, quietly opened. A pill furnace was suspended in the void. Lin Chen waved his hand slightly. A large amount of medicinal materials were suspended, and he was about to start refining medicine. His eyes full of calamity revealed a cold-killing intent. Yi Xianming smiled. Strangely, people, if you don't seek small profits, you must have great plans. Lin Chen, you announced the Emperor's magic weapon. What exactly do you want to do? Lin Chen smiled very innocently. No, I'm an honest kid, I just want to compete fairly with everyone. Luo Binger, who was hiding between the voids, watched this scene thoughtfully. That night Tianchen, it is said that he was the direct descendant of that person. Why did he not come this time, such an important treasure of the Emperor's soul? Yi Xianming couldn't see what Lin Chen was planning, and had no way of starting. At least, it is impossible to rob the soul of the Emperor. The mystery of the Emperor's soul has been recorded many times in the history books, and no one has ever succeeded in grabbing it. Even a god emperor would not dare to take this risk. The last time the emperor's soul was born, it was because the god emperor Malili scrambled for the emperor's soul, which caused the emperor's soul to escape the 4 dimensions. He chose the ancient emperor Ling Tongfeng, who rose against the sky and killed a family to become famous and achieve the realm of the gods. An ancient emperor with a mighty reputation. Yi Xuanming's eyes flashed a few dim light of disaster, temporarily suppressing the killing intent. If you take action against Lin Chen now, it will become the target of public criticism and the gains will outweigh the losses. Seeing that none of the top 10 geniuses took action, everyone had an idea similar to that of Yi Xuanming. At this time, the storm of the soul suddenly rolled up. Lin Chen's palm was spinning innumerable entanglement laws. With a wave of his big hand, the heavenly medicinal herbs that were as bright as stars were suspended in the void, and were held together by Lin Chen's entanglement laws. Qi Tianshuang, Lian Shenlu, held Binjiagui, one after another rare god-level heavenly material and earthly treasures were refined by Lin Chen into the incomparable elixir furnace that he harvested in the Emperor Shi Huang's tomb. When some Jihai old antiques were about to see what kind of alchemy handprints this enchanting and mysterious young man was using, they found that his hands had never been imprinted. The hands are attached to tens of thousands of god-level heaven and earth treasures by the law of entanglement, and they are smelted in the same furnace. Lin Chen's eyes flashed, and the speed of refining medicinal materials increased with the naked eye. Isn't the old man dazzled? I'm going to be a good boy. Qijia's ancestors are a dog, and Qijia is home. His grandma's, and this kind of training. This young boy can concoct alchemy with his eyes? Is there such a way out? The corners of Jihai's old antiques twitched and their scalps tingled. That look is like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Gorgeous and vulnerable. Deng Bingji, who witnessed this scene, showed a bit of disdain in the cold and glamorous beauty. Deng Bingji sneered at the sound transmission. I heard that you are still the record holder of the fastest speed in refining a god-level medicine pill within the 5 continents? Lin Chen didn't look back, and smiled as if jokingly, it is the fastest in action, and the longest in spirit. Joke. Deng Bingji flicked his sleeves, and the divine power of the emperor grade pill stove was unparalleled, and immediately overwhelmed all the alchemists, and the time and space in the island shuddered. This deity's vast imperial furnace contains the law of time, 100 years for a moment, but only for a moment. Lin Chen, those of you are just a little trick, put it in front of my Protoss, like a clown. Deng Bingji's plain hands quickly formed a seal, and fluttered long sleeves. The combination of tens of thousands of alchemy handprints bloomed with after images, forming a silver hurricane that was condensed by the soul, and the wind swept the clouds. The emperor-grade pill stove was shaken violently, and after receiving one after another of medicinal materials, the light of the law of blue time flickered above the stove top. Hey! Use the method to make alchemy, the Red Order handprint. The law energy that travels in the 4-dimensional universe is the most violent and intense. I can't imagine that this woman can use the law of all things to concoct pills, which is really shocking to the world. In an instant, thunder and fire were intertwined within 100,000 miles of the void, and thunder dragons were rolled into flames, and the thunder dragon came into the world in a flame storm. The other alchemists of the top 10 geniuses were not far behind and followed closely behind. Chen Qihuang pointed to the laws of imperial rule. The thunder and fire dragons were introduced into the elixir furnace, which completely mobilized the law and divine power of the 4-dimensional world and gathered them into The elixir furnace. It's another Red Order alchemy handprint. The three major gods deserve to be the top of the gods. The Red Order alchemy handprints that exist in the world may not exceed 10 volumes, which is really enviable. If the old man can get a scroll of Red Order alchemy handprints, he will have no regrets in this life. The divine masters of Jiahai were full of admiration and amazement. The difference between the orange rank and the red rank was very different. Alchemy fingerprints are not like exercises. In the long history of the four-dimensional human race in the god realm, legends have appeared one after another. The exercises created by these top powerhouses are among the red ranks. But looking at the entire human race, there are not many pharmacists who can stand on the top of the four-dimensional gods. An emperor-level god-level pharmacist can even dominate the entire era, and he can call the wind and call the rain among the emperors. Therefore, the Red Order alchemy mudra is rare in the world. Red-ranked alchemy handprint. Someone Lin couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The top 10 geniuses are simply a treasure trove of walking. Anything in the background can make people salivate and can't stop. Time passed, dozens of top god-level pharmacists tried their best to refine medicine, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. The Dan fog was hazy, just like the morning glow. The Dan rain full of divine power came, and the dead void was instantly full of vitality. The vision of everyone refining medicine is getting stronger and stronger. What surprised the Protoss was that Lin Chen's medicine refining this time was completely different from the information they already knew, and his refining speed was far from the legendary speed. I don't know how many months have passed, and a Danxia burst into the sky. Fragrant, and Dan Qi is like a tide, triggering a tidal wave of energy. The gray-clothed divine master, who was refining medicine, instantly slapped the palm of his hand, and the fire dragon bloomed in his palm, condensing into a huge fire palm of thousands of acres to suppress it. A palm forcibly suppressed the divine elixir in the energy tide, and finally turned into a longan-sized elixir and fell into the palm of his hand. It's a superb divine pill of good condition. There is hope to compete. The heartstrings of everyone were beating, and the old man in gray was holding the medicine pill in both hands and placed it in front of the Emperor Spirit. Spirit. The old man in gray, who is always killed decisively, and the peak powerhouse of the dignified fifth-level god, is now like a child taking an exam, uneasy. Even he himself forgot, at what age was the last time he felt so uneasy. The Emperor Spirit opened his mouth to swallow the medicinal pill, chewed it gruntingly, and then stretched out 2 fingers. 2 points. It shook his head in a milky voice. It's delicious, but only a little bit. The gray-clothed old man's shoulders trembled, his eyes were filled with ferocious anger, and he was about to shoot violently, but when he looked around the many Protoss masters, he could only swallow the result, sighed, and backed slightly. Then, one after another, presented the divine pills, or the top grade and top quality pills of excellent quality. There are also those who have never participated in the refining of medicine, and they directly take out their best, finished pills. Suddenly, a azure blue divine light appeared in the world, and the eyes of Deepan Soul suddenly lit up. Chen Chi Huang, whose face was slightly pale, showed uncontrollable excitement. She actually refined a semi-perfect divine pill. But almost at the same time, Lin Chen and Dang Bingji also closed the furnace. At the same time, and Dan Guang was born. These 2 have also been refined. When the 3 presented their medicinal pills, the magical pills surrounded by colorful brilliance were the most dazzling. It is a divine elixir refined by Deng Bingsui, a divine elixir once. The faint brilliance of the rosy color, but it contains a terrifying mystery. Any true god can clearly distinguish, this pill is actually a gem. Second only to Daipen Shindan. Among the 3 medicinal pills, Lin Chen's medicinal pill was the worst. I don't know which, my dear friend suddenly burst out a sentence from between his teeth. Fuck, this has been for so long, but only one low-grade divine pill has been refined? Someone. Lin smiled meaningfully. Dan is not good, but Chen is spiritual. Sublime divine pill. Everyone was stunned. Looking at the emerald green pill in Lin Chen's palm from a distance, strong fluctuations of spirit lingered, but the quality was only the lowest quality pill, and there was even a mottled color, and it was barely able to become a pill. With Lin Chen's background, no matter how bad it is, it can't be so bad. Or, is he going to break the jar? The legendary pharmacist who won the first place in the 5 continents, is this? Damn, what are you going to do with this coercion? It's not right, this son has never made moves according to the rules, let's see. The old antiques of Jiahai were astonished. Lin Chen's surprising move actually aroused the attention of the 3 gods. They are by no means fools. In their hearts, they despise all lowly beings, other than the Protoss. But in practice, they will value every possible threat to their existence. Because, the 3 gods have also read the 5 exercises. Covered in darkness, Luo Binger stared at Lin Chen with great interest. Wearing a black dress that was charming and mysterious. Stronger than her, he didn't see through what Lin Chen wanted to do. Wait a minute. Deng Bingji stopped Lin Chen, and his eyes flashed across. The sharp-souled Guanhua, we want to check your medicinal pills, if you dare to play tricks, we will definitely attack them. The other god race geniuses didn't express their opinions, but they stared at Lin Chen with a pair of divine eyes. Someone. Lin shrugged and threw it casually. The elixir was suspended in the void, and the emerald green elixir pattern was like a dragon and phoenix carving, mottled and dim. Except for the majestic divine soul energy, everyone did not perceive any abnormality in this divine pill. Deng Bingji was not reconciled, and the ice flower imprint between the eyebrows suddenly became brilliant. A terrifying realm of souls unfolded, and the pressure on everyone increased greatly. It is actually the realm of the 5 major consummations of the soul. This girl, she actually stepped into the highest soul realm next to the Emperor realm. Strangeness. When Deng Bingji took back her divine soul, her beautiful eyes like frost stars were full of doubts. She did not find any traces of hands or feet on this divine pill. Enough is enough. Daipen's soul turned into a boy, pointed at Ruwuzi, pointed at the crowd, and said in a milky voice, good or bad, I'll know when I taste it. It opened its pink and tender mouth, took a breath, and put all the divine pills into its mouth. Those divine pills that were not involved in the on-site refining were also swallowed by it. The huge tide of divine soul swept across the head of the Emperor's soul. It patted its belly and gave a full burp. Everyone's heartstrings suddenly tightened. Who exactly is the flower? Taking the appearance of a girl again, Daipen's soul smiled charmingly. What I want to choose is. Its gaze, unconsciously, fell on Deng Bingji. Really? Among the 3 god races, everyone's heart thumped, as if their hearts suddenly stopped. Deng Bingji's lips slightly lifted. The Emperor's soul is hers. Stepping into the first place in the god realm is just around the corner. Just when everyone thought that the Emperor's choice was Deng Bingji, its Petite and exquisite body suddenly trembled, and its eyes burst into bright light. Deepened soul's gaze shifted to Lin Chen in a strange way. For the first time, a flush of excitement appeared on the fleshy little face. And the soul said excitedly, you actually. Lin Chen laughed loudly, what are you, deepened soul, still haven't come over. This opportunity is unique, either I will take you to fly, or you will eat ashes yourself, you can do it. The soul danced and jumped excitedly, the person I want to choose is you. What? The faces of the three gods were horrified. Deng Bingji, who had an infinite beauty just a moment ago, was so hideous at this moment that it seemed like he was going to strip a person alive, and his seemingly beautiful face was full of distorted killing intent. Boom! Zhou Tian moved, and disaster came into the world like an evil dragon. Yi. Xianming stared straight at Lin Chen with his eyes, and he made a move very quickly. A big hand of calamity tore through the sky and shot the soul of the emperor. The fish is dead and the net is broken. Yi Xianming is a ruthless generation, and if he can't get it, he will be destroyed. He doesn't care if the emperor's soul chooses Lin Chen for any reason, as long as he is not a member of his Yi family, he must destroy it. The catastrophe world came, and an infinite magic sound came out, which crushed Lin Chen. His figure disappeared like a bubble, and when he reappeared, it was already a blow to the sky. The mighty force of more than 100,000 cosmic forces moved the universe, mixed with infinite star dreams, destroyed the dimension of time and space, and shattered the sky of this world. See. Boom. 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 The catastrophe storm exploded, the two sides retreated, and hundreds of Lin Chen appeared in the sky. It's all fantasy. True and false, false and true, even all the old monsters in Jiahai have been tricked. Only the top 10 geniuses, each with their own abilities, saw through the two figures on the edge at a glance. Only those two were real bodies. No, to be precise, the other person is the emperor's soul. It turned into Lin Chen's appearance and stood side by side with Lin Chen. Chen Qihuang's pupils shrank, and she murmured, actually, the fusion is complete. Just a momentary thing. The emperor's soul chose Lin Chen. The soul and him were completely integrated in just a moment. It turned into Lin Chen's appearance, high-spirited, with a look of great change and control. No. Deng Bingji burst out, with a scream, deepened soul, why did you choose this kind of thing? The soul was like Lin Chen. Shui chuckled lightly, it's because you don't know how powerful Lin Chen is. I see. Only Luo Bing'er, who was on the outside, suddenly realized. The queen's lips couldn't help but lift slightly. 10 times? No, even higher. Just like his laws and exercises, his spirit, Lin Chen, is more than 10 times stronger than that of the same realm. Under the superposition of Tai Futian art and talent enhanced by the cultivation method, Tai time and space has the same spirit as Lin Chen. That's right. That is to say, Lin Chen's emperor spirit soul, under the same realm, will be more than 10 times stronger than every previous host. The divine pill that Lin Chen refined was not even a divine pill to be precise, it was just refining and storing his divine soul power. But as long as the emperor's soul knows this information, he will definitely choose him, Lin Chen. There is nothing more attractive than a spirit 10 times stronger in the same realm. This potential far exceeds the temptation of any god-level pharmacist. It can be said that choosing Lin Chen is the greatest opportunity in his life. As an emperor, the current emperor-grade soul has inherited the power of the 4 major consummations of Lin Chen's divine soul, and already has a power that is not inferior to the 5 major consummations. If you are promoted to the 5 major consummations, even when you are in the Emperor realm, it is difficult to imagine its ability to destroy the sky and destroy the earth. That's it, kill him. The gods obey the order and destroy Lin Chen at all costs. Surround him, don't let him escape. The 10 geniuses issued orders one after another, and the team of the Protoss dispersed instantly, like a net of heaven and earth, with dense rules covering all of Lin Chen's retreats. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Lin Chen actually stepped into the air and suspended without fleeing. Escape? You're saying, who wants to escape? Lin Chen was half smiling. Zheng. A beam of golden light descended, and the Sea of Jiao was billowing. The god of war gun started, the dream receded, and a golden god of war was born. Daipen's soul and Lin Chen stood together, and one soul almost spoke in unison. I want the Emperor's soul, I want the ancient gods, and I want your lives. At this moment, the scalps of the old monsters in Jiahai felt numb. Crazy. Must be crazy. He actually wanted a one-on-one match against all the geniuses of the 3 great Protoss. The host uses the Golden God of War set charge, 100%, and opens the second form of the God of War gun. Starting with the sharp gun, the Golden God of War set reappeared, and a cloak blew a long golden brilliance. Lin Chen alone faced the heroes of the sea. His face did not change, the clouds were light and the wind was light. Yi Xianming was stunned when he heard that Lin Chen's mouth was speaking wildly. His sickly face was full of sarcasm, and he raised his head and laughed. I have heard a lot of madness, and this is the first time this young master has heard such arrogant speeches. Chen Qihuang sneered, even if Tianqian returns that night, you don't dare to single out all of us. I think you're crazy. The Emperor's soul was eager to try it, and Lin Chen raised the God of War spear to block it, and said with a casual smile, give me this group of crooked melons and jujubes, and you can fuse with my soul at ease. A word of crooked melon and cracked jujube caused the anger of the 3 god races. The Emperor's soul has not been completely combined with Lin Chen's soul. If not, it can produce many of Lin Chen's unique skills, and it will definitely become Lin Chen's right-hand man. The soul nodded slightly, and after retreating, he sat cross-legged, meditated, and practiced, and formed the mudra of the mind. Seeing this, Dang Bingji lost his voice. No, the Emperor's soul is going to be combined with his soul source. Yi Xianming said solemnly, kill him and take back the Emperor's soul. Even a broken soul can be of great use. Chen Qihuang's eyes flickered. The Emperor's soul has initially merged with his soul, and he can't jump out of the 4 dimensions and 5 elements to attack the soul. The god masters of the 3 god races stepped out with beams of law streamers and swept towards the Emperor's soul. Before waiting for the top 10 geniuses to explode, Lin Chen spun the gun with one hand, retracted the gun to his shoulder, and made a throwing gesture. Anyone who does not belong to the Protoss. Lin Chen's eyes bloomed with the power of absorbing starlight. Get out. The war god's armor waved, and the magic spear was fired instantly. The law of power running through the universe shattered all the rays of light, and the surrounding time and space fell into still. The god of war spear is like a startling rainbow in the sky, passing through the perfect arc along the curved time and space. The universe vibrates, and the tip of the spear lingers around the 5 elements of divine light. When the magic spear shot, the multicolored divine light was entangled like wind and clouds. The terrifying law of power smashed the space, and the shadow of the spear with the law of movement was like a peacock opening the screen. hitting all the gods head-on. Boom! The divine light burst open, and if the gods who were scattered in the sky were repelled, they stepped through the void and retreated hundreds of miles to stabilize their bodies. There was horror on everyone's face. One shot repelled thousands of gods. There is no blessing of martial arts and combat skills, only the laws of power that are extremely powerful and domineering. Lin Chen exhaled a little. Finally, I can reach this level of power without overdrawing my life. Laugh. 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 His breath was like a starburst hurricane, destroying the nearby space for thousands of miles, and the cracks in the space were shocking to everyone. This child is like a natural disaster with just one breath, destroying the universe. The old monsters of Jihaihai looked horrified. The strength of such a law of power is definitely not something that the Lord of God can control. Before Lin Chen, he still needed to borrow the godhead of Shura natural enemy to burn his life to reach this level. Now with his realm and Tianyan 5 elements, he no longer needs. Beyond the God Lord, history is about to be rewritten, and there will be a God Lord in the history of the human race who is comparable to the God Emperor. With pure power. This son has reached the combat power of a God Emperor at the realm of God. Master. It's crazy, this battle is definitely not the level I can wait to participate in. The old monsters of Jihaihai retreated, and everyone looked at the three gods with gloating eyes. The three gods are going to suffer. Lin Chen's shot has been perfectly interpreted. He has the qualifications and ability to fight the 9 geniuses of the 3 major Protoss alone. In the vortex-like storm of the nebula, Chen Xuanji, the second genius of the God realm who had never revealed his true face, was wearing a green robe and carrying a sword. He was carrying a wide knife, the size of a door, tall and straight, with long hair and a shawl, handsome features, a very majestic appearance, and a pair of green vertical pupils like Long Qing. Chen Xuanji said loudly, Lin Chen, how about making a deal? The Emperor's soul belongs to you, and the ancient gods in your hand belong to me. How about it? When the 8 geniuses saw that Chen Xuanji had a conversation with him in person, they looked at the two of them calmly. A ray of golden light was withdrawn, the god of war gun was withdrawn. Lin Chen's expression was flat. The second day of the contemporary god realm, I said, no matter who comes today, you all have to die. Chen Xuanji shook his head and laughed. It is true that your strength is comparable to that of a first-level god emperor. If you really want to fight, I am not sure enough to take you down, but if you want to destroy the emperor soul you are merging with, it will not be difficult. Zheng. The sword roared like a dragon, and when the wide sword with the scarlet dragon engraved on its back came out of its sheath, the sky of Jiahai suddenly changed. Turned into the endless law of the sword, like a dragon coming into the world. The sword monument, the sword forest, the sword hall, and the whistling sky, which are composed of sword meanings, stand in space and time. Chen Xuanji walked in the air, and under his feet was the endless turbulent sea condensed by the laws of the Tao of the blade. Like a Xian Tao of the blade plane, it instantly descends into the critical sea. Use the law of your own body to form a domain, follow the law with your words, and make every move. The law will destroy the world. His Tao of the blade law has been cultivated into the prototype of the realm. This guy, Chen Xuanji, is really hidden deep enough. He's actually a quasi-emperor. With his Yelua Tian Dao, now he may not be inferior to some new god emperors who don't have emperor rank magic weapons. The other 8 geniuses looked solemn. Anyone who is promoted to god emperor will automatically withdraw from the god ranking of the 3 major god races, and will no longer have the name of the top 10 geniuses. Now that Yu Tianqian is still on the list, it means that he has not yet become a god emperor. I am afraid that the current Qin Shuangji can be compared to Yu Tianqian, the number 1 in the god realm. Qin Shuangji's long hair was flying, his feet stepped on the 10,000 swordsman monuments, and he stepped in the air step by step, and the meaning of the sword was rising. Lin Chen was amazed. So you are the quasi-emperor. The quasi-emperor, the law becomes the domain, and the law is cultivated into the domain before one can become an emperor. How many realms the gods dream of and have never touched in their entire lives. Stepping into this realm, it is basically a matter of time before being promoted to god emperor. Seeing Lin Chen marveled, Qin Shuangji was a little arrogant in his brows, and he was ready to negotiate with him while he was calm. Unexpectedly, someone Lin laughed out loud. This is really good, double happiness, super double. Everyone. 3 Protoss? Qin Shuangji's high-spirited appearance suddenly froze, his eyelids twitching wildly. Luo Binger, who was watching the battle in the distance, couldn't help laughing. She really didn't know how this person's brain circuits were cultivated. Suddenly, a dragon roar broke the silence, and the dragon came into the world and danced in the void. The azure ancient dragon entwined with Qixia tore through the void, and the dragon traveled to the void, as if traveling through time and space. Entrenched beside Lin Chen. Everyone was shocked to find that the flow of time was slowly slowing down. Lin Chen smiled very innocently. You're not the only one who becomes a quasi-emperor. When he saw the dragon beside Lin Chen, Qin Shuangji was finally unable to keep calm and his face was gloomy. The dragon of the quasi-emperor realm? When the dragon was born, all the heroes were shocked. The vast ancient dragon that appeared is the dragon master of Lin Chen. To be precise, it can be called Dragon Emperor. When he killed the mad god emperor earlier, Lin Chen gained his attributes. And the dragon lord devoured his divine body. A god emperor who has cultivated into the realm of laws, the god bones in his body will automatically merge into the limbs and bones. For example, Lin Chen today, if he can become a god emperor, the god bones in his body will automatically dissolve into the god body and become within the realm of naturalization laws. A generation of emperors, the divine body cultivated in the realm of laws, is simply a great supplement to the dragon family. In the same way, a dragon master whose realm is too low cannot have the foundation of devouring the divine body of a god emperor. Forcibly swallowing. It will only explode and die. If it weren't for the bloodline talent of the ancient dragons of the universe, it would be impossible for the dragon master to devour the divine body of the god emperor. With the blood of the ancient dragon of the universe, it can control the time flow in the body, and it can also control the energy of the god emperor so that it will not burst itself at the first time. The original refining of this huge energy took more than 10,000 years. And the efficiency was improved 10,000 times because of the eternal dragon bloodline. What? Luo Binger looked at Lin Chen's great dragon with great interest. It was not until the Shenlong appeared that she realized something was wrong with her dark soul. Time flow is wrong. From the outside, the flow of time around this dragon is normal. But from the inside, its time flow is particularly slow. What a powerful illusion. He actually hid such a hand? Luo Binger was amazed, even I don't know when he set up such a fantasy. There is truth in falsehood, and there is truth in falsehood. When the dragon was born, the old monsters of Jihai were shocked. Its scales are vast, the 5-clawed blue dragon, and the dragon sneaks into The virtual universe. It can travel through time and space, and travel through planes. It is absolutely true that it is an extremely rare ancient dragon in the dragon family. No, the limbs are like pisho, the pupils are like lotus flowers, the belly is filled with golden clouds, and the body has red energy. This is clearly the unique ability of Taishi ancient dragon. Hey! It's actually a twin ancient dragon of Taizhou ancient dragon and Taishi ancient dragon? This dragon is simply unseen, unheard of. They are not unacquainted with the multi-blooded dragon race, but most of them are trash and unsightly things. The geniuses of the Protoss looked solemn. Of the dragons with various bloodlines, very few can become dragons, and it is almost rare that they can become dragon kings. Generally speaking, the blood of the dragons determines the height of a dragon. Similarly, the higher the quality of the bloodline of the dragon race, the more domineering, the purer the bloodline, and the more difficult it is to bear the existence of the second bloodline. Divine dragons of various bloodlines are almost the limit of growing into dragon masters. There are 2 dragon emperors of ancient dragon blood at the same time, and throughout the history of the entire dragon family, they have never appeared. And in Lin Chen's hands, he actually has a dual-blood dragon with a quasi-emperor cultivation base, which is a great threat. Now is the time for the surprise to start. Lin Chen stepped on the orange light and moved, and layers of orange light appeared like water ripples. Not good. Act, kill him with all your strength. Seize the opportunity and destroy his imperial tomb. 3,000 night demons. Yi Xianming released the entire world of calamity at once, clasped his hands together, and thousands of calamity giant balls rolled with the aura of calamity. In the world of demons in front of him, Lin Chen was stopped by the raging fire, the 6 gods of flying ashes, the sandstorm and the twilight, and all kinds of disasters. With all their strength, the geniuses of the Protoss who realized Lin Chen's strength at this moment have no reservations. Lin Chen swung a spear, and the god of war spear was like a golden light on a horizontal line, sweeping across thousands of calamities, flashing past, tearing apart the world of demons. Pfft. The world of demons was shattered, Yi Xuanming's throat became sweet, and his body retreated and vomited blood. The sky phoenix danced, and the fire was heavy. Chen Qihuang, who was incarnated by the law of fighting fire, turned a moon ring in the palm of his hand. Randomly, she slapped Lin Chen with a palm, and the powerful seal turned into a 1,000-fold law divine ring, binding Lin Chen. Deng Wangshan stepped up from the sky, reached into the sky, slashed with a knife, and slashed the top of Lin Chen's head, and the dark moon-like sword Qi split the void. The figure is like a ghost. Chen Huan stretched out a ghost claw, carrying the power to smash the soul, and attacked Lin Chen fiercely. All kinds of terrifying offensives are enough to kill the 5-level gods in an instant. The non-Xin emperors can't compete, and they all kill Lin Chen in the most vicious way. Before it was over, a golden Buddha of several 100,000 feet appeared. Inside the golden Buddha is the figure of the 4th Deng Jiuyo in the god realm. He was in the golden Buddha, his whole face was detached, decorated with Buddha light, like a god who saves all living beings, with a golden Buddha will hanging behind him. The supreme golden Buddha stretched out his palms and pressed against Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't dodge, and the armor of the god of war exploded with divine brilliance. He raised his fist and raised his fist to the sky, with fist to palm, shaking the supreme golden Buddha. LOL. Boom. The giant palm of the golden Buddha burst open inch by inch, was smashed by the god of war, and fell into the sky with afterglow. At the same time, Lin Chen swept away with a spear, the tip of the spear surging with a violent blood-colored thunder, and a murderous intent that locked everyone in the 9 heavens in 10 places. The blood thunder that covered the sky and the sun carried the law of power to push the 3,000 worlds horizontally, and shattered the offensive of everyone. Qin Shi Huang was moved and said, "My Qin family's spear of calamity? How did he learn it?" The god masters of the 3 god races regrouped. "I can't let you adults take risks. Let's go together. The power used by this son is definitely not something that he can control in the realm of God, and it can't last. Drag, hold on to win." Thousands of divine masters from the Protoss team actually joined the battlefield. Up to now, no one cares about what to do to save face, winning is everything. The shocking melee broke out in an instant. Lin Chen shot one by one, fighting against the geniuses of the 3 major gods who stood at the top, and even took care of thousands of gods. When Lin Chen was in action, his divine dragon soared into the sky. The dragon flies to the sky, and the dragon travels to the virtual universe. The vast dragon body is like a winding galaxy, and the dragon's claws are brewing 2 completely different dragon breaths. The left claw is Tai Zhou, and the right claw is Tai Shi. Qin Xuanji's eyes were cold, and a vortex of knife air swirled in his palm. And the knife air was like a tide, and he pressed it down with one palm. Thousands of sword chi storms suddenly blew up, and the sharp edge swallowed the sky and devoured the earth, twisting towards the dragon, trying to block the dragon's actions. When holding the knife, Qin Xuanji became ruthless. "What about the dragon of the quasi-emperor, Lin Chen? I will behead your dragon today." The moment he blocked the dragon, Qin Xuanji held the knife in both hands. And on the blade of the imperial sword Yi Luo released a gloomy and boundless darkness, making the sky darken. Heavy dark tides rushed into the 10,000 miles of time and space, and layers of night fell, engulfing the dragon. With one knife, Qin Xuanji suppressed Lin Chen's dragon. Boom! The space above his head was broken open, and Lin Chen's figure appeared like a ghost, moving the void, holding the god of war spear, and turned into a golden rainbow, to destroy Qin Xuanji. Perceiving the law of power of the god of war spear that destroys the dimension of space, Qin Xuanji was shocked and retreated in shock. "Grandpa, save me!" Qin Xuanji shouted loudly, and when the law was transmitted to the void, he found that there was no response. This strange sign made even the god masters of the 3 major gods stunned. Not caring too much, Qin Xuanji generated a grinding disc-like whirlwind of law under his feet. Stepping on the law of the wind, Qin Xuanji retreated rapidly, traveling for thousands of miles in a row. Although he is fast, Lin Chen is even faster. The 5 elements law surrounding the tip of the spear was getting closer and closer. Qin Xuanji was forced to block with a knife, and the Yi Luo Shen Dao was covered with a dark curtain to absorb the power of the god of war spear. Boom! Qin Xuanji was blasted thousands of miles, and the whole person fell into the sea and fell into the waves hundreds of miles away. The hand covering his chest was spread out, and a scar 2 finger widths was split open on his chest. Qin Xuanji's face was suddenly full of anger and surprise. "What's going on?" Qin Xuanji looked around. It seemed that his law of sound transmission and the law of the Tao of the blade could not leave this space. My voice transmission did not pass through this space? Boom! Boom! Suddenly, most of the night in the distance exploded. The sky was clear for thousands of miles. The red glow rose, and the clouds steamed. The dragon roared and flew out of the darkness, and the star-like dragon body danced and rolled with red clouds, as if a miracle had come. What? Break my tide of the night in seconds? Chen Xuanji was shocked. With this emperor-ranked divine weapon, Yi Luo and the Zhuan emperors cultivation base, he is enough to suppress all powerhouses below the god emperor. Unless it is a real god emperor, it is impossible to break his tide of the dark night in such a short time. Even if they are both emperors, this dragon should also be suppressed. I saw that the dragon was entrenched in the ruins of a dragon with heavy dragon shadows. Each of its dragon scales glows with wisps of red gold, and the dragon scales contain the brilliance of hundreds of millions of ancient dragons, purifying and weakening the layers of night. Shenlong replaced Lin Chen in pursuit, and when he sneaked into the void, the surrounding time stagnated and swept towards Chen Xuanji. The 8 great gods attacked again, trying to block Lin Chen, and by time 4. Chen Xuanji raised his sword to face the battle, 1 person and 1 dragon fighting into a group. With a knife in his hand, Chen Xuanji fired a real fire, and the knife slashed out into a dark curtain that covered the sky and swallowed the earth. Even the light of the 4-dimensional universe could not escape his blade. His swordsmanship did not have a strong effect on Lin Chen's dragon. When the dark tide caused by the law of the blade attempts to erode the dragon's body, the closer it is to the body of the dragon, the slower the flow of time nearby. Only at the last 100 feet distance, time almost stopped flowing, so that Chen Xuanji's law and divine power could not affect Shenlong. It is Zhou Feng and Taishi Shenlongji. Taishi Shenlongji, with the blood of the ancient dragon, the miracle will come. And when each scale of the dragon's breath floats down, it can seal the opponent's strength and weaken the opponent's attack. And the phagocytosis can devour time, not only the time of the enemy, but also the time of its own time and space, and can be cast on ranged targets, group targets, and single targets. The combination of the two has an effect far beyond 1 + 1. The divine dragon, who was cultivated by the quasi-emperor, is now beginning to truly exert the divine might that belongs to the blood of the 2 ancient dragons. Even if it was the second day against the god realm, it would not be too much. Chen Xuanji's pupils shrank. It's actually 2 emperor-level bloodline supernatural powers. This dragon has a variety of bloodlines, and Chen Xuanji felt it himself from the battle. Apart from the blood of the ancient dragon, there is still a bit of the bloodline coercion of the god of heaven, the water god of extreme prison, and the god of creation. But what he didn't expect was that the 2 ancient dragon bloodlines of this dragon family were so powerful that they even suppressed other bloodlines in this dragon family. He has also mastered the supernatural powers of the dragon race that are far superior to the supernatural powers, the emperor-level bloodline supernatural powers between Bo Zhong. As soon as the 2 emperor-level supernatural powers came out, Chen Xuanji realized that he and this dragon race were on a par with each other. Thinking of this, Chen Xuanji felt even more embarrassed. With his proud cultivation, he couldn't suppress a dragon that Lin Chen had kept in captivity. The teams of the 3 major gods became more and more horrified. They were thousands of gods and 9 gods, and they couldn't even do the emperor grade spirits close to Lin Chen. Instead, they were beaten by Lin Chen again and again. Then, the old monster from Jihai also noticed something was wrong. No matter how they escaped from the battle circle, they were always on the edge of the battle circle, spinning endlessly, as if caught in a cycle of reincarnation. Yi Lingyue turned into flower feathers that fluttered and fluttered down one after another, barely avoiding Lin Chen's shot, and her pretty face was full of doubts. No, why didn't the seniors take action yet? They are accompanied by a god emperor on this trip. Each of the 3 gods has a god emperor secretly protecting their team, and now the 3 god emperors seem to have evaporated out of thin air. Yi Xianming said in horror, our voice transmission cannot pass through this void. Standing inside the Buddha wheel, Dingjiu said solemnly, when it was time to make medicine, this son wasn't making medicine at all, he was setting up an illusion. In his eyes, the brilliance of the divine soul flickered with azure blue, and Chen Huan's face was solemn. There is more than one level. This kind of illusion is too powerful, both true and false, like endless reincarnation. We are at least in the myriad god-level illusion, even me. It is impossible to cast such a terrifying illusion. Thousands of illusions. Everyone was horrified and their scalps were numb. It turned out that the reason why Lin Chen participated in refining medicine was that he used the time of refining medicine to set up the illusion. 10,000 layers of illusion. Even Chen Huan and Deng Bingji, who have perfected the 5 major spiritual souls, cannot be destroyed in a short time. It will take at least several years, or even 10 years, to completely destroy the illusion from the inside. They are going to fight against Lin Chen in this ghost place for several years. The teams of the 3 major gods were trembling, and they finally realized that Lin Chen was by no means intimidating or bluffing. He really wanted to kill them all. Little friend Lin Chen, this matter has nothing to do with us. Brother Lin, if you have something to say, something to discuss, you can't hurt the innocent. Your Excellency, make a price. What do you want, as long as you can give this old man a life, the old man will definitely satisfy your price. Senior Lin, if you let me leave this time, Xiongtai is my father and will obey him in everything. The powerhouses of Jiahai have transmitted their voices one after another, and if they continue to fight, I am afraid that they will also be involved in this melee. Those who can survive are probably not more than 5 fingers. Boom. Hum. 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 At this time, the Deepen soul released round after round of divine soul aura, becoming like a rising sun. It was actually perfectly integrated with Lin Chen's divine soul. A starburst-like divine soul brilliance appeared between Lin Chen's eyebrows, who was in the middle of the battle. His soul consciousness sea expands rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the world of soul outlines mountains, rivers, sun and moon, and the world of the new world. In time and space, Lin Chen's soul transformation has more than doubled. The only difference in essence is that there is a lifelike soul flower in the soul. Congratulations to the host, the promotion of the 5 major achievements of the soul. The Emperor's soul and Lin Chen's soul source are perfectly integrated, and its soul energy belongs to Lin Chen, helping Lin Chen to break through the last realm. The world in Lin Chen's eyes changed when he achieved the 5 major achievements and promotion of the soul. He saw a new world outside the dimension, where the mountains are like dust, immortal, and there are immortal monuments engraved with their Master's Emperor, and the gods are misty and immortal, abundant, pure, and flawless. One flower is one world, one leaf sees the universe, and the trajectory of its own universe's rationality circulates faintly. Lin Chen can see it, but he can't enter it. No matter how the consciousness of the soul advances, it is always far away. That world is the end of the divine soul. If the divine soul can enter it, it is the divine soul of the Emperor realm. Lin Chen was amazed, and took back the consciousness when his soul broke through. What he hadn't noticed was that the last ball of soul fire hidden behind him. Because he was promoted to the 5 major consummations of the soul, finally emitted a bleak brilliance, such as when the twilight was dying, the waiting person was ushered in. Seeing this, Yi Hong, the third in the God realm, couldn't help but exclaimed. Impossible, how could the fusion of the divine soul and the emperor's soul be so fast? The soul Lin Chen smiled jokingly, because one of me tops 10 others. Then, the soul's hands formed seals, and the soul body turned into a giant of 1,000,000 feet, with a terrifying storm of divine soul blooming in its eyes. And the situation changed. It opened its mouth and drank, angered like a dragon, and the boundless and majestic soul condensed into a storm of souls, like a dragon swallowing the sky, attacking everyone. Boom! 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 Within the 3 Protoss teams, their souls were shaken by the shock. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. My Diffingshenwu, which is used with the power of the soul, is as powerful as I can display it myself. Suddenly, a wonderful thought popped up in Lin Chen's heart. He almost subconsciously moved forward a few steps and swung a gun at will. The god of war spear flashed a golden light, smashing hundreds of gods, the gods who were injured by the god's wrath in the Protoss team just now. Lin Chen looked at the god of war spear in his hand, and said with a slight smile, "Deepened soul, what a treasure." Hiss. The gods let out a slight breath of cold air. It was the idea passed on by the soul to Lin Chen. It actually caught the flaws of the gods in an instant, and communicated it to Lin Chen, and Lin Chen unconditionally trusted its ability. The body responded automatically, and easily killed hundreds of gods. One person and one soul, as if they are indistinguishable from each other. Seamless. Chen Huan's pupils shrank slightly. Only after he personally withstood the Emperor Fengshen fury did he discover that the Emperor-grade spirit in front of him was more than 10 times stronger than the spirits of the same realm. This power is not it, but Lin Chen. The people who were hit hard just woke up like a dream, and fully understood why the Emperor's soul chose Lin Chen. In this choice, from beginning to end, Lin Chen had an overwhelming advantage. If he showed this kind of background from the beginning, the Emperor's soul would not be able to hesitate at all. From the moment they met, they fell into the trap that Lin Chen gave them, and they fell deeper and deeper step by step. This big action of stealing treasures and encircling it has now turned into a battle royale in a blink of an eye. Now all the gods have to consider a problem that they have never thought about. That is, how to live. They are born supreme under the aura of the Protoss, whether it is resources, exercises, experience, they are the top at birth, standing at the peak of the 4th dimension, and no one has ever threatened their lives in a real sense. Only at this moment, they can only think about how to live. At this moment, the 9 great geniuses of the God realm, who have always been rebellious, decided to unite wholeheartedly. In the previous battle, they still had a few ways to save their lives. Lin Chen can only have the power to reach the level of a God Emperor. We mainly rely on the restraint of the law, and we will definitely be able to force him to show flaws. He is only one person, and grinding can kill him. The 9 great gods share the same hatred and set up a battle with Chen Xuanji as the leader. The momentum is brilliant, and the heavenly nets of laws are listed in the sky. Even the subordinate gods of the 3 gods are also moved by it. For so many years, the top 10 geniuses of the 3 god races have never joined forces. At this moment, 9 of them have united the front. Seeing their appearance as if they were facing a great enemy, Lin Chen couldn't help but jokingly smiled. Who told you, I am alone? Boom! 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 The kamikaze roared furiously, the wind swirled the clouds, and a fierce, raging wind swept around Lin Chen, like 1,000 wind dragons stirring up time and space, haunting the heavens and the earth. Within the fierce god wind, a blue armor appeared in the wind. Its temperament was elegant and elegant, outstanding for all time, and the handsome face was gentle and elegant. The young man held the quiet green god bow decorated with star jade, and the bowstring was like a wind conch lingering. If there is a mighty force that penetrates time and space. Behind him, a pair of divine wings stretched out with the strong whistling sound of 10,000 winds. He stood side by side with Lin Chen, and a pair of cyan eyes reflected the brilliance of moving time and space. The host activates the ultimate Peerless suit charge, 100%, obtains the suit feature, gift of the god of wind, and the speed of all attributes is increased 99,999 times. At this moment, all the geniuses of the Protoss fell into an ice cellar, and the cold light was piercing to the bone. It's actually another Lin Chen. The most terrifying thing is that his breath is no less than Lin Chen, who has transformed into the golden god of war. The god of wind and the god of war stand side by side, like the sun and the moon shining together. The ancient dragon of the emperor is entrenched by their side, and the soul of the emperor is like the stars under the sun and the moon. This scene is suffocating. The geniuses of the Protoss sincerely feel what is despair. Although the few people just now have not fully joined forces, one Lin Chen is enough to single out the 9 great talents. Now to have another one, there is no chance of winning. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sky cracked open. A big hand from the sky shattered the void, pierced through time and space, and there were billions of swords that engulfed the sky, chopped the wind and chopped the waves, moved the void, and slashed towards the sea of the boundary sea. The power of the 3 gods who suppressed the eternity of the gods is rising. And the 9 gods are shocked and ecstatic. It's Grandpa and the others. Damn, scared me to death. The old guys are finally here. That's great, the Immortal One finally found our location. It's saved. The god fog dissipated, and not far from the eyes of the gods, 3 phantoms of god emperors who stood upright in the sky burst out. It was the 3 god emperors who secretly protected the 9 great talents. Yehui god emperor, Tai god emperor, Zhenwu god emperor. Yi Xianming grinned and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Lin Chen, your time of death has come." Chen Huan returned to his previous appearance of controlling the overall situation. He sneered and said, "Lin Chen, it's still too late to kneel down and kowtow to my Protoss to apologize." The stone in Chen Xuanji's heart fell, and he looked up to the sky and smiled. "It's really not as good as a god, Lin Chen. After all, you are still one step away from chess." Lin Chen said with a playful smile, "Really? Let's take a look again?" "Maybe. You have too much eye mucus, and you have seen an illusion." Everyone was stunned when they heard the words, and their eyes again stared at the 3 god emperors in the distance. Chen Huan said in shock, "It can't be wrong, it can't be an illusion. They have blood kinship with the 3 god emperors. It is impossible to admit their mistakes, and it is impossible for the illusion to deceive them." Deng Bingji's eyes narrowed slightly. "No, the 3 god emperors didn't see us, they are still looking for us." An icy murderous intent strangled everyone's throats. Lin Chen smiled, but not smiled. Even despair can be super doubled. It's not that they saw the illusion, but the 3 god emperors from the outside world are still in the illusion. That's right, only the gods could see the 3 god emperors who came to rescue them, but the God Emperors couldn't rescue them. See the hope in front of you with your own eyes, but you can't touch it. Lin Chen smiled slightly, like the judgment of the king of hell. After seeing the hope with your own eyes, how does it feel to be shattered, eh? Little bit. Your Protoss doesn't like to play with human beings like this. God's domain, very eastern. The magnificent hanging island of God stands, and at the center is the night. God Palace with 9 bright moons and 10,000 stars. In the Yeshen Palace, there is a lot of festivity. Today is the great day of the Yi family. The goddess Yi Chenming is married to the prince of the supreme god of the Azura clan, and the God clan is very happy. Above the temple, the bride was wearing a white gauze veil, and beside it was the gentle and elegant Azura emperor with a single horn, holding her lover's soft weed, and said with a smile, "Thanks to the appreciation of the gods, I have established diplomatic relations with my Azura today." This emperor believes that the future of the gods and Desolation Star territory must be in the hands of our 2 clans. The emperor learned a bit of the etiquette of the Protoss. He was gentle and elegant, chatting and laughing in a graceful manner, without losing his domineering style. He raised the golden bottle and drank it. In front of the night god palace, among the gods, the woman who was respected as the 9 heavenly profound girl was dressed in a gorgeous palace attire, with picturesque brows, and her light eyes were faintly worried. I don't know if Chiner is safe or not. The 9 gods of the god realm have all gone to the Jiahai, and Qing Wu has worked hard to bring back the news of his return to the Jiahai. Outside the shrine, Yi Qingwu, disguised as a maid, covered her true face with a light yellow veil. Yi Qingwu raised her eyes to look above the shrine, where the emperor of the supreme god of Shura and the head of the Yi family sat together, chatting and laughing. That scene made her, who has always been cynical, burn with anger embedded in her soul. On the throne of God, the squat and chubby patriarchy was dressed in a Pishio robe. His eyes shone with a gleam of light, and occasionally a hint of a smile crossed his face. From the appearance and temperament, he looked unremarkable. Except for the space around him, as if separated from the dimension, no one knows his cultivation base and strength. When the emperor possessed himself and raised his glass, he asked him for advice. Patriarchy, did you choose to let me and Chenming get married today? Patriarchy smiled and said, because today is the death anniversary of the person I hate the most. So if you choose a happy day today, double happiness will come and you will smile all over the world. Oh? The person I hate the most. The emperor smiled playfully. I didn't expect this person to be so disgusted by the head of the family that he didn't even want to mention his name. Emperor Shura's mind recalled a human statue that was cast in the capital of Shura. Come to think of it, it was him. The owner of the Yi family poured wine for it himself, waved his hand and said, I won't talk about this today, just talk about happy events. Boom. Suddenly, the sky dimmed, and the island of God, which has not fallen for thousands of years, has ushered in signs of crumbling. Huh? A black light flashed in Yi Patriarch's eyes. Could it be that in this world, there are still people who dare to disturb my Yi family? Patriarchy stretched out his hand, the void in front of him broke open, and a big black cloud hand was surrounded by dense law aura, hundreds of millions of miles away, grabbing towards the light. When Patriarchy stretched out his hand and came back, he didn't know that Heiyun's big hand had actually caught an empty space, leaving a mottled red glow in the palm of his hand. Huh? The law of movement? It seems to be more than that. The speed is approaching the extreme speed of the four-dimensional God Emperor. When Patriarch Yi frowned, a fiery red light like a shooting star cut through the night sky, as if overshadowing the light of the shrine. The people of the Protoss who participated in the wedding feast stood up one after another. This meteor-like light transcended the dimension, as if moving like a meteor falling into the world. In an instant, the clouds broke open, and the aurora brightened. That's an arrow. It is accompanied by a broken cauldron and a sinking boat, lingering around the divine wind, and wherever it passes, flame clouds are entangled, if it is pushing the Kunlun sideways, the breaking clouds shuttle poles, slamming into the Yi family. The arrow speed was extremely fast, tearing apart the space, and the law of the five elements above the arrow tip stirred the majestic divine flame. With one arrow, the horizon is bright. The entire divine realm suddenly ushered in a touch of red, illuminating the east. Boom! The arrow surrounded by the kamikaze hit the Yi family's shrine formation. Like a nail, it was firmly nailed to the space of the Huang shrine. Several god race powerhouses stood up in the sky, exuding the terrible aura of picking stars and taking the moon. Just as they were about to pick off the arrow, suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. The Yi Patriarch, who had been smiling all the time, turned gloomy in an instant. I saw that the divine arrow had a head embedded in it. The head was slanted, the divine arrow pierced through his eyebrows, the divine blood dripped, and the blood was rolling. Obviously it was just killed. Xianming, it's Yi Xianming. When someone screamed, Yi Jinggu completely shook. One of the top 10 geniuses of the Yi family was actually killed? Who is it, which crazy beast, dare to kill my Yi family? Provocation, absolute provocation. In the world, there are people who dare to despise theocratic authority, catch the murderer, and kill the entire clan. The entire clan must be killed. When the silhouettes were suspended in the sky, the elders of the Yi family burst into roars regardless of their manners. There was a mad killing intent in the eyes of the Night Clan master. The loss of one of the top 10 geniuses is not painful for such a behemoth as the Yi family, but the only thing that cannot be accepted is that someone dares to challenge the prestige of the Protoss. A happy event turned into a mourning event, and Yi Jinggu suddenly ushered in a big earthquake. Call out! Call out! Call out! Suddenly, a terrifying sonic boom echoed above the entire divine realm, and the divine arrow that traveled through the void and moved the dimension came again. Boom! 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 A continuous explosion shook the inside and outside of God's domain. A full 8 divine arrows, in different directions, were shot at the main family of the 3 major Protoss. Together, with the one arrow just now, there are 9 arrows in total. Countless people in the Night family froze in place. Emperor Shura stood up slightly and looked at the head above the 3rd arrow, embedded in the void of the shrine, with disbelief in his eyes. The 3rd Yi Hong in the God realm? This person is not inferior to the existence of the Emperor Shura. But at this time, above the Yi Divine Palace, 3 divine arrows hung with a head. Yi Lingyue, Yi Xianming, Yi Hong, all 3 died. At this moment, a similar scene was staged simultaneously in the 3 god races. Yi Hong Mangsu lightly covered her red lips with her hands, her eyes filled with excitement. Yi Qinggu, in disguise, stared blankly at the 3 heads hanging in the sky, her mind swaying. She never thought that this scene would come so quickly. Under the goose-yellow veil, the corners of Iran's fairy-like lips set off a beautiful arc. You are the only one who can do such a thing. At this time, an elder of the Yi family, who was walking in the air, trembled. Just now, a total of 9 divine arrows entered the divine realm. Could it be? Thinking of this, the scalps of countless Protoss powerhouses are numb. 9 of the 10 geniuses of the God realm were wiped out in one fell swoop. Under Yi Patriarch's seemingly calm demeanor, unprecedented anger was brewing between his brows. It seems that someone wants to die. The fiery red glow of the gods shone on the entire divine realm, and immediately rang the historical bell that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. At this moment, the list of the top 10 geniuses that will never fall has officially fallen. Arrows out of the east, red all over the God realm. The moment when the 9 divine arrows broke through the sky and shuttled through the realm of the gods. In the southwest of God's domain, the Lin family's land. The Lin family, who had been expelled from the God realm in the past, is now returning to the God realm again. Although it does not have the identity of the God race, it is already a power in the divine realm. In the secret territory of the Lin family Zongdi, a sheathless divine sword stands in the heaven and earth. In front of the colorful sword, sat a young man in white, cold and handsome, surrounded by many laws. The young man is refining the divine ring of law on his body at an extreme speed, and the speed of the realm improvement is unprecedented. Looking at his whole body, there are at least dozens of laws in the refining process, and a rudimentary law domain is faintly formed. Suddenly, the divine arrow broke through the sky and passed through the void. Not far from the young man opened his eyes, and the golden pupil was revolving with a sword light. It's Lin Chen's breath. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and there was a rare trace of excitement on his cold face. Ha 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 ha. 9 of the top 10 geniuses died, such an opponent is worth looking forward to. However, this time I am ahead. Lin Chen, I really look forward to our next meeting. You can only die in my hands, Lin Chen. On the top of the God's domain Moon Wheel Mountain, a flawless white robe that was as dusty as snow floated into the sky. When the beautiful girl with alluring beauty looked into the distance, there was a vicissitude between her brows that did not match her appearance, and her expression was serious. It was unexpected, he came faster than expected. This woman is the #1 mathematician in the God realm, Yu Guishue. Lin Chen, Lin Chen, he is really bold, killing the 9 geniuses. Do you really think this seat doesn't know what you want to do? Yu Guishue's face was frosty, and she showed a sneer, although I can't deduce your destiny, there is still an ace in God's domain to contain you. Yu Guishue's gaze turned back to the direction of the Yi family. In the end, her eyes fell on the secret place of the Lin family, and the corners of Lin Xingchen's lips raised slightly. 3 old guys, if you want to go against the water, Yu Guishue, are not helpless. Quadruple boundary sea. In the shattered void, a broken soul shivered and was lifted by Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you can't kill me. By the way, I still have a volume of secret scrolls, which records the secret history of the Protoss, and I also have 3 coordinates of the Emperor's secret realm in the desolate star territory in Wuzhou. You let me go, I bring it all for you. Qin Xuanji's last remnant soul kept begging for mercy, and all the Jihai old monsters who survived on the scene were shocked. Originally thought it was a decisive battle, but I didn't expect to sweep the 9 great talents with Lin Chen's destructive power. One pick 9, it's enough to crush the 9 geniuses. He was able to destroy the 9 gods under the protection of the 3 god emperors. This young man is too terrifying. There has never been such a monster in the God realm in all dynasties. If he wants to kill us, it's as easy as the palm of your hand. We're the turtles in the urn. They looked at the void, the Lin Chen who held the divine Dao in his hand. And flapped his divine wings. How terrifying. An emperor-grade soul is not enough, Lin Chen actually hides a clone that is as powerful as the main body. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. It's a pity, I can't see the demeanor of the number one in the god realm now. The corners of the Jiahai old monsters twitched. Damn, did you see that? You are afraid that you want to pick 10 and slaughter them. With the law of the 5 elements in his palm, Lin Chen clenched his fingers tightly, crushing his soul. No. I, Qin Xuanji, have been invincible all my life, how can I lose to a low-level monkey like you with unknown origins? I am unwilling. Qin Xuanji struggled and roared, his eyes filled with fear and regret. Why should I listen to you Guishua's nonsense, and come to seize this soul thing? Only one step away, one last step away. He will be able to step into the realm of the God Emperor and enjoy the world freely, and there are few people in the four-dimensional universe who can threaten his life. The strong unwillingness caused Qin Xuanji to die without resting his eyes. And he almost became a God Emperor, and his merits covered 1,000 years. And he actually fell before the last step, destroying Qin Xuanji with one palm, a large number of attribute light balls and 2 attribute treasure chests poured into Lin Chen's body together. Qin Xuanji's soul imprint turned into strands of snow-white light, condensing into Lin Chen's palm. The host obtains the red-ranked talent treasure chest, and opens it to obtain the talent fragment, the great wishes of the gods, 4 out of 10. The host obtains the treasure chest of divine body blood, open it and obtain Tianyi soul body. Promotion of the host, 4-level God Lord. With a wave of the palm of his hand, he took away the space artifact and the incomplete emperor rank divine weapon dropped by the 9 talents. Lin Chen frowned and said, killing 9 talents for promotion is a bit small. Jiahai, old monsters, grass. You have slaughtered all the geniuses of the 3 major protoss, is this Nima too little? Can there be a human word? The promotion of the realm of the gods is extremely difficult. Lin Chen has even killed the 9 geniuses at the peak of the contemporary era, and he has also killed thousands of gods before he can be promoted to the first realm. It is really difficult. Boom. Just like the opening of a new universe, a brand new power of blood flowed through Lin Chen's body, constantly running with the Tianyin 5 elements, forming a baby-like new connection with Lin Chen's soul. Lin Chen suddenly said, Tianyi soul body, is it the only god body related to God's soul among the 10 great god body? Answer to the host, Tianyi soul body twins, life and soul are unified. Physique has a great improvement in absorbing the power of heaven and earth soul, and when the body is seriously injured, the power of the soul will be doubled. When Lin Chen is injured, it will mean that his divine soul will explode with more powerful power for a short time. Such a divine body cooperates with the Emperor's soul, which is like a tiger with wings. With a glance, Lin Chen looked at the remaining Jihai old monsters within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and suddenly smiled. This smile made the Jihai old monsters tremble in their hearts. Everyone, let's go. After speaking, a space channel was created in front of them, connecting to the outside world one after another, and there was no illusionary interference. Lin Chen said solemnly, I, Lin Chen, have always been an honest child with a clear stance. People who shouldn't be killed will never be killed indiscriminately. Pooh. Are you still an honest child? Shameless olding ratio, you are so much more than us. The old monsters from Jiahai cursed in their hearts, but no matter what Medicine Lin Chen sold in the gourd, they quickly thanked them and left. Decisively. Until the old monsters in the world left, the 3 god emperors from the outside world broke through the many illusions, and still did not find Lin Chen's position. You send the heads of the geniuses of the Protoss back to the realm of the gods, aren't you afraid of scaring the snakes? The figure of the female emperor Luo Binger suddenly appeared, and she broke into the illusion set by Lin Chen. In a black dress, she is still as beautiful as a fairy under the night sky. And her icy fairy face is like the mysterious ice that has not melted in 10,000 years. Lin Chen's heart froze. The myriad illusions that were concealed from the 3 god emperors were cracked so easily by her. The emperor's soul fell to Lin Chen's side, and it looked at Luo Binger in horror, as if it sensed some great threat. As a spiritual body cultivated by darkness, in a certain respect, she and the emperor's soul are a similar example. But between the two, the combat power is worlds apart. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled casually, killing the 9 great geniuses and stunning snakes is the effect I want. The more chaotic the god's domain, the better it is to fish in troubled waters. Luo Binger said in surprise, "Oh? Are you going to sneak into the realm of the gods in the near future?" Lin Chen nodded. "Forget it, if you help, I owe you a favor." Luo Binger waved her hand. "The price of my shot is very high, you can't afford it." After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Chen, and when her eyes fell on Lin Chen's neck, she stretched out her snowy jade fingers, raised Lin Chen's chin, and said, "You are really a monster, I didn't notice, you're an addition to the Tianyan 5 elements body, there is also the Tianyi soul body in the body." On Lin Chen's neck, there is an additional soul pattern that snakes like a dragon, which is the trace of the existence of Tianyi's soul body. Away from the Empress jade finger, Lin Chen grabbed her wrist and joked, "Are you envious?" Luo Binger said with a half-smile, "There is nothing to envy, if our body container has not been lost, from Tianyi soul body to Tianyin 5 elements body, absolute beginning yin-yang body, Dao Hongmeng sword body, and this emperor can all have it." Lin Chen's smile froze, his eyes gradually widened. "My day. You are the most unreasonable one." Luo Binger smiled. She suddenly found that it was a pleasure to make a little monster like Lin Chen stunned. Suddenly, Luo Binger's eyes narrowed. She suddenly saw that the last group of soul fire behind Lin Chen, the fire, was brilliant, and suddenly disappeared. Lin Chen's back was cold, and he turned his head subconsciously. Who? There was no one behind him. Lin Chen, who possessed the Tianyi soul body, could vaguely perceive that some consciousness was following him. Luo Binger looked at the space behind Lin Chen, and there was a figure in the void, stepping out of the void. The consciousness of soul fire actually appeared at this juncture. When the 3rd group of soul fire disappeared, a person appeared in the void, appearing in front of Luo Binger and Lin Chen. The man was wearing a black robe, middle-aged and elegant. His eyes were like the stars, the sun and the moon, deep and bright. His long sleeves fluttered. He was born with a graceful and elegant gentleman, and there was a gentle and tenacious fighting spirit between his eyebrows. Seeing this person, Luo Binger's heartstrings shook. She has seen this person, even if only once. Unexpectedly, really unexpectedly, the last soul fire that followed Lin Chen turned out to be him. Jun Yuebai, Hao Futian's teacher. Luo Binger lifted the veil, bowed slightly, and said solemnly, "Junior Luo Binger, I have seen Mr. Yuebai." The middle-aged man nodded lightly, and said with a slight smile, "You are the 4-dimensional dark soul who cultivated spiritual wisdom, that Fuji Discovered back then, right? Luo Bing'er nodded. I was lucky enough to be reincarnated in this world by having the opportunity of the senior's lineage. Lin Chen cupped his hands and said, who is the senior? Jun Yuebai smiled and said, I'm just one of Emperor Shi's incompetent students. If you don't dislike it, call me Mr. Yuebai. Lin Chen was surprised and said, does the remnant consciousness of Mr. follow me all the way? Jun Yuebai nodded, yes, but I didn't expect you to grow so fast. When your Tianyi soul-body bloodline appeared, even my remaining spirit consciousness was almost swallowed up, so I had to come out to see you earlier. Jun Yuebai looked at the vast stars in the Sea of Jia, and then, slowly, said, little brother, is the truth of history important to people and to gods? Lin Chen said without hesitation, it's important. Jun Yuebai asked again, if pursuing the truth will lead to 9 deaths and even pay the price of your life, how dare you continue to move forward? Lin Chen smiled knowingly and looked at Jun Yuebai calmly, isn't my presence here the best answer? Looking at the fighting spirit in the young man's eyes, his brows slowly stretched, Jun Yuebai laughed and said, ha 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 ha. Good, very good. Boom. Little thief, get out. Dare to set up an illusion, dare you not come out to fight? Offend my Protoss, the heavens, and the universe, there is no place for you. One after another, the laws of thunder dragons like punishment came down, shattering Lin Chen's reincarnation illusion. Jun Yuebai's eyes fell on the 3 god emperors outside the illusion. They are destroying the illusion. I am afraid that it will not take too long to break the siege of the illusion. Jun Yuebai stood with his hands behind his back, it's not too late, I have forgotten many things as a remnant of my soul. With your current strength and height, you don't need much help from me. Jun Yuebai showed an elegant and easygoing smile, I will send you to meet my students. If there is a black hole in the palm of his hand to absorb it, Jun Yuebai's palm gently presses the void, and the void in front of him suddenly reverses, opening up a bright and fiery space channel. Luo Bing'er's beautiful eyes narrowed, this is. Jun Yuebai smiled and said, this space passage leads to the 9th realm sea. The 9th realm sea? Lin Chen's heartstrings shook. 9 layers of the sea, from the 1st to the 8th layer, the strong people. Of all ethnic groups, the heroes are divided, and the mystery is full. Only the 9th realm sea has never been set foot on since the days of Emperor Futian. Lin Chen recalled what the old man in linen had said. Go to the 9th boundary sea and see. Why does he think he can enter an area that even the God Emperor has never stepped into? Boom. 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 The illusion of the beautiful temple around it began to collapse, and Lin Chen's illusion ushered in the final collapse. Jun Yuebai smiled casually, these 3 god emperors, leave them to me for now, don't delay. Go. Luo Bing'er actually took the initiative to speak, took Lin Chen's hand, and stepped into the space passage. In a flash of white light, the two disappeared. Boom. The space is shifting and the stars are moving, and the scene of the quadruple boundary sea reappears. Above the vast void, there are 3 auras that make the quadruple boundary sea tremble. The 3 god emperors of the god race. The old man in a white robe with a whisk in his hand, his eyes fell on Jun Yuebai like a sword, and Emperor Taisher Shiran said, a wisp of remnant soul? Where did the remnant soul and wild corpse come from? Protoss genius? The Zhenwu divine emperor, with a sturdy body, wearing 9 rounds of scorching sun, looks like a handed-down god, a pair of holy sun-like eyes burning with anger, said solemnly, no, the murderer is someone else, there are strangers Here. The breath just disappeared. Hiss. Suddenly, the Yehue God Emperor in Tsing Yi and wearing a sword drew his heir slightly and pointed at Junyu Bai tremblingly. You are. Junyu Bai's phone was light and cloudless, her eyes seemed to be looking at the three God Emperors, but her eyes seemed to penetrate time and space and saw the current God race. He shook his head and sighed lightly. It turns out that this is the reality. Today, the three gods, it's you. Run away. A beam of divine rainbow pierced the sun like a long rainbow, God Emperor. Yehue stepped on the void to move, transformed into a beam of divine light to move the space, and quickly transmitted sound to the other two. This person is Junyu Bai, the master of Futian. The two menacing God Emperors were horrified in an instant. Fuxiandi's teacher? Junyu Bai pointed out the void, and the ordinary finger made the curved time and space even more distorted, piercing the soul of Yehue God Emperor. Pfft. God Emperor Yehue raised his head and vomited blood. The divine light shattered, fell into the sea of Jia, and was injured by a finger. With a finger of the remnant soul, the God Emperor is injured. Junyu Bai is chatty and laughing and has a personable demeanor. Turn into the dust of history. The Tai God Emperor and the Zhenwu God Emperor were shocking, a wisp of remnant soul had such terrifying strength. Is this person really? As the stars moved, Lin Chen felt the powerful laws of space and time flowing in the space channel. His Taizhou ancient dragon was like a fish in water, and just after swallowing the gods of the 9 great talents, it turned into a real body and sneaked with Lin Chen and Luo Binger on his back. With the help of the ancient dragon of the universe, the two rushed out of the end of the space channel at 10 times the original speed. What catches the eye is the fiery glow like clouds, and the sky is full of the afterglow of the red sun. Lin Chen arrived at Juzhongjihai. Under that round of the red sun, there was a long scarlet ribbon that danced like a cloud and dragon. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, it's Qishan Ling. The Qishan Qiling, Lin Chen found 4 stages from the Kyushu continent to the Holy Realm and the God Realm, and gained 2 stages from Lin Xingchen's space artifact. This is the last ayah. Call out. Call out. Call out. The Scarlet God's 6 ridges in the space artifact flew out under the control of the control, and flew towards the 7th ribbon. The 6 red ribbons merged with it and turned into a red flag. The red ling was flying, and it looked like a sword leaning against the sky. It was majestic and had the potential to stand on the top of the Kunlun mountains. If it was spiritual, it fell into Lin Chen's hands. Before Lin Chen was surprised, Luo Binger said solemnly, the time in this space-time has been stopped. Lin Chen just came back to his senses. He looked around. On this continent there were strong winds and showers, melting ice and snow, and the twilight and autumn equinox, but everything was completely still. Suddenly, a calm and powerful voice echoed across the world. Looks like it's a good fit for you. The vast sea of clouds, hundreds of scenes, time is still, like an epic picture scroll, stopped in the long river of time, only the red sun burning in. Qihua has become a brilliance that opens up the world, eclipsed all the scenery. Looks like it's a good fit for you. Hearing this, Lin Chen and Luo Binger looked at the top of the mountain. Among the misty clouds and mists under the afterglow, on the top of Yunshan Mountain in the distance, a man dressed in commoner stood with his hands behind his back, with a gentle demeanor. The young man's eyebrows are heroic, his eyes contain the stars, the sun and the moon, and his body is tall and straight, like a spear that holds up the heavens and the earth, like the backbone of the heavens and the earth, as if There are thousands of miles of galaxy brewing from his palm. Next to the young man, there is also a monument with a line of words. Inscribed. Dragons and snakes rise from the mainland, and Qianquan is a young man. Huangfu has me here, and I will endure hardships with others. Loyalty seals an inch of heart, and Haoran fills 2 rooms. Shenzhou is popular, and Dongting is the source of evidence. It's him. Even he still has a remnant of his soul left in the world. Luo Binger's eyes were solemn. In the ancient times, when Emperor Xian Junyuabai was in his prime, he made a prophecy. In order to save the human race, he must first pay attention to his second son. The second son is referring to, one is Hao Futian, and the other is the person in front of him. Lin Chen could sense the strangeness of this young man through the blood of the ancient dragon. Accurately speaking, this person is not even a remnant soul. He has completely disappeared from the world. It is the time of the 9-layer sea. That has stopped flowing, allowing his last trace of consciousness to exist between heaven and earth. Once the time of the 9th realm sea flows, even for a minute and a second, the young man in plain clothes in front of him will disappear instantly. The most amazing thing is that this person was only in the realm of God King before his life. The young man in commoner flicked his sleeves, time and space shifted, and the 2 appeared in front of the table in front of him. His method made Lin Chen's heart tremble. His spirit realm is far better than mine. Even if it was a wisp of remnant soul, Lin Chen actually found that his divine soul was so powerful it was unimaginable. You must know that he, Lin Chen, is now a perfection of the 5 major spiritual souls, and he is in existence far beyond the same realm. Divine soul of the Emperor realm. Lin Chen was completely shocked. God King? A God King has actually reached the realm of the Emperor realm. It has reached a level that even many God Emperors have never touched. How amazing was the martyr back then? Seeing the shock in Lin Chen's eyes, the young man in commoner reached out his hand and said, "Sit down first." Holding the red silk in his hand, Lin Chen said seriously, "Senior, this thing." The young man in commoner reached out his hand, interrupted Lin Chen's blunt words, and said with a casual smile, "Take it, it may be you that it is waiting for." He took out 4 teacups on his own, raised a teapot on the table and steamed up, raised the pot and poured tea, a cup of Lin Chen, a cup of Luo Binger, and a cup of himself. For the last cup, put it in an empty place. The afterglow of the sun is reflected in the cup of tea, the red clouds are transpiring and the red flowers are sparkling. Lin Chen raised his glass and drank, and said in surprise, "Cold?" The commoner youth smiled and said, "Time has stopped, so naturally it's cold." Lin Chen bowed his hands, and said solemnly, "Dare to ask the senior's name." Name? The young man in commoner looked hopeful, and after a while, he smiled casually, "I forgot my surname, I just remember that there was a close friend who called me Mu Huan." Mu Huan talked about the past lightly, and learned from his memory that he came from the same plane as Hao Futian, and they both embarked on the same path. Lin Chen was surprised. "You and his old man come from the same place?" Mu Huan nodded slightly. "Yes, the red silk in your hand is also what he left to later generations." Back then, the 2 were high-spirited and turbulent, and in the encirclement and suppression battle of the Protoss, he was betrayed by his companions, surrounded by many, and perished in the sea of destruction. "Talk to me about the outside world." Lin Chen and Luo Binger looked at each other, and the 2 explained the overseas affairs of Zhuhongji. They talked for several days and nights. The heroes of the desolate star field competed for each other, the Sea of Hongji was cold and cruel, and all beings from the gods and 5 continents suffered, to the gods of the gods, to oppress the gods forever. The chaotic situation, including the Jiuzhong boundary sea, made Mu Huan frown tightly. Is the most worrying situation still there? But fortunately, it is not the worst situation. Mu Huan slowly got up and looked directly at Lin Chen. In your divine soul aura, your soul body is twofold. There is both a Tianyi soul body and an emperor-grade soul. Well, this thing can follow its master to become the emperor's realm at the highest divine soul. It is very important to help you. Mu Huan looked into the distance and said, in this world, there are gods and souls together, and few gods can comprehend them. Only those who enter the gate of the emperor's soul in the dark can achieve the gods and spirits of the emperor's realm. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Senior, please enlighten me. Mu Huan stretched out his hand, picked the stars, and took the moon, breaking through the universe, in the vast void, the vast galaxy hidden under the brilliance of the sun, slowly revolving, falling into his palm like a constellation. My generation, Mu Huan, is willing to open the emperor's sect for future generations. Boom. The cloud sky of the Jiuzhong boundary sea broke open in an instant, and a giant gate that stood for eternity opened with a bang. A brand new world emerges from the giant gate. Every flower, every tree, every stone, every river, and every river is a god. At this moment, Luo Binger's expression was particularly solemn. As the Empress of the Dark Soul, no one knows better than her the difficulty of the human race breaking through the divine soul of the Emperor realm. In the divine soul of the Emperor realm, very few people can see the opportunity to break through. The divine Emperor can only rely on the realm to break through, and seize the possibility of breaking the bottleneck between the realm of the law and the divine soul. In other words, the God Emperor could not grasp the possibility of taking the initiative to break through the divine soul of the Emperor realm. Now, someone can actually open the door of the Emperor's soul for others. Lin Chen. Mu Huan turned around slightly and said with a smile, now, I will give you a fortune. The gate of the Emperor's soul will only be opened for 1 month. What realm you can achieve depends on you. Lin Chen was startled, cupped his hands and clasped his fists. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. After all, Lin Chen was not ambiguous. As soon as he stepped on the sole of his foot, the ancient dragon of the universe flew up in the sky, one person and one dragon, and broke into the new world of the gate of the Emperor's soul. Mu Huan looked at Luo Binger and suddenly smiled. Dark soul of the 4th dimension, are you looking for the light soul, or are you looking for your own light? Luo Binger was slightly startled, and the icy and beautiful Xian Tu fell into contemplation. The moment he stepped into the Emperor's sect, Lin Chen's skin suddenly turned blue and red, as if every pore was fully extracting and absorbing the power of the soul. Zoom. The Taizhou ancient dragon turned into a ray of light, rushed into Lin Chen's body, devoured his own time, and improved the efficiency of refining the power of the soul in disguise. He must cherish every minute and every second of the divine soul world within the gate of refining the Emperor's realm. Mu Huan looked at Lin Chen in the gate of the Emperor's soul with satisfaction, and sat down to pour tea on his own. He toasted to the empty seat. Mu Huan smiled slightly. You said that the results of our hard work will be decided by later generations. Young people in this world will definitely give answers that are not inferior to you. That pot of tea that can never be boiled is bitter and sweet. Suddenly, the fire suddenly burst into flames, and the hot tea was opened. slowly boiling, and a wisp of heat rose. The time when the Jiuzhong boundary sea was still began to flow. No one knows the moment when the time of the ninth layer of the sea flows, in the deepest part of the ninth layer of the sea, inside a chaotic sea black hole. In the eyes of the sea, there are chaotic tides, and there are endless fragments of time and space that turn into waves of destruction, surging again and again, and time and space are reduced to a disordered existence here. In the center of Haiyan, there is a handsome man in a golden dragon robe. The chaotic tides of the 9 heavens and 10 earths could not invade him for half a minute. The 3,000 law avenues formed numerous phantoms of disillusionment that permeated his body. His temples are like snow, his long hair is flying, and the man is not angry and arrogant. The thousands of years of the 5,000 era have not left any traces on his face, but his laws have been washed and condensed to become more and more radiant. A vertical eye was opened and closed between his eyebrows, golden light shining like a dragon's pupil. His eyes were tightly closed, and his appearance was like a pile of snow and jade trees. He was over 30. Handsome and domineering. When the time flowed in the 9th realm sea, the man who had been falling asleep slowly opened his eyes. Where is this place? Why am I here? An old and hoarse voice came out of the man's mouth, and his eyes were hopeful, like an old man in the twilight, waking up from a long period of silence. Light and darkness, the origin. Zhen, are you actually in a coma? The man in the dragon robe opened his eyes angrily, his expression faintly hideous and painful. Boom! Boom! 2 golden lights shot out from his eyes, knocking down a large galaxy, turning into a terrifying tide of starbursts, and falling outside the sea. 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. Because of him, the situation will rise again. At that moment, the figure that dominated the universe in the past seemed to come back. Under the man's feet, there are endless dragon tombs, hundreds of millions of corpses, piled up into a long river, mountains of blood and corpses, casting an immortal dragon city. With his hands on his back and his feet on the 1,000 tombs of Dragon City, he was like a king who opened up the world. Kacha. Several split marks appeared on his body. Dao spirit energy, transformed into a dragon-shaped dance, leaked out from his figure. My body is completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha. After all, I won. The man in the dragon robe looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, and the crazy look on his face became more and more cruel. The endless divine soul dragon energy transformed into hundreds of millions of divine dragons flying out. Countless divine dragons opened their huge mouths and extracted massive amounts of energy from the stars. The divine jade or veins derived from some galaxies decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye, were all drained, and were incorporated into the mouth of the divine dragon's soul, and finally belonged to the man in the dragon robe. A steady stream of energy continues to repair and make up for the incomplete body of the man in the dragon robe. Although the speed is slow, one day, it will be completely repaired. The man in the dragon robe looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, and the laughter shook Xingyu. I am the ancestral dragon, the dragon of the human race, and I will be the leader. When my soul is restored, it is the moment when the 4 dimensions call me king. Asuras, demons, you are just a group of simple-minded beasts. After all, it was Zhen who won. It was my ancestral dragon who won, ha 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 ha. Endless laughter pierced through time and space, echoing under the starry sky of Jiahai. At the moment when time flowed, Luo Binger watched as Mu Huan turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Luo Binger's eyes narrowed as she stared at the depths of the ninth realm. See? Divine soul? No, there are two kinds of divine soul's breath mixed together. Although it is not complete, but this female emperor, standing on the top of the four-dimensional, for the first time, showed an extremely solemn demeanor. Luo Binger stroked the blue silk beside her ears, her extremely beautiful eyes turning brilliance. Want to see it? She has always been decisive and straightforward, but this time she hesitated. In the face of the Empress, who had never been stage-frightened by the Supreme God of Ashura. Taking another look at Lin Chen, Luo Binger shook her head slightly. Forget it, let's talk about finding the light soul. The current state is not suitable for fighting. In the Divine Soul Emperor sect, Lin Chen's phantom avatar and the Emperor's soul form a three-way trend, and the vast divine soul power is extracted from the Emperor sect. Lin Chen's complexion turned blue and red, and every time he breathed out a massive amount of divine soul energy, shining with white brilliance, flowing out of the Emperor's gate like a galactic river. As time passed by, Lin Chen's divine soul became more and more flawless, but he was still in a state of 5 major consummations. 30 days passed in a flash. The 5 major consummations of the gods and souls. If you want to step into the Emperor realm, you must reshape the gods and souls to break through the realm and rush into the gate of the Emperor realm with your own body. At this moment, Lin Chen's divine soul turned into a divine soul giant, 1,000 feet tall, 10 times higher than that of the same realm. It is surrounded by 5 layers of divine rings and rotates extremely fast. Kacha. Suddenly, the first layer of the divine ring shattered, and the divine soul storm abruptly set off, making a loud noise, causing a terrifying divine soul starburst in the sky over the boundary sea. Then, the second, third, and fourth divine rings shattered one after another. Until the 5th divine ring shattered, Lin Chen's divine soul rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. A gate of the divine soul, that stands tall in the sky, suddenly opened wide. It belongs to Lin Chen's divine soul emperor sect. Break the back and stand, the soul is called the emperor. Hum. 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 The ripple-like fluctuations of the soul in time and space spilled out millions of miles away, causing a lot of angry waves, and the huge waves swept across the sea of the world, slamming the table like a flood. Lin Chen's emperor-level soul, phantom avatar, and Lin Chen broke through the emperor's soul almost at the same moment. The world in Lin Chen's eyes has completely changed. The range that his soul can perceive is 100 times more than before. This is the divine soul of the Emperor realm? In a thought, Lin Chen reached out and grabbed the sky, his divine soul raised his hand to seal the sky, and slammed it away with a palm. Boom! Kacha! The palm of the soul shattered the curved sky, and the cracks in time and space that were thousands of miles long seemed to have silenced time, eternal and cold. Lin Chen's palm actually shattered the space-time with a radius of 10,000 miles, and even time stopped for a while. There is no doubt that Lin Chen can now compete with the Emperor with the power of his soul. Divine Soul of the Emperor Realm. You are promoted to Emperor Realm Divine Soul. In 1 month, you are far beyond my expectations. Luo Binger came from the sky and said slowly, I thought you could get in touch with the gate of the Emperor Realm, be promoted to the Emperor Soul Seed, and be promoted to the Quasi-Emperor Divine Soul. Unexpectedly, you will directly cross the Quasi-Emperor and become the Emperor Realm Divine Soul. She looked at Lin Chen for a moment, because of your special mentality. Although it is in the early stage of the Emperor Realm, it is no less than the Middle stage of the Emperor realm. With the soul alone, most of the first level God Emperors will also be suppressed by you. The combat power of God Emperors in the same realm is not absolute. But Lin Chen's ability to suppress the first-level God Emperor with the spirit realm is enough to prove that the strength of his spirit is unprecedented in all dynasties. Lin Chen sighed, a fortune gifted by the sage Mu Huan, it really changed his life against the sky. Lin Chen's eyes fell on Yunshan, and there was no Mu Huan when people took a cup of tea to cool off. The last person who knew everything disappeared into the long river of time. With the cultivation of the King of Gods, he can cultivate the soul of the Emperor. Lin Chen has no doubt that with his ability, if he was still alive back then, facing the Protoss now, he might have one more choice. The existence who was closest to Hao Futian once entrusted the last spark to the later generations. Holding the red silk tightly, Lin Chen took a deep breath. It's time to return to the Holy Realm. The soul of the Emperor, Lin Chen's phantom clone, also has it. It's a pity that the Emperor's soul is only born in the main body, and the phantom clone cannot be copied. Equivalent to the current Lin Chen, with the realm of the soul, he has the combat power of 3 God Emperors. At this time, the light screen appeared, and Lin Chen's eyes fell on the 2 suits of Supernatural and Dream Reincarnation, and the recharge was 97% to 96% respectively. When he killed the 9 great geniuses, the essence of the suits obtained by Lin Chen, the Emperor rank magic weapon envoy, was increased to more than 95% charge, and there was even a lot of remaining. Let's upgrade the fantasy reincarnation set first. The soul has a great increase in the layout of fantasy. The host consumes 19.88 billion top-level suit essence, the dream reincarnation charge is increasing. 98%, 99%. Raised to 100%, but a matter of time. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and the dreamy light flickered slightly. Next, even if a group of God Emperors want to follow my trail, the possibility is very slim. The Emperor Realm's soul, plus the Dream Reincarnation suit enables Lin Chen and his team to truly travel the world and remain invincible. If the Protoss wanted to hunt him down, they had to pass his illusion first. Luo Binger said slowly, there seems to be a layer of powerful space law realm in the 9th realm C, and it is self-contained. But the only thing that does not exclude us may be a little surprise left by Mr. Mu Huan. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, the Lord of the Realm C, it seems not bad. Brush. Lin Chen and Luo Binger stepped into the space passage, and the stars shifted. They had the ability to travel to and from the 9th realm C alone, which was equivalent to having a passport. When the 2 reappeared, the desert was in the sky and the sandstorm filled the air. The 2 stepped out of the desert and returned to the 4 realm sea. Luo Binger stared at the bursting sky and said indifferently, it seems that the 3 God Emperors of the God race have paid a considerable price. Most of the 4-layer sea is filled with their blood energy. I am afraid that Mr. Yuebai has severely injured them. Lin Chen said, didn't kill? Luo Binger glanced at him. God Emperors are not so easy to kill, let alone the God Emperors of the God race. Lin Chen raised his brows. God Emperor? It's better not to let me meet him. I killed his God Emperor. The purple light was hazy. Lin Chen's phantom avatar was wearing the Dream Reincarnation suit, and he was suspended in the air. The Emperor's soul and the ancient dragon of the universe turned into 2 beams of light and separated out. Daipen's soul showed a naive smile. Is it time to cook? I'm not picky about my Tastes, I just need to order some top quality and unparalleled magic pills. Lin Chen said with a smile, want to eat medicinal herbs? Practice it by yourself, do it yourself, and have enough food and clothing. Huh. Daipen's soul stared at Lin Chen with a wicked smile, and suddenly felt on the pirate ship. It's over, this soul has been pitted. Lin Chen pointed at the phantom avatar and Gu Long, from today, you will mix with them until I come back. The power of refining medicine is up to my avatar. Don't worry, the resources of the Fourth World Sea are enough for you to eat. Emperor Pin's soul's eyes lit up and nodded quickly. It doesn't seem to have been completely pitted. Then, the phantom avatar and the Emperor's soul disappeared together, and finally disappeared like a cloud of smoke and purple clouds. The host uses the ultimate function suit, and the speed of all attributes is increased by 99,999 times. The two function wings suddenly slapped, rolling a fierce storm. Lin Chen stepped on the law of movement, and shuttled through the void. Luo Binger escaped into a dark curtain of darkness, and followed closely behind. Looking at Lin Chen disappearing rapidly above, Luo Binger was surprised to find that she had lowered her cultivation and couldn't keep up with Lin Chen. His speed has become faster. I am afraid that when he becomes a god emperor, a low-level god emperor will not even be able to catch his shadow. The goal of the two is the vast galaxy outside the desolate star territory. There are countless white holes in the space of three-dimensional universes that go to various planes. It is better than finding a designated three-dimensional universe for a god emperor, which is tens of millions of times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. It is because Lin Chen has his own three-dimensional plane coordinates, and he also needs to find it from the vast four-dimensional universe. Half-year later. Holy Realm. The difference in time dimension makes the flow of time in the Holy Realm 10 times slower than in the God Realm. Ice Heart Palace. Ling Yueqi, who is wearing a long snow and ice dress, stands above the Bingxin Palace. Her stunning figure is perfectly set against the moonlight. Sister Yueqi, are you thinking of him again? Iran is like a green lotus in full bloom. Looking at Ning Qingxian, who was better than the past, Ling Yueqi smiled bitterly. His avatar in the holy world suddenly disappeared, which inevitably leads to speculation. It's not that you don't understand the character of the bad guy, you are not afraid of the sky. Ning Qingxian smiled gracefully. He was born like this, why should we worry about him? Quietly guard this holy land for him until he returns. Suddenly, the two women felt an extremely strong coercion descending on the vast star field outside the holy realm. God outside the world? No, it doesn't seem like that direction is the reincarnation heaven monument. The heartstrings of the two girls trembled slightly, and as soon as the true God who could come here, he immediately went to the reincarnation monument. Reincarnation monument. The misty clouds and mists are like being in a fairyland, with a monument standing in the sky, standing in the torrent of history, engraved with the traces of life of hundreds of millions of creatures. The pretty and thin black-clothed woman knelt quietly in front of the reincarnation monument, with her hands on her chest, her eyebrows lowered. Her hair is like frost and snow, her eyes are full of stars, and the corners of her eyebrows are dotted with a little cinnabar tear mole. Innumerable strands of life essence escaped from the woman's surroundings like a cocoon, and was taken away by the reincarnation heaven monument. Suddenly, time and space trembled, and the enchantment of the reincarnation monument collapsed and disappeared. Instead, it is a brand new law enchantment. The heavenly reincarnation monument, which had been pulling away from the Woman's vitality slowly stopped. The black-clothed woman's heart throbbed, and when she raised her eyebrows, a youth's voice echoed in the vast night sky. My way is that there is heaven, and there is no heaven. My way is heaven, and heaven cannot exist. In 10,000 years of reincarnation, I am Tianheng, and the 5 elements. And 6 paths are all born from Tianheng. A 5-colored law divine light, Qi rushes to Shaohan, and shines beyond the entire reincarnation monument. At this moment, the heavenly reincarnation monument seems to have a new owner. There are hundreds of millions of stars in the entire three-dimensional universe, and the life and death of all beings have a mysterious new connection. Tears fell, Erin covered her lips lightly with her hands, and stared deeply at the silver-robed youth who walked slowly behind the reincarnation monument. That is, the new light soul. Luo Binger on the side looked at the two of them quietly, and ripples appeared in her calm heart. Tears blurred her eyes. Luo Yaoer looked at him, he seemed to have changed. And it seemed that nothing had changed. Lin Chen opened his arms and embraced her, the soft and boneless beauty, sniffing his breath greedily. The two of them rubbed their ears together, tears intertwined together. Inside the reincarnation monument, the rays of light flourished, the goose feathers and snow fell, carrying a faint brilliance, turning into auspicious feathers, and the most beautiful brilliance bloomed between the withers. When the snow like ice and snow fell on Luo Binger's shoulders, she held up a frosty snow, and she smiled unconsciously. Nice warm snow. The entire holy world has undergone unprecedented changes. The three-dimensional origin of the universe seems to have expanded countless times, and the 5 elements in the world have cast a giant net of laws covering the universe. Under the light of each law, the powerhouses of the new era are born. Sacred light? A divine grace has come to the holy realm. The old man actually opened the 100th holy acupoint? Ha 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 ha. Heaven bless me, Shouyuan is evergreen. This seat has been stopped for 10,000 years by the Holy King. Hundreds of holy caves have entered the reincarnation together with the holy world, and the holy realm of reincarnation. Who has this divine grace? Ha ha ha. I know, it's Lord Lin Chen. No one can have this ability except him. For a time, the holy world fell into an unprecedented shock. Billions of saints were born, and holy kings were born everywhere. With the ascension of the three-dimensional universe, the holy world, the billions of mortal continents, countless Yuanzuan realms, war emperors, and in situ breakthroughs. The heavenly Dao of the three-dimensional universe was replaced by Lin Chen's law of the 5 elements, nourished by Lin Chen's law, and the holy realm ascended. I am afraid that in the near future, there will be a true God with one God emerging in the world, and Lin Chen's plane will become a top-notch 3-dimensional universe. Brush. 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 Inside the reincarnation heaven monument, a group of beautiful shadows fell. Husband. The fairy in white has picturesque brows, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, smiling with tears in her eyes. It was by Ruoyan, Ling Yueqi, and Ning Qingshuan's 3 daughters. Luo Yaoer was stunned. She looked back and looked at Luo Binger next to the reincarnation monument. Who is she? Why are they so similar? Ning Qingshan was surprised. Her breath is exactly the same as sister Yaoer? Luo Binger moved gently and walked in front of Luo Yaoer. When she took off the veil, she revealed the exact same appearance as Luo Yaoer. Nali Ju Huanyu's appearance and temperament are exactly the same, the only difference is that she does not have the softness of Luo Yaoer, and her cold eyes are like a 9 secluded hell. When her hands gently let go of Lin Chen, Luo Yaoer and his fingers intertwined, and when she looked at Luo Bing'er, she whispered, "Who are you?" Luo Bing'er smiled lightly, "You and I are originally one, our name is the origin of light and darkness, and the human race also calls us the original light and darkness. Later, when you and I separated, I was lost in the God realm and got the opportunity to be reincarnated as a human being. At the beginning, I was bloodthirsty, and I had all the special features of the dark soul. It was a group of seniors who gave me faith and taught me to control the power." Luo Bing'er looked at her, "As the light soul, you are lost in the three-dimensional universe, and the three-dimensional does not have such a powerful power to reincarnate into the existence of the human race, so the light soul will depend on the kindest person in the three-dimensional life is you." This also shows why Luo Yaoer, who has contained the memory container of the demon race, has not lost her kindness. For the strong, it is almost impossible to maintain kindness compared to her own existence that is countless times weaker. Luo Bing'er stretched out her hand. Luo Yaoer seemed to have a heart with her. She reached out and touched, when their palms met. Two groups of light cocoons were born, and the two beautiful beauties with long hair fluttered, and a dazzling glow erupted with one light and one dark. Under the light and dark, even Lin Chen's law was overshadowed by it. At that moment, the pupils in the two people's eyes seemed to change a world, and their emotions and feelings were exchanged. Previously, Lin Chen hugged Luo Yaoer's warmth, as if Luo Bing'er's body had been passed from her. And Luo Bing'er's experience was passed on to Luo Yaoer like light and dark. Luo Bing'er's dark soul power, which had always been uneasy, began to calm down at this moment, and she was able to control the dark soul more skillfully and freely during the operation of her mind. Similarly, Luo Yaoer has also undergone dramatic changes. Boom. 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 In Luo Yaoer's body, flames suddenly appeared, and Lin Chen could feel that her breath had soared from the first level of the true God to the second level, and the third level of the true God in a very short period of time. One after another law is derived, the fourth and fifth layers of the true God. The brilliance of the flames engulfed Luo Yaoer's body. When the power of the original stalwart was released, she rushed towards the seventh and eighth layers of the true God. Then, almost in an instant, Luo Yaoer casted the body according to the law. And the God King was self-contained, and there was an aura that suppressed the three-dimensional universe. If the plane at this time had not been replaced by Lin Chen as the master, this God King momentum alone would have shattered half of the plane. It's not over yet. The law of the light system is self-contained, followed by the law of yin and yang, the five elements, and even the law of time and space. Luo Yaoer is derived from the power of the soul of light and integrated into Luo Yaoer's body. She almost instantly controls 3 of the 10 laws. 1/1. God Lord Realm. Luo Yaoer took dozens of breaths to walk through all the journeys and realms of Lin Chen's journey to the God realm. Even Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Maybe I got a fake system? System? Bai Ruoyan on the side seemed to understand. It turns out that there is an aura in her body that is countless times stronger than the eternal holy fire. There is something else. Luo Yaoer's breakthrough speed slowed down a bit until she reached the 5th level of the Divine Master, but Lin Chen could still see that her light soul began to automatically evolve into the realm of laws. Lin Chen moved and said, "The realm of laws?" If this is the case, it is almost a matter of time before Luo Yaoer becomes a God Emperor. In the end, her strength will become equal to Luo Bing'er. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This power is too perverted. Luo Bing'er said indifferently, it's nothing to be surprised, she just exerted the original power hidden in her body. First, you have replaced the heavenly way of the three-dimensional universe, and the origin of the universe has been improved, and it has become able to accommodate part of the power of the light soul. Otherwise, if she stays here, she will never make a breakthrough in her life. Lin Chen couldn't help sighing. This sky-defying power of light and soul is really born at the end. Hey, it's a lie to say that you don't envy. The entire four-dimensional civilization can reach the peak of the God Emperor, regardless of the realm. I am afraid that apart from Luo Yaoer and Luo Bing'er, there is no third such heaven-defying existence. When the two were together, Lin Chen finally realized that darkness and light are one. Even if Luo Bing'er could perfectly use the power of the dark soul, she could not expel or devour the light soul. The light and the dark are both prosperous, and the loss is a loss only when the two exist at the same time can they grow together. Beauty Yukong fell down, and the Peerless by rune smiled and said, then, when does your husband plan to make up for the happy event for Yaoer, sister? Lin Chen was startled and coughed lightly, it's not the time yet. His eyes looked beyond the three-dimensional, and he smiled leisurely. On this big day, it is natural to invite my family back. Luo Bing'er raised her eyebrows slightly, with a smile that was not a smile. Are you going to attack God's domain to save people? Seeing how moved she was, Lin Chen asked, curiously, when will we be together? Luo Bing'er said casually, it doesn't matter if you go for a while, since I owe you a favor, I will pay you back. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. Suddenly, in Lin Chen's divine artifact receiving ring, the red light was flourishing, and Qi Ling flew out of the receiving ring as if perceiving, and swept in the direction of the holy demon. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The secret of the red god, what is it? With a flash, Lin Chen caught up with Qi Ling. Seeing Lin Chen's action, Bai Ruoyan was about to follow, but Luo Bing'er seemed to be in a good mood. She stopped her and said, he has something to do, you stay here to take care of her. After all, Luo Bing'er moved the void and followed Lin Chen. The girls looked at each other and stayed at the reincarnation monument to take care of Luo Yaoer, who was in a state of cultivation. Time and space shifted, and Lin Chen spanned thousands of light years in the three-dimensional universe, but it was only a moment. He once again came to the demonic territory of the year, the abandoned demon cave after the destruction of the dragon. Under the darkest abyss of the devil's cave, the black hole eats away all the light of the world. Back then, Lin Chen's Qi Ling had a reaction from this. Now that he is here again, Lin Chen is the new master of the heavens, and he looks down on the universe, and there is no one who can rival him in 3 dimensions. Scarlet God Ling was like a scarlet glow, jumping across the void and into the dark black hole. The light flashed and disappeared. Lin Chen stared at the darkness below, and said in surprise, the space below is actually separate from this plane. Under the distorted and collapsed time and space, there seems to be another world hidden. Lin Chen switched to the heavenly god outfit, and with absolute defensive power, stepped into the black hole under the darkness, with Luo Bing'er. Boom! The terrifying time and space tides suddenly roared, and the chaotic shock waves exploded like stars, and the time and space tides that covered the stars and covered the moon rushed to the two of them. The time and space tides enough to crush the Lord of God slapped and hit Lin Chen, but they couldn't shake him by half. The time and space tides here are left by a variety of breaths. It seems that a lot of battles took place in the past. Luo Bing'er agreed with it. In addition to the breath of the human race and the gods, she even felt that there were some insects and dragons. Trace. Until the end of the space-time channel, between the red ribbons, mottled starlight dotted with sparkling sparkles, and beneath it, there was a group of light as clear as amber. The whole body glowed with red light, like a new sun. It looked like a coastline into the sea, and faintly saw a ship with the tip of its mast. It is standing on the top of the high mountain, looking at the east to see the radiant morning sun. It is a spark of fire hidden in the depths of history, and finally sees the qiyang of the person who spread the fire. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, the legal net of the realm? Only when the law forms the realm, the law opens the realm, and the law of heaven achieves the realm, it can be called a god-emperor. Using the power of the law to open up a realm of the universe within the body, this is the power of the god-emperor. In front of him was actually a round of legal nets. In the legal network of the realm, the complete laws of heaven and the 3,000 avenues seemed to be in it. Luo Bing'er's heart trembled, unexpectedly, it's your realm of law. When Lin Chen approached it, some memory fragments that did not belong to Lin Chen came to mind. The memory fragments come into view, is a shocking war that covers all dimensions of the universe. The dragons, insects, phoenixes, asuras, demons, humans, and gods all attacked one person at the same time. Lin Chen couldn't see the man's face clearly, but he could only vaguely see him. He was alone, backed by the divine tree rooted in the universe, facing the vast history of thousands of years, countless enemies, countless strong people, standing in front of him time and time again, countless greed and hideous, trying to swallow him. His temples were white, his body was twilight, and he could no longer carry this world. Everyone thought he was crazy. But he was still as young as he was when he burned himself into the last ray of afterglow. He kept fighting, and in the end, his soul took away part of his consciousness, and there were constant strong men chasing and killing, and the battle was dark and dark, stirring up the situation of all ethnic groups. His red silk was shattered into several pieces, and some were left in places outside the realm of the gods. Before the soul disappeared, he retained part of his realm legal net, opened up a new plane, and waited for those who came later. It is a young man's story. When the memory fragment disappeared, Lin Chen looked at the realm law net that fell into his palm with complex eyes, exuding exquisite light. Unexpectedly, what Qishan Ling left behind was his legal net. When Lin Chen becomes the 5th level God Lord, he will be able to reach the sky and step into the God Emperor realm in one step. When taking away the legal net of the realm, the 5 volumes of red exercises are suspended in the void. Lin Chen stretched out his hand to take it, the 5 volumes of Xinghong. Ancient books are, Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, Volume 4 of Tai Fu Tianju. When Lin Chen's eyes fell on the 5th volume, he was slightly taken aback. The second half of the 5th volume of Tai Fu Tianju. The second half of the 5th volume? When Lin Chen opened the once familiar practice again, he saw a different scene. The 5 volumes of cultivation technique, it turns out to be used like this. Lin Chen's eyes changed, and his mood was bright. The host completes the Tai Fu Tianju mental method and obtains. The whole plane began to tremble, and the desire collapsed. The rolls of scarlet red exercises fell on the red silk adorned with dazzling stars, and the red silk returned to Lin Chen's palm. Let's go. When Lin Chen and Luo Bing'er left, they gradually disappeared, and a few mottled stars suddenly appeared in the previously dim void. A month later, the mainland of Kyushu. Lin Chen and Luo Yaoer returned to the Holy World to enjoy the short-lived peace. Kyushu Continent, Tiangai Academy. Outside the academy, under a brand new city, people came and went, and a group of children surrounded a new storyteller. The pink and jade-carved little girl patted the table and giggled, hee hee. This brother, you have been here for several days. What's your name, do you want to apply for the college? The young storyteller said with a smile, my name. I seem to have forgotten it. I'm just a book writer who might suddenly disappear. A tiger-headed boy next to him said carelessly, Big brother, tell us the story of the last time. The story of the last time, the storyteller said slowly with a look of memory. Last time I said that the capital saved by the youth was unscrupulously squandered by partners, and when faced with life and death, he came out without resentment to turn the tide and save the human race. Killing the enemy counts as all the credit, and if there is a problem, it counts as his head. After a lot of hard work, he finally won, and his companions drove him down again, and praised the youth as a harmless person. The children held their faces and listened with relish. Although they did not understand, they remembered the story. With a complicated expression, Mr. continued. My former partners grew scales and feathers called protoss one by one, forcing the youth and their companions to turn their backs, and we could only contend with prestige. So the partners who have become protoss behaved and disobeyed. On the surface, they restrained themselves, and secretly they tortured the people of all living beings. People thought that it was the youth who did it, and all the blame for injustices, falsehoods, and mistakes were naturally blamed on him. In the end, young wives are separated, their families are destroyed, and they have nothing to gain in their life. Former friends, followers, supporters, and family members are punished, slandered, and smeared. Even the basic life of the survivors is a problem. The people the youth once protected cursed him, spurned him, hated him. Later, the protoss took the young man as a god statue, put on the same clothes as the young man, spoke words similar to the young man, and did the opposite of him. Mr. sighed. People don't thank the youth, they only thank the protoss. Because the protoss rescued them and helped people to become rich. Only those individuals who still have a spark in their hearts watch all this indifferently. In the end, after the youth left, the protoss poured resources, built a palace, sold the divine tree, enjoyed righteousness, made a lot of money, posted a lot of glory, ate a lot of brain fat, and passed it down from generation to generation. They laughed at the youth for being stupid while enjoying his legacy. Only that young man, from the beginning to the end, shattered to pieces until he had nothing. Even years after the young man's death, when the human race needs him in crisis, he will be brought out to unite people's hearts. When he is not needed, it is taboo to even say his name. The storyteller didn't want to go on, just stared at the sky. The children sighed with red eyes. This story is so sad. It's heart-wrenching to hear. His so-called partners are not worthy of that young man. Yeah, thankfully, it's just a story. The storyteller said suddenly. Yeah, boys, it would be nice if it were just a story. As the sun went down, Luo Yaoer leaned on Lin Chen's side gently on the top of the Moon Luan mountain. If time could stop here, it would be great if you and I had white hair together. Erin took his arm, raised her head slightly. Yingyinkyo's eyes were full of nostalgia. She smiled charmingly, and the soft smile from her heart was like a bright moon in the sky. Looking at her smile, the softest part of Lin Chen's heart was touched. Indeed, for the God realm, the three-dimensional universe is more than the gravel in the world. If Lin Chen stayed in the holy realm, no matter how powerful the God Emperor would not be able to find him. Away from disputes seems to be a good choice. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, the high-hanging head of the Taiyang Xinjiu flashed in his mind, the god skeleton that covered the sea of boundary. Don't think too much, I'm just complaining. Luo Yaoer saw through his thoughts, put a soft weight on his chest, and said softly, do whatever you want. If you become a devil, I will carry the blame with you. If you want to save the world, I will go with you to all sentient beings. If you are shattered to pieces, my tears will haunt you and leave. Lin Chen's heart was warm for a while, and he hugged Irin and said, Yaoer, when I bring my mother back, let's have a good wedding. Luo Yaoer lowered her eyebrows shyly, it's all up to you. Lin Chen laughed a few times, and in the wave of his hand, the law enchantment enveloped the surroundings, and the outside world could not spy on it. A touch of spring, quietly staged. Holy Realm, Bingxin Palace. Luo Bing'er, who was wearing a black veil, was sitting cross-legged, suspended in the void, and fell into a deep cultivation. The light soul and the dark soul are in the same plane, so that the dark soul in her body gradually calms down, but leads to a more powerful force. Well, the existence of the light soul and the dark soul at the same time, whether it is memory or feeling, can sense each other. If my dark soul can be perfectly balanced, maybe this emperor can exert a stronger first-line combat power than before. Just as Luo Bing'er was cultivating, a feeling that she had never experienced before rushed to her heart. She opened her eyes suddenly, her secluded and beautiful pupils shrank slightly, and there was a bit of panic and confusion in her expression. The Empress who ordered one side of the realm has never been moved by anything in the world, but now she is panicking. As the Empress reincarnated as a dark soul, she has never had a relationship between a man and a woman, but at this moment, it is like a lake entering the sea, causing a lot of anger. What is this? Luo Bing'er's shoulders trembled slightly, she couldn't help hugging herself tightly, her eyelashes trembled, her lips pursed delicately, and her expression seemed painful. Her eyes suddenly turned to Lin Chen's direction. Could it be that lonely men and widows who yearn for each other, coexisting in the same place, will naturally happen something that has happened before? Crisp and numb, the palpitations of the electric current flowed straight to the soul, and Luo Bing'er's cheeks were stained with a drunken red for the first time ever. Boom! Luo Bing'er couldn't help but slap the space barrier with her palm, and the holy world was shaken, and the entire three-dimensional universe was shocked. Fuck, time warp? What happened? This seat is exercising the waist area. I almost scared my brother to cry. Could it be that my momentum of breaking through the Holy King affected the holy world? Ha ha ha. I am indeed the son of destiny. All the forces in the holy realm caused a shock, and Luo Bing'er's palm almost pierced this plane through the air. Luo Bing'er bit her lip with white teeth, her cheeks blushed, and said angrily, damn Lin Chen, I'm going to chop him up. She was about to act, but found that the power of the light soul had a slight increase. The growth of the light soul was simultaneously passed on to her. This generation of goddess once again ushered in strength growth. Even the slightest improvement is indeed growing. Luo Bing'er, who had cut water with beautiful eyes, said in a stunned voice. Doing that kind of nasty thing can also increase the power of the light soul? After thinking about it again and again, Luo Bing'er gritted her teeth, let go of Lin Chen for the time being, turned around and swept into the main hall of Bingxin Palace. In the main hall, the Peerless, by Wang, the splendid Ling Yueqi, the elegant and elegant Ning Qingxian, the gentle and moving Yun Manqing, the national beauty and heavenly fragrance Yang Qing'er, the heroic and beautiful Jian Qingqing, the fairy-like Yunrong Yan Qianyun. It just so happened that the girls gathered at this time to discuss matters. After the change of the holy world, Luo Bing'er was swept into the hall like a bunch of icy gust of wind, shocking the girls. This mysterious woman, they have heard by Wang talk about it, has an inextricable relationship with Luo Yaoer, and her strength is even more unfathomable. Ning Qingxian smiled slightly. Senior Luo, is there any problem? If the holy realm is not well received, just tell us. Those serene and glamorous eyes looked directly at Bai Ruoyan and the other girls, Luo Bing'er said, coldly. How long does it take for him to do one thing? Ning Qingxian didn't return to her senses for a while. Doing business? What business are you doing? Do you mean Lin Lang? The blushing Luo Bing'er gritted her teeth. It's between you. At this question, the girls were stunned. No, she asked what this was for. Wait, Lin Chen should be accompanying Luo Yaoer, who hasn't been active for a long time now. Then it should be, but it's not right. Does she have an idea too? Do you wait for the two to finish before joining? Or do you want to join halfway through? But join her in the middle, to ask us what to do. For a time, too many thoughts came to everyone, and the girl's delicate eyes appeared a bit crimson. Luo Bing'er said coldly, answer me. Jian Qingqing coughed lightly. This matter is really a bit. I know. At this time, two crimson shadows fell into the hall. It is the spirit of luck that has been following Lin Chen, Fairy Crimson, and the former guardian of Xinyan Palace, Shang Guanju. Shang Guanju ran out of nowhere, and after breaking into the main hall, took Luo Bing'er's hand solemnly. This matter depends on the person, and people's physiques cannot be generalized, such as all the beautiful family members. Here, Fairy Crimson first looked at Yang Qing'er, for example, Miss Qing'er and Miss Qingqing. The longest time between the two is 1 month. The charming Shang Guanju said solemnly, for example, Ruoyan and Yueqi have been together for more than 3 months. Master, Bai Ruoyan said angrily, how can this matter be discussed publicly? Shang Guanju smiled. 12 years before you and Lin Chen, did you think about how you got here as a teacher? You are beautiful, and some people are envious. TSK. 3 months? Luo Bing'er was stunned, and almost landed at Bingxin Palace with another palm. Seeing Luo Bing'er's extremely contradictory emotions, Bai Ruoyan's heart moved as the main palace. Wait, light and darkness are one and the same. If perception, emotion, memory, etc. exist, they must be connected to each other in order to grow. Isn't it that what Luo Yaoer is feeling now is also conveyed to Luo Bing'er? Luo Bing'er, who was drunk and red, but with a cold demeanor, turned and left. Murderess! Ning Qingxian quickly said, Senior, where are you going? Luo Bing'er said without looking back. It's annoying, go kill a few people to vent the fire. After she finished speaking, she opened up time and space with a snap of her fingers, moved it easily, returned to the 4th dimension again, and headed to the Sea of Boundaries. The queen was very angry, and the consequences were serious. The big man of all ethnic groups in the Jiahai danger. The 5 continents of the God realm, since the earthquake after the death of the 10 geniuses of the God realm, has issued another astonishing announcement. Within the 5 continents, order the heroes to go out to the Sea of War with the Protoss, and the goal is directly Lin Chen. And the powerhouses of the Protoss in the realm are responsible for cooperating inside and out, and intercepting Lin Chen and others from the 6-layer realm. Together with Lin Chen's phantom avatar, he also received information, preparing to ambush and set up an illusion from the 2nd layer of the sea. When an avenue to the sky shrouded in the sky stretched down from the other end of the distant void, the expressions of the gods changed slightly. The true gods of the 1st layer of the boundary sea have never seen such a battle. The mighty army of the god race poured into the boundary sea, and the time and space shook. Ruixia soared into the sky, and Wan Dao Shugwang opened up the void, headed by 10 god emperors. The god clan army was magnificent, and no one knew what kind of strong people were hidden in that team. The first person is the Yundian Wu Chen, who was injured by the remnant soul of Lin Tiandi. He was wearing black armor, holding a golden dragon spear in his hand. His eyes widened with anger, and he sneered, "It's really feng shui turns. The little beast Lin Chen has finally fallen into my hands one day. This time I have to see what else. No second Lin Tiandi will be born to help you." A gray-haired old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Thanks to that lord's calculation, Lin Chen's son can only make a fuss about the Azura clan because the 4 supreme Azura gods are in seclusion, and the Azura clan's god emperor has all his elites. Let him come in while he is empty, and we will arrest him personally this time." When An Wuchen led his team to attack Huanglong and broke into Jiahai, he overlooked all the living beings in Jiahai, and the gods were crawling. He sneered as if looking at ants. "These beasts in Jiahai, occupying Baoshan, can't be used. Exit, everything belongs to my god clan." The ocean tide in space is like a wave. Just as the army of the Protoss came to the 1st realm sea, space ripples appeared in the space and time ahead. During the fluctuations in the space, a beautiful woman in a black dress slowly emerged. She flies into the sky with a sword and wears a veil. She is as beautiful as a fairy, like a fairy figure under the starry sky, and she actually met the army of the gods. At that moment, Lin Chen's clone, who was in the 2nd layer of the sea, was also stunned. "Luo Binger? What is she doing here?" Lin Chen said in shock. And Wu Chen's eyes narrowed. "Block my Protoss army? Die." With a spin of the magic spear, and Wu Chen suddenly threw the magic spear out. And a beam of golden light that penetrated time and space directly attacked the opponent. The white-haired old man suddenly changed his face. "No, this person is..." As soon as the voice fell, it was too late. Zheng. A smear of black light is magnificent and mysterious, and a pitch black sword energy that swallows the nebula. The sword light stagnates for time and moves the void. Boom. And Wu Chen's proud shot was slashed by the sword light, and he even shot the lower bounded sea with his spear, vomiting blood, and injured his body. His face was horrified. 5-level God Emperor, dark sword chasing soul. You are the Empress of the godly desolate star region? My god race and your well water don't violate the river water. Why are you? Unexpectedly, the other party did not give him the opportunity to ask, raising his hand was hundreds of swords, and the law of time and space that cut half of the 1st layer of the sea instantly collapsed. The white-haired old man's face changed greatly with fright, and he shouted suddenly, "No! This woman is crazy, line up!" With a sword in hand, Luo Binger, who once again perfectly controlled the dark soul, regained her strength in her heyday and exerted her power recklessly. And Wu Chen looked horrified. Isn't the information in the clan saying that this woman's life expectancy is coming? and she can't exert her strength? On that day, a world-shaking war that shook the god realm took place in the First Realm Sea. The mighty army of the god race broke into the Boundary Sea, and even before entering the second layer Boundary Sea, they were killed and retreated alive. A month later. 5 World Sea, Dragon God Island. Several continental plates are connected into one piece, and the horizontal hills are connected to each other. The shape is like a blue dragon crossing the sky. Dragon God Island is one of the most powerful dragon clan positions in the 5 Realm Sea, and one of the Songlong emperors of the ancient Songlong, belonging to the dragon clan. The highest sky of Dragon God Island, the dominant dragon lord knelt down on one knee and said in horror, "Dragon Emperor, the human race has been restless. Recently, the Ice Emperor God Flower of the 5-layer Realm Sea is about to be born, and there are many 5-layer God Lords from the human race who came to test it, kill most of my elites from Nanlong Island." In the hall of the Dragon Palace, Emperor Songlong, who was dressed in a dragon robe and turned into a human figure, looked arrogant. "What are you afraid of? You can fight if you want to fight. Why should you be afraid of a group of trash?" Back in the day when this emperor used 1 to block 3, he even called the empress who killed all the gods. Dare to fight the last one? Huh. If you have 1/10 of this emperor's bravery, why did you end up like this? The black-robed dragon master respectfully said, "What the dragon emperor taught is that I don't know how much power the dragon emperor can rush to help Nanlong Island." Songlong Emperor Shiran said, "Useless waste, in the end you still need reinforcements." "Really, so you are brave?" A clear and crisp voice from Yuni aroused fear in the depths of the dragon emperor's soul, and suddenly woke up the Songlong Emperor. Boom! A sword rainbow that crossed the sky suddenly fell, and the surrounding void distorted at an extreme speed, as if thousands of black holes covered Longshan Island. Boom! 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 The dragon palace exploded in an instant, and a large number of dragon kings were killed and injured. A dragon roared for 9 days, and a blood-scaled dragon with vigorous blood scales spanning thousands of miles was born, causing the injured black-robed dragon master to exclaim, "Lord Dragon Emperor has shown his true body? Where is the sacredness, to force the Songlong Emperor to reveal his true body?" The vast dragon head spit out clouds of flame, and the Songlong Emperor roared, "You lunatic, this emperor will not provoke you for a long time. What are you doing in Jiahai?" Dressed in black, the veiled Luo Binger held her sword hanging in the air. She was holding a black sword without a sheath. The black sword was engraved with lines of flames. Black light, not even time can escape its light. Luo Binger said indifferently, "Didn't you say that you dared to fight with me? Come on. Back then, you were just a guy who ran away after taking my sword, and you dared to touch the emperor." There was an imperceptible trembling in his indifferent voice. The black-robed dragon master said in shock, "She is actually the empress who is famous in the desolate star field." Emperor Songlong said quickly, "No, you misunderstood, I just motivate my subordinates." Luo Binger raised her hand, and it was a sword. The dark sword light cuts through the horizontal line of the dimension, the law collapses, and everything returns to nothingness. The black-robed dragon master's pupils shrank, and this sword actually upset the space-time laws of the 5-realm sea. The sword light slashed Songlong Emperor straight, and the mysterious black sword energy stirred Songlong Emperor's dragon scales to fly, and blood spurted like a column. "Why is this woman so crazy?" Emperor Songlong screamed and fled. Luo Binger chased the dragon with a sword. shaking the world, scaring away countless dragon races and fleeing. The next day, outside Longshan Island, the two mysterious shadows turned into a beam of fire, and between the swaying flames, they turned into two butterflies in the mist, and quietly sneaked into the Dragon God Island. In a moment, the butterfly fell to the ground and turned into a human shape. It is Lu Qixin and Tang Jianghai. Lu Qixin rubbed his hands excitedly and said with a smile, "Hey, brother Lin Chen handed me the dragon egg of the ancient dragon of the ancient universe. It happens that there is an ancient young dragon's blood pool outside the Dragon God Island in the 5-layer boundary sea, which can baptize the universe. The dragon's baby egg will increase its cultivation base." Tang Jianghai frowned and said, "Don't make any noise, this place is already close to the area of Longshan Island." When it was near Longqi, Lu Qixin said in surprise, "Huh? What happened? Dragon God Island is actually headless and unguarded?" 1 month later, the 5-realm sea shakes. The vast Dragon God Island was destroyed in pieces, and the Cunlong Emperor, known as the bloodthirsty god of 100,000 gods, disappeared. 3 months later, the 6th realm sea shook. The Azure god Emperor Brashaning of the 6th realm sea was unyielding to the death. He fought with the mysterious powerhouse until the last moment and was beheaded in the realm sea. Half a year later, in the 7th realm sea, the god emperor of the Protoss, Yi Yan, was chased by a sword and fled with serious injuries. The powerhouses of all ethnic groups were directly scared crazy. What is the situation of this Nima? Where is the big boss who dared to do this? Dare to blatantly offend all races. Luo Binger killed all the god emperors in the 9-realm sea with one sword. And one sword. Wherever they passed, the divine emperor realm died, injured and fled, and a huge part was chased and killed and fled overseas. After learning that Luo Binger did it, Lu Qixin couldn't help sighing. It's really strong. Tang Jianghai thought thoughtfully, the strength of this empress is too amazing. Lu Qixin said righteously, I'm talking about brother Lin Chen. Such a woman who defies the sky can still follow brother Lin Chen. He is simply a role model for our generation. Tang Jianghai. From the 1st stage to the 7th stage of the realm sea, the powerhouses in the divine emperor realm were all beaten by Luo Binger and fled. The 8th realm sea, the powerhouses and forces of this realm sea are mixed. More than the previous 7 realms combined. Between the world sea god Fog, in an ancient temple with turbulent time and space, the emperors gather, and the strong stand. One by one, figures in black robes, with chaotic breaths and blurred faces, stood in the hall. This group of figures hides their aura and soul, and they can't even tell the race of the people standing in the black robe. This hall is the God Emperor's Dark Hall, and only the leaders of all ethnic groups in the Jiehai can step into it. Those who enter this hall must hide their identities, and temporarily put aside the grievances of all ethnic groups. They only talk about interests and transactions, not grievances. Here, only God Emperor realm and above can enter. It can be said that every person who enters this temple is a superpower who truly stands in all races. Every time the Dark Hall of the God Emperor is held, the top powerhouses of all ethnic groups in the Jiehai exchange resources for their own power. Treasures among the God Emperors cannot be easily sold with God Jade. And the large amount of resources sold by various tribes usually also choose to barter, in order to choose the most needed resources in exchange. But no one thought that the early convening of the God Emperor's Dark Hall was actually because of a woman. The God Emperors of various races who have hidden their identities sit together. The following are the victim's recollections. This mad woman is so disgusting. As soon as the old man sells medicinal herbs, he comes to Jiahai for old age. And the mad woman comes up and asks me if the melons are guaranteed to be cooked. Why can I sell her raw melons and eggs when I sell medicinal herbs? As a result, she said that it was overripe. A sword strikes. Anyway, you're still delaying time, what about me? On this big day, she came up to show me her sword weapon, which is called an artifact display, and then split my hometown. I was stupid on the spot. Already. You guys are pretty good, at least there's a reason. What about me? My soul is closed, my body is asleep, and when I open my eyes, this woman comes up coldly without a word, and strikes my handsome face with a sword. I called for surrender, she came with another sword, I ran as fast as I could, and squinted at me with another sword. I knelt down and asked her if she could give him a way to live, but she was still a sword. What a goddamn thing is that the dog is bumpy, and the dog's crawling is not so miserable. It's not the way to go on like this. Maybe she will hit the 8th realm. See. In the dark hall of the God Emperor, the powerhouses of all races made an astonishing decision. Not long after, there was a major earthquake from the desolate star region to the Dragon Realm, the 5 continents of the God Realm, and the Azura Imperial capital, and they all received a heavy news. The top forces in the 8th realm have actually formed a rare alliance of various ethnic groups for thousands of years. The goddess of desolation, Luo Binger, by her own strength, the forces of the 8th realm sea were briefly united. A year later, the Holy Realm. 1 year in the Holy Realm is 10 years in the God Realm. The blazing radiant glow rose from the Holy Realm in the east. On top of an absolute top, clouds and mists float up and down like snow. Yaoer, your strength has broken through again? Bai Ruoyan turned into a wisp of smoke and looked at Luo Yaoer on the cliff. When Luo Yaoer opened her eyes, she was born with 4 appearances, a pair of bright jade pupils were beautiful, her breath, like opening up a world of the universe, was deep and unexplorable. Luo Yaoer nodded slightly, and said with a smile, thanks to him, I have reached the realm of the God Emperor. If you want to make a breakthrough, you must go to the realm of the gods. This world is no longer enough to accommodate the cultivation base. Divine Emperor Level 1, Luo Yaoer. In the face of this supreme realm, no matter how amazing the talent is, it will take a lot of hard work. Today, Luo Yaoer surpassed it in less than a year. If it is spread to the gods, I don't know how many times to rewrite history. I'm afraid only the light soul and the dark soul can have this background. Bai Ruoyan was envious for a while, her eyes narrowed suddenly, she stared at Luo Yaoer, and said with a slightly stunned expression, your aura, is it happy? Luo Yaoer caressed her lower abdomen, her cheeks dizzy, and hummed softly. Thanks to the improvement in realm. Bai Ruoyan was full of joy, her smile bloomed, and she was indescribably glamorous. She held Luo Yaoer's soft weed. Congratulations, Sister Yaoer. The more powerful the real God is, the more difficult it is to produce offspring. No matter male or female, as long as one party's cultivation base is too strong, the other party needs to have similar cultivation base and realm if they want to bear or accept their bloodline. In the past, Lin Chen's cultivation base was too powerful, whether it was physical body or divine soul. Even though all the wives loved him, they had not yet had children. The reason was the gap in cultivation base. Now that the gap between Luo Yaoer and him is no longer there, with Lin Chen's act of justice, it will come naturally. During the time he was with Luo Yaoer, Lin Chen stepped into the 5th level God Lord in one fell swoop with the power of talent and the power of light and soul. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent vibration in the direction of the reincarnation Heaven Monument. A powerful divine might that dominates all worlds, if it is above all 3 dimensions. In front of the heavenly reincarnation monument, the legal net of the realm, surrounded by thousands of laws, was continuously absorbed into the body by Lin Chen's extraction. The God Lord attacked the God Emperor, and Lin Chen also needed enough experience to know that he had destroyed 9 God race geniuses, but he was only promoted to the realm of God Lord. The promotion of God Lord to God Emperor requires accumulation and massive attribute values that are incalculable. Above the 5th level God Lord, the Quasi-Emperor. Originally, only by becoming the Quasi-Emperor realm can one enter the realm of the Quasi-Emperor. According to my estimation, even if it can progress smoothly, it is not surprising that it will take at least 10 or even decades. When Lin Chen refined the legal net of the realm surrounded by red clouds, he was filled with emotion. Unexpectedly, the teacher's Qishan Qiling has preserved part of his realm legal net, so that I have the ability to strike the realm of the God Emperor. The power of a fight. Lin Chen's law is headed by the 5 elements, which gradually expands from time and space, and begins to create a new realm. In a very short period of time, Lin Chen was promoted to the Quasi-Emperor. And the legal network of the realm has not been narrowed. It seems that it has a long history, and it is only a small part of how Futian. It is still eternal. And eternal. Then, the law created as a realm began to nourish Lin Chen's bones and flesh. And blood. A marrow-washing aura that seemed to be reborn roamed Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's breath grew at an even more terrifying speed. After Zhuandi, the speed of refining the legal network of the realm is even faster. At the moment when the legal net of the realm, surrounded by red clouds, was completely refined and disappeared by Lin Chen's breath stopped abruptly, and his laws, divine power, all turned into nothingness. Lin Chen stood up slowly, and the divine might that suppressed the universe disappeared without a trace. Congratulations to the promotion of the host, the 1st level God Emperor. He is like returning to a mediocre mortal, with an introverted edge, like a Peerless sword hidden in a sheath. The host perfectly refines the legal network of the realm, inheriting one of the 10 major laws, the Chaos Avenue. The host perfectly refines the realm of law, inheriting one of the 10 principles, the Great Way of Reincarnation. When Lin Chen looked at his own law domain, there were many visions, including the law of the 5 elements surrounded by colorful gods, the law of power of the red glow like a dragon, the law of movement of the galaxy, the law of chaos in the beginning of the universe, the law of the birth and death of all things, the law of reincarnation. Reincarnation, the life and death of the Lord of all living beings. Chaos, the creation of the gods of heaven and earth. The promotion of ordinary God Emperors usually only masters one of the 10 laws, and it is extremely rare to be able to master 2. And when Lin Chen became a God Emperor, he actually controlled 5 10 laws. It's your husband's breath. He broke through the God Emperor. Bai Ruoyan and Luo Yaoer said in surprise. This is the realm of God Emperor. Lin Chen's heart trembled in amazement. He released a ray of consciousness to see into his divine body, and saw that every inch of flesh and blood was like a universe, and his own law domain was integrated with himself, and it was boundless. Every drop of its divine blood is as if hundreds of millions of galaxies converge with the Dao law and sync. The Dao becomes the boundary, and the law becomes the domain. Take the body of God as the universe, and the blood of God as the realm. This is God Emperor realm. The power of the God Emperor amazes him unsurpassed, surpassing the God Lord by more than 100 times, unparalleled. Boom. An overwhelming power of divine soul, like the purification of the Tianhe River, spread out from Lin Chen's limbs, and fed back into Lin Chen's divine soul. The host breaks through the God Emperor and obtains the special effect of the physique of the Tianhe soul body. The Emperor and the soul are born together. Break through the realm of God Emperor and obtain the tempering to break the bottleneck of life, increase the upper limit of the soul and the power of the soul. Lin Chen's Emperor realm divine soul, like two rotating universes, increased in speed, and finally merged into one, and the divine soul was promoted to a new realm. Host breakthrough, the middle stage of the Emperor's soul. Congratulations to the host, the breakthrough in the realm of Shenlong. Because of the bloodline's original supernatural power, the devourer of the universe, the host understands one of the 10 laws, the avenue of time. Almost at the same time, Lin Chen's Taizhou ancient dragon also broke through the realm of the Dragon Emperor, and with his bloodline's original supernatural powers, Lin Chen's law realm has an additional time rule. 6-10-10 rules. God-level rune energy is insufficient, all the rune energy has been consumed. And the phantom clone is 80% of the strength of the main body. Lin Chen closed his eyes slightly, and the realm of law released a wisp of aura. Thousands of creatures were like dust. But from the soul of the Emperor, Lin Chen saw from all living beings that they contained infinite potential in their bodies. 2 rays of divine light flashed into the heavenly reincarnation monument, and Luo Yaoer was pleasantly surprised. Lin Lang, how did you manage to break through the God Emperor so quickly? Even with my power, I can't refine the realm law network so quickly. Perhaps, the teacher's rules are suitable for me. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's time to go to God's domain and bring my mother back. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he pondered, the last time the Asura Emperor fought, Brahma, the supreme god of Asura, was forced to leave the customs. Although it was not in its heyday, it still suppressed me with a few tricks. I don't know if this time, it still has the prestige of the past. The realm of the God Emperor is divided into 5 levels, and the gap between each level of cultivation is like the difference between clouds and mud. The first level God Emperor is not enough for others to face the realm of the gods. But for Lin Chen, even if there is a strong person in the same realm as the supreme god of Shura in the realm of the gods, he can still get out. Lin Chen, who was in the realm of the gods, could use the golden god of war suit to explode the combat power of the gods. Now he has 4 sets of suits with the cultivation base of the Emperor, the soul of the Emperor, plus 6-10-10 laws. With such a powerful heritage, all the races including the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Demon Clan, Azura Clan, Zerg Clan, and Protoss Clan can be a threat to him. Perhaps there are only 10. He, Lin Chen, finally doesn't have to tie his hands and feet anymore. With tears in her eyes, Bai Ruoyan worriedly said, are you leaving so soon? Won't you say goodbye to everyone? Looking at Eren's eyes, Lin Chen embraced her in his arms, and his calm face showed a determination, after this trip is completed, to counterattack the Protoss. I will return to the Holy Realm and never part. Bai Ruoyan's delicate body trembled slightly, her red lips pursed slightly. She buried her head in his chest, and said softly, be careful, I don't care how many heartless people in the world you save, I just want you to come back. Safely. When stroking the blue silk, Lin Chen looked at the sky, his eyes crossed the universe, and fell to the realm of the gods. Only those who keep moving forward can see a new starting point. The five-layered sea, the waves are turbulent, and the islands are in the sky. Five Realm Sea, Star Alliance Headquarters. The Star Alliance, a united front alliance formed by teams headed by Lin Chen, has grown from a small team at the beginning to become a behemoth that is truly strong enough to compete with the Protoss. Now even based on the sea, become a new giant force. In the past, there was the inheritance of Emperor Shi Huang and White Emperor. And then there was the treasure of ancient gods. When phantom avatars practiced, they could temper a large amount of Tianyan 5 elements qi. In terms of cultivation resources, they laid the most powerful foundation for the Star Alliance. Among them, the Star Alliance includes Fang Chuan's Longwei Army, Lu Huang's Qian Army, the Hui clan of the godly Desolate Star Territory, and Luo Kei's Luo Xinjian Temple. Lin Chen is the only one who can unite these forces, because he is the only one who dares to stand up to challenge the realm of the gods. The seeds he sowed when he challenged the realm of the gods are now bearing fruit. Among them, the Dragon Guard Army and Qi Yan Army, Luo Xinjian Temple, are the elders who have the realm of God Emperor. It's just that the God Emperor behind these forces rarely shows up, and the dragon can't see the end. On a giant whale-like divine island in the center, in front of the palace, Iran's country is fragrant, with purple hair tied up, dressed in a capable outfit, and her pretty perseverance is like the ice, snow, and rain that has been condensed for thousands of years, emitting various kinds of steady and orderly new order. 50 divine bones will be sent to the Fourth Realm Sea. In addition, the contribution points for the exchange of divine bones will be reduced by 10%. There are also 1,000 high-grade artifacts and 100 top-grade artifacts. The threshold for exchange needs to be lowered by 1 level. The latest coordinates of the ancient gods are displayed to the elders. At least 10 5-level gods or more are required to form a team. Inform the captain of the 3-realm sea, all forces that can be negotiated. Try to take deterrent measures, and if necessary, kill chickens to warn monkeys, but do not kill them indiscriminately. Zhao Enren's valiant appearance, and Jiju's steady and confident grasp, caused a burst of admiration. A young man's laughter came. Captain and ran, long time no see, stay safe. Zhao Enren's body trembled, and her face, that had always been serious and condensed, suddenly showed a light smile, like a spring begonia blooming, more than 100 flowers. You still know how to come back? I thought that the Star Alliance leader would always be a clone. Kun Xiong's heart twitched, who was called the most mysterious Star Alliance leader by Jia Hai? When they saw Lin Chen's first glance, the countless powerhouses in the hall lost their voices. God Emperor? This sun is actually the capital of a God Emperor. Such a young God Emperor has never seen it before, and has never heard of it. The powerhouses of all parties are excited, and the waves in their hearts are so great that it can be said that it is the first time in their lifetime. The gods present were all aware of a problem. Jiahai, the sky is going to change. In the Star Alliance, Zhu Xiong looked over. The young man is dressed in a silver robe and winds the snow, his star eyes are shining, his handsome face has a smile, gentle yet sharp, making people feel good at first glance, but dare not look directly into his eyes. Beside him, there was a person of peerless youth and beauty in the world, standing quietly and pretty. Everything seemed to be eclipsed in front of her. mysterious and magnificent. Haha, a young man is a hero, it's better to see it once you hear it. The flaming old man stood up, cupped his hands, and clasped his fists. The 10 sages of Qi in arms, I have seen the alliance leader. Lin Chen's eyes were slightly condensed, this old man was actually a god. Emperor. Lu Huang and Lu Xiaomei were not behind, like obedient and well-behaved juniors, standing quietly beside the old man, thinking that they were the ancestors behind Lu Huang and others. Lin Chen said with a peaceful smile, the old gentleman joined us, aren't you? Afraid of being suppressed by the Protoss? Hua Shisheng laughed proudly, ha ha ha. It's okay, there is no god on the vast clouds, and the bones are buried under Jiyuquan. This old man has long wanted to fight the gods. Another man in white with his sleeves flying curled his lips, old bone, just your body bones, aren't you afraid of being torn down by the Protoss? This man is actually another god emperor. Luo Qianqiu, the first generation hall master of Luo Xinjian Temple. Hua Shisheng snorted coldly, it's better than a shriveled tortoise like you. You reach out and feel if there are any eggs under your crotch. You only came out now, where did you go before? My disciple and grandson took the initiative and looked for Lin Chen, the first in an alliance. Luo Qianqiu said indifferently, is that so? Who was the god clan robbed of? The divine desolate star territory back then? The Fire 10 sage blew his beard and stared, at least it's better than your rudder. Luo Qianqiu, don't get excited. Fire 10 sage, am I fucking excited? 2. As soon as Lin Chen spoke, his gentle tone carried a mighty coercion of the divine soul, inch by inch through the space, faintly released against the two of them. Divine soul of the Emperor realm? The two of them squinted at Lin Chen in astonishment. This son's Emperor realm spirit is stronger than anyone they have ever seen. Lin Chen said with a smile, the gathering of the Star Alliance is a fire, and the scattered stars are full of stars. Although the two of you disagree, but to join us in such a difficult situation, the determination is clear, and there is no need to argue. Each glared at the other, snorted a few times, and stopped arguing. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but respect Lin Chen. To be able to convince the two god emperors in an understatement, such means looking at the sea of world, it is difficult to find the second. Zhao Anren, dressed in snow, looked at Lin Chen, and the two of them smiled knowingly. Zhang's former best friend, everything was silent. Now, she has perfect control over the divine bones left by the ancestors of Tianyi divine kingdom in her body. The 10 years in the divine realm have made her a quasi-emperor cultivation base, and she deserves to be the deputy leader of the Star Alliance, one of its backbones, responsible for helping coordinate the resource allocation of each team in Jiahai. Zhao Anren is in charge of coordinating the resource exchange of the Star Alliance, and no one is dissatisfied with her thunderous methods. Yuan Wujue and Jiang Fan are responsible for leading the team to attack the territory of the various forces in Jiahai. All the territories that were taken over by the Star Alliance, the slaves of the true gods, the looted women of all ethnic groups, or the holy infants that were sold by the old forces were all released. Tang Jianghai and Lu Qixin are one of the secret spies of the Star Alliance. They usually carry out top-secret operations, and even enter the divine realm. Lin Chen smiled casually and said, Deputy Leader of Anran, what is the situation of the battle, and whoever owes it to you, just order me. Zhao Anren smiled and said, yes, but it's not yet time. Below the 8th realm C, there is no god emperor. Lin Chen? He thought that when he returned to the Sea of Boundary, there would be a big battle, but he did not expect that it was below the 8th layer of the sea, and there was no God Emperor? Lin Chen asked curiously, what did you do? Zhao Enren asked back, I want to ask, what did you do? Lin Chen's expression gradually became stunned, and he spread his hands, and said, I didn't do anything. Zhao Enren smiled brightly, in less than 10 years, Empress Luo killed all the God Emperors except the Eightfold Realm Sea. Lin Chen? After 30 years of shocking the leader of the alliance, Lin Chen hadn't even conveyed it back from the memory of the phantom avatar. In an instant, dark clouds shrouded, and the sky above the covenant was gusty. A beautiful figure appeared like a phantom and quietly entered the star palace. She was slender and graceful like a wandering dragon, covered by a veil of rhythm, only revealing a pair of beautiful eyes, wearing a string of moonstone silver bells on her wrists. She came with a jingle bell ring. Everyone quickly cupped their hands. I have seen the Empress. Lin Chen looked back suddenly and said in surprise, You're back? You have expelled so many God Emperors from Jiahai. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? Zheng. Luo Bing'er suddenly drew his sword. The terrifying sword intent shattered the space and time. The sword shot like a bunch of dark stars, and the time and space stagnated wherever he passed, and he stabbed Lin Chen with a sword. The seemingly unremarkable sword struck everyone by surprise. The host uses the God of Optimus to obtain the characteristics of the god. Equipment, absolute defense. Boom. The entire hall vibrated and shook for a few times, and the sword surging sword tip was close to Lin Chen's neck. The 10 fingers covered in black armor held the blade of the sword. Lin Chen said coldly, What are you doing, woman? Are you crazy? This sword is no joke. Stronger than today's Lin Chen, if he takes this sword without using the god defying costume, he will lose half his life if he doesn't die. Above the hall, Lu Huang, Luo Ke, and the others were stunned, and the 2 god emperors were even more amazed. Good guy, take the sword of the Empress. What kind of strength Luo Bing'er is? Looking at the various ethnic groups. Today, there are only a handful of people who can be in the same realm as her. This rumored female emperor is a 5th-level God Emperor. Looking at the past and present, which 5th-level God Emperor is not the person who pioneered the world? As expected of the realm of the gods, he dares to go beyond the ranks to kill the Emperor and repair the monster of the Luo Empire. Everyone has a new understanding of Lin Chen's strength. Luo Bing'er took the sword back and said expressionlessly, My hand slipped. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Good guy, holding the sword and slipping it onto my head, right? Do you have such a slippery hand? Luo Bing'er said indifferently, Don't you often slip your hands? You can pinch and hold. Lin Chen, is it because of returning to the 4-dimensional universe? Why? Do you feel that the things we are talking about are not on the same line? The corners of Luo Bing'er's lips under the veil lifted lightly, showing a beautiful smile. Of course you are not one line, you are 2 lines blooming. The Empress's secluded eyes glowed with lacquer light, and the charming corners of her eyes were raised. It looked like a smile, but it made everyone present feel like falling into an ice cellar, and the cold light was piercing to the bone. Lin Chen, you're afraid of some serious illness, killing people crazy, right? Luo Bing'er said with a smile, Really, not only do you want to kill people, but I also want to eat people. Lin Chen was a little stunned. Didn't they have a good conversation before? And I haven't seen each other for a while. Why did this woman suddenly turn her face so thoroughly? The atmosphere was tense in an instant, especially strange, and the atmosphere in the audience did not dare to let go. Luo Binger's killing intent is real. If Lin Chen and her fight here, the consequences will be disastrous. Luo Yaoer, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly became thoughtful and dizzy, pulled Lin Chen's sleeve, and whispered a voice, "I know the reason, I will tell you later, don't fight." Before Lin Chen could react, Luo Yaoer turned to stand in front of Lin Chen, facing Luo Binger, and said, "I know you are angry, but Lin Lang is not malicious. I hope you can understand. If I recover to be like you in the future, the realm of our mutual influence on each other will weaken, and before that, we will not do things you hate." The second half of the speech was Luo Yaoer's voice transmission to Luo Binger quietly. Luo Binger was silent, the hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and she retracted it after a while, unable to deny, "His life, I will take it later." Lin Chen, a woman's face, the sky in June, changes if you say it. Humph. Luo Binger snorted coldly and left. Zhao Anren secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the past 10 years, the Queen's attitude towards the Star Alliance has been particularly ambiguous and moody. If she really turns her face and makes trouble, the Star Alliance is afraid that Lin Chen will not be able to restrain her. Suddenly, the gray light in his arms flickered. Zhao Enren took out a unicorn jade token, and said in surprise, "Qi Xin and Jiang Hai, there is good news." Back. Zhao Enren looked at Lin Chen solemnly, "The latest information from the Protoss. The Protoss forces all the alchemy masters in the 5 continents to enter the divine realm. On the bright side, it is to instruct hundreds of pharmacists to improve their refining skills, and the chief refiner of the 3 Protoss. The pharmacist will also be present, and there may be other plans in the dark." The Fire 10 sage said solemnly, "Forcibly gather alchemists who do not belong to the Protoss. The Protoss usually does not do this. It seems that there is a big move." Lin Chen took off the god-defying costume. "They are going to offend all the alchemists in the god realm face to face. Now is an unprecedented good time. Then no matter what the big move is, my phantom avatar is still attracting the attention of the Protoss in the Triple Realm Sea." Luo Qianzhou smiled slightly. "What does the leader mean, surprise attack on God's domain?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone's spirits were greatly lifted. Since the last time the God Clan army was slaughtered by the Empress over the past 10 years, the God Clan has repeatedly sent multiple teams to sneak into the Sea of Boundary. Although its main force was blocked by Lin Chen's phantom clone from the Triple Realm time and time again, many people were still attacked, killed, and persecuted by the Protoss. Is it finally their turn to take the initiative to attack God's domain? Zhao Enren said through a voice transmission, "The Empress, won't it affect you? Now that the Empress is not divided between the enemy and me, if she intervenes, the problem will change rapidly." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "Since Yaoer has nothing to do, you don't need to be wary of her." Zhao Enren glanced at Luo Yaoer secretly, lowered his eyebrows, and hummed softly, "That's good. What a surprise attack on God's domain, what a loud conspiracy. Is it a big move once you come back?" Outside the hall, Fang Chuan and Yi Tianchen walked side by side, and their eyes met, showing their admiration for Lin Chen. Yi Tianchen scratched his head lazily, and said with a playful smile, "The question is, who will assist and who will attack? Now that the Star Alliance has formed a line of defense to block the Protoss in the Triple Realm Sea, Alliance leader Lin definitely doesn't want the line of defense to be a decoration. Lin Chen looked at everyone and smiled mysteriously. No assists, give me the main attack. Triple boundary C, the extreme southern edge. One after another, the flying blood-colored phantom birds soared in the void, constantly licking the void in the sky, causing bursts of ripples. The mirage-like illusion above the boundary sea is being reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. An old man in a grey robes caressed his beard and smiled. Su Lao's hand to break the magic really ranks in the top 10 magic powers of the gods. Blood-colored phantom birds continued to appear in the palm of his hand, and the purple-haired man chuckled lightly. Hee, this old man was recruited into the Protoss with this magical power of breaking the phantoms, and he has been preparing for several years for the ultimate study of life, breaking the illusions of a few juniors. Say it. These two are actually God Emperors. The reincarnation illusion set by Lin Chen's phantom clone is being gradually eroded and weakened by the purple-haired man's blood bird. Kacha. The space cracked open with a crack in the air layer, the law collapsed, the illusion collapsed, and the space sea leading to the four-realm sea was slowly revealing. Just as the two emperors were overjoyed, the power of the divine soul, surging from all directions, was like a glazed demon butterfly, fitting into the void. And the illusion took shape again, covering the entrance to the sea of world, and it was several times stronger than before. This scene made the two of them stop abruptly, their faces changed from surprise to shock, and finally their faces were very ugly. The purple-haired man roared, Why? The old man has spent so many years of thinking, and this dog-bath fantasy can change as soon as it changes. There is absolutely no formula. The grey-robed old man said solemnly, No, it's the spirit of the practitioner who has improved. It has become several times stronger than before. Didn't he do his best? Or did he break through a new realm? Impossible. The purple-haired man said decisively, There is no such situation. The realm of the Emperor's soul is like nothingness. How can it break through a realm so quickly? The only possibility is that he hasn't done his best. Damn it. The grey-robed old man did not believe in evil, and with a flick of his finger, an inch of red light was shot out, and the sky between his fingers was torn apart, breaking into 1,000-mile abyss. However, the vast and infinite illusion rolled up like a wave, returning to silence for a moment. The grey-robed old man shook his head slightly. 7 years of preparation. But all in vain, this illusion is no longer possible to break. Suddenly, the illusion opened up a void gate that enveloped the two god emperors. It's not good, it's changed from defense to attack. The purple-haired man said in awe, The spirit of the practitioner is so powerful. The majestic gate of the soul, with the word reincarnation hung, walked out of 3 figures. Yo, isn't this old monster Sue and old monstering? I'm in such a good mood to go out to see the scenery today. Be careful too. Lose sight of your own life. 2 sneers with a playful sneer echoed, and Hua Shishing and Luo Qianqiu emerged from the reincarnation gate. Following that, there was also a young man in silver robe, with a bland smile on his face, as gentle as jade. The young man in silver robe rose from the ground and turned into a phantom of 1,000,000 meters tall, looking down at the world, swallowing the universe, and the immeasurable soul of the whole body was bottomless. The purple-haired man sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of soul power is actually in the middle stage of the Emperor realm? No, it is comparable to the late stage of the Emperor realm. The grey-robed old man shivered. With such a powerful divine soul power, there are not even a few in the divine realm. Except for the 3 patriarchs. And the three chiefs of the gods are hard to find the seventh person. The purple-haired man said solemnly, "Who are you, Lin Chen?" The silver-robed youth smiled slightly, his laughter shook the void, and he smiled at Song Haihan. "That's right, but not quite right. The triple world sea, a shrine where the red light is free and the night is shrouded. Is there any news from the second old man?" Inside the temple, a man's voice full of coercion came out. The black-robed god lord in front of the hall respectfully clasped his fists and said, "Patriarch, the two elders have reached the edge of the boundary sea for the third time and are about to break the gap in the illusion." "Well, very good." Inside the temple, a stern man standing with his hands behind his back nodded slightly. The cold and stern man's face is very handsome, with an eagle-hooked nose, big knife eyebrows, and two Protoss scales between his eyebrows. His eyes are like a dark abyss, with a terrifying coldness one side of the border. His breath made the strong people present feel a burst of horror, as if the top of the mountain is not topped, overlooking the power of the ants under the group of living beings. The stern man said indifferently, "If the Empress dares to appear, this Emperor has the Patriarch's Soul-Eater Temple in his hand, restraining all creatures born from the dark laws, and dare to teach her to come and go." The body of the black-clothed god lord trembled slightly, and said respectfully, "Naturally, the Patriarch is invincible, even if it is the Dragon Emperor, Demon Emperor, Shi Huang, and the Patriarch of all races. This person is the Patriarch of the Chen family, one of the three major Protoss today, Emperor Devourer Chen Muyuan. One of the few powerhouses of the Protoss today. It is enough to exist in the same name as the 12 heavenly emperors of the demon race, the 9 dragon emperors of the dragon race, and the 8 great first phoenixes of the phoenix race." Chen Moyuan's palm was brewing the chill of the frozen world. "Lin Chen, if you dare to kill Xuanji, this emperor will ask you to be buried with the entire Star Alliance." Suddenly, a familiar soul fluctuation emerged. Chen Moyuan got up slowly, and his eyes suddenly turned to the distance. This group of shrunken dogs finally appeared? From the moment Lin Chen's soul appeared, Chen Moyuan's whole body was surrounded by wind eyes, and the law of wind rolled into a wind blade, slicing through the void, and swept out of the temple. The next moment, the space ripples, the laws of heaven and earth become illusory and chaotic, and even the trajectory of time and space becomes particularly blurred. "Huh?" Chen Moyuan narrowed his eyes, staring directly at the void in the distance. In the illusion of reincarnation, a figure hovered in the air. "Consume an additional 33 billion god-level rune energy, and the phantom clone has synchronized all the strengths of the main body." The young man held a pen of reincarnation, a bright mirror in his hand, soft purple armor like a light gauze robe, a pair of bright jade-like eyes glittered under the gauze, and a gentle and peaceful smile hung on his handsome face. "Lin Chen?" Chen Moyuan's eyes condensed, his 5 fingers were like thunderbolts, and they struck out of thin air. The revenge of killing his son is not shared by the sky. Chen Moyuan recognized Lin Chen at a glance, and instantly burst into flames. The terrifying law of calamity and the law of thunder were intertwined into 2 beams of thunder that swept across the sky, freezing the void in an instant, shattering the sky of the Triple Realm Sea, and the entire Triple Realm Sea shook. This supreme powerhouse of the god race in this world can be described as the most powerful in the world. The reincarnation brush strokes swiftly, and the stars are splendid, covering the whole body. Dream reincarnation attached divine equipment reincarnation pen, the second form, eternal like a dream. Each law is attached to the soul, and the illusion is superimposed. The stronger the soul and the more laws, the illusion is infinitely closer to eternity. LOL. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's phantom clone was destroyed and turned into bursts of dream bubbles. Chen Moyuan didn't change his face, and said indifferently, "Is it the clone? Or the main body? Get out." Lin Chen's figure appeared from the void again. He clapped his hands, and applauded, as expected of the Chen family's patriarch of the Protoss. One move almost destroyed my avatar. It's amazing, really amazing. He looked at Chen Moyuan slowly. 3-level God Emperor? No, your realm is 4th-level God Emperor, second only to Shura Supreme God. Chen Moyuan flicked his fingertips and said indifferently, "A little bit of eyesight, but with this strength, you also want to come to trouble this Emperor? I'm just talking about a dream, don't you still want to defeat this Emperor? Hurry up and get your body out." Lin Chen said with a playful smile, "It's not enough to beat you, but it's still okay to hold you back for a while. All except the 2 God Emperors of your Protoss." While talking and laughing, Lin Chen turned the mirror of reincarnation in his hands. The time and space of the sky were constantly changing, the towering temples rose from the ground, the infinite boundary monument appeared, and the mist was like a tide. Attempting to control this seat with an illusion? I don't know how high the sky is. Chen Moyuan laughed in anger, and his hands were sealed. He did not intend to entangle too much with Lin Chen's avatar, and a majestic blood thunder appeared between his eyebrows, condensing into the Emperor's soul and rising into the sky. Divine soul leans on the sky and treads the ground. Time and space are disordered, and a pair of bloody eyes overlooks the gods, as if they can penetrate thousands of gods and souls. His divine soul realm is actually the middle stage of Emperor realm divine soul, and the late stage of Lin Men Emperor realm divine soul is half a step. A mere illusion, break it. The Emperor's soul was revealed, and a punch suddenly slammed into the monstrous phantom fog boundary monument. The swallowing law broke out, and the reincarnation divine light, shrouded in purple clouds, collapsed and separated. Unexpectedly, the phantom fog purple light condensed, and it only took a few breaths to quickly repair it, and the illusion returned to its original state. Chen Moyuan frowned, and in a single thought, the divine soul overlapped with the divine body, and took a slight step. The law of the wind and the law of space form a silver light blue blade attached to the whole body, stepping out in one step, spanning 100,000 miles. When he came back to his senses again, he was still in the same place. Chen Moyuan formed a seal with one hand and shouted suddenly, "Come on." His divine soul thought flashed out of the sky, but it was like a mud cow like a sea. Lin Chen shrugged and said with a joking smile, "Don't come, you are already a bear commander. Today's duel is just you and me. Whoever counsels will be the grandson." Chen Moyuan's expression sank. Huh? The Patriarch's Soul Eater Temple can't be sensed? It turned out that this son's intention was to use his hatred to leave early, to isolate the use of Soul Eater Temple. Your soul realm is also in the middle stage of the Emperor realm? No, it's far more than the middle stage of the Emperor realm. Chen Moyuan finally showed a hint of solemnity. Your soul is no longer under this seat? There were even stormy waves in his heart. How difficult is the cultivation of the Emperor's soul? This son was able to step into the realm of the soul that is not inferior to him with the cultivation of a first-level God Emperor. This young man, with such ability, can use his soul to activate the illusion, to isolate him from the perception of Soul Eater Temple. The threat is too great, and in time, he will be the #1 enemy of the Protoss. What a good Lin Chen, this seat underestimates you. The Soul Eater Temple is an existence that surpasses ordinary Imperial artifacts. It is originally the thing of the God Clan's patriarch, and it belongs to the artifact that is rented by others. If it is his life artifact, even Lin Chen can't stop him. Chen Moyuan looked indifferent. You don't think that the God Emperor of my God race is so easy to kill? Between the reincarnation pen, Lin Chen smiled lightly. Then let's see, who has the last laugh. The 5 continents of the Divine Realm, the Divine Realm. Guangshan Palace, divine iron cast chains, iron chains are laid out. Horizontally, the palace rises and falls like clouds, and the sky is full of gods. In front of the shrine, the gods gathered, the young talents, with dazzling style, the old men with sophisticated expressions, and the true gods of leisurely clouds and wild cranes. This group of powerhouses are all Taishan Beidou in the refining world, the refining giants, or a hidden world powerhouse, old monsters who do not go out of the mountains, and are now summoned to the realm of the gods. In front of the Guangshan Palace, the God Emperor and Wu Chen was dressed in a unicorn jade robe and a dragon crown on his head. The specifications of the shrine this time are unprecedentedly large, and even the strong gatekeeper who guards the outer shrine also started as a 5-level God King. And Wu Chen was full of anger. Everyone, I invite you to come here today too. Invite us to discuss the eternal plans of our human race. The alchemists under the stage were suddenly quiet, with a look of please. Start your performance. To be able to get to this point, who is not an individual? When you need people, you call yourself a human race, and when you don't need them, you call yourself a god race? And Wu Chen said enthusiastically and sincerely, my God clan has great grace and benefits the world, and anyone who receives God's grace will be able to ascend. This time, my God clan will send 3 chief pharmacists to discuss and share with you all. Develop the refining method to make imperial pills. After all, and Wu Chen asked with one hand, and 3 figures were invited in front of Guangshan Palace. The first one was a kind old man with white hair and long beard. Occasionally, his eyes flashed with light, and he smiled without saying a word. The second is actually a pretty and lovely girl. She looks about 16 years old, with a hot body that is too hot for her age, like a natural stunner. Breathtaking, slender jade fingers play with the ends of her hair, looking in the eyes of the people present. It seems that they are choosing toys. The last one, dressed in a 9-colored long dress, was a quiet and beautiful woman with a deep worry in her eyebrows. Seeing these 3 people, there was an uproar in front of the shrine. Although I knew it in advance, I was still shocked when I saw it with my own eyes. In today's God realm, there are 3 people standing at the top of the alchemy masters, the chief pharmacists of the 3 major gods, and the 3 people in the world who can refine the imperial pills. When the 3 of them appeared, the space was blurred, and the space barrier, surging with snow-white Shenhua, cut off the time and space, separating the 3 of them from the alchemists. It was as strong as a god emperor, and could not easily open the blockade of the space law. And Wu Chen was in high spirits, as if everything was under control, as long as you are loyal to join hands with us. The 3 chief pharmacists can share their experience and knowledge in the process of refining medicine for free, and help you achieve higher refining achievements. Besides, and Wu Chen changed the topic, during the time of the gods, refining medicine, if they perform outstandingly, they will have the opportunity to become a great and glorious part of the gods, like this. Emperor, and get the cleansing and healing of the gods. Transcendence. This condition is exciting, and many hidden old monsters who have stopped in the process of refining medicine show a moving look. It can also improve the refining skills, and have the opportunity to advance to the Protoss. In other words, this is indeed a rare opportunity. But the risk is even more obvious. Who knows what is waiting for him in the end when he works for the Protoss? Under Wu Chen's eloquent speeches, in the last row of figures in front of the shrine, a beautiful figure caught the eye. Eren's brows are light and dark, and she is cold and beautiful. She wears a delicate ice-hearted skirt, exquisitely carved, and her hairpin is like snow, which is spotless. Qin Shuangjue is the arrogance of contemporary medicine refining in the Qin family. In the past 10 years, she has become more and more clean and pure. Compared with the cold and arrogant in the past, she now has a little more intoxicating charm between her brows. Qin Shuangjue raised her red lips slightly, her eyes sneered, and there was a hint of disdain. The so-called cooperation is just a coercion. It seems that our group has also become the bait of the Protoss. Suddenly, a figure pulled a chair and sat in front of her, casually, biting a precious fruit, as if seeing through Qin Shuangjue's mind, and casually replied, "Isn't it true, a group of idiots will be served by others sooner or later? When you are in the old nest, first do the back, then the front, and then the back." Qin Shuangjue was taken aback. The young man's appearance was ordinary, with Erlang's legs crossed, and a cynical smile hung on the corner of his mouth. The two looked at each other. Qin Shuangjue's delicate body trembled, like an electric shock, and her beautiful eyes revealed disbelief. Even though her face, temperament, expression, and look were completely changed, she still recognized at a glance this young man who had been mischievous countless times. Feeling both happy and worried, Qin Shuangjue almost stood up and exclaimed, "Lin, how are you? Are you crazy?" She didn't dare to say more, for fear that her voice transmission would be heard by the God Emperor. He tapped the table with his fingertips, and the young man smiled cynically. "Long time no see, it seems that my handsomeness has improved again. Miss Qin actually recognizes my handsomeness of Lin at a glance, and admires me. Lin Chen. He actually sneaked into the realm of the gods. You must know that when the powerhouses of the three major gods are leaving the customs, this is simply throwing into the fire." Qin Shuangjue hurriedly stood up, pulled him aside, and said anxiously, "Do you know how many heavenly nets the God realm has set up here? In order to attract the alchemists of the God realm, they sent strong people to invite the people of the major families in the 5 continents. The alchemist who clearly wants to forcibly enslave the realm of the gods, and now even the God Emperor can't get out. Why are you jumping into the sea of fire?" Miss Qin, who used to be indifferent and glamorous in the past, is as anxious as a little girl today. Someone Lin said solemnly, "You have become beautiful, and you have become more humane." Qin Shuangjue was stunned, her cheeks were dizzy, and she said angrily, "Can you be serious? When are you talking about this? Lin Chen is indeed a rare evildoer, but Qin Shuang definitely doesn't think that in just 10 years, Lin Chen can have the combat power to rival the Protoss." Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. I can come and go in this universe." While chatting and laughing, Lin Chen didn't care at all. He even chatted with Qin Shuangjue about what happened in the 5 continents of the God realm. After 10 years in the God realm, due to the fall of the 9 great talents, a lot of changes have taken place. The three major gods began to truly reveal their heritage, terrifying the world, and shaking the gods. Not only did the Protoss army continuously besiege the Sea of Jia, but even the three masters who had been in seclusion for a long time also came out for it, ordering the pharmacists from all walks of life, the God Emperor of the Wide Collection, and the hidden God Emperor of the Desolate Star Field. There are rumors that he intends to join the Protoss. When the unshakable power of the Protoss was displayed again, pharmacists were forcibly recruited from all sides, and the realm of the gods was silently shrouded in a haze. At this time Wu Chen's speech slowly ended. He looked around the pharmacists present and said indifferently, "After I finish speaking, whoever agrees and who disagrees, I object." A young Tianjiao stood up angrily and shouted, "You are openly imprisoning all the alchemists in the god realm to serve your god race. I am against." And Wu Chen waved his sleeve robe, and the only horizontal line crossed a white rainbow. The palm of his hand cut through the sky and cut across the void. The head of that Tianjiao rolled to the ground, showing disbelief before he died. And Wu Chen's face was expressionless. Who else is against it? Things that are shameless to face can walk out of the hands of this emperor alive. You can object. Shameless. The faces of the alchemists present were ashen, especially embarrassing. They were famous in all directions on weekdays. With a wave of their hands, there were countless strong people willing to sacrifice their lives. Today, they have become fish on the chopping block. On the contrary, it was some hidden old monsters who had stopped at alchemy and joined the Protoss camp first. This move made Qin Shuangjue sigh softly, first throwing out the olive branch of the three chief pharmacists, and then intimidating again, radish and stick. I object. Suddenly, the youth's playful laughter echoed. Everyone just stepped aside in a hurry, for fear of bringing disaster to Chiyu. The other party even raised his hand high and shouted again. I object. And Wu Chen sneered, there are really people who are not afraid of death. He swiped his 5 fingers lightly, the void shattered in an instant, and an ancient seal flashing with a glazed divine light slammed into it. Boom! Boom! The dust and smoke were rolling, and when the space was tilted, a silver robe stood tall. All the pharmacists from all sides were full of surprises, suffered a blow from the God Emperor without any damage? Who is this person? The 2 chief pharmacists turned to look at Lin Chen curiously, and were amazed. Lin Chen patted his neck, moved his muscles and bones, and laughed jokingly. The technique is good and the attitude is acceptable. I wonder if Mr. N. Wu Chen is interested in coming to my Dark Horse organization to be a full-time massage therapist, and the salary will be paid by himself. And Wu Chen's brows froze suddenly, and he slowly stood up, with a cold expression on his face. It's not a small tone. Where's the xiao sign? Up. Lin Chen raised his hand slightly, and smiled lightly. Okay, Ancient Emperor, this is how Debiadu is used. After speaking, Lin Chen waved his palm away. The host activates the ultimate Aeolus component Aeolus right armor, and obtains the characteristic, Gift of the God of Wind, speed increase of all attributes, 3,666 times, recharge, 100%. In an instant, the gray light collapsed, and Lin Chen's 5 fingers shattered. The law of power, to suppress ghosts and gods. LOL. Boom. The Guangshan Palace collapsed suddenly, and the terrifying force penetrated through the virtual space, like a thunderbolt bombarding the temple. The divine wind swept across, a azure rainbow penetrated the void, and Wu Chen was hit in the face. His facial features were distorted, the flesh was blurred, blood was oozing from the nose and mouth, and there was an unbelievable expression on his face. Ben. This emperor can't even react. Boom. And Wu Chen was blown away by a palm, and fell under the clouds. Seeing the blood and wounds, the old wounds, which were 70% to 80% of the wounds after finally retreating for healing, were split open again. It's so fucking deceiving. And Wu Chen shouted furiously, flew into the air, thunderclouds rolled, and the sky was mighty, bathed in endless divine thunder, and Wu Chen glared angrily. And his face flushed red. His grandma has a leg, time and time again, from the remnant soul of Lin Chen to the crazy woman Luo Binger, to your kid, it's really easy to be bullied by this emperor. In recent years, and Wu Chen has been shriveled over and over again. Not to mention the remnant soul and the empress who lost to Emperor Lin Tian. Now even a junior dares to ride on his head? And Wu Chen asked angrily, boy, who are you? Lin Chen ignored it at all. His figure was as fast as a dragon galloping, and he waved his hand and slashed down. The law of chaos surrounded by purple and black gods was like a blade, and it slashed down in one fell swoop, severing the space law barrier. Zoom. Lin Chen pointed out, the dragon roared in bursts, and the blue dragon's shadow appeared in the air, and when he opened his mouth, time froze. One after another Qing Tian totems flew out, and Baidi Shenqing revolved around Yang Meng at a high speed, releasing the spatial restraint on her. As soon as the bondage was untied, Yi Hongmeng was full of surprises, but her eyes were more anxious, and she shouted, Chenner, hurry up. The two figures flanked Lin Chen's retreat like ghosts. They were the two chief alchemists of the Protoss. Between the hands of one old and one young, thousands of giant palms of the gods fell from the sky, and the majestic power of the spirits moved the mountains and seas, alarming the realm of the gods. Lin Chen suddenly shouted, go away. A sound wave of the divine soul shattered the void and struck away from the sky, shattering the giant palms of thousands of divine souls, and the sound of divine soul roared back the two of them. In this scene, the group of heroes shook, and the alchemists from all sides stared at Lin Chen's back as if they had seen a ghost. What a joke, a wave of divine soul can break the emperor realm, divine soul of the two chief alchemists? How terrifying, where is this sun sacred? Why have I never heard of this? Number one person. In today's world, the realm of the soul can surpass these two, but it is rare. A group of old antiques shivered, racking their brains trying to recall how many people in the fourth dimension can have such a spirit realm. Qin Shuangjua's beautiful eyes trembled. In just 10 years, what happened to Lin Chen? The divine soul realm alone is so powerful that it is so terrifying. The two chief pharmacists were taken back dozens of steps by Lin Chen's spirit, and their expressions were stunned. Mid-emperor realm divine soul? No, just because of the strength of the soul, this child is already equal to the late stage of the emperor's soul. Lin Chen came to Yi Hongmeng's side, his palm was covered with colorful divine light. The law of the 5 elements was wiped out of thin air, and the laws in Yi Hongmeng's body were released. Boom. A quasi-emperor aura rose from Yi Hongmeng's body. Yi Hongmeng said anxiously, Chenner, you shouldn't come, I have been planted with a demon soul seed, and once I leave the realm of the gods, my soul will fly away. Yu Guishui has already set an ambush, and this trip is to trick you into entering the realm of the gods. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, heart demon soul seed? Holding Yi Hongming's wrist with 5 fingers, a ray of divine soul appeared between Lin Chen's brows. When he sneaked into Yi Hongming's soul, he found a pitch-black seed that looked like a giant egg. The pitch-black dome is full of veins, tying the soul of Yi Hongming, as long as the dome is cracked, Yi Hongming will disappear with it. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. It's just a little clumsy method. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in the panicked crowd of pharmacists. The stunning Aaron of Li Ju Huanyu held a ball of pure and snow-white soft light in his hand, stuck it on Yi Hongming's shoulder, and sent it into his body. Wisps of dark aura evaporated. The heart demon soul seed was perfectly absorbed into the body and vanished. This. Yi Hongming looked at the stunning woman in front of her in shock, and said in surprise, "Chener, she is." Lin Chen grinned and said, "Your daughter-in-law." Erin bowed her head, and when she took back her jade hand, she said with a sweet smile, "Yaoer has seen her mother. It is Luo Yaoer who is the light soul." What? The Chen family's chief pharmacist of Gus Tianxiang's eyes narrowed, staring at Luo Yaoer. Who is this woman? She can refine Yu Guishua's heart demon soul seed that was once imprisoned. No one can break the soul seed of the late Emperor Realm divine soul. Heart demon soul seeds are made from the law of causality and powerful souls. They can restrain the soul, break the karma, and are extremely powerful. Yu Guishua thought that Lin Chen would come to save her mother, but she would not hesitate to use the same means of imprisoning the God Emperor on Yi Hongming. She originally planned to threaten Lin Chen, but she did not expect to kill Luo Yaoer. For other God Emperors, the demon soul species is naturally extremely difficult to understand, and there is even no way to remove it, but it does not include the original light soul and dark soul. Light and dark, who used to be the four-dimensional orderer and creator, can easily subdue this power and even turn it into nourishing energy. After absorbing the demon soul seed, Luo Yaoer's aura even went up to a higher level, as she moved closer to the second level of God Emperor. "Did you mention it by Chener, Yaoer?" Yi Hongming said happily, "I can't believe that my daughter-in-law has such a skill that even the means of the first mathematician in the God realm can be eliminated." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Mother, Yaoer has the flesh and blood of the Lin family." Yi Hongming was very pleasantly surprised. His son was doing things too fast. Right? As soon as you make a move to save yourself, don't you say, but also bring one big and one small? Yi Hongming said worriedly, "But Yu Guishua is sure that you will come. God's domain already has a network of heaven and earth." Lin Chen said gently, "Don't worry, your son will take you away. No one in the divine realm can stop me today." Humph. What a big breath. A thunderbolt suddenly drank, and the clouds and thunders were blown up. Lightning flashed and thunderous, and the sea of fire spread over the sky of God's domain. In the sea of fire, a figure like an ancient god, covered with scales and feathers of the gods, was born and suspended in the air. "Hey, are you Lin Chen, who let master you make all kinds of calculations? You're really young, frivolous, and lawless. You really dare to come. My god race's territory is not a cat and a dog who come and go when they want. Among the group of gods, there are old and young, detached and holy, or the corners of the eyebrows, the corners of the eyes, or the tip of the lips and nose, embellished with blue protoss scales and feathers, handsome and enchanting." The alchemists opened their mouths wide, gasped slightly, and the corners of their mouths shivered. God. God. Still God. A rare God Emperor. For thousands of years, a group appeared today. Qin Shuangjua's heart was heavy. The Protoss actually dispatched 12 God emperors this time, and each god emperor was stronger than in Wu Chen. Lin Chen? Are you actually Lin Chen? And Wu Chen heard the conversation of the god emperors, his face was stunned. His eyes burst with strong jealousy and shock, and he stared at Lin Chen. He thought that more than 10 years ago, this son was still a weak true god in front of him. Although he could kill the god king, his cultivation base did not even reach the realm of the god king. If it wasn't for Lin Tiandi's remnant soul, back then, the weak, true god, who could be suppressed by him, now stands on top of him, and can knock himself over with a slap. Humiliation, anger, jealousy, unwillingness, filled in Wu Chen's heart. Looking at the god emperors of the gods, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. 12. Second-level god emperors. These god emperors are stronger than in Wu Chen, and they are the cultivation of second-level god emperors. In Lin Chen's mind, the conversation with the Fire 10 sages appeared. Senior Hua, is the Azure Supreme God the strongest in today's world? This is the age of nature, and the heroes have no ancestors, and the 4 supreme gods of the Azure reign supreme. But I heard that the 12 demon emperors of the demon race are named after the supreme god of Shura? The 12 demon heavenly emperors of the demon race are indeed powerful. In fact, there are only 2 who are really in the same realm as the supreme god of Shura. The remaining 10 demon heavenly emperors are in the realm of the 4th level of god emperor. However, there were rumors that the 12 heavenly demons joined forces and could compete with the 4 supreme gods of the Azura clan, hence the name 12 demon heavenly emperors. Besides, the 9 dragon emperors of the dragon clan, the 8 primordial phoenixes of the phoenix clan, and the 4 great demon emperors of the Zerg clan, who have truly reached the 5th level of god emperor cultivation, have 3 dragon clans, 2 phoenix clans, and 1 Zerg clan. What about the human race? Human race? The 5-level god emperor who is willing to stand on the side of the human race is long gone, either being mutilated, suppressed, or surrendered to the Protoss. And the powerhouses of the Protoss are still a mystery. After all, the background of the Protoss controls the entire god realm and should not be underestimated. It is no longer comparable to that year. Yi Qianqi once secretly informed Lin Chen that there are 3 mysterious powerhouses in the Protoss, the patriarch of the Protoss. That is to say, there are at least 3 of the 5 god emperors and the 3 major god races. In this way, there are 16 god emperors standing at the top of all races. In the 4-dimensional universe, including the female emperor, Luo Binger, only these 16 are the existences that Lin Chen needs to be vigilant about. 12 god emperors want to stop me? Lin Chen stepped into the air, a golden talisman suddenly bloomed from the palm of his hand, and his pupils shone with an azure blue look. Consume 3,290 god points to activate the god killer talent, and those who are hostile to the gods, 295,651. Consume 22960 divine endowment points to activate the divine rebellion talent. The higher the target divinity, the stronger the boosting power. Consume 22,890 divine endowment points to unlock the ultimate heaven rebel. Below the divine master, break the defense and kill instantly. Boom. The gust of wind was blowing, and the silver robe made a sound of hunting, and 3 breaths of smashing the sky permeated Lin Chen's body. If you want to keep me, Lin Chen, go and call the patriarch of the Protoss. The power of God Rebellion and God Slayer's innate talent entered the body. And Lin Chen's cultivation level climbed to the 1st level of God Emperor. Consummation, and then he slowly stopped. There is a huge gap between each level of God Emperor cultivation, and now the increase that the orange level talent can bring to Lin Chen is dwarfed by the naked eye. Everyone, don't underestimate the enemy. This son has a soul comparable to the late Emperor realm. Master Yu Guishui has high hopes. This trip must be won, and there must be no mistakes. The two chief alchemists slowly ascended into the sky. These two were actually God Emperors, and they were even better than Yang Meng, who had been under house arrest for many years. Roar. A dragon roar shook the sky, and the blue-green ancient dragon dancing and flying swayed with the brilliance of Qixia, the clouds steaming, and the dragon was entangled, entrenched around Lin Chen. It's Lin Chen's ancient dragon. After following the phantom clones and fighting fiercely for many years, the current Dragon Emperor is already a God Emperor. Gulong fell to Guangshan Palace and tightly guarded Ji Hongming's side. Oh? This kid still has an ancient dragon in his body? A God Emperor in an ancient navy blue robe said with a smile, my Qin clan just lacks a divine beast that sits in the secret treasure land, so that's all. Luo Yaoer was about to move. Lin Chen raised his hand to stop her, and smiled casually, Yaoer, you are still pregnant, I will deal with these guys, and my mother will leave it to you. Luo Yaoer saw an unprecedented fighting spirit burning under his indifferent demeanor, and softly said, want to use your own strength to stop me from waiting? Idiot talking about a dream, you look down on yourself too much, Lin Chen. The God Emperor in the ancient Tibetan blue robe laughed in anger, stamped his feet in the void, and the sea of blood swept up. The 12 God Emperor set off a thunderous rage, his eyes shone with divine light, and swept towards Lin Chen with his movement technique. In the sea of blood, the Tai-yin Divine Emperor dressed in blood raised his hand, blood flowed, and a blood blade appeared. Holding the blade in both hands, he cut out a red glow of the law of blood. And the blood light rolled like a dragon. The divine power of the realm has condensed into a giant finger that is as high as the sky, and the law of power is entangled with the aura of disaster. As deep as the abyss. If you want to smash the sky of the realm, it is unstoppable, and if you want to crush Lin Chen. A group of alchemists instantly paled. It's over. The 12 great emperors of the Protoss took action, and I have no chance to escape. 12 God Emperors attacked at the same time, and their group of alchemists were in the center of the vortex of attack. I am afraid that the number of people who can really survive is not more than 5 fingers. The host uses the Optimus God outfit to obtain the characteristic, absolute defense. Recharge, 98%. The black armor is like ink, the sharp edge is hidden, and a single blade. Divine axe that rotates the eyeballs emerges from the sky. The host uses the second form of the attached armament, the axe of the God of Heaven, and obtains the characteristic, absolute rebound. The divine axe opened the sky, the black armor was like a dragon, and Lin Chen was wearing the divine armor, holding the divine axe in his hand and slashing toward the sky. In an instant, time seemed to stand still, and when the divine axe was split out, a black light from the sky opened the sky of the divine domain. Boom! 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 When the divine power of smashing time and space touched the black light abyss, it was like falling into an endless vortex, and it was stopped by the abyss that was split by the black light divine axe. The 12 great emperors of the Protoss were all moved. Is this seat's conferred God 6 Jew, blocked by him with an axe? Impossible, with the combined efforts of 12 people like me, even the great elders of all ethnic groups may not be able to stand alone and take over. Has this sun reached this level with the cultivation of a first-level god? Emperor. Like the rumors, this sun will use all kinds of strange gods, even more than the emperor's gods. In front of the Guangshan palace, when the black light slowly dissipated, what the god emperors never imagined was that the alchemists under the Guangshan palace were unscathed. Emperor Taiyin Dangzongqing saw this, his eyes solemn. Not only did it perfectly block their attacks, it even protected all the alchemists in Guangjin Palace with ease. The strength of this child is still unfathomable. The eyes of the two chief pharmacists and the god emperors met, and they nodded slightly as if they had made some important decisions. No, not dead? Is the Protoss showing mercy? Yes. Is it Lin Chen who protected us? The alchemists were ecstatic. Lin Chen stood alone in front of the god emperors, and with a wave of the god axe, a black light axe opened the sky and the earth, splitting the barrier of the god palace in a flash. He smiled casually, everyone, if you can't stay in the god realm anymore, remember to come to Jiahai. Our Star Alliance has always convinced people with reason. Brother Chen is righteous. Your Excellency Lin Chen, thank you very much, we remember it. I didn't expect that Lin Chen, who was rumored to be cruel and vicious by the outside world, would rescue me and wait. The gods of the dog days, you are forcing the old man to join you. The old man backhanded and joined your hostile forces. The next time we meet, the old man will kill you. The alchemists bowed their hands in thanks and evacuated. This battle must be a battle of all ages since the creation of the god realm, which is rare in 10,000 years. But they are definitely not qualified to watch such battles. Qin Shuangjua's beautiful eyes were full of worry, her red lips parted slightly, but she hesitated. Lin Chen was calm, and said indifferently, don't worry, when did you see me cheating you? With these god emperors, I can't stop me, Lin Chen. When Qin Shuangjue pursed her lips, she clenched her silver teeth lightly and said, take care. After saying that, Qin Shuangjue left with the two Qin family pharmacists. Shuzi is arrogant. If you can leave God's domain today, this old man and your surname are Lin Chen. The 12 god emperors were filled with monstrous anger. Time and space vibrated. Their dimensions were slightly distorted, and the cold killing intent made this space and time fall into silence before death. Lin Chen held the divine axe in both hands, and said with a smile, want to feel your attack just now? At this moment, the eyeballs on the divine axe suddenly opened, and in the blink of an eye, the eyeballs flickered with black awns that devoured the world. The god emperor suffocated slightly. The monstrous and evil eye of the sky exudes a strong sense of oppression, as if it can split the 9 heavens and 10 places, and I am the only one. The axe to lift the sky releases the loneliness of the yellow river in Mingquan, like the roulette of death on the banks of the forgotten river, making the god emperors horrified. Consumes 90,000 gods endowment points, and the host activates the talent. Instant light and shadow. Songming axe. The next moment, Lin Chen slashed out with an axe, and the 5-round black moon suddenly bloomed. Thousands of blood waves bloomed from the black moon, followed by thunderbolts, thunder and lightning like a dragon roaring, and a giant finger of the sky was released, and the divine power of the realm continued one after another. The previous attacks of the 12 god emperors bounced out of the heavenly axe, and even included Lin Chen's crimson rank intermediate cultivation technique. Not good. Together with the 2 chief alchemists, 14 people launched the defense of the law realm. In the realm of law, there are thunderstorms, or romantic scenes, or the blood is scattered, or the space is silent, colorful, and divine light shines in the world. Each God Emperor's law domain is different, but there is no doubt that at this moment, they are forced by Lin Chen to use all their strength and do their best. In the west of God's domain, on the top of Moon Wheel Mountain, a pair of phoenix eyes slowly opened, watching the melee circle. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen has reached such a level. Even the 12-second level God Emperors showed their defeat in just a moment. His combat power is no less than that of any 3-level God Emperor of the gods. In the realm of laws, a figure appeared. Ray comes. A golden lightning moved the void, and Lady of the Chen family stepped on the law of movement and the law of thunder. He roared as if he didn't believe in evil, and shuttled behind Lin Chen. 10,000 feet of shocking thunder merged from his arm into a thunder dragon claw, and one claw captured Lin Chen. The law of power contained in it was enough to crush a universe. The realm of laws represents the creation of a realm within the body of the God Emperor, and the use of real power to activate the law will be more than 10 times stronger than the law of Tianyi. Better than hard. I, Lin Chen, have never been afraid of anyone. Lin Chen didn't avoid it at all, and punched him in the backhand. On the fist covered by Qingtian's armor, the law of reincarnation is like a black and white vortex. The law of reincarnation caused Lady's arm to collapse inch by inch, and instantly the flesh and blood flew, and the right arm was shattered into nothingness. Wow! Lady vomited blood, clutching his broken arm and bleeding, and looked at Lin Chen in horror. Your law of power is not inferior to this seat. If a large number of attribute light balls have spirituality, they will automatically fly into Lin Chen's body. The host has obtained 33 billion God-level rune energy, 13,412 God-level gift points, 29,000 God-level blood attributes, and 15 billion God-level martial arts spirits. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. If you don't know how to call for help, I'll call for you. If you accidentally kill you, don't blame me. As soon as the voice fell, the phantom of the divine soul, leaning on the sky and covering the earth, was like a giant that lifted the sky, overlooking the realm of the gods, and appeared out of the sky. Lady's expression stopped abruptly, as if he had seen a ghost. It's comparable to the soul of the late Emperor realm. If this level of soul realm is to use the soul cultivation technique, Lady, who was entangled in thunder dragons, sucked in the air, and didn't even have a chance to back away. Lin Chen's divine soul burst into a furious roar. Emperor Fengshen is angry. Consume 150,000 God points to activate the instant light and shadow talent. A storm of divine soul, like a needle cone, pierced through the void, sinking into time and space, and the sound was lost between heaven and earth. Wherever the storm of divine soul passed, there was only eternal silence. At this moment, the scalps of the 2 chief pharmacists were numb, and they fled wildly, regardless of their manners, between their souls and their bodies. Boom! 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 The realm of the laws of the major God Emperors was on the verge of being shattered, and was almost shattered by Lin Chen's Emperor Fengshen fury. The realm withered, and afterimages flew. Taking this opportunity, the law of space and movement, like a blue dragon and a white dragon, slowly rose from Lin Chen's body. Stepping on the orange sky mat, Lin Chen entered the realm of the laws of the God Emperors. Lin Chen's speed was extremely fast, swinging his axe and attacking furiously. The God Emperors were not able to make a few moves, and the defeats appeared frequently, and they retreated again and again. While maintaining the absolute defense, the space law superimposes the movement law, and the speed and strength almost surpass that of any second level God Emperor. The most embarrassing thing for the God Emperors is that any of their attacks will be bounced back by Lin Chen's divine axe. Auntie, let's go. Luo Yaoer held Yi Hongming and rose up with the Dragon Emperor in the sky. Wherever the dragon passed, the trail of the dragon of Taishi rolled up. Thousands of feet of red gold, and tightly guarded Yi Hongming. The thief girl, go away. And Wu Chen turned into a blue flash, relied on a blue halberd to draw out the sea of the vast ocean, and he continued to talk. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Emperor ignored him at all, drove straight in, and rushed out of the Guanshan Palace. Dare to ignore this seat? Looking for death. And Wu Chen held 5 fingers and 1 grip, and the halberd method was even more severe. When he was approaching the Dragon Emperor, the waning moon-like shadow of the shadow slashed down, as if the ancients opened the sky, severing the vast sea of divines, with one knife, slashing back in Wu Chen. Pfft. And Wu Chen's old wounds overlapped with new ones. When he vomited blood, his eyes were full of horror, and his soul and body were severely injured. He pointed at Luo Yaoer with a trembling corner of his mouth, and said word by word, "Woman, who are you?" Yi Hongming covered her lips with her hands and looked at Luo Yaoer in shock. Luo Yaoer's white clothes are like snow, her green silk dances gracefully, her fairy rhythm is spotless, and she is absolutely beautiful. A pure and flawless black and white goyu appeared between Iren's eyebrows. And the imprint of the white goyu was particularly bright. Luo Yaoer didn't answer his question, she gently pulled the magic knife in her hand, and the knife marks as thin as swimming lines instantly spread all over. And Wu Chen's body. Not good. The blood shadow of the golden cicada. Jean Chan's wings spread out, blood shrouded in Wu Chen, his figure turned into thousands of blood lights, and when he reappeared, it was already tens of thousands of miles away. In a face-to-face, and Wu Chen actually used the life-saving tricks he used against the remnant soul of Emperor Lin Tian. This woman, who was the holy place? And Wu Chen was shocked, how many monsters had gathered around Lin Chen. This woman who looked like a first-level god emperor actually drove him to a dead end in a few moves. Luo Yaoer had never been in love, and she and the Dragon Emperor retreated to protect Yi Hongming. And Wu Chen suffocated slightly. No, the direction this woman is fleeing is the direction of the Lin family. Lin? Could it be that his goal of Lin Chen's trip is not just this night? Rainbow dream? Boom. 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 When the dragon traveled to the divine realm, the time and space trembled in an instant, and the goose feathers and snow fell one after another, and the miracle of the divine realm appeared. The drunken snow poured 3,000 jades into the country, looking back on the mortal world and surpassing the banished immortal. An aura that was familiar to Lin Chen descended into the drunken snow mood. A luxurious and graceful figure, strolling among the snow, emerges to the heights of the god's domain. Unexpectedly, you can bring the light of origin and unlock the demon soul of this seat. This move is indeed beyond the expectations of this seat. The beautiful woman spoke slowly, her voice Yunya light, but it shocked the hearts of all the god emperors present. The number 1 calculator in the divine realm, Yugui Shue. Her status can even be on an equal footing with the patriarchs of the 3 major protoss. No one knows her origin, no one knows her origin. The only thing that can be known is that she is a world-shattering genius born after the demise of the first ancestor of the human race, the Qin Emperor, and the only existence in the god realm who can become a god as a mathematician. Lin Chen frowned and said, "Is it the number one mathematician in the God realm? Since you've already appeared, why don't you let Lin Chen come too? Lead the death together." Yu Guishue said with a light smile, very arrogant tone, "Xingchen has more important things to do than deal with you. Lin Chen, have you ever thought that you are killing yourself like this? You can't fight the Protoss, why self-destruct? Have you ever thought about joining me and coming to my side?" Yu Guishue's voice was soft and weak, but it contained a different kind of charm. "A character like you is too boring to be confined to the mortal human race. Why don't you come to me? You don't need to join the God race, you are free. I can help you, make you a unique existence, an equal, the height of the Protoss Patriarch. Her immortal appearance is like the blooming snow lotus in the mountains, as if she is opening her arms to Lin Chen, even, it is not impossible that I can help you surpass the patriarch of the God clan." After these words, all the God emperors present were swaying, or were in awe, or envied and fanatical, or trembled in madness. It is equivalent to the patriarch of the God race, and even surpasses it. They categorically didn't believe when other people offered such conditions. But this divine dragon's first mathematician had the weight to say such conditions. For a time, envy and jealousy, hatred and fanaticism, the God emperors all looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled casually. "Do you think you and Lin Xingchen are important to me, or the Protoss is important to me?" Yu Guishue was startled, and her demeanor gradually returned to calm. Looking at Yu Guishue in the distance, she smiled and said, "It's a pity to waste your talent. Although the plan has changed slightly, the result remains the same. Lin Chen, today is your taboo. There are so many words." Lin Chen pointed out, "Like a meteor, the falling stars flying is mixed with the laws of chaos and reincarnation. Life and death are destroyed, and the divine light of destruction and creation collided with Yu Guishue. Laugh. Laugh. Laugh." 6 figures appeared around Yu Guishue. "Is this son Lin Chen? To be able to frighten the 2 chief alchemists of my clan to flee is really not inferior to the Emperor's soul of the Master. Just let me wait for him for a while." The 6 people were like illusory bubbles, slowly emerging from Yu Guishue's side. They are 4 old, 1 young and 1 young. Their appearance made the 12 God Emperors ecstatic. First elder, second elder. The breath of the 6 people blocked this void, time froze, and the time in the God's domain was stagnant. Lin Chen's aura showed signs of being suppressed. Oh? The number 1 elders of the 3 God races. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, the cultivation of the triple God Emperor. These 6 people are all in the realm of the triple God Emperor. 12 second-level God Emperors, 6 triple-level God Emperors. It can be said that today's 3 Protoss really used the combat power of the core layer to encircle and suppress Lin Chen. Since the final battle to encircle and suppress him in the last era, the Protoss has never sent so many strong men in such a big way. The chief elder of the Chen clan glanced at him, his eyes were sharp, and the second-level God Emperors of all clans were actually scarred. All the elders are the leaders of the gods. They participated in the last holy war. After fighting with this sun for a short while, the realm of laws was broken, the body of the gods was injured, and the soul was wounded. It seems that the concerns of Venerable Yu Guishue are unreasonable. The 6 elders were sitting on one side, and the realm of the gods began to change. They didn't intend to let Lin Chen go, and headed by the Chen clan's great elder, the endless laws of space were like silver dragons descending into the world, constantly strengthening the barrier north of God's domain. With chaotic brilliance lingering in his eyes, Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "You Guishua, right? It seems that the price of becoming the number one mathematician in the God realm is quite high." The law of chaos possessed by Lin Chen, created by the master of all things, is one of the laws of creation. In addition, his divine soul was extremely powerful, and he had a vague insight into Guishua's body, that he had not reached the cultivation level of a God Emperor, and only had a 5th level God Master. With her background and life essence, she has never broken through the God Emperor, which can only explain the price of becoming a God level mathematician. Perhaps it is related to the realm of becoming a God Emperor. Guishua was hidden behind the scenes, and her voice echoed around, "Why do you need this seat to deal with you personally? If you are not in the world, this seat can also play with you." The figure of the second elder of the Chen family disappeared like a ghost, and the direction of his shuttle was actually in the direction of Luo Yaoer. "Leave this seat, destroyer claw." The second elder dressed in gray poked out a claw from the void. The giant claws wrapped in black mist shattered the void and tore apart the dragon Emperor's ascending Taishi Divine Dragon Trace. The Taishi Divine Dragon Trail, which was enough to defend the second level God Emperor, was like a broken bamboo when it was breached in front of the 3rd level God Emperor. The terrifying combat power of the triple God Emperor is immediate. Luo Yaoer's beautiful eyes flickered, and when she was about to move, Fengshen's wings fluttered, and the wind was flying, moving 108,000 miles in an instant. Thousands of threads. The palm of his hand is sprayed with hundreds of millions of entanglement laws, which bind the Tsanglong like a silver thread, and when he is entangled in the God-destroying claw, Lin Chen's left palm is filled with the aura of the stars of destruction. "What?" The second elder of the Chen clan looked shocked. "I come." When an understated voice echoed, a milky Tsingy youth appeared behind the second elder of the Chen clan. With candy in his mouth, he is still childish, his eyes are as dark as night, and his eyebrows have vicissitudes that do not match his age. He is the second elder of the Night clan, Yao Nether Emperor Yi Lian. Eternal Night 3000 Paths. Yi Lian folded his hands together, and a giant finger of the night was raised. Beside him, covered with layers of laws, the 5 elements were reversed, and Lin Chen was shaken. The great destroyer star palm. Lin Chen slapped it with a palm, the star wheel reversed, and collided with the opponent's giant finger of law. A mushroom cloud rose between the two, exuding the aura of destruction, and instantly annihilated like a goddess. Scattered flowers. When Fengshen's wings fluttered, Lin Chen's whole body was as green as jade, and his feathers were carved. The Fengshen bow in his hand slowly pulled the string, and the divine arrow burst out. Boom! The second elders of the Chen clan and Yi clan were forced to retreat by an arrow, and they retreated thousands of miles. With one enemy and two, do you have the upper hand? This son has changed his appearance, his artifact has changed. The elders of the 3 clans trembled slightly, and their eyes were solemn. Lin Lang, I'm here with you. Luo Yaoer came through a voice transmission. No, you continue to go to the Lin family, our plan has not changed. When Lin Chenjing made a sound transmission, the 12 God Emperors lifted off at the same time. 18 murderous intentions suddenly locked on Lin Chen, and the breath of the Protoss alone shattered the space near Lin Chen. God's domain space law blockade has been completed. The next time I launch an attack, I am afraid that all the members will go together. With such a lineup alone, there is no possibility of surviving without the cultivation of a 4th level God Emperor. Enough, time and time again, why do you always have to push hard on my Lin? family? The vigorous and powerful voice carried a terrifying wave of spirit, breaking the terrifying silence. Yu Guishue opened her eyes slightly and looked into the distance in surprise. This breath is you. Dressed in a blue gown, he flew over and carried a azure halberd on his back. The stern and arrogant middle-aged man came to Lin Chen's side step by step. With his waist like a gun. Lin Chen looked at the man. Although his face was cold and handsome, he had a kindness that was thicker than water. Yi Hongmei was surprised. Big brother? The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Brother and sister, you have suffered for so many years. For a moment, Lin Chen recalled Lin Mingxiao's words. His father, Lin Xiaoyao, was once the peerless genius of the Lin family, and under his fame, there was actually another genius who lived in seclusion, Lin Xiaoyao's eldest brother, Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong looked at Lin Chen, and his always cold and resolute face showed a rare smile. The sky will not die, my Lin family, the will of the predecessors, will eventually be succeeded by someone. Lin Chen noticed that there was a trace of incomplete lines between his eyebrows, which belonged to the scale feathers of the Protoss. He used to be a Protoss, and finally changed back to a human? Lin Chen's heart shook. Meeting this unfamiliar uncle for the first time, Lin Chen wanted to say something, but Lin Zhong raised his hand to interrupt him. First deal with the situation in front of me. After learning that you are coming, I have transferred Ming Xiao and Wan Xian as soon as possible. Flip the halberd, and a Ling Tian war intent burst out from Lin Zhong's body. When confronted with the elders of the two clans, there is absolutely no weak momentum. The Qin clan elder said in astonishment, Lin Zhong, you are actually a triple god emperor? In order to advance to this realm, they robbed and plundered how many resources? Lin Zhong is so young, he has reached the same level as them. The halberd pointed to all the gods, and Lin Zhong's face was extremely indifferent. In the days of your sensuality, I cultivated from the dark and boundless plane of time. During the time when you betrayed the human race, I stepped into the gods, and fought fiercely against all races, without stopping for a moment. Today, I have a successor in the Lin family. With this life of Lin Zhong, I can finally send you some old things, to see the martyrs. Everyone's faces changed slightly, and they couldn't help but take a step back. Subconsciously. This guy is crazy. Looking at his appearance, he has no plans to leave alive. Today, a third-level God Emperor really wants to take his life, and a fourth-level God Emperor doesn't dare to despise it. Lin Zhong, I didn't expect you to reach this level. Suddenly, everyone's spirits were shaken by Hong Zhong, and the scales and feathers of the gods on their bodies shone slightly. Two sighs, like the eternal master, broke the tension of arrows, and it was extremely cold. If Lin Xiaoyao hadn't died back then, I'm afraid he would have had such a high level. My god clan welcomes heroes from all over the world. Hey, the person who knows the current affairs is Junjie. Why did you not see the big picture back then, and you still can't see the big picture now? Two figures, one green and one white, appeared in the air. The man in Xingyi is gentle and elegant, wearing a feather crown on his head. The clouds are light and the wind is light, and a pair of divine pupils alternate black and white, reversing the 5 elements. The man in the white robe has a crown like jade, and is like a graceful scholar. When talking and laughing, he does not look like a god emperor at all, like a mortal who can be seen everywhere. The time and space where the two walked, ripples of time appear, and time stagnates. The realm of the law of time expanded, spreading like ripples, covering the surroundings of Lin Chen and others, and the stagnant time greatly limited Lin Chen's speed. It directly restricted the time flow of Lin Chen and others. Stronger than any law blockade. Congratulations, Patriarch. Numerous god emperors present nodded slightly, with a respectful tone. Lin Zhong frowned. It's these two old monsters. Aren't they going to attack the 5th level god emperor, and will they pass at this juncture? Qing Emperor Yi Jiuyo, Purple Emperor Deng Jianjiu. These two people are the two great masters of the 3 great Protoss. In the era when the head of the Protoss was not born, these 3 patriarchs were the only ones in charge of the divine realm. Emperor Qing, Emperor Zi, Emperor Devourer, and the 3 great masters are collectively called the 3 musts of the God clan by the powerhouses of all races. Yu Guishua said indifferently, I didn't call you out, and the consequences are at your own risk. Deng Yunjua smiled casually and said, it's okay, underestimating the enemy is a taboo for my Protoss, and it is the safest way to eliminate this threat with your own hands. Yi Jiuyo looked at Lin Chen with interest, and said slowly, well, it is indeed a monster. The God Emperor's leapfrog battle is no less than a leapfrog battle, and he can fight against multiple 3rd-rank God Emperors with a 1st-level God Emperor, a handful. The tone of the two was relaxed and freehand, as if they were gauging Lin Chen with a look at the dead. The rule of the Protoss is unimaginably powerful, so that the 4-dimensional no clan can shake it, and even the eyes of the two are full of jokes about looking at the dead. Big nephew. Lin Zhong took a step, blocked in front of Lin Chen, and said with a sound transmission. I'll hold back the 2 old monsters later. You take the opportunity to attack the space law blockade of God's domain. You only need to tear open a hole, and I will immediately burn the body of God, blew myself up with the law's domain, and stop them. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, Uncle, we are leaving together today, and no one needs to stay here. Lin Zhong's cold face revealed strong doubts. Today, the powerhouses of the Protoss are all out. With the presence of the 2 great masters and the presence of 6 elders, unless the 5th-level God Emperor comes in person, there is no possibility of retreating. Could it be that his nephew has a trump card that is comparable to that of a 5-layered God Emperor? Oh? Leaving together, I am very curious, where did you get the confidence? Yi Jiuyo smiled more and more intensely, as if watching a corpse jumping. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The people of the Protoss held their breath and stared at him intently. The next moment, someone Lin shouted to the sky. Binger, it's your turn to appear. My heart is Bing Bing, and so are my people. If you don't come, I will stop cooking. Bing Bing. With the blessing of the extreme function suit, someone Lin's voice even transmitted through the air at countless times the speed of sound, spreading beyond the realm of the gods and reaching the 5 continents. Bing 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 Bing. At this moment, the long echoing sound transmission spread to the outside of the god realm, and the 5 continents were full of ice and ice. Huh? Bing Bing? What kind of thing? What kind of new medicine pill? Where is the evildoer? What is the serious illness? It's a yes if you're seriously ill. What? My dream lover is called Bing Bing. Someone grabs Bing Bing from me? I'm peeing yellow, I'll wake him up. You can't, let the brother with the stone next to him come. Qin Shuangjue, who had just evacuated from God's domain, was not relieved yet. When he heard Lin Chen's voice, he spat lightly, I don't know where to provoke a woman back. For a moment, the divine realm was silent. The elders of the Protoss looked at Lin Chen expressionlessly. Yi Jiuyo sneered, have you finished your last words? Lin Chen frowned and said, no response. Nephew, what kind of way is this? Someone. Lin shook his head slightly. Woman's face, God of June, it's going to change if you say it is, and it's good to help, but you have to rely on yourself to let me dove. It seems that the idea of slaughtering a few god emperors today is likely to fail. Just as Lin Chen's palm was surging with a red glow that faintly transformed the law of the 3000 Great Dao. Dressed in a black dress like a dream of a night star, like a gorgeous and magnificent, leisurely stepping into the sky, when it easily passed through the blockade of everyone's space law, the expressions of everyone in the Protoss instantly froze. The woman's face was expressionless, and the celestial beauty of the world was like 1,000 years of mysterious ice, and she said indifferently, I'll kill these bastards first, and then tear your mouth, Lin Chen. At this moment, the demeanor of the two patriarchs finally changed, and their expressions were particularly wonderful. Yu Guishua frowned slightly, and when she looked at Luo Binger's back, she rarely showed a troubled look. Everything in the world, and even the fate of the God Emperor, cannot escape her deductions and calculations. No matter how powerful the God Emperor can be, she can calculate clues, only this woman in front of her. The entire Protoss really knew Luo Binger's origin, except for the Patriarch. Of the Protoss, only Yu Guishua knew her details. Yu Guishua pondered, between the heavens and the earth, only the light soul and the dark soul are one of the four-dimensional origins, and they are above my arithmetic. This son of Lin Chen can actually be implicated in the dark soul, Luo Binger. The expressions of the two Protoss patriarchs changed slightly and asked, in a deep voice, Emperor Luo Binger? My god race and your well water, don't violate the river. Water, why did you break into my god race? 10 years ago, the person who blocked my Protoss army from going to the realm was really you. This man, what is worthy of your help? The expressions of the elders of the Protoss are particularly wonderful. Shocking, questioning, jealous, and horrified. The Empress Luo Binger, the former overlord of the Desolate Star territory. The person who really stood at the top, was at the same level as their god. Clan Patriarch. Such a character actually stands beside Lin Chen? If the existence of Lin Chen makes the Protoss pay attention, then Luo Binger's existence is to make the Protoss truly vigilant. No one would doubt the weight of a 5-layered God Emperor. She is an existence that can affect the pattern of various ethnic groups, and is independent of demons, dragons, Shura, gods, insects, and other existences. Lin Zhong was stunned and said, eldest nephew, where did you find this kind of reinforcements? Lin Chen said with a playful smile, I found it with my expertise. Lin Zhong was stunned for a moment, then he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. The sky does not die for the Lin family, ha 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 ha, could it be that I, Lin Zhong, can live to witness history? The white robe was rolled up, and Deng Yunjue stepped out, facing Luo Binger, and said indifferently, Empress, what benefits did this son give you? The price is double, and the price of the gods is double. Zheng. All the dark matter between heaven and earth gathered in Luo Binger's palm. And the dark sword, soul chasing, was completely self-contained, and she held it in her hand. With a sword in hand, Luo Binger stood against the wind. Her beautiful image was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. She glanced at everyone in the Protoss and said coldly, what I want is his life, you can't afford it. Yi Jiuyo said, Empress, it is rumored that you are after something. If you can retreat today, I can guarantee the news of the thing you want to pursue. The gods will offer it with both hands, and even share it with you. Let your plain. It is not a problem to become a part of the Protoss after attaining the Tao and ascending. Luo Binger's beautiful eyes narrowed, and there was a look of hesitation. Huh? Lin Chen caught her shaking. Does the Protoss really have the conditions to win her over? As if there was a consonance in her heart, Luo Yaoer stood at the head of the Dragon Emperor, facing Luo Binger's eyes. However, immediately thinking that Lin Chen could enhance the power of the light soul, Luo Binger shook her head slightly. What I'm looking for is no longer needed. The soul-chasing sword tip absorbed the flowing time, the still time and space, and echoed Luo Binger's indifferent and decisive voice. You two, come on together. With a sudden dragon roar, the earth of the god realm shook, starting from the crack of the earth vein, and a dragon's shadow pierced above the god realm. The dragon's shadow turned into a huge halberd, which was held in the hands of Dang Yunju. Artifact Chaos Coiling Dragon Halberd. Yi Jiuyo waved towards the void, and saw that directly above the gods' domain, the stars all over the sky converged towards his palm. The pitch-black river that surrounds Xinghua merges into a 4-foot green front. The sword's edge is like a dream, the whole body is pitch black, and there are endless stars. The silent time makes the eyes of the God Emperor sink into it for 10,000 years. Artifact, Night Nether Fountain. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This sword has the same casting technique as Lin Xingchen's 5 Emperor sword. There is no doubt that these two artifacts are at the same level as the Soul Eater Temple controlled by Chen Muyuan, who is fighting against Lin Chen's Phantom Clone. It was an artifact once held by the patriarchs of the 3 great gods, and it was infinitely close to a quasi-10th order artifact. It is the strongest 3 artifacts in the entire 4-dimensional except for the 5 Emperor Sword and the Immortal Dragon City. The corners of Luo Binger's lips raised a trace of disdain. After all, do you still have to rely on the tools of the God Clan's patriarch? If the 3 of them use it, there may be a bit of a threat. The 2 of you are not enough. Holding the halberd in the sky, Dang Yunjue said indifferently, is it enough? Just come and try it yourself. The elders of the 3 god races retreated thousands of miles away with solemn expressions. Yi Jiuyo held the Yao Ningquan and swung away with a sword, slashing the space of God's domain. The superb time and space laws cut off the space barriers, and opened up a new plane to cover the 3. A melee second only to the final battle of the year is about to start. The Empress handed it over to the 2 patriarchs. Damn it, it's good that the Chen family master is also there. The 3 family masters take action at the same time, even if her Empress is a 5th level God Emperor, it doesn't matter. The gap between the 4th level God Emperor and the 5th level God Emperor is huge. Even if there are 2 artifacts passed down by the patriarch, it cannot be easily made up. The 2 patriarchs are buying time for us. Yes, once the Empress broke out, Lin Chen's group really escaped, and now is the critical moment. When the elders cast their gazes on Lin Chen and Lin Zhong aggressively, it was already another kind of desperate fight, which meant that the boat was broken. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, Uncle, do we look like soft persimmons? Lin Zhongyang laughed loudly, then let them see the strength of my Lin family. Don't be noisy. The elder of the Chen clan, with his sleeves like a dragon, stepped on the law of death, opened an abyss of death, and came straight to Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong to me, the others to you. The first elder of the Chen clan left a word, and he fought with Lin Zhong. When the 17 god emperors surrounded Lin Chen heavily, they pressed their hands to the sky. Seal him with the law of space. The 7 god emperors who controlled the laws of space released dozens of Space silver dragons, such as coiling around the top of God's domain, Lin Chen's space instantly solidified. But, next moment. Gotcha! Boom! Lin Chen left an afterimage in the void, and he broke through the blockade of the 7 people with ease, which shocked the elders. The divine wind rolled, and when Lin Chen's figure appeared behind everyone, the flapping eeless wings suddenly unfolded, turning into 4 eeless wings. Someone Lin suddenly smiled and said, "Have you ever seen absolute speed suppression? Charge completed, ultimate function suit charge, 100%. 100% rechargeable ultimate function set ultimate attack speed, limit. Movement speed, depending on the host's cultivation level, if the host's realm is sufficient, it can reach the critical speed that the 4-dimensional universe can withstand. How can you be sure that I am easier to deal with than the Empress?" This scene changed the expressions of all the God Emperors present. "Be careful, eldest nephew, Yu Guishue still has his back." At this time, Lin Zhong's voice transmission entered his brain, and Lin Chen listened calmly. Except for the Chen family, who went to Jiahai, most of the main force of God's domain was transferred away, just to deal with you. There may be a large wave of offensives that will attack you violently, you must be careful. Lin Chen's heart moved, and voice transmission asked, "Who is the enemy?" "More than 80% of the top powerhouses in God's domain." Lin Zhong Chuaning's tone was extremely serious. No one can ignore the number of gods. Not even a 5th-level God Emperor. Chapter 2220, The Old Tradition, if you want to do the back, do the front. First. God's domain, extreme south. There are many shrines, straight into the clouds, the fog is shrouded, the cranes fly into the void, and the dragons are in the sky, carrying the splendid shrine. This place is the headquarters of the Yi family, of the divine realm. There was an unprecedented scene at the Yijia headquarters at this moment. The staff was sparse, and only a few god masters and deacons were in charge. Ever since the Yi family came to the Protoss, no one in the headquarters of the Yi family has dared to break in without permission, not to mention that the headquarters has a grand formation that is difficult for outsiders to decipher. Even the emperor cannot easily break it. In addition, on weekdays, there are elders of the gods sitting in town, and the Yejia headquarters is not enough to describe the safety of 1/10,000th. But this time was different. This time, Lin Chen, who was not afraid of the sky and earth, came to the realm of the gods. In addition, when Yu Guishue determined that he was the main body, he arranged the layout with the main powerhouse and selected the powerhouses from each family. Except for the powerhouses of the Protoss who were at a critical juncture. Almost all of them were dispatched to encircle and suppress foreign enemies. Even at such a critical juncture, the Yi family still has a grand formation left by the head of the family. Generally speaking, it is extremely difficult for outsiders to take advantage of this to get close to Ye's house. It can be said that it is almost impossible to sneak into the core area of Ye's house without disturbing anyone. Of course, the premise is outsiders. A certain goblin, yes, it's this girl. Hey, I'm not an outsider. Night Shrine, the main hall. The two figures, like ghosts, disappeared in a flash, bypassing the main hall. Behind the main hall is the Temple of 100 Treasures, the secret plane that houses the countless treasures of the Yi family. Each of the three major god races controls every precious and necessary resource in the god realm. The number of treasures in it can only be described in 4 words, beyond imagination. A beautiful shadow flashed by quietly, and when approaching the gate of the 100 Treasures temple, the palm turned over, and the secret order was cut. and cast from Frost Night jade and stuck in front of the gate. The gate was filled with golden light, shrouding the two of them, and the two were teleported away. Another person exclaimed, "Miss Qinggu, you are too strong, you even have the key to open the Yi family palace." Yi Qinggu proudly puffed out her chest and patted her heart. Auntie Hong Meng is the first pharmacist in the Yi family, and she naturally has a secret key. She needs to use the medicinal materials in her daily brewing, and I will replace her to come to the treasure house to fetch things. These two are Yi Tianchen and Yi Qinggu. Yi Tianchen exclaimed, "Thanks to Brother Lin, one person and one clone, he actually mobilized all the main forces of the Protoss, and the temple didn't even have an elder." Yi Qinggu put her fingers on her chin, grinned wickedly, revealing white teeth. Her temperament was the same as Lin Chen's, who made them think about Lin Chen every day, after knowing that it was the body, one by one, like a 10,000-year-old bachelor who found out, like a young girl, she rushed out at any cost, and even the heads of the big families were mobilized. Yi Tianchen squinted at her. "Is that Miss Yi Qianqi who secretly helped us? All right? After all, we have to hide the whereabouts of the four people under the arithmetic of the first mathematician of the other god realm." Yi Qinggu nodded slightly. "It shouldn't be a problem. A head-to-head confrontation can't compare to that old woman, but Sister Qianqi's arithmetic is also one of the top 3 existences in the god realm. It's no problem to hide our whereabouts. Fighter, sneak, hide, all conditions can be said to be seamless." That's right, Yi Qinggu's action this time is Lin Chen's second motive for saving his mother. He is going to charge a little interest from the Protoss. Yu Guishui expected that Yi Hongmeng was Lin Chen's mother, and Lin Chen would definitely go to God's domain to save her mother. But she didn't expect that the Yi family had already sneaked into a person beside Lin Chen, Yi Qinggu. "After all the calculations, I missed a chess, but this chess was the moment when Lin Chen attacked." Yi Qinggu excitedly said, "Once in a lifetime is not enough to describe this unprecedented opportunity." The little demon said in a spirited manner, "Our Lin's old tradition has come to an end. When a dark horse emerges, we focus on the back." The second half of the sentence is, "If you want to do the back, do the front first." Yi Tianchen smiled helplessly. "Miss Qinggu, I always feel that a girl shouldn't follow Brother Lin's way." Cut. Yi Qinggu waved his hand. "I'm already familiar with his sets." When the two entered the Yi family treasure palace, the splendid shrine almost lit up the eyes of the two of them. Yi Tianchen put his hand on the black ruler behind him, and waved towards the void. 2 groups of nothingness shrouded the two of them, and the flow of time around them seemed to be stopped. Yi Tianchen is proficient in the law of time, and when he sneaks into the Yi family palace, he can erase the time traces of the two. For the God Emperor who controls the law of time, the Protoss has a secret method that can create time backtracking in a short period of time. If the time traces of the two cannot be erased, there is a certain risk of exposure. Therefore, Yi Tianchen's law of time has become the last a finishing touch. Yi Tianchen said solemnly, "I can only maintain the time rule for half an hour. At most, if I have more." Before the words were finished, Yi Tianchen and Yi Qinggu were stunned by the sight in front of them. Stacked up like a mountain, the top-quality divine jade that is as vast as the mountains and rivers, piled up to the top of the hall. It is like a pile of money and placed in the entire treasure hall. You must know that the semi-superior divine jade is enough to make the God King increase the probability of attacking the God Master, and the Supreme Divine jade is enough to affect the probability of the God Master breaking through the realm, and it is one of the necessary items to assist in breaking through the God Emperor. Back then, in the Emperor Shi's tomb, Lin Chen even found only 3 top quality divine jades. A generation of God Emperor Shi Huang, in the end, there were only 3 top grade gods left behind. Although there were certain factors after defeat and perishing, the preciousness of top-grade gods was evident. But in front of the Yi family treasure house, the most beautiful divine jade, the number of which is tens of thousands, or even 100,000. Yi Tianqian said in shock, too, it's amazing, it's not a top-quality jade. And it's not even qualified to enter this treasure house. Yi Qinggu was amazed. If it is conservatively estimated that the value of 2 God Masters can be cultivated with 1 top-quality divine jade, then the number of top-quality divine jade in this treasure trove is tens of thousands of gods. What are the wealthy people in the outside world? Myth, in front of the Protoss, they are all younger brothers. In the 5 continents of the God realm, the number of human races is not known to several trillions. Most of them are saints, and the middle and upper classes are dominated by true gods. It is hard to imagine how much wealth the Protoss has looted from the Terran. It can only be described as a lack of imagination. Yi Qinggu tremblingly counted the treasures present, and kept collecting them into the space artifact. There are 2 Red Order alchemy handprints, 12 Emperor-grade artifacts that have been sealed, 3,000 pieces of 9th rank, top-level rare and exotic minerals, 19,000 kinds of divine-grade heaven and earth treasures, and 104,100 top-grade divine jades. After obtaining this batch of resources, the Star Alliance will soar into the sky. Just as Yi Qinggu was collecting all kinds of treasures, Yi Tianqian came to the end of the temple, and his expression was stunned. The altar cut and cast like obsidian exudes the faint and endless power of reincarnation. There is a black well under the altar. Below the black well, the magical power is constantly rotating in a circle. Chaos, darkness, reincarnation, everything returns to the chaos and order of heaven and earth. Space stops at the black well, time has no boundaries in it, eternal stagnation. What is this, what? Yi Tianqian asked dryly. Yi Qinggu glanced at it and frowned. This thing seems to be the altar of reincarnation. Yi Tianqian's heart trembled. He stared at the altar of the night god, his expression was like pain. He was thoughtful, but couldn't recall it. I've never been to God's domain, let alone the Yi family. Why do I always feel like I've seen this thing somewhere? It's not the first time I've seen it. Yi Qinggu pondered. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I didn't expect it to be hidden inside the Yi family's treasure hall. This thing is the thing of the God clan's patriarch. It is rumored that if a person joins in it, he can be reborn in nirvana, reshape his life, jump out of reincarnation, make his life divided into 10 into 100, and the flesh, spirit, and soul are independent, and there is a broken back to stand. The effect of breaking through the realm of life and death. Yi Qinggu said seriously, the Yi family has recorded that, except for the current Yi clan chief and the previous God clan chief, all the God clan powerhouses who threw themselves into the altar of reincarnation, whether it was the Night clan or other aristocratic clans, all perished without exception. And dissipated in between heaven and earth, the altar has been sealed so far. And no one mentions it in the Yi family. She looked at Yi Tianqian. You don't want to take it away, right? This thing seems to be connected to the treasure hall. Yi Tianqian nodded slightly. Even if he had the law of time, he couldn't see through it. Yi Qinggu said, hurry up and collect the treasures, and run away after collecting them. Putting away his thoughts, Yi Tianqian raised the black ruler and said with a smile, naturally. Ha ha ha, with so many good things, I also have the background to attack the God Emperor. The Star Alliance will only need 10 years, and it will be a new scene. Yi Tianqian swept away with a ruler, cutting off the traces of the flow of time, and the temple became gray and silent. The little goblin patted the jade bracelet on Hao's wrist, opened the space artifact, and swayed its slender hands, bursting with huge suction, and took away the mountain of top-quality divine jade, emperor-grade artifact, all kinds of rare heaven and earth treasures. It's so exciting. Holding the bracelet of the space artifact, Yi Qingwu's delicate face was flushed with a faint flush, which was extremely beautiful and enchanting. I never imagined that one day I would be able to raid the house of the richest god race. Yi Qingwu's heart trembled, nervousness and excitement filled every breath. You know, they copied Yi family, one of the Protoss. No outside forces, noble families, or sects can be compared with the Protoss. And they are not of the same magnitude at all. The Protoss is the top existence in the God realm today. Any kind of treasure. In the treasure house, if you get the outside world and the realm see, it is a peerless treasure. It's like a commoner who entered the house of the richest man in the world. Thinking that these things were originally from the entire human race, the excitement of Yi Qinggu is stronger than ever before. If you take one wrong step, you will waste a great opportunity. Yi Qinggu and Yi Tianqian were careful, and when they activated the secret key, again, no trace was left. However, Yi Tianqian didn't notice that when he just left, under the altar of reincarnation, there was an unprecedented wave of waves in the eternally empty black well. God's domain, the dark tower of the night family, under the shroud of night, a giant tower loomed from outside the temple, blocking the sky, and it was completely natural. The man in purple sitting cross-legged on the top of the dark tower, with his hands spread out, the simple picture scroll, his expression is solemn. The beautiful woman has long hair like a waterfall, a beautiful scorpion-like, a beautiful jasper, a pair of autumn eyes like water, reflecting the stars. Elegant and ethereal, like a fairy under the starry sky. Divine light flickered faintly. It was the mathematician who had been secretly helping Lin Chen and others, Yi Qianqi, the best mathematician in the entire God realm. When Lin Wanqian was looking for Lin Chen in the lower realm, Yi Qianqi accompanied her, and she was the only person in the Yi family who supported Yang Meng. Yi Tianqian and Qingwu must be fine. Qingwu has the secret key to enter the Yi family palace, so I'm afraid these two. Yi Qianqi stared at the other side of the scroll. Two faint starlights were approaching Chen's house. On the other side, the divine realm is extremely east. Classic Yanya's attic stands among the mountains. Here is the big headquarters of the Chen family. Yi Tianqian is not the only one who sneaked into the realm of the gods. There are two outstanding newcomers who joined the Chen family a few years ago. Between the clouds, the classic and elegant lavender loft looks like the stars that dot the night sky. Around the stars, there is a circular barrier with layers of silver radiance. Whenever it is close to the interior, the passage of time will become slower and slower, and it will finally stop outside the attic. Suddenly, a blue-green dragon shadow approached quietly, and the powerful time barrier, which was equivalent to nothingness, was passed through by the dragon shadow. Ugh! The dragon's shadow transformed into an ancient blue-green dragon that was several tens of meters tall, holding its head high and shouting happily. The two jumped off the dragon's back and stepped into the attic. A man dressed in white and wearing a sword, his aura is fierce, the blade around his waist is full of red sword intent, engraved with the character. She, a young man with sword eyebrows and star eyes, his waist is straight, and his equipment is extraordinary. The other person, with a dignified appearance, a clear and beautiful appearance, a calm and elegant temperament, carrying a full moon bow on his back, is very beautiful. The woman praised, "It is exactly as you said, in order to avoid being unraveled by the time law of the human race, the Chen family's time barrier followed the methods of the dragon race. It originated from the ancient dragon of the universe, and it has no effect on the ancient dragon of the universe." The young man in white looked shocked. "You actually praise me? I suspect that you have been ripped off. You are a fake Jianghai. Woman, believe it or not, I shot you to death with one arrow." These two are the secret agents of the Star Alliance, Lu Qixin and Tang Jianghai. With their background from Jiahai and the intelligence of selling out the Star Alliance, the two infiltrated the Chen family, and even took advantage of the opportunity of the Chen family's dispatch to enter the most secret place of the Chen family, the general pavilion of the Wanbao of the Chen family. The two benefited from the reuse of the bones of the Emperor Shi Huang's tomb and the Chen family of the gods, and now they are the cultivation of the fourth-level gods. Lin Chen even passed on the Emperor Shi's divine sword to Lu Qixin. With his cultivation, even with this sword, even if he encounters a quasi-emperor strongman, he can escape. If the Chen family finds out, I am afraid that they will be so angry that they will become angry. The treasuries of the three gods have different protective barriers. What the Chen family uses is the time barrier, and all the flow of time in the barrier is strictly controlled. Even the God Emperor, who controls the law of time, cannot easily break it, because the creator of the enchantment specially switched to the blood magic power of the dragon clan, the ancient dragon of the universe. However, there is a sparseness in the 100 secrets, and the Chen family never dreamed that there would be people who control the ancient dragons of the universe approaching their Chen family. The ancient dragon of the ancient universe is also an extremely rare species. In the dragon family, there are not many dragons left in the entire dragon world, either old dragons or some young dragons protected by secrets, and it is impossible to get close to the realm of the gods. However, there was a dragon egg of an ancient dragon in the tomb of Emperor Shi, and Lin Chen gave it to Lu Qixin. Lu Qixin and the dragon eggs were taken to the dragon clan's territory in Jiahai for incubation. Thanks to the queen's later god blocking and killing God, he gained a large number of precious resources of the dragon clan. It took years to cultivate it into a dragon major. When Taizhou Gulong entered the Chen family's time barrier, it was like a duck to water, like returning home. Tang Jianghai looked at the ancient vicissitudes of the treasure pavilion gate. The dense silver gods were covered with the prohibition of time and divine power. Tang Jianghai glanced at Lu Qixin and said, "We do not directly control the secret key to open the treasure pavilion like Miss Qinggu. What are you going to do?" Lu Qixin rubbed his hands together and grinned. "Don't worry, it's like coming home when we come back here." He made a circling gesture with both hands and another grabbing gesture. Xiao Zhoulong immediately jumped up, stretched out his dragon head, and approached the gate of the treasure pavilion. The amazing thing is that Xiao Zhoulong actually passed through the gate of the treasure pavilion with ease, and all the time barriers and restrictions were useless. Exactly. Lu Qixin clenched his fists excitedly. Little guy, hurry up and take out the most precious thing, be careful. Xiao Zhoulong slowly put the dragon's head in and became longer. In a short while it bit out a long mace of ice and snow blue, with a phoenix pattern carved all over its body, and its charm is lifelike, like an ice phoenix hiding the world. Ice Emperor's mace. The sealed imperial artifact. Lu Qixin hurriedly accepted it excitedly. Tang Jianghai was amazed. I never imagined that, in just half a day when the Protoss was dispatched, you would find its flaws. Lu Qixin said solemnly, it may be because I am a peerless genius. Tang Jianghai smiled. Lu Qixin really liked what Lin Chen said, always have his own ideas at critical moments. Huh? Excellent divine jade. Good guy, even the Emperor's pill formula has it. Hey, little guy, don't engage in divine jade, what else is important to take out first? Lu Qixin directed Xiao Zhoulong one after another. Since they didn't have the secret key to open, they couldn't take them all away like Yi Qinggu did. They had to choose important treasures to take away first. Tang Jianghai stood outside the treasure pavilion, quietly hiding in the darkness, alerting Lu Qixin around him. Suddenly, Xiao Zhoulong froze, as if he was stuck. Lu Qixin felt that something was wrong, so he activated his divine power and pulled its head out. With a little force. A bunch of dazzling emerald green gods, emerald green in the sky, reflecting the eternity. The unprecedented brilliant light made Lu Qixin's face change greatly, and he quickly pulled out the Emperor Shi sword to suppress the light. My mother, what is it? Its light can penetrate the time enchantment. Lu Qixin looked down at the thing in his arms, and stared blankly for a moment. It was a piece of jade branch shrouded in emerald green divine flowers. The branches are up to 5 feet long, with branches and loose leaves, like sapphire, exquisite, crystal clear, flawless, and pure veins flow on the jade branches, as if carrying a piece of history, surrounded by a crazy atmosphere. Just like the world. The most beautiful work of art in the world, it is. Shockingly beautiful. Lu Qixin was stunned for a while. Holding this thing is just to absorb its divine brilliance. His blood, cultivation, and divine soul are all activated like being empowered by Daigo. The impurities of the divine body are purified. The power of the law has been reshaped. The consciousness of the soul is refined. Kacha. A crisp sound came from the seat of law in Lu Qixin's body, and his bottleneck was actually broken. As long as he refines a high-grade divine jade at this time, he can be promoted to the 5th level divine master in an instant. I can actually be promoted to the 5th level God Lord at any time. My bottleneck has been broken. What kind of treasure is this thing? Lu Qixin was trembling with excitement, his soul was hot, and he was so excited that it was difficult to calm down. He couldn't imagine that there were such treasures in the world. Little guy, go in and look for it, take out all the treasures similar to this thing in it, and look for it first. Lu Qixin pointed to Yuji, and Xiao Zhoulong groaned excitedly, and continued to look for it. Lu Qixin carefully sealed this thing and put it into the space artifact. There is no time for him to study this thing right now. Whether it is the sea of or the desolate star field, he has never seen such a thing, and there is such a magical treasure in the world. It can actually improve the cultivation of a god, the soul, the body, and easily break the bottleneck. He could vaguely guess that this treasure was definitely related to the Protoss, and it was a major secret that was implicated in the Protoss. Above the domain of the gods, the great melee that is rare throughout the ages, resounds in the domain of the gods. The realm of blood. The realm of wind. The realm of darkness. Empty realm. 5 elements realm. Within the realm of the gods, the vision changed suddenly. 10,000 hurricanes whistled in the sky, the sea of blood covered the sky and the sun, the dark curtain shrouded the galaxy. The 5 elements of the gods were radiant, covering the universe, and they all shrouded all areas in the enchantment. The elders of the 5 triple god emperors, for the first time, fully expanded the realm. The 3rd level god emperor or above can use the law he is most proficient in to generate a realm out. All enemies who enter the realm will be suppressed by the realm, and those who expand the realm can explode more powerful law attacks. God Wind. While the Qin clan elders were running fast, every step rolled up a snowflake-like divine wind to travel through the void, and his body technique retreated rapidly. When his hands formed a seal, a divine bell appeared on the top of his head. Heavenly Bell divine sound. The 2 elders of the Qin clan patted the top of the bell in unison, stirring the divine sound storm of the fragmentation law. The sound waves were like waves. When the endless sound waves spread, they absorbed and devoured the energy of the heavens and the earth, becoming more powerful, and pushed them horizontally. Attacks are invisible. The terrifying blow that was enough to injure the triple god emperor suddenly changed. LOL. 7 arrows shone like a shuttle, smashing the rolling sound waves, and the thousands of sound laws, space laws, and swallowing laws contained in the sound waves all returned to annihilation. Immediately afterwards, 12 divine arrows swirling around the divine wind refracted and shuttled, tearing apart the shrouded time and space of the realm, and swept towards the 2 elders. Eternal night covers the sky, forcing the 2 of them to put their hands together. The dark curtain between them waved heavily, corroding the 12 divine arrows that were approaching. The 2 people's realm power was expended a lot again. In the void, Lin Chen stepped on the fierce divine wind, spread out 2 pairs of function wings, the divine feathers on the top of his head fluttered in the wind, the divine graceful and exquisite, and he was detached from the dust. Lin Chen holds the function bow, pulls the string and shoots suddenly, stepping and moving through the void, like a world-shattering blue dragon, sneaking around and swinging the tail, disrupting the situation in this god realm. The realm of the 5 god emperors had little influence on Lin Chen. His movement speed, every time he moved a large piece of the void, was almost transferred in the way of forcibly destroying the realm, and the overbearingness moved the god emperors. The 17 god emperors of the god race kept running fast, but they were forcibly parried by the divine arrows shot by Lin Chen time and time again. And they couldn't avoid them at all. His divine arrow can absolutely hit us across time and space. What a terrifying young man, if he is promoted to the 3rd or 4th god emperor, wouldn't he kill me easily? Hold on, don't waste the opportunity that the 2 patriarchs won. This kind of power can't last for too long. Once he runs out of divine power, 2 triple god emperors are enough to suppress him. The 17 god emperors are also extraordinary powerhouses, either taking divine pills, or using secret techniques at the bottom of the pressure box, or burning blood essence, or activating divine bodies, and the fierce battle with Lin Chen intensified. This scene shocked the hearts of the 2 chief pharmacists who surrounded the Dragon Emperor. Unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid they would be hard to believe in this life. A 1st level god emperor, even with 17 god emperors, in a situation of no distinction. Yu Guishue, who was outside the barrier, frowned and said, "The law of movement is in his hands. It's like a leap into a new level. This son's combat power is not inferior to the 4th level God Emperor, and he can compete with the 12 heavenly emperors of the demon race. The last 10 emperors are comparable to each other. The absolute power of Fengshen overwhelms the gods." The 2 chief alchemists had a particularly solemn expression, and they had never heard of such an opponent. You must know that 5 of the 17 God Emperors are triple God Emperors. The most monstrous thing is that none of the 17th God Emperors' counterattacks could hit him. All of them were dodged and avoided by him, due to the suppression of absolute speed. No matter what law, no matter what method, secret technique, move, they will eventually be caught up by Lin Chen's absolute hit. Speed suppression in the true sense. One of the 10 laws, the law of movement, used Lin Chen's extremis suit for the first time to exert a power that surpassed the holders of the law of movement in all dynasties. Yu Guishue's gaze turned to the direction outside the god's domain, and said indifferently, "Come on, Lin Chen, you will soon know how powerful the god race is." Laugh. 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 Dozens of divine arrows were shot out again. Lin Chen stepped in the air and moved. The orange sky was in a state of perfection, and the afterimages of Lin Chen flashed in the void. The arrow of the kamikaze was fierce, like a giant dragon carrying a hurricane, smashing the law of the 17 God Emperors. Lin Chen smiled casually and said, "You guys want to wait for me to run out of energy, and then kill me with your backhands. What I'm not afraid of the most is a protracted battle." The elder of the Night Clan sneered, "If you can be brave only now, and if you fight to the death with me, how much do you have left in the power of the law and the power of the soul?" Indeed, Lin Chen's law world power is less than 1/10 of the heyday. Even if he has the 11-fold increase of Tai time and space, and the 17 God Emperors alone have used the ultimate Fengshen suit to fully fire, the consumption of the law world power is simply visible to the naked eye. Just as everyone was on guard against Lin Chen's second move, a beam of golden light opened up the universe and illuminated the realm of the gods. The realm of law does not have the power, but there is still the power to overthrow you with one shot. A cloak of golden rosy glow fluttered slowly, a sharp spear pierced the realm, and the armor of the carved candle dragon released the divine might to dominate the world. The host uses the golden god of war set, recharge, 100%, and obtains the characteristic, God of War is invincible. The power law of the host is increasing, 2 million cosmic power, 3 million cosmic power, 4 million cosmic power, 5 million cosmic power. When the golden knee armor was slightly bent, Lin Chen smashed the void of thousands of miles in one step. This time, there was no movement law, and some were just pure and extreme power laws. The elder of the Night Clan changed slightly. "Coming. Does this son have a killer move?" "No, it's not right. His law of power is so powerful that it is unimaginable. This son's law of power is comparable to that of a 4th-level God Emperor." When the gods were horrified, a golden flash tore apart the realm of the 5 elements, like a beam of divine light that opened up the sky and the earth, destroying the dry and pulling the rot, and directly attacking the Yi families. 2nd-level God Emperor Elder, Tai-yin God Emperor. Several other God Emperors were simply too late to support. God Emperor Tai-yin's expression changed slightly, his arms were open, and the power in the blood gushed out from his body like a sea of blood, and the blood was soaring to the sky. Consumption is relative. After fighting with me for so long, you still have The energy to block my shot. The golden flash swept in front of the Emperor Tien. Lin Chen swung out a spear, the heaven and the earth fell, and all things lost their color. Tien blood whirled. Hundreds of thousands of blood dragons danced in the sky, forming the protection of the laws of blood. God Emperor Tien's face was as pale as paper. This move instantly exhausted all his law world power, and even consumed part of his blood essence power, hurting the source of cultivation, and turning into blood and energy to wrap himself around, trying to prevent the shock. World hit. Blood. The spear tip of the god of war spear swiped a little pure white divine light. And it turned out hundreds of millions of chi and blood, and the law of blood disappeared in an instant. Severe injuries are inevitable. Losing some blood can at least save your life. When Emperor Tien had this thought in his mind, the law of blood that protected his body suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Consumes 130,000 gods endowment points. The host uses the ancient way. Incomplete. What? The gods were astonished? Death to me. Lin Chen's eyes burst into golden light that devoured the starry sky. In an instant, the rays of light in the sky of God's domain were shattered by the arc of the war god spear waving, and all the power condensed by the war god spear ruthlessly penetrated the Emperor Tien. LOL. Boom. The gust of wind roared, the golden light flashed and disappeared, the heaven and earth returned to chaos, and the space where the Emperor Tien was located turned into nothingness. The attribute light balls that fell from the sky were madly incorporated into Lin Chen's body. The host has obtained 165.6 billion god-level rune energy, 53,500 god endowment points, and 129,000 god blood attributes. The host kills the second-level god emperor, obtains the red-rank talent treasure chest, and opens it to obtain Wang Huadao talent fragment, 18/20. The dead Emperor Tien turned into pure and flawless snow-white stars, and was incorporated into Lin Chen's palm. Every true god who died would become the nourishment for his mysterious talent, the great wish of the gods. Everyone present was stunned. Gone? A second-level god emperor, just gone? Not even a trace of remnant left? Lin Chen hardly gave any reaction time. He held the god of war spear in his backhand and threw it in the air. Consumes 120,000 gods endowment points. The host uses the ancient way. Incomplete. Chong Feng. The magic spear turned into a bundle of golden light, and when it cut through the curved time and space, it directly attacked the elder in the navy blue robe of the Chen family. His body protection artifact, Fingdi, swallowing star robe, was instantly penetrated by the god of war spear. The divine artifact he was proud of was shattered like a tofu skin when it was carried out by the god of war spear, and he didn't even know what the power of that spear was before he died. It's all to die for me. The moment the god of war spear flew out, Lin Chen walked with great strides, striving to the sky, moving thousands of miles. He looks like a god of war possessed. The gods descended to the earth, fists and fists were madly beaten, and the momentum was devastated, and the fists and fists madly attacked the remaining two-level god emperors. Blood. Flesh. Bone change. Skin change. Turn into fire. Turn into water. Turn into a sword. Turn into a sword. Boom. 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 The elders of the second-level god emperor were blown up on the spot, and not even the scum was left. The host obtains the red-rank talent treasure box, open it and obtain God's Great Wish Talent Fragment, May 10th. The host obtains the red rank talent treasure box, open it and obtain God's and God's talent fragments, June 10th. The host obtains the red rank talent treasure box, open it and obtain God's Great Wish Talent Fragment, 7 out of 10. The host gets the red rank talent treasure chest, open it and get Eternal Transformation Dao Talent Fragment, 19/20. Lin Chen shattered the universe and turned into an unparalleled fierce god. Wherever he went, his strength suppressed everything and exploded the heavens. In almost 2 breaths, Lin Chen blew up 9 second-level god emperors alive. So fucking cruel. Lin Zhong and the elders of the Chen family on the side were forced to truce. And were stunned. Lin Zhong's mouth trembled. My eldest nephew is too cruel. In this scene, even Yu Guishue was stunned. The rapidly deteriorating battle situation scared even Yu Guishue, who had seen so many world-shattering battles. One moment ago, it was an evenly matched battle, and the next moment it was a one-sided battle? Those are 9 second-level god emperors. It is also the most top-notch powerhouse among all ethnic groups. Among the various races, what determines the highest level of combat power is the number of god emperors. The death of one of the powerhouses of the second-level god emperor is already shocking. This Nima was killed 9 in one go? The second elder of the Yi family roared, this son's law of power exceeds 5 million cosmic forces. 100,000 universe power is enough to match the 5-layered God. Lord. The higher the law of power is, the greater the power. In the same way, every time the law of one's own strength breaks through 10,000 universe forces, it is as difficult to continue to improve as it is to smash one's own divine body and be reborn again. When the law of power is tempered to 1 million cosmic force, it will be the quasi-emperor level. When the law of power is cultivated to 2 million cosmic forces, the realm of power can be opened up, and the realm of the God Emperor can be achieved. 3 million cosmic forces are comparable to the second-level God Emperor. 4 million cosmic forces are comparable to the third-level God Emperor, and 5 million cosmic forces are comparable to the fourth-level God Emperor. At this time, Lin Chen, the pure power of the universe actually exceeded the realm of 5 million universe power, and it was comparable to the fourth-level God Emperor, which made the God Emperor present pale in horror. The 2 chief pharmacists witnessed the death of the elders on the spot, and immediately abandoned the battle to encircle and suppress Luo Yaoer. Their spirits observed an even more terrifying detail. Monster, definitely a monster. This son has power beyond the 3,000 avenues, and it is definitely not something I can deal with. How can you be so stable? You actually pressed it hard to the end and then sacrificed 2 trump cards. The 2 were in a cold sweat, and their spirits were clearly observed. Lin Chen's ability to suddenly kill 9 second-level God Emperors in an instant was not just the law of power. There is also that strange energy that transforms all the forces of the law. It was the power to dissolve the 3,000 avenues that caught all the attacked God Emperors off guard, and made the God Emperor's defenses useless. They were flooded by Lin Chen's law of power, and they were blown up on the spot. As long as he can't use the move that resolves the law, it is impossible for the second-level God Emperor to kill 9 people in a blink of an eye. If Lin Chen had revealed any one of the 2 tricks, the Eternal Transformation Dao and the Golden God of War suit, it would never have been possible to achieve such a miraculous effect. But he dragged the injured body abruptly, and fought with the 17 God Emperors to the point where the power of the 2 sides was almost exhausted. It can be said that all Lin Chen's previous battles were for this moment. Exhausted the law world power of more than a dozen God Emperors, and then broke through in one breath. No. Lin Chen is a beast. Being fooled, we are all fooled by this kid. Your mother sold the batch, and he has 2 killer tricks. The elders of the 3 clans were like concubines in mourning, blood, and tears burst out, and their faces were twisted and shouted, which could be called a famous painting in the realm of the gods. Lin Chen once again smashed the void and swept towards the last second level. God Emperor of the Yi family. The chief elder of the Yi family, Yi Mingkong, flickered by a frightening moonlight, unfolded the realm of laws and swept toward the last elder of the Yi family. He roared, Lin Chen, what kind of hero is your mother's sneak attack? Seriously injured, you have the kind to fight with this old man. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's figure flashed like a shock, and he actually came to the elder of the Night family. I'm such a good person, I must meet your requirements. When Lin Chen attacked him with a smile, he showed a death-like smile, which scared the old man's face instantly ashen. Changing the sky. Transforming into the moon. Lin Chen shook it with a punch, and the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the god's domain were instantly reduced to nothingness. This punch opened up the world, shattered the ages, and all time and space were turned into chaos under this punch. The realm where the space law unfolded was smashed into nothingness, which was Lin Chen's strongest punch so far. Not good. Yi Mingkong ran the law of the moon and the law of space with both hands, and when he was about to retreat, even the law of the moon, which he was proud of, was smashed with one punch. What? When Yi Mingkong's heart throbbed, the golden fist was reflected in his pupils. One punch hit Yi Mingkong's life gate, and he hit him with blood and blood. Lin Chen's boxing style was fierce, taking advantage of the victory to pursue and attack, and he beat Yi Mingkong violently. Boom. 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 He is like a shadow, punching to the flesh, and every blow is the full force of the golden god of war. After hitting dozens of moves instantly, there was a click. The elder of the Yi family was blown up on the spot, his body was torn apart, and tens of thousands of attribute light balls were scattered. Soul transformation. Lin Chen slapped it with one palm, and the power of the eternal transformation of the Dao lingering between his 5 fingers was like a huge net covering the sky, covering thousands of miles, and extinguishing his last remnant soul. The great elder of the Yi family, Yi Mingkong, a generation of gods, with a high position and authority, the body of a triple god emperor, perished. When the attribute treasure chest fell, Lin Chen took it away immediately. The host obtains the red rank talent treasure chest, open it and obtain God's Great Wish talent fragment, August 10th. Lord Yu Guishue. The chief elder of the Chen family let out a miserable cry. Yu Guishue opened her eyes, and her silver eyes turned with a golden glow. I didn't expect him to take the initiative, and only 6/10 of the army's assembly was completed. When Yu Guishue flicked his sleeves, the entire divine realm vibrated violently, and 5 pillars of divine glow rose into the sky from 5 directions. The 5-faced imperial artifacts stand side by side, and the ancient mirrors reflect the splendor of the ancients, and there are endless laws hidden in them. The 5 emperor-grade ancient mirrors are as tall as the sky, and the patterns of the 3,000 avenues are engraved in heaven, among which the law of cause and effect is the main one. Boom. 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 The divine realm shook, and hundreds of beams of light rose from the divine continent outside the divine realm, forming a realm of 9 stars and beads, spanning hundreds of millions of miles of void, and pouring into the ancient mirror of the 5-faced imperial artifact. Lin Chen didn't even have time to collect the attribute light ball, and was swept away by an unprecedented sense of oppression. The number of enemies has increased by 99,999, and the natural power of the Godslayer is rising. The number of enemies has increased by 99,999, and the natural power of the Godslayer is rising. The number of enemies has increased by 99,999, and the natural power of the Godslayer is rising. The number of enemies has increased by 99,999, and the natural power of the Godslayer is rising. The number of enemies has increased by 100,000, and the natural power of the Godslayer is rising. Godslayer talent breaks through the upper limit, and the host is temporarily promoted. Divine Emperor 2. Lin Chen's law realm has even doubled. As an orange-level talent, the God Slayer actually temporarily pushed Lin Chen's cultivation to the second level of God Emperor. But Lin Chen's expression became more and more cold and solemn. The trump card that Yu Guishue prepared to kill Lin Chen was enough to make any strong man in the God realm change his face. In Shenzhou, all beings looked at the true gods who were constantly urging divine power in the void, and the gods shook. Hey! What happened? Why are so many true gods gathered in Shenzhou? My Guangliao city alone has gathered 10,000 true gods and a dozen god kings? How terrifying! The direction in which they transported their divine power is God's domain? In the realm of the gods, there is a possibility that a major event will happen. Such a major event has never happened in all dynasties. There is also a divine lord in Xingwu City. What happened? Wushan Mansion. The lord of the martial god, dressed in azure clothes, with a childish face, stood at the top of the mansion, with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of God's domain, frowning slightly. The realm of the gods is likely to undergo earth-shattering changes. There has never been such a huge lineup of true gods in the past. In just over 10 years, that little guy was able to compete with the Protoss Father. At this time, the palace master of the martial god came from the sky and landed beside the old man. The lord of martial god nodded slightly. I know what you mean, it's time to make up your mind. The palace master hesitated. Yes, those old guys. The lord of the martial god said indifferently, the old monsters are persuaded by me. You pass my order, as long as you receive the news of Lin Chen breaking out of the divine realm. All the members of the martial god mansion will be transferred outside the 5 continents. Yes. When the palace lord left, the lord of the gods of war sighed, Ling Shuang. You must be safe. The entire divine continent was shaken, and the 3 major gods actually summoned the true gods under their command. The number of them is even difficult to estimate. The terrifying law fluctuations have spread to the other 4 continents, and more powerhouses are stunned when they perceive the changes in the divine continent. The higher the cultivation base, the clearer it is that the divine realm has undergone drastic changes. The true gods gathered together, the God King alone is close to 100,000. In the realm of the gods, the 5 10,000 zhang divine mirrors face the same direction. When Lin Chen released his divine soul perception, his eyes narrowed. This group of true gods is probably the main force that the Protoss can mobilize. Within the divine continent, an unprecedented number of true god powerhouses have been assembled, and the number has reached an astonishing tens of millions. Inside the 5-faced ancient mirrors, 2 god emperors rise from each ancient mirror, and the palms fit the ancient mirrors, standing on the mirror surface. And the force of the law is poured into the ancient mirrors. Brush. 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 All the god emperors withdrew instantly, and their expressions changed drastically. The elder Chen clan sneered, Lin Chen, master, you attacked with tens of thousands of true gods, 100,000 god kings, 10,000 god masters, and 10 god emperors. If you surrender now, it's too late. The old face of the second elder of the Night clan showed a bit of hysteria. Surrender? Surrender, if he surrenders, I will kill him immediately. Lin Chen, there is a price to pay for challenging the Protoss. If you kill me, the great elder of the Night clan, you'd better not be bombarded into scum. All of a sudden, and I will keep your soul and throw it into the altar of reincarnation to torture you. A beast, to sacrifice the lives of several elders and geniuses of my Yi family. One after another silhouette is filled with tyrannical divine power, floating in the void, stepping outside the realm of the gods. The dense number of people, in the realm of the gods, all the strong people who witnessed this moment all have their scalps numb. 10 million true gods, 100,000 god kings, 10,000 god masters, 10 god emperors. What is the real Protoss combat power? This is the power of the Protoss to suppress the 5 continents. Only the Protoss can mobilize the number of powerhouses in this lineup. Stronger than the Asuras, dragons, and unable to ignore this torrent of true God. This is not all the power of the Protoss, and some have been dispatched to the sea, and some have not been fully assembled. At this moment, even Lin Chen clearly felt the absolute combat power of the Protoss. In today's world, I am afraid that the Protoss is the strongest among all ethnic groups. The Protoss will live forever. Dedicate your strength to the Protoss. Lin Chen? What stinky fish and rotten shrimps dare to break into my divine realm? This old man will make you pay the price today. If you dare to offend Master Yu, you must suppress it. For thousands of years, you will never turn around. The top 10 god emperors who controlled the ancient mirror of the emperors grade suddenly shouted coldly, gods, return to rule. The sound transmission like the sound of thunder swept in, spreading beyond the realm of the gods. 10 million true gods in all directions opened their hands, and when their palms slowly closed, beams of majestic divine power shot out towards the realm of gods. The divine power of more than 10 million true gods condensed, and tens of thousands of bundles of divine flowers across the sky above the realm of the gods flew in unison, pouring into the imperial mirror. Ancient god slaughter emperor mirror. Yu Guishue pointed to the void, and the 5 ancient mirrors reflected a million zhong-wide azure-blue divine light. The azure-blue pillar spanned the heights of the divine realm, clearly visible, rushing towards Lin Chen. What? Lin Zhong's expression changed slightly. The ancient god Tudi mirror, this trick was created by the Protoss from the previous era. The god emperor who perished under this move, even the legendary 5-layer god emperor. On the premise of summoning 100,000 true gods, 100,000 god kings, and 10,000 god masters, and launching this attack with 10 god emperors, no one under the 5 god emperors can stop it. Lin Zhong flashed back very quickly, and beside Lin Chen, his face was as if he had returned from death, eldest nephew, all block. Before he finished speaking, Lin Zhong's pupils shrank slightly. He felt, Lin Chen's body emerged a human race, a dragon race, the perfect match of the law of divine power. This kind of practice has never seen. Unheard of. It's like it doesn't belong to this world. Uncle, step back. Lin Chen opened his eyes suddenly. The golden light was prosperous, and an Immemorial shadow of an ancient heavenly dragon sweeping the universe roared from the top of Lin Chen's head, and roared into the sky. I have a shot, and it will turn the world away. The magic spear spun lightly. If the heavenly dragon of Yantian was incorporated into Lin Chen's god of war spear, his pure power would surge again. The host consumes life force. The golden god of war set exceeds the limit of amplification. The law of power is 6 million cosmic power, 7 million cosmic power. With this shot, Lin Chen is going to set the scene with one move. The host uses the advanced red level exercises, Tianlong Fushi. Consume 160,000 God's points to activate the talent, instant light and shadow. Consumes 370,000 God's gift points, and the host activates the red rank talent, the eternal transformation. Tianlong Fushi. At this moment, Lin Chen, whose vitality was rapidly decreasing, drank abruptly. The infinite might was condensed on the spear, and the god of war spear was swung out. The five-headed, dark gold, multi-million zhong primordial heavenly dragon burst out of the sky, shaking the divine realm. The red-level advanced exercise Tianlong Fushi is the highest grade exercise that Lin Chen has mastered at this stage. This move is used by humans with ancient dragon blood. It can integrate the laws of humans and the magical powers of dragons, and combine the strengths of the two. It has the power to divide planes and destroy dimensions. Those who have the law of power can use it better. The dragon head of the Tianlong exhaled the breath of eternal devour, and the dragon scales lingered around the law of reincarnation, the law of chaos, the law of power, the law of the five elements, the law of movement, and the law of time. When the five dragons are facing the sky and soaring in the sky, the divine light of the emperor too, who is slamming into the five ancient mirrors. Kacha. The earth's veins in the god's domain collapsed inch by inch, and the time and space of heaven, earth, and space were violently distorted. The crust of tens of thousands of miles was instantly lifted away, thrown into the void, and then annihilated into nothingness. Then, the azure blue divine light in the sky exploded, falling like a shower of stars, and the sky was scattered, and they were raised in succession. When every bit of starlight fell, it could smash the void into a deep black line, which was shocking. Blast out of the abyss. That blue-gold circular energy storm was chaotic, and it continued to expand. An unprecedented explosion swept away from the central part of God's domain, shaking the five continents. The space-time barrier that was previously launched by the two patriarchs was shaken to burst by this energy. Just as the aftermath of the energy was about to spread to the five continents, the Dao law net that enveloped the entire God realm suddenly burst into light, transmitting the laws of time, space, and cause and effect. The myriad Dao divine light scattered away, and the aftermath of the law, which was full of destructive aura, was resolved by the Dao law network. The Dao law network is the law energy used by the God realm to resist foreign enemies and punish the human race. Except for the three chiefs of the gods, no one can command or use it. Only when the gods encounter a crisis, it will automatically trigger. Brush. Suddenly, a figure was shaken out of the energy storm. He was covered in blood, his eyes were full of cold killing intent. He held the god of war spear in his hand, stepped back hundreds of steps in a row, and smashed thousands of miles into the void, only to barely stabilize his figure. It's Lin Chen. Good guy, this child is not dead yet? No. His breath is very weak. Ha 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 ha. Come again later, he will die. The remaining elders of the three god races grinned one after another, and stared at Lin Chen with all their attention, urging the last few points of law to prevent Lin Chen from escaping at any time. Lin Chen was panting, and when he opened his palm, even a pool of blood penetrated into the golden god of war suit, and there was a faint creaking sound all over his body. In the flesh and blood, Lin Chen's bones were even broken in half. Oops. Luo Yaoer in the distance shuddered slightly. Her light soul could clearly feel that Lin Chen's body and soul were both seriously and critically injured. He even burned his life force just now to take the blow. Now Lin Chen is extremely weak, which is equivalent to half his life left. Even with the joint efforts of 18 god emperors, Lin Chen was able to fight them evenly, and even finally beheaded 10 god emperor elders, and Lin Chen only paid the price of a minor injury at most. But the army of 10 million true gods ordered by the Protoss could seriously injure Lin Chen with one blow. It is as strong as a god emperor who has reached the top. When the number of true gods reaches an extremely terrifying lineup, he must retreat from the edge. No one in the world can ignore the number of true gods. It is amazing that the eldest nephew can achieve this step. Lin Zhonghua turned into a divine light, protecting Lin Chen's back to prevent a sneak attack by the elders of the Protoss. Lin Zhong is very clear, the blow of the army of thousands of true gods is enough to seriously injure any quadruple god emperor in the world today, and even kill the quadruple god emperor. Yu Guishue in the distance showed a beautiful figure, frowned, and looked at Lin Chen with contempt, and said indifferently, "If you can take the blow, just now and not die, this son is enough to be famous in history. However, how do you defend against the next blow?" Yu Guishue gave an order, reform the formation and strike again. Suddenly, the light of the ancient mirror condensed, but the momentum disappeared. Huh? What's the matter? Yu Guishue frowned slightly. She looked around, and outside the realm of the gods, the sky was filled with the figure of the true god. The team was broken up? Lin Chen wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and smiled sternly. Lin Chen, can make countless mistakes. But your army can only make one mistake. At that moment, the 10 first-level god emperors who controlled the imperial mirror were stunned. When all the powerhouses of the Protoss looked up and stared into the distance, they were all shocked. Yu Guishue's expression changed from doubt, to surprise, to sluggishness, to shock. Look around, the sky is full of stars. Full of gods. Ultimate Heavenly Rebel Talent Trigger, breaking defense and instant killing. Ultimate Heavenly Rebel Talent Trigger, breaking defense and instant killing. Ultimate Heavenly Rebel Talent Trigger, breaking defense and instant killing. Ultimate Heavenly Rebel Talent Trigger, breaking defense and instant killing. Most of the true gods are lifeless, their eyes gradually lose their luster. Their vitality is rapidly draining, and they are torn apart and turned into pieces. A full 10 million true gods, placed in the secular world, are 10 million gods. Anyone who enters the three-dimensional universe is enough to dominate the existence of the dominant party. At this moment, all are ashes, and become the soul of one person's gun. Beneath the flying debris, the golden light is like a pillar. He holds the god of war spear in his hand and is covered in blood. His waist is tall and straight. He stands proudly between the sky and the earth, bathed in the endless golden light. Withered by his side. This scene is like a shadow engraved into the depths of the soul, forever engraved in the hearts of all the Protoss powerhouses present. Similarly, the same is true for the divine continent outside the divine realm. The powerhouses of many 5 continents stared into the void with shocking eyes. One after another, the bodies of the gods were cracked, full of cracks like porcelain, and scattered in the air. One god after another burst out with unbelievable exclamations, and groups of true gods were dying. The wind howled, and when the hurricane swept through them, they fell to pieces and vanished into ashes. I am the ancestor of your immortal immortals. It's really fucking true. The old man will not fall into the illusion. What kind of monster broke into the realm of the gods? Those lackeys who served the Protoss were actually killed? This is 10 million true gods. Who the hell has the means to kill them in one move? The entire divine continent was boiling, setting off an unprecedented earthquake and rolling up a wave of heated discussions that could not be stopped. In this world, there are still such outrageous things. Witnessing the fall of thousands of true gods at the same time is a rare second time in this life. Yu Guishiwa was horrified. She had known that Lin Chen had a similar trump card. Attacking the opponent as long as there was an injury, he could destroy the opponent, and it was only effective for those below the God Lord. But with the attack just now, no matter how strong the God Emperor was, he would at most take the attack, and it would be good if he could save his life. If he wanted to counterattack, he needed at least the combat power of a 5th level God Emperor. She didn't expect that Lin Chen could kill a bloody way with one shot. It's his bizarre trick of turning the law of destruction. When he made his move, he actually neutralized most of the power of the ancient god slaughter. Emperor Mirror, making his move hit the army. Yu Guishiwa's face changed greatly. It's a mistake. In such a battle, the god race armies existing true god combat power will directly lose more than half. Lin Chen's desperate shot destroyed more than 10 million true gods. In addition, 72,000 god kings were wiped out, and all god masters were injured. Below the gods, anyone who is injured will die if they break the defense. Originally, Lin Chen used the Tianlong Fushi of Eternal Transformation Dao, and tried his best to shoot, at most slightly injuring the entire Protoss army. No one had ever dreamed that he could instantly kill all gods below the divine master on a large scale. Lin Zhong was stunned. In terms of combat power, all the trump cards that the eldest nephew used in the previous paragraph can at most single out a Protoss patriarch. And on the premise that the other party has the patriarch's artifact, it is stronger than the ordinary 4-layer God Emperor, even if it is one-on-one. The eldest nephew may not be able to gain the upper hand. Lin Zhong squeezed his head and couldn't think of why Lin Chen could kill so many true gods. He has achieved a feat that the 2 god clan patriarchs can't do even together, under the divine master. Breaking the defense is an instant kill. Suddenly, round after round of pure white divine power, blazing as the sun, flawless, slowly filled Luo Yao's body in the distance, enveloped Lin Chen, and healed his divine body. Breakthrough realm? Second-tier God Emperor. Where is this woman sacred? This woman actually killed in Wuchen? The hearts of the elders of the 3 great Protoss trembled. There was no simple person around Lin Chen. A god emperor of the 1st level breaking through a god emperor of the 2nd level is stronger than their gods, and it takes tens of thousands of years or even longer to cultivate. This woman broke through the bottleneck in such a short time. It is simply unreasonable. It's okay. Ignoring the joy of breaking through the realm, Luo Yao returned to Lin Chen's side, holding his arm. She was full of distress, and Lin Chen's elbow was almost bent in a weird arc. Lin Chen grinned and said, "It's okay, they have more losses." Luo Yaoer burst into tears, "Then you can't fool around like this." She held Lin Chen's palm, her brows released the soft power of light and soul. Combined with Lin Chen's 5 elements law and Tianyin 5 elements, the injury actually showed signs of stabilization, and the speed of recovery surprised others. At this moment, the pitch-black aperture in the high sky of God's domain instantly disintegrated, and the 3 figures retreated, revealing their stature, and they were 2 great masters and Luo Bing'er. Yi Jiuyou and Deng Yunju's faces were sinking like water, and when they looked at Lin Chen's figure, they were full of shock and anger. Luo Bing'er frowned slightly in the distance. Luo Yaoer's emotions and worries about Lin Chen were passed on to her through the light and soul together, which made her feel an inexplicable irritability and complicated emotions. Luo Bing'er stood against the wind and fell gracefully. When she came to Lin Chen's side, she glanced at him and said indifferently, "I can't fight anymore." If they continue to fight, Luo Bing'er may be able to severely damage the 2 great masters, but when Yu Guishui gathers another army, the price is not as simple as Lin Chen's injury. Luo Bing'er knew very well that the army that was assembled just now was only about half of the battle power of God's domain. It really made all the power of the 3 god races gather. Except for her, no one on the scene could resist. After all, the law of space covered the tip of the sword. Luo Bing'er cut through the void with a sword, and cut out a space avenue. The expressions of the 2 elders in the Deng family changed slightly. "No. They are going to escape. Stop them." The chief elder of the Chen clan looked back, his expression was particularly solemn. The breath of the 2 patriarchs has no power to stop them. Although the 2 of them did not see any injuries, the consumption of the law world power has reached an unprecedented level. Just to stop the Empress, the 2 great masters almost exhausted everything. The eyes of the 2 patriarch gods flickered with murderous intent, and when their eyes finally fell on the Empress sword, they suppressed the killing intent. Lin Chen waved his hand, a large number of attribute light balls gathered like wind and clouds and were incorporated into the body. The host has obtained 200.6 billion God-level rune energy, 116,600 God endowment points, 229,000 God blood attributes, and 3 billion God-level values. Lin Chen looked directly at the people of the Protoss, and said with a long smile, "The number of people who win is not only your Protoss. It seems that this time it is a win-win situation." Everyone was stunned. Yu Guishui frowned slightly, "A win-win situation?" And many more. Could it be that? When withdrawing from God's domain, Lin Chen smiled very simply, "Win-win, we win twice." Not good. Yu Guishui's heartstrings tightened. Jiahai has changed. Triple boundary C, reincarnation illusion. Kacha. The reincarnation mirror, draped behind the avatar, burst into a crack. The attached part of the dream reincarnation suit, the mirror of reincarnation, is damaged, and the host needs to refine more essence of the suit to repair it. Lin Chen's phantom avatar swung the pen, and a touch of Shenhua covered his figure. He retreated thousands of miles, and was able to avoid the dark giant hand that was caught on the head. Under the boundless sky filled with darkness, Chen Moyuan is in charge of the twins of Yin and Yang, and the surrounding is like a dark night, and the realm, formed by the law of darkness, covers a radius of 100,000 miles. Lin Chen's phantom avatar was amazed, as expected to be one of the 3 great masters. Without the patriarch's artifact, I can still hurt my fantasy. Suit and phantom avatar. Chen Muyuan said gloomily, unexpectedly, your goal is actually the divine realm. You really ate the gall of a bear's heart and a leopard. No. The phantom clone smiled and said, my goal is all of you Protoss. Chen Muyuan just felt that the jade slip of the God Emperor of the Chen family soul was broken, and some elders must fall. At this juncture, this matter must be related to Lin Chen. I'm afraid that the female emperor has also gone to the realm of the gods. Otherwise he will never only send a clone to delay the time. Boom. 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 The tremors of Jingti and Weighty resounded through the sea of 3 layers. And one after another tragic sound echoed, and Chen Muyuan's face changed. Slightly. I saw, outside the Triple Realm Sea, 10 teams danced across the sky like 10 blue dragons rushing into the enemy formation. A team headed by Yuan Wujue was the first to enter the enemy line. Ha ha ha. Everyone, kill me these bastard gods. Those who sacrificed their lives for the Protoss should not be saddened to die. Finally it's our turn to fight back, kill 1 is enough, kill 2 to earn blood. The Protoss army assembled outside the Triple Realm Sea began to retreat across the board, and was caught off guard by the true gods that covered the sky. A bunch of dead guys. I want to see, how can you guys break into my Protoss position? 2 roars stunned several god masters, 2 phantoms roaring with laws stepped out from the god race camp, shocking the audience. They are the 2 god emperor elders of the Chen family. An elder in Xingyi brushed the dust into the sword, and the sword swept across the sky, and a rainbow-like snow moon sword light twisted and slashed towards Yuan Wujue's team. Yuan Wu stood upright with a sword, the fighting spirit in his eyes unabated, showing his determination to return home. Emperor Fengshen is angry. A divine soul phantom was imprinted with both hands, and a violent tornado like divine soul storm burst out, destroying the dry and rotten, and the divine soul was cut into the air, and the 2 divine emperors were repelled. The expressions of the 2 changed slightly. Lin Chen? The ghost of the soul came from the sky, and smiled casually, to deal with you. Why do you need the body in person? I can only have a soul. The 2 elders of the God Emperor seemed to be thinking of something, and the elder in Fuchin Xingyi said in shock, you, what did you do to the 2 elders of Xuanma? Ha 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 ha. Naturally killed. The proud and unrestrained laughter came, and the Fire 10 sage stepped on the fire dragon and looked at the 2 with a smile. The Protoss camp immediately shook, and many powerhouses retreated in their hearts. The 2 elders of the God Emperor, in such a short period of time, fell into the hands of each other under the eyes of the Chen family. Yuan Wujue seized the opportunity and gave an order, crush them, don't give them a chance to escape. Boom. 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 Tens of thousands of god kings rose up from the sky, and they all urged their minds to attack, and when they launched an attack, wave after wave of laws swept through like a torrent, swept away the proud army of the Chen family. The entire Triple Realm Sea is filled with divine battles, the smell of blood and the sound of fighting, all mixed together. The changes in the outside world fell into Chen Muyuan's eyes, and he was shocked for the first time. 3 million true gods, 70,000 god kings, 3,000 god masters? How come you, Lin Chen, have so many powerhouses? Moreover, Chen Muyuan knew very well that most of Lin Chen's team, above the god kings, were fellow practitioners Taifu Tianju, and fighting together, they were better than the god kings recruited by the gods. The situation of the battle changed dramatically, and even as calm as he could not help but feel a little impatient, Just when he was impatient, he suddenly focused and stared at Lin Chen's phantom avatar. The Tianyan 5 Elements body automatically repaired the injury of the clone. And it was full of brilliance, and the 5-color brilliance lingered all over the body. The phantom clone shrugged and joked, "May I be lucky? Tianyan 5 Elements body?" Chen Moyuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he gritted his teeth, "So it is, so it is. It is Tianyan 5 Elements G. The reason why the Tianyan 5 Elements body can be famous with the Dao Hongming sword body, in addition to its amazing resilience, is that the more powerful thing is that those with this physique have reached the realm of gods and masters. When practicing, the 5 elements law can automatically convert the absorbed divine jade energy into Tianyan 5 elements Qi. Tianyan 5 elements Qi is also one of the most important energies for the true God to break through the God King. It can be said that if a person with this physique controls the law of the 5 elements at the same time, as long as the divine jade is enough, the energy will continue to help the true God break through the divine king. No wonder your team has been dormant in Jiahai for only 10 years, and there are so many God kings. Chen Moyuan's expression was cold, and his killing intent towards Lin Chen was unprecedentedly high. Unconsciously, this son has become the chief enemy of their Protoss. Kacha. Kacha. In the illusion, cobweb-like cracks continued to spread, and the phantom avatar's eyes narrowed. No, the illusion should be able to trap him for a while. Boom. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Qihua rose like a dragon leaping thousands of miles, destroying a large corner of the illusion of reincarnation. The Qixia Palace, which is as vast as the sea, slowly revolved, and the clouds steamed and Xiao Wei fell into the palm of Chen Moyuan. It is the artifact of the patriarch of the gods, the temple of Soul Eater. Chen Moyuan said scornfully, the temple has its own wisdom and mystery. It has been disintegrating the illusion outside and absorbing your soul power. Now that the illusion is broken, it's your turn to die. Starting with the artifact, Qixia entered his eyes, Chen Moyuan's black hair fluttered, and a pair of divine pupils penetrated into the void. No matter where the phantom avatar cast the illusion and retreated, he could see at a glance. God Eater, Claw. The 5 fingers stick out, and the temple of devouring is separated into 5 parts, like giant claws tearing through the sky, grabbing it with one claw, shattering the space of thousands of miles. Boom. 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 The illusion exploded, the sky covered the stars and the moon, and the dark air was like a tide. Thousands of souls. With a wave of the Samsara pen, thousands of Lin Chen instantly appeared, attacking Chen Moyuan from all directions. Soul Eater, Binding God. Chen Moyuan's handprint changed, the Soul Eater temple flew out the chains. Condensed by thousands of entangled laws, bound to the phantom clone, and all the phantoms were caught. So strong. The face of the phantom clone changed slightly. When this guy has the patriarch's artifact and does not have the patriarch's artifact, the combat power is like a world of difference. Although there is a certain factor due to the incompleteness of the reincarnation illusion, the opponent actually suppressed the phantom clone. That was no less than the main body in a few moves. The violent law realm shrouded the phantom clone, and the law realm and soul Eater temple bound him so that he could no longer escape. Chen Moyuan gradually exerted his strength. He said with a grim smile, first kill you, with the power of this seat, and then destroy more than half of your army. You said just now, who was killed? The cold and ethereal voice made Chen Moyuan's heartstrings tighten. He looked back suddenly, and his divine pupils understood the heavy fog of the Triple Realm Sea, and looked directly at the entrance of the Triple Realm Sea. The beautiful woman is wearing a black dress, with a blue silk jade belt around her shoulders. Empress, Luo Bing'er. Chen Moyuan's face sank instantly. This crazy woman came back so soon? Luo Bing'er pointed at a distance, using the finger as a sword. The azure sword light condensed into a blue line, split the void, and moved from the entrance of the Triple Realm Sea, cutting off all the god-binding locks that bound the phantom avatars. She stood against the wind, her figure was like a ghost, her lotus step landed on the ground and tapped the void, dancing gracefully, and she came within 100 miles of Chen Moyuan in a few steps. The speed is so fast that it is even more terrifying than Lin Chen's current limit function. Chen Moyuan didn't show his timidity, instead he faced Luo Bing'er with all his attention. I know your details, Chen Moyuan said suddenly. So what? Luo Bing'er's face was frosty, calm. Chen Moyuan said, among the three major gods, only I, the Chen clan, are most beneficial to you. The Patriarch's Soul Eater Temple is designed to restrain the soul and all creatures composed of dark laws. Raising his sword and pointing, Luo Bing'er said indifferently, just try it. And you'll know. Chen Moyuan opened his palm, and a piece of divine intent lingered. The sapphire divine branch of emerald green and emerald appeared, beating with pure aura. Chen Moyuan quickly refined and absorbed its energy. Only resources can make up for it, and now it is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a large area of the sea suddenly exploded, causing huge waves to fly, and the space shattered, like a natural disaster. This scene made Lin Chen, who had just returned to Jiahai, stunned. What's wrong with Bingbing? Lin Chen looked at Luo Bing'er, his heartstrings tightened. That thing, so familiar, yet so unfamiliar. Luo Yaoer stared at the divine branch. Luo Bing'er's face was frosty, she was usually quite indifferent, but at this time, she looked like she was about to slaughter the world. His eyes were fixed on the sapphire branch in Chen Moyuan's palm, and the jade hand holding the sword trembled slightly. She said word by word, where did you get this thing from? Chen Moyuan looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, where did you get it? It's a big joke. This thing is originally from my Protoss. He also seemed to have only a limited understanding of Luo Bing'er's origins. Zheng. Luo Bing'er raised her hand and drew out her sword, and a black line was cut out of the curved spacetime of the boundary sea. In the black line, the law was broken wherever it passed. Humph. Don't think that this emperor is afraid of you, god-eating claws. Chen Moyuan pushed the palm of his hand, and the Soul Eater Temple burst into a giant claw of the law of fire surged thousands of miles of flames. The moonlight of the law of Yin rose, and the infinite claw that devoured the law attacked Luo Bing'er. The battle between the two shocked the Triple Realm Sea. Luo Bing'er's anger was so extreme that the laws of space had not even been unfolded. Even Lin Chen had to temporarily avoid the edge, while running the 5 elements law to heal. He observed the battle. Luo Bing'er's anger spread to Luo Yaoer. Luo Yaoer held her forehead, pursed her red lips. There was a faint pain, pieces of memory were pieced together. Lin Chen suddenly looked at Lin Zhong beside him. Uncle, do you know something? Lin Zhong pondered for a moment, then sighed faintly, I don't know the origin of this empress, but the branch of the gods is controlled by the 3 gods. The branches and leaves of the tree of origin. The tree of origin? Lin Chen's heartstrings tightened and his pupils shrank. Lin Chen nodded slightly. The secrets and top-level divine treasures that can only be known by the highest levels of the three major gods, the entire four-dimensional universe, only the gods have. I also know it from the time when the Lin family was still in decline. When I was young, I also trying to get my hands on it. He stroked the scales of the Protoss on his forehead and said with emotion. So, I once became a Protoss. The energy of the origin divine tree is extremely wonderful, and the divine tree can infinitely improve a person's cultivation, soul, and body. Recalling the past, Lin Zhong's face is particularly complicated. It can heal all injuries in the fourth dimension regardless of the realm, and it can make all the potential and desire of the human race rise without limit. It can break all bottlenecks, and it has a direct relationship with the speed of cultivation in my youth. Relationship. Lin Chen frowned and said, if you absorb that thing, you will become a Protoss? Lin Zhong turned to look at Lin Chen. No, you have absorbed your father, Lin Xiaoyao, and he did not become a Protoss. He put his palm on his heart. The tree of God is harmless at first, and the will and desire of God will be embodied by it. This sentence was told to me by Emperor Lin Tian. When he was still alive, it was he who took me pulled back from the edge of the Protoss. As for the origin of the tree of origin, I don't know, only the secrets they knew back then. Yi Hongming on the side nodded earnestly and said, the origin divine tree is a treasure that surpasses all the treasures of heaven and earth. In the Protoss, only very few people can enjoy it, even the elders of the Protoss. The chance to enjoy it is extremely high. Rare. The words of Lin Zhong and Yi Hongming made Lin Chen fall into silence. Suddenly, Luo Yaoer lightly opened her red lips. The origin divine tree, it is the original container of light and darkness, and it was also the container that once carried the original light and darkness. What? Everyone's hearts were shocked. Lin Chen grabbed Luo Yaoer's wrist in shock. Yaoer, do you mean it used to be the container of light soul and dark soul? Luo Yaoer nodded slightly and said, from the anger of the dark soul inspired by Binger, the light soul inspired the memory of the year. The tree of origin is the container that carried the light and darkness back then, and it is what Yaoer has been looking for all these years. Another thing. After the battle of the four great god ancestors of all races, the four dimensions went to annihilation. The original light soul and dark soul were deprived and left, and the divine tree disappeared. After learning to control the power of the dark soul, Binger kept looking for it, but it was too late. I couldn't find it. It turned out to be among the Protoss. After knowing the identities of Luo Yaoer and Luo Binger, Lin Zhong and Yi Hongming suddenly realized. No wonder the Empress was so furious just now that the origin divine tree was actually a part of them. There was a hint of worry in the beautiful and pretty girl, Luo Yaoer said softly, but the situation seems to be different. The branches and leaves of the origin divine tree carry a new power. This power, gentle, far stronger than the original light soul, and the dark soul is also gorgeous, colorful, magnificent, with infinite vitality, and 100 flowers bloom. It is both familiar and unfamiliar to me and Binger. If the tree of origin is a container, then the light soul and the dark soul are the water sources in the container. Now, in the container of the tree of origin, it is no longer the light soul and the dark soul, but another kind of water source. Luo Yaoer's remarks aroused Lin Chen's memories. At that time, Hao Futian was the four-dimensional vertical and horizontal, which was the secret closest to the destruction of the four ancestors. This secret is the origin divine tree. The battle of the four great gods caused the light soul and dark soul to separate from the tree of origin. After the destruction of the four great gods, they were found again after going through the 3 eras of eternal desolate and taigu. I see. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He already knew what was the new source of power that replaced the light soul and dark soul as the origin god tree. You want to die together, crazy woman. You are so fucking crazy, I won't fight you this time. The dark fog that covered the sky and the sun exploded, and the Soul Eater temple flashed out of it, escaping thousands of miles. Standing above the temple, Chen Muyuan gritted his teeth. His right arm was missing, his chest was covered with blood, and he suffered a lot of injuries. Similarly, when Luo Binger, who was full of murderous intent, flashed out of the dark fog, Su Baihao's wrist also showed a shocking bloodstain. In itself, Soul Eater Temple had a certain degree of restraint on Luo Binger's dark soul. But the furious Luo Binger almost used life-for-life play. It can be said that she beat Chen Muyuan hard. Chen Muyuan abandoned the army and ran away alone. Can't catch up. Luo Yaoer's slender figure blocked Luo Binger. She said intently, if you catch up, you will be in the arms of the Protoss. Luo Binger's face was frosty, her expression was as cold as if she wanted to kill everything, and the jade hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Luo Yaoer was unmoved. Xian too was full of resolute expressions. The spirits, emotions, and hearts of the two were connected, and they knew each other's thoughts very well. Holding Luo Binger's soft weed, her palm released a soft light of light and soul. While healing her, Luo Yaoer suddenly said, "Why can't we give up? After separation, when we chose Lingji, we chose to give up and leave. Continue to stay in the body. Light and darkness can never be independent lives." Luo Binger's face was frosty. Why can't you go back? The secret of the origin must never fall into their hands. He will take it back, Luo Yaoer said firmly. The tender frost melted. Luo Binger was stunned. She could feel the determination flowing in Luo Yaoer's heart. With a slender hand on Luo Binger's wrist, Luo Yaoer smiled sweetly. Or don't you believe in my man? Luo Binger shook her hand and snorted coldly. That's your man, it's none of my business. You have to believe that he's your business. Lianba lightly tapped, and Luo Binger disappeared into a puff of smoke. Lin Chen sounded and asked, "What are you doing?" Yunya's cold voice floated from a distance. "It's annoying, go kill a few people to vent your anger." Lin Chen looked at Luo Yaoer and said curiously, "Yaoer, what did you tell her?" Luo Yaoer's eyebrows are picturesque. She smiles beautifully, staring at Lin Chen's face. She said she would believe you to take back the divine tree. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Is this woman so obedient? Why do I feel so dreamy? Boom. Boom. Jiehai raged, and under 2 loud noises, the Chen family's Protoss army, 2 God Emperor elders, were injured and fell. In Luo Binger's hands, he was seriously injured in just 2 rounds, and he didn't even have a chance to escape. The Chen family of the 3 gods will fall to the 2 emperors again. Ha ha ha, their leader was destroyed by the empress of the alliance leader. Follow me all, and don't let any of these bastards run away. You like to surround me with the Star Alliance, right? Today it's our turn to surround the Protoss. The death of the 2 emperors, the morale of the Star Alliance army was boosted, and the Chen family army was slaughtered and filled with corpses. After a bloody battle with the Chen family's Protoss army, the Triple Realm Sea was crushed over and over again, and countless secret realm treasures were destroyed. Even so, there are still many secret realms left by the 3-layer boundary. See The boundless boundary sea is like a giant beast from the ancient times. Always lurking secrets. Triple boundary sea, Silver Shark Island. In Silver Shark Island, Lin Chen and Phantom Clone sat cross-legged, refining the mountains of middle-grade and top-grade divine jade. Straws of starlight shining with shenhua shrouded in colorful lights. Extending down from the 9 heavens, standing up 2 5-color star towers. It is Tianyan 5 elements Qi. Lin Chen's Tianyan 5 elements body will release a large amount of Tianyan 5 elements Qi if he absorbs the divine jade to cultivate, changing the world and creating a new universe. Under the 2-star towers, tens of thousands of people sat cross-legged. They continue to extract the 5 elements of the sky. The bottleneck in the body is loosened, and the rushing law and divine power begin to transform. Boom. 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 The laws vibrated, the avenues roared, and the laws changed, like a real dragon rising from the head of every true god who broke through the realm. Yuan Wujue stood with a sword, and when he looked away from the wind, he sighed, the birth of 10,000 kings. In this battle alone, we will have 10,000 kings of gods born. Jiang Fan picked up the pot and drank, laughed, and said, it's all thanks to Alliance leader Lin, who can single-handedly call on all the people in the government who practice Taifu Tianju. We will definitely be able to compete with the Protoss. Yeah. Yuan Wujue narrowed his eyes. Maybe the day when the Protoss will disappear into thin air may not be far away. In a mountain gorge on Silver Shark Island, Luo Yaoer held the shenhua of the light soul in both hands, incorporated it into Lin Chen's body, and cultivated and recovered at the same time as the clone. Chener, take this pill. Yi Hongmeng handed Lin Chen a purple light divine pill, and smiled softly. Although it is not an emperor-grade divine pill, it should be of some help to your injury. Thank you, mother. Lin Chen took the medicine pill and just took it, the warm current of numbness like electric current melted into the limbs and bones, and the broken bones at the elbows were reconnected. Suddenly, Yuan Wujue's figure flashed over and said with joy, Alliance leader, there is a distinguished guest. Under Yuan Wujue's recommendation, the old figure of the old man came slowly. And he was still the same as in the past, dressed in linen and plain, holding a white-haired child. His expression was as indifferent as water. Lao Li? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. This old man is the old man in linen, Li Chenhuan, who helped Lin Chen to obtain the 5th volume of Taifu Tianju when Lin Chen first entered the Sea of Boundary. He can be said to have the grace of knowing and saving Lin Chen's life. Previously, when Lin Chen became a god, he fought against Lin Xingchen. If he hadn't stopped him, Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen would have perished together. Li Chenhuan saw Lin Chen again, and his brow slowly stretched. He smiled and said, the little guy who was run over by several gods back then is now the strongest in Jiahai. Lin Chen and Li Chenhuan sat on the ground, and he seemed to be smiling, but not smiling. I'm just a first-level god emperor. Where is the strongest player in the realm of the sea? The realm of the sea is higher than me, starting 10, and there is a giant who can fight there. Empress. Li Chenhuan said casually, Ling leader, stop pretending to be a pig and eat a tiger. This old man doesn't know you yet. Since you became a true god, you can match the combat power of the God King, and the God King dared to chase after the God Master. God Emperor cultivation base, when there are few people in the world who can no longer limit you. Lin Chen smiled and said, Lao Li, I am a thin-skinned person, why don't you brag again? Li Chenhuan laughed dumbly, you really are, let's get down to business. Old Manly said sternly, if your star alliance wants to unify the boundary, see in the future, it will face many problems. This is not something that can be solved at once with a big fist. The forces of the Eightfold Boundary C are intricate and complicated. Or without losing more power, try to talk to two people. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Who? Li Chenhuan said every word. Yu Yunqing, Jiang Yuanqi, they were once called again. Swordsmith, Watcher.